A sweet, ordinary-looking couple hides an earth-shattering secret. The husband is from an immortal race with super strong healing abilities. The wife, on the other hand, is from a shape-shifting race that can transform into animals. Unaware of each other's true race, they got married and had a child. Wang Yik, their son, was originally an ordinary university student. But 2 years ago, his mother suddenly told him that she could shapeshift, which left him stunned. He incredulously asked if she could turn into Sailor Moon or a magical girl. But after his mother showed him, he immediately believed her. He also learned that his own shape-shifting bloodline would awaken that very night. Wang Yik couldn't believe his mother had waited until now to tell him something so important. He asked why she didn't let his father tell him. As he was trying to process this, his mother sternly told him not to tell his father about it. Stunned, he agreed to his mother's request. Then one day, 2 years later, while he was out buying groceries with his father, his dad suddenly said he needed to talk to him. Wang Yik thought it was about his studies, but to his surprise, his father seriously said he was a girl. No, that he was from the immortal race, which shocked him to no end. Are these two playing mind games with their son? But why could both his parents so easily reveal such important secrets? But I think he still warned Wang Yik, don't tell your mother. But he wasn't very convinced. Because immortals are usually very beautiful, but no matter how he looked at himself, he couldn't see that trait. His father reassured him, saying, today is your 24th birthday. At 11 p.m. tonight, your mortal blood will awaken. You'll know then. Then he once again warned Wang Yik not to say anything. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos. He just stared blankly and agreed, but he couldn't understand why the two of them had to hide their true identities from each other. But his mind, Wang Yik's easygoing nature, allowed him to accept his parents as they were. But having awakened once 2 years ago, he cautiously asked his father if the awakening would be very painful, but his dad, she casually replied that it wasn't very painful, that it would just feel like his blood was very hot. It would cool down after a while. So she told him not to worry. Arriving home, his mother had meticulously prepared a warm birthday party for him. Lying in his bedroom, he watched the clock. It was almost time. Almost 11 o'clock. The thought occurred to him, could he really awaken as an immortal? After already awakening as a shapeshifter, if he couldn't awaken successfully, how would he explain it? A huge question mark loomed in Wang Yik's little heart. Then, it was 11 o'clock. An intense pain spread throughout his body. The excruciating pain left Wang Yik unable to utter a single word. He remembered what his father had told him on the way. He could only resent his father for deceiving him. 1. Oh, Wang Yik's father is an immortal with powerful healing abilities, and his mother is a shapeshifter who can turn into various animals. Wang Yik inherited the gifts from the world's most powerful bloodlines. But upon awakening his gifts, all of his hair and nails fell out. All the blood in his body seemed to vanish. At the same time, his bones broke one by one. However, after enduring the side effects of awakening his gifts, Wang Yik would be transformed into a completely new person. Not only would his hair and nails grow back, but he would also gain well-built muscles and fair skin. Even all 5 of his senses became unusually sharp. What troubled him the most was hearing strange sounds every night. While Wang Yik was racking his brain over this, his mother suddenly called him for breakfast. Wang Yik's breakfast was also more lavish than usual. Not only were there 4 savory dishes and 1 soup, but every dish was plentiful. While eating, his father suddenly told him to prepare for the civil service exam, which caught him off guard. This surprised both Wang Yik and his mother. The reason his father did this was because in times of peace, immortals are managed by the government. But Wang Yik's mother didn't want her son to take the civil service exam, because 2 years ago, after he awakened, she had decided that after he finished university, she would arrange for him to work in a large company with connections to the shapeshifter clan. But his mother didn't want his father to know she was a shapeshifter. So, she could only use the excuse that he still had to go to school to refuse, which made him feel awkward. Although Wang Yik knew very well that both his parents wanted to find him a comfortable job, this was the first time he had seen them disagree. So Wang Yik happily ate his meal while watching his parents argue. Just then, his parents looked straight at him. It turned out they wanted him to decide whether to continue his studies or take the civil service exam. Wang Yik didn't want to choose either, and instead said he wanted to join the Marines. This sentence immediately silenced his parents. His mother looked at him with a sharp gaze, as if she was not happy with his decision. But after thinking for a moment, his father supported Wang Yik's decision. He was delighted to hear that, thinking he was one step closer to his dream. But no. Unexpectedly, Wang Yik's father changed his tune. You can join the Marine Corps, but you have to take the civil service exam first. He also said that if he passed, he could help him postpone his enlistment to join the Marine Corps. Moreover, It could even add points for him. Wang Yik thought for a moment and agreed. Not for any other reason, but because his father had been a civil servant for many years. So listening to his father was probably the right thing to do. Anyway, he could still join the Marine Corps just a little later. After his father heard that he agreed to take the civil service exam, he said he could find a tutor for him to help him pass the exam quickly. It's just that Wang Yik needed to go to the city for special training on the 7th. The person training him was also his father's subordinate. This so-called training was actually to polish Wang Yik's immortal body. The coach looked at his muscular body with doubt, because the strength of immortals is usually weaker than normal. Only Wang Yik knew that this was due to his mother's shapeshifter blood, but the coach, not knowing, thought it was the result of him working out at the gym. The two quickly entered the training ground. Seeing the ground covered in sharp knives, Wang Yik was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what kind of training his father had prepared for him. But the coach didn't start the training for Wang Yik yet. Instead, he told him why immortals have such strong healing abilities. The first point is physical strength. An immortal with good physical strength will also have strong healing abilities. The second point is sensory ability. The more sensitive one is, the more they can feel pain at different levels. From there, they can pinpoint the location of the injury. So their training will be conducted on these two aspects. Although Wang Yik understood the coach's words, he didn't understand what the mountain of knives behind him was for. The coach revealed a sinister smile, saying it was for him to train his body and at the same time learn how to become an immortal. Wang Yik was a bit stunned. I'm taking the civil service exam. Shouldn't I be studying the content? The coach was also taken aback. Your father told me you're joining the Immortal Special Forces. Wang Yik was dumbfounded. He had never heard of such a thing. But he knew that only by completing this test could he become a Marine. So he had no choice but to agree. You would never have guessed that Wang Yik, wearing purple polka dot pants, would have to walk barefoot on this mountain of knives. The coach even told him to run a little faster. Then a series of blood-curdling screams reached his ears. Wang Yik's feet were covered in bloody wounds, but the coach could still tell from the bloodstains on the knives that he had deliberately skipped a few knives in the middle, but he couldn't criticize him. On the contrary, he praised his motor skills. Wang Yik's healing ability also surprised the coach. Normally, a newly awakened immortal would absolutely not have such strong healing abilities. After hearing that, Wang Yik was about to take a rest when the coach unexpectedly told him to run a few more laps, while he was still injured, and at the same time, forbade him from continuing to dodge. It's best to stomp hard enough to break your leg, which shocked him greatly. Wang Yik never expected the person his father found to be so cruel. After that, he kept running. Wang Yik's super healing ability also shocked the coach. He never expected the person his superior entrusted him to teach would have such talent. But Wang Yik couldn't stand the self-torture and asked how much longer he had to train. The coach said he had to train until he got dizzy. Each time he got dizzy, his pain threshold would increase. Running on the blades was to help Wang Yik not to faint or be in too much pain on the battlefield, which would be horrifying. Then he asked Wang Yik if he felt dizzy yet. But he knew that with this kind of training, Wang Yik might never get dizzy, because the blood of a shapeshifter is too strong. Then he asked if there was any other way to pass this round. The coach thought for a moment and said, as long as you can run across the mountain of knives within 6 seconds, you'll pass. Wang Yik smiled after hearing that. Although he could run it in 6 seconds before, he hadn't used his full strength. Although running like that would be very painful, Wang Yik would try to ignore the feeling. That way, if he ran with all his might, it would definitely take less than 6 seconds. Seeing him run like crazy, the coach's eyes widened. But seeing him panting after finishing the run, he shouted at him to run again. But this wasn't because Wang Yik ran over 6 seconds, but because of us. It was because he had forgotten to count the seconds. Compared to the first round, which was a mountain of knives, the second round was even more absurd. Better. Here, take this. Wang Yik quickly grabbed the rope and held it up, a puzzled look on his face as he asked, what is this, a dog leash? Jiang quickly spoke up, you'll need it for the second training. Put it around your neck. Hearing this, Wang Yik obeyed. He gave his opinion. I don't feel comfortable. What are we going to do? Hearing that, Jiangji replied, breath-holding training. The words just left his mouth, and Wang Yik was frozen on the spot. His body trembled as he uttered, so this is he then interjected. That's right. Jiang held up a controller in his hand. He explained, when I press this button, your neck will be tightened. He continued, don't take it off, tie it back on. You've already run on a road full of knives. You're not just going to go home like that, are you? Hearing those words, Wang Yik angrily slumped to the ground. He exclaimed in frustration, can't you just let me dive into the water to practice holding my breath? Hearing that, he replied, you think that's enough? This training is also to build tolerance to being strangled. If you pass out in a fight, you're done for. Jiang continued to explain to him, just like with the exercise on the knives. You focus a lot on fainting. After 5 horrifying months of war against the special species, ordinary people have learned how to face us, but shouldn't the reverse also be true? He suddenly let out a long sigh and said, we used to train by hanging ourselves from trees. The world is getting better. Hearing this, Wang Yik cursed silently in his head. Don't say it's getting better from things like that. He gave a slight smile and asked, what's the condition for passing? Jiang replied, there is none. You will faint, but you should be able to endure for at least 5 minutes. Hearing that, he replied flatly, 5 minutes, got it. He continued to explain, furthermore, I recommend you don't try to use force to remove the collar or the controller. Unless you want to punch a hole through yourself, however. That could also be a way to train. Hearing that, Wang Yik said firmly, understood. Jiang then asked him a question, so, are you ready? Wang Yik replied, yes. Jiang pressed the controller. Alright, let's begin. His groans echoed endlessly as he painfully clutched the ground. The collar around his neck slowly tightened. His face turned pale from suffocation. Wang Yik struggled on the ground, looking to be in great pain. His hand trembled as he slowly reached for the collar on his neck. Jiang approached and struck his hand hard with a stick. He then warned, I see you can still endure. Jiang left, but if he couldn't, he would just collapse there. At this moment, he looked extremely pained, his whole body shaking, cursing in his head, damn it. Wang Yik, in this worried state, thought, when will this end? I'm sure it's been more than 5 minutes. His vision blurred before his eyes, his consciousness. His face looked extremely weary. He collapsed to the ground, having reached his limit. The collar was immediately loosened. Wang Yik suddenly woke up. Jiang, holding the controller in his hand, muttered to himself, what? Why did it turn off? His eyes held a dangerous glint. Could it be that the battery died? The collar was quickly removed. Wang Yik panted warily, silently cursing Jiang. I'm going to die. He replied, you won't die. He breathed with difficulty, his pale and tired face spoke. Just because I didn't pass out doesn't mean we're going to do this again, right? I'm sure I lasted more than 5 minutes. Hearing that, Jiang held up the watch in his hand and said, that's right, to be precise. His words startled him. 12 minutes and 41 seconds. Hearing this information, Wang Yik was bewildered, thinking to himself, didn't he say the record so far was 8 minutes? I should complain or something. He whispered, Jiang looked at him with a proud expression. Seeing this, Wang Yik pleaded, please don't look at me with those eyes, like a child who just got a new toy. In a flash, it was afternoon. Inside the house, Jiang's voice rang out, now, let's rest. You have to eat. Hearing that, he replied, are you going to cook for me? He quickly answered, when you're hungry, nothing is effective. Your head needs to eat too. Wang Yik peeked his head from behind the door. He asked, you need any help? He immediately replied, just sit still is enough. Hearing that, he took a breath, thinking to himself, well, I don't know how to cook. I just need to sit still in one place. A horrifying dish was quickly served. His voice was full of malice as he told him, here, eat. Wang Yik's eyes widened in astonishment. He stammered, asking, what's in it? Jiang asked back, do you want to know? He replied, not really. By the time evening arrived, Wang Yik was outside in the yard, forcefully wringing out clothes. Standing under the stream, his mind was filled with thoughts. Next time, I'll have to cook. When I get back, I should learn how to cook for Mom. Wang Yik thought to himself, no, first I need to ask my father about this. I should call him now. But I'm not allowed to use my phone, so my phone was confiscated. He grabbed onto a rock and climbed ashore, his voice filled with exhaustion, so tired. At least I should be able to sleep comfortably. The simple scene before him immediately hit him. Wang Yik froze on the spot. A mosquito buzzed past his face. Wang Yik quickly caught it. He raised his voice and asked, teacher. He then asked, are there no lights here at all? Hearing that, he replied, if there were lights, insects would come in. It's not that unbearable. Wang Yik could only reply helplessly, Jiang quickly lay down. He let out a weary sigh. Wang Yik also lay down in his designated spot. He then began to explain, this is to train your sense of touch. Having a good sense of touch will make you feel more uneasy than others. The first time, you definitely won't be able to sleep because the feeling is very uncomfortable. Jiang's gaze then turned to look. He sat bolt upright. Seeing Wang Yik sleeping soundly, he exclaimed, hey, what a player. His call rang out, hey, wake up, breakfast. A dark meal appeared before his eyes. Wang Yik could only let out a weary sigh in reply. Thank you for the meal. He grabbed a chicken leg, gnawed on it, and explained to him, immortals need a lot of energy. Eat up. Hearing that, he replied, okay. He asked, what are we training today? He immediately replied, cliff diving, confused. Wang Yik asked further, is it something very difficult again? Jiang quickly explained, holding your breath in midair, controlling your senses for the upcoming impacts. He asked while eating, based on today's and yesterday's training, what an immortal should be most careful of during combat is shock and being crushed from a strong impact, which makes them lose consciousness, right? He glanced over and replied, that's right, and there's one more thing. You have to be careful about your mobility decreasing when your legs are chopped off. Therefore, your hands are a shield for an immortal. He then explained further, using your hand to block someone's blow can catch you off guard. For example, if they aim for your head or legs. Jiang's solemn voice rang out, and you should also be more careful with knives than guns. And you also have to be wary of claymores and mines. Hearing his words, he let out a weary sigh and replied, all right, I understand. These examples are outdated. The enemies now come from another world. Annoyed by his eating habits, he shouted, what are you picking at? Hurry up and eat so we can go train. The horrifying days of his arduous training began. Wang Yik was pushed off a cliff, just like that. Come on, jump. He was forced to run and train. In a flash, the deadline was up. I have completed all the training sessions. And the next day, I took the bus home. Wang Yik quickly made a phone call. The other end of the line quickly picked up. A voice rang out, hey son. Hearing that, he quickly replied, Dad, did I really go to the right place? Hearing that, the other side replied, why? Did something happen? Wang Yik let out a weary sigh and replied, he made me jump off a mountain. Yanho quickly replied, son, it's okay. You're an immortal. You won't die that easily, so you can be harsh with your body. He continued to explain, that's how you find your limits. Hearing his father's words, he thought to himself, all I found out is that my body is really durable anyway. I never passed out there once. Ho comforted him. Anyway, you did well. Go home and rest. He then asked a question. So, what will be on the exam? Ho whispered. About that suddenly, his mother's voice rang out. Sobi, help me. Dad has something to do. We'll talk later. With that, he hung up. Seeing that, Wang Yik pondered to himself. Well, even if I heard it, what could I change? I'll just rest like Dad said. Relaxing images appeared in his mind. When I get home, I'll take a bath. Playing games with joy. Playing PS5, enjoying a delicious meal, eating the delicious food my mother cooked, sleeping soundly in my room for 20 hours without a single mosquito. His current expression was one of pure bliss, thinking to himself, yes, a perfect place to rest. Wang Yik's mother then said, you can shower later. Go somewhere with your mother. The blissful moments suddenly vanished into thin air. He stood frozen on the spot. Sanhai took out her suitcase and pushed him out of the house. She urged, I've already told your father. You should still go to college. I've already packed your things for you. He panicked and shouted, I can study on my own. Wait, my suitcase. The next thing she said made him freeze on the spot. I found a teacher not too far from our house. Just in the neighborhood. He was confused by what his mother was explaining. You'll go there and spend the night for 2 days. I'm just letting you know in advance. Wang Yik thought in panic. What? I have a bad feeling about this. Sanhai quickly pressed the elevator button. She said, I'll come pick you up in 2 days. Seeing that he was going alone, he asked, aren't you going to introduce me? Didn't we come here to meet the teacher? Hearing that, she replied, it's fine. Confused by her words, he asked again, what do you mean? Sanhai looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes and said, just being smart isn't enough. The elevator door slowly closed. She smiled brightly, you also need a healthy body. The door slammed shut. At that moment, I realized everything that was waiting for me. Wang Yik stood frozen in front of the unfolding situation. It's never going to be about some college studies. He laughed out loud in misery, cursing in his mind, this crazy house. The elevator information panel displayed floor B1. The elevator reached the last floor, and the door slowly opened. Wang Yik stood inside with a worried look, his eyes darting around. He was amazed by the objects inside the room. These are dozens of neatly arranged dumbbells. A gym. Wang Yik exclaimed in surprise. They renovated the garage. Suddenly someone appeared and said, so it's you. He was startled by the person's appearance. Dooji gripped his wrist tightly. She asked, you're Seonhai's son, right? Hearing that, he stammered in reply, yes, that's me. But I don't know why my mother brought me here. Do William replied, she said you've been studying for 2 days straight, right? She then said, your body will be wasted if you just use your brain. Wang Yik thought about what had happened, his face filled with fear. I can't tell her the truth either. This is so unfair. The image of Wang Yik being afraid of his mother's appearance flashed through his mind. Since he was a child, my mother's parenting philosophy was very simple. If you don't listen, you'll get a beating. You have to be responsible for your own mistakes. The familiar face of his mother with a gentle smile was looking at him. Naturally, one will start to absorb them. The two of them stood on the martial arts stage facing each other. If I go against my mother, I'll be beaten black and blue. Back to reality, he let out a sigh and thought to himself, in this situation, refusing doesn't mean anything, right? Just looking at this teacher's appearance, I can guess. Suddenly, she held a watch towards him. Here, take this. Wang Yik asked in confusion. I get traumatized when I receive things like this. What is it? Zugi replied, it's just a device that contains a bunch of measuring tools. Put one on your wrist and ankle. Wang Yik obediently put them on his hands. He then said, are you by any chance planning to train me? She quickly cut him off. You'll have to take a test first. Not understanding, he asked again. What kind of test? Seeing that, Rai pointed behind her. Well then. She pointed at the treadmill and ordered, run first. He started to climb onto the treadmill. Wang Yik immediately ran as instructed by Zowie. She held her phone in her hand, her tone disdainful. I heard you don't train by yourself. Dugu threw out a fatal blow. What a piece of trash. Your heart rate is still stable. So the hardware is good, but until now, is this really all you can do? Wang Yik was annoyed by the situation. He thought to himself, why am I being bullied like this? Where is my PS5 and rest time? Doogie sighed and quickly criticized him. Lazy. To lazy. Because the current world has everything you want, right? Hearing those words, Wang Yik pondered. Aren't we about the same age? He began to speculate in his mind. No, immortals and shapeshifters age slowly. So is she older than she looks? Wang Yixin then asked, how much longer do I have to run? Hearing that, Yui annoyedly scolded, oh, don't stop. Run. She started to warm up her shoulder muscles and explained, first is cardio. Let's slowly upgrade that body of yours. Her confident expression exclaimed, I will make you reborn from head to toe. Wang Yik seemed to not understand what was happening and remained silent for a long time. He said dejectedly, I don't want another mother. Hearing that, Yui laughed and said, because you're Seonhai's son. You seem to like joking. Hearing those words, he thought to himself, I'm not joking. Time has reached late evening. The clock in the room ticked incessantly. Wang Yik was still running on the machine. Dewey said in a weary voice, don't stop. Even my grandmother wouldn't get tired after running for just a little while like that. She then asked, the time, he, with his body drenched in sweat, answered with difficulty, 10. Wang Yik replied while running, 14 hours, for minutes, 30 seconds. He was horrified by the situation. I had to run all night without a break. Even the training for immortals had breaks. Doogie circled around from behind and explained to him, do you fight just by trusting the body your parents gave you? Without training, you're only at an amateur level. She then said, listen and watch this. This is contortion. We'll practice it later. Remember this. Wang Yik, not understanding what was happening, thought to himself, what the heck? How can a human body bend like that? She continued to explain, you have to train your flexibility. A stiff body has many disadvantages. Hearing that, he thought to himself, where are the disadvantages? He thought to himself as he ran, I want to ask that question, but I'm completely out of breath. Even with the body of a shapeshifter, running for 14 hours straight has left me breathless. Doogie asked, time? He quickly replied, 14 hours, 10 minutes. And I have to constantly keep track of the time in case I'm asked. A video then appeared on the screen. Furthermore, I have to memorize the video in front of me. Doogu continuously recited theories to him. Wang Yik, with a confused mind, listened to the teacher's instructions. This kind of training is too brutal. His eyes were filled with determination. But I can absorb it. His panicked voice rang out, senses. What? Jiang then explained to him. It seems you are very proficient at blocking your senses. But that's not enough. If too many senses are disabled, your movements will become chaotic. He pointed at himself and said, clear your mind. Think about the sense you want to block. And at the same time, make your other senses more precise. In other words, you need to learn how to use multiple senses. Wang Yik panted heavily as he ran, keeping time. His eyes were filled with determination, memorizing the movements in the video. His ears were wide open, listening to the teacher's words while running. Wang Yik calculated in his head as he ran. Separately, these are for different tasks. But my body performs the running task, and the lectures and videos don't come at the same time. If I set aside the sense for timing, performing the other tasks isn't too difficult. The clock ticked, and Wang Yik counted the final beats, 54, 55. In the quiet room, only his voice could be heard, 56 to 57. The time on the clock quickly passed, 58 to 59. With his exhausted body, he uttered, 24 hours. The treadmill session is over. It's finally over. Doogie held the phone in her hand. Her face held a hint of pride. Your brain is quite good. She then ordered, stretch, force your body to be flexible. Yes. Zubi asked, you remember the video we watched? I'll demonstrate, so follow me. With that, she quickly knelt down. Her body then spun backwards. He stood watching with a look of utter amazement. Is that even possible? How can a body be that flexible? She then ordered, now, you try. Yes. Wang Yik quickly put it into practice. His body trembled as he was unable to bend backwards. Du Hu then said, don't push yourself too hard. Flexibility takes time. She continued, we will increase the range of motion little by repeating a posture every day. To put it simply, we will slowly tear the muscle fibers. Hearing those words, his mind thought, so healing after tearing muscle fibers increases my flexibility. Wang Yik gently took a deep breath. So I don't need to do it little by little, right? Because immortals heal very quickly after being injured. Then Wang Yik quickly bent backwards with all his might. I just have to endure temporary pain. Doogie was startled by his action. She asked, are you okay? He replied, yes. Doogie scolded, I told you not to push yourself too hard. Who taught you this disobedient nature? He suddenly laughed. He looked at Jui with confident eyes, but I did it, didn't I? Hearing that, she let out a sigh and replied, HMPH. What an interesting boy. She then said, that's enough for today. Now let's eat. A huge pork leg appeared in front of him. Wang Yik was startled by the pork leg and asked, are we eating a whole pig? She happily pointed at it and replied, yep, that one's mine. Another pork leg appeared, and this one is yours. He was surprised by the situation. Each person eats a whole pig. Doogie skillfully put on gloves and confidently said, eating is also a form of training. Get used to storing enough energy for the next training session every time you eat. Hearing her say that, he helplessly replied, are you a bear that just woke up from hibernation? The two of them immediately started to devour the two large pork legs. She instructed, after you finish eating, don't clean up, just leave it there. Today's a week is too short, not even enough to get to the main point. He replied, yes. His mind was filled with joy. So delicious. It's just a roasted pig with a little seasoning. How can it be so delicious? He pondered, maybe it's because I've been running all day without eating or drinking. But it's really delicious. She said, finish it all. If you leave any, you're dead. He quickly replied, I was taught not to waste food since I was a child. Then, a moment later, Yuki left. She instructed, I'm going in now. After you finish eating, remember to take a shower and go to sleep. He sat in the empty room, his face filled with boredom. Damn. This is much better than sleeping in the forest and getting bitten by mosquitoes everywhere. He held up his phone. Also, unlike teacher Jiang, I'm allowed to use my phone here. Should I call my mom? After thinking for a while, Wang Yik quickly called. The other end of the line picked up. Mom. Seonhai's voice rang out. Son, how are you? Are you well? Hearing those words, he thought helplessly. Sending me off like that and you're still worried about me? Wang Yik replied. There's no way I'm fine. Mom. You told her many times not to go easy on me just because we're acquainted. She expressed her concern. But I'm still worried. He didn't understand and asked again. What? Seonhai immediately replied. If she goes too easy on you, tell her to be tougher, okay? Your father is here now. I'm busy. He froze at their actions. But Mom, aren't you worried about your son at all? After the second day of training, I realized a few things. If the Immortals training consists of crazy actions, then the Shapeshifter's training will be foolish actions. How many kilograms of barbells can a person lift? What is the maximum number of times one can lift in one go? The arduous training journey of Wang Yik and Zhu Yi began. No, you can do it one more time. Just one more time. I'm about to die. Understanding and finding a way to overcome your limits is the core of training. And science was added to the Shapeshifter's training, using a lot of equipment and electronics. The Immortals training also used equipment to choke me. Anyway, the conclusion I drew during that training was, Doug's weary voice criticized, your reflexes are too poor. She held out a dumbbell towards him and said, lift this. Seeing it, Wang Yik thought to himself, 20 kilograms on each side, plus the bar. That's a total of 60 kilograms. Wang Yik quickly picked up the barbell and lifted it lightly. Lifting it is no problem. The strength of a shapeshifter is 3 times the average strength of a normal man. Zhu Wei ordered, follow me with it. The two of them walked up the stairs. She pointed forward and said, now, run with it. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh, she ordered sternly. Run. Wang Yik stood frozen at the sight before him. Run. He spoke up here. Is this the second crazy game after the blade part? She continued to explain to him. Balance your body. You must always feel your center of gravity and use your reflexes to handle other things. Wang Yik hesitated and asked again, "Is that okay?" Zhu Hua firmly said, "Do it until it works." He looked around and thought to himself, "Are they using the corner of the basement? It's long and only half a step wide from me." He then asked again, "It's okay if I fall, right?" Hearing that, she just looked at her tablet and replied, "The chance of getting injured from a 3-meter fall is very low, but don't have the mentality that it's okay to fall while running. A shapeshifter's #1 priority is to protect their body." The sound from the tablet echoed. Outside. "Damn Lucas, oh no, damn Mike, are you blind?" He was curious and pondered, what is she watching? I thought she was looking at my results or something. Zhu Gui continued, "If you get injured on the battlefield, it will be a huge disadvantage because your body doesn't recover as quickly as an immortal's." Hearing those words, Wang Yik sighed and thought to himself, "What else can I do? Just get it over with." The teacher is watching Netflix behind me and saying to protect my body. Immortals like me, even if our bones are broken, we still recover quickly. Then Wang Yik picked up the barbell and stepped onto the wooden plank. So, I'll run with the mindset that it's okay to fall. He suddenly felt something, and his eyes widened. A feeling of lightheadedness suddenly erupted. My 5 senses have been enhanced. My sensitive sense can feel the pressure on my shoes and find the center of gravity to balance. Wang Yik, covered in sweat, walked on the plank. Although most shapeshifters have excellent reflexes, they can't compare to immortals who can clearly perceive their senses. He walked with a straight body. "I can do this, it seems fun. Besides, my legs haven't been stabbed by a sword even once." Wang Yik quickly walked back and announced, "I have completed it safely." She then ordered 2 more times, "Go and come back." Hearing that, he replied, "All right." Dugu looked at him. In her mind, she thought, the width is 4 centimeters and the length is 50 centimeters. But he could complete it without falling once. Dewey announced, "I'm raising the level." Seeing the thing in front of him, Wang Yik was so frightened that his face turned pale. "A rope?" He asked worriedly, "Am I going to run on that rope?" Hearing that, Ziggy quickly replied, "That's right. This is a real rope. The name of this training is single rope." She stood up and continued to explain, "The wooden bar just now was just a warm-up. Looking at your body, I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. But you must have been born with good senses. Your balance is excellent." Seeing what Zugi was doing, he asked further, "Is there a cushion this time?" She replied, "It's very hard and won't break your head. So be careful when you fall. If you grab the rope, your skin will get burned. So just fall." He then asked, "Will I be running and holding a dumbbell?" Zhu Gilin said, "Just go empty-handed for now." Hearing those words, he was lost in thought. After getting used to the warm-up, I'll have to carry a dumbbell and run on it. But I'm not afraid. Compared to the Immortals training, it's still much easier. His eyes became determined, but in terms of difficulty, this part is hellishly difficult and more complicated. Wang Yik began to walk on the rope. His mood was a bit tense. But this rope is hard and doesn't shake much. It wasn't falling from a cliff, and there was no strong wind blowing. The pads underneath made him feel somewhat at ease. There are even pads under the floor. Wang Yik's eyes were full of confidence. Something like this is not scary at all. With that thought, Wang Yik quickly ran, just run. The more he moved, the more he stumbled. He calmed his mind and thought, I should slow down. Step by step, he moved on the rope, his steps light. He gradually increased his speed, as if he were jumping. Wang Yik moved swiftly on the rope. Dai Ying's eyes watched him with excitement. That day, the teacher looked at me as if I was much more interesting than the video she was watching, and it made me run on that single rope all day with a barbell. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Zuki said goodbye to him. See you next week. Wang Yik bowed respectfully to her. Yes. The car started to roll, and Seol Hai's voice rang out, Wang Yik. She then asked, are you curious why I make you do these things? He quickly replied, of course I am. Her tone turned cold, because I can't stand seeing my son get beaten up like that. His mother's next words shocked him. You should know how to use your body well. Right now. You're weak. Wang Yik muttered to himself. Who's weak, Mom? If my friends heard that, they'd faint from shock. My nickname is One Punch Man at Yale. Wang Yik was lost in thought. Well, since things are like this, I'll train a little more. Later, when I join the Special Forces, at least I'll be useful and not a burden. Although the immortal special power that teacher Zhangji mentioned makes me think a lot. He then made up his mind. I can definitely get into the Special Forces, right? Dozens of empty bowls were scattered on the table. Thanks for the meal, Mom. Sanhai worriedly approached her son and asked, have you been very hungry these past few days, Omi? Hearing that, he replied, after the past 4 days, I've learned how precious your cooking is, Mom. Wang Yik then added, oh right, Mom, I want to learn how to cook. Sehen he didn't understand and asked back, cooking. He quickly found a reason to explain lately. Sexy men who can cook are in trend. Please teach me how to cook for my future wife. Hearing his reasoning, Seon he didn't doubt him and turned to reply, a sexy man who can cook. Not bad. But first, don't you need to be sexy first? Looking at his body, she judged him. With your current body, you're probably a fat man who can cook. Hearing those words, Wang Yik whispered, are you always this humorous, Mom? No. Seonhee's tone suddenly became serious. I'm serious. So stop relying on your shapeshifter's body, then eating all day. Seeing this, he quickly changed the subject. But let's continue cooking now, Mom. His mind recalled the image of Jeonji. I take that dish of mine as a nature lover. And teacher Jeonji's eyes began to shine. She then replied, all right. Hearing that, he cheered happily, thinking to himself, good. Now the food problem is solved. Wang Yik looked up, his mind full of thoughts. Training. I can't do anything about it. What are we going to do next week? Same as this week. He thought to himself. Or some new training exercise. On Jiang's side, he was sharpening his sharp knife, his mind filled with thoughts, whatever. Jeonji's face was full of excitement. Or will it be harder than what I did this week? His screams echoed through the mountains and forests. The birds, hearing the sound, flew away. His hands were covered in blood. After a 4-day break, the teacher said that the previous training session only covered the basics and was provided separately from the standard entry requirements. Wang Yik clenched his fist. In other words, enduring hardship, my stamina is still poor, and I need physical training. Now are the mandatory courses. He immediately sat up, scratching his head, and thought to himself, I concluded that from the previous courses. Wang Yik held up his hands and looked at them, deep in thought. This could also be a shapeshifter's training, but aside from the extreme pain, this course is better because it ends relatively quickly. Of course, from a distance, Jeonji's voice echoed back, hey, if you're done, hurry up and come here. The problem is, this is just the basics. He then picked up the sword in his hand and said, a characteristic of immortals is regeneration. Even if they are shot, it's fine. Even if a bullet goes through your body, you just need to regenerate the flesh and you're done. But for non-firearm weapons like this, it's very troublesome. It takes time to regenerate a severed limb. Hearing that, he replied, that's why you told us to be careful. Jiang's face was full of pride as he swung his sword continuously in the air. We can't ignore it. You can withstand attacks that cause little damage, but for attacks like this, you have to dodge. Seeing this, he felt a little anxious. God, he swings it like a murderer. Staring at the knife, he felt a little scared and asked, so the reason you took out that knife is? Jiang asked back. What do you think? I thought you were smart. That's right. This training is the sequel to using a sword, so dodge the sword. His tone was dangerous. Deflect it, or you have to snatch it from my hand. A series of slashes were unleashed by him. Wang Yik dodged left, then right to avoid the attack. He immediately jumped backwards. Jiang's eyes were determined as he taught him. The goal here is to dodge attacks that cause major damage. If you can't dodge, then minimize the damage you take. You can't dodge everything, so get used to it. You look quite agile. Let me start over. Hearing those words, he thought annoyed. How can I dodge these things? Then he replied, all right. He stomped his feet hard on the ground and rushed forward. ***, he swung a direct slash at his body, and blood spurted out. He immediately attacked various parts of his body and said, if I aim for your thigh or calf, use your shin bone to take the blow. Jiang slashed hard at his wrist, or deflect it to the side. Wang Yik, with his battered body, immediately retreated, calculating a way to escape the fight in his head. No matter what I do, I'll still get cut by that sword. At least I've gone through the sword training. Regenerative energy immediately healed the wounds on his body. Seeing this, Jiang's eyes were filled with determination. Your regeneration is quite good. Let's continue. With that, he immediately ran quickly towards him. Swish ***, blood began to spurt from everywhere. Wang Yik collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Seeing this, he said, anemia. It's one of the weaknesses of immortals. Hearing that, he replied with difficulty. That's why you brought those blood bags for transfusion? When he calmly replied, usually, it's better to stop the bleeding first. Wang Yik thought in panic, wait, you really do that? I was just kidding. Then he turned and walked away. Let's rest and eat something. Hearing that, he asked, what's for dinner today? Jeonji replied, what are you going to make? Instant noodles? No. The backpack fell to the ground. Ingredients were carefully cut on the cutting board. A delicious-looking bowl of pasta was served. This is spaghetti bolognese. Mom's secret if you want to make a delicious dish. Cook something with a lot of sauce. Jiang then used a fork to taste the dish. He then praised, delicious. Hearing that, he replied, at least your taste buds are still normal. He immediately shouted, what? Wang Yik hesitantly explained, no. Because immortals have good senses. Even if your taste is very sensitive, you can still eat dishes like this. Hearing that, he ate voraciously and said, cooking is also a form of training. He replied helplessly, is that training? Jiang ate faster and faster. It helps me recover my stamina. Hearing that, he could only reply, I understand. Eat slowly. Back at the training ground, he said to him, let's add one more thing. Confused, he asked back, add one more thing. Jiang slowly approached him. You're used to taking blows with your forearms, so. Swish asterisk. Jiang immediately rushed forward and attacked him. Wang Yik's eyes were filled with surprise. He then said, it's time to train internal organ regeneration. He screamed in pain. While he was in pain and kneeling on the ground, Jiang tightly gripped the knife in his hand and calmly said, wait. Internal organ regeneration takes more time, so basic training is a must. Wang Yik was shocked by the scene just now. He was lost in panic. I couldn't dodge. It all happened too fast. He asked, just now. How did you do that? Jiang proudly replied, you have to cover your tracks. If your opponent's senses are very sharp, you have to know how to hide your breath. He shouted, how do you hide it? Well, Wang Yik trembled with the pain. He whispered, damn it, you punched a hole in my stomach. At least you should have said something. Hearing that, Jiang replied nonchalantly, I understand. You know. Looking at the wound, he said, it's about to heal. He replied annoyed. Didn't you stab me so I had to regenerate? Jiang replied, yes, that's right, but do you want to learn how to hide your presence? He quickly answered, yes. Time passed. 2 days later, the elevator descended to floor B2. Wang Yik stepped out of the door and greeted, teacher, I'm here. A clicking sound was heard, a pistol was pointed at him. Seeing that, Wang Yik asked, is today a survival game? She immediately replied, something similar. Asterisk bang asterisk. A shot was fired and whizzed past him. The bullet lodged itself firmly in the wall. Doogie then explained, it's a gas-modified gun and uses special ammunition. Then she took aim and said, dodge. Surprised by the situation, he stood frozen in shock. Doogie continuously fired shot after shot at him as he ran. While shooting, she said, guns are very dangerous. Getting hit can cause injury. Move while I'm aiming. Doogie suggested, find something to hide behind, and if you can't find anything good, then run so fast that I can't aim at you. She instructed him on how to dodge. Don't run in a straight line. Run in a zigzag pattern. Don't let others predict your movements. If you're about to get caught, tense your muscles and change direction, using the force to lift your body. A bullet grazed his shoulder. Instead, she yelled loudly, don't get hit. Even one bullet is enough to make you feel helpless. If you're about to get hit, take the blow with the part of your body that won't cripple you. Hearing those words, Wang Yik pondered as he ran, preventing loss of mobility. Just like the immortals, his mind quickly imagined. Learning from both sides has taught me that the fighting styles of immortals and shapeshifters are based on their characteristics. Images of past training sessions flashed through his mind. Instead of teaching me how to fight, they taught me images of him giving up. Then I tried to overcome it. How to survive, the constant effort in the past, the harsh exercises in any situation I might encounter. He quickly recalled past exercises. Immortals need to be careful with weapons like knives because they can cause a large amount of damage. With guns, a shotgun is even more dangerous than a rifle. On the other hand, shapeshifters are very willing to fight people with knives. All you need to do is dodge and counterattack. A shapeshifter's reflexes and strength allow for such combat. For them, a shotgun is easy to control, but its range is wide. You at least have to get close to them for the game to end. They just need to stay as far away as possible. To make hitting them impossible, shapeshifters cannot regenerate, so their movements are calculated with the intention of not taking damage. His heavy breathing echoed, and bullet casings were scattered on the floor. Zhu Hu spoke up, all right, training is over. He looked around and thought, how are we going to clean all this up? The young girl quickly ordered, get up and run past that tree. He replied, okay. Wang Yik thought to himself as he lifted the weights. At least this kind of physical training is better than foolishly hurting myself. He began to walk on the rope. Suddenly, a terrifying creature appeared behind him. Wang Yik felt a sense of worry. The rope quickly shook slightly. He immediately fell hard below. Wang Yik, with a terrified face, turned around. Behind him, only Doogie was standing. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, you. The next sentence made him terrified. You felt it. Wang Yik asked in a daze. What was that? Zhui approached him while explaining, that's bloodlust. I see you can feel it. The boy showed a look of disgust. Don't do that again. It feels like my heart is about to explode. I don't like it one bit. Despite that, she still exuded killing intent again. It'll be fine once you get used to it. And if you have something similar, things will become easier. Wang Yik's face darkened with fear. Let's continue training. Things continued as they were. The hellish shapeshifter training began. But what was fun was after today's. I no longer fell when running on the rope. I even found a way to withstand the woman's bloodlust. Jui's serious face scared the boy. Geez. She keeps doing that. He clenched his teeth and trained hard. Thanks to my enhanced immortal senses, I was able to grasp the feeling of bloodlust from my 5 senses and use a 6th sense to utilize them. His feet stepped one by one on the rope while his hands lifted a weight, tensing his lower abdomen and holding steady. Then a part of them would be put to use. Doogie stood below, observing meticulously, and only let out a satisfied sound. He did it. His hand tightened around the small sword. My training continues to alternate between immortal and shapeshifter, and the immortal training is like a punishment from hell. The previous tools, stained with red blood, were also to develop his self-healing ability. His coach continuously shot arrows. I have to practice with the asterisk, bow, and arrow. Even bear traps were used, and traps too. You have to be extremely careful with traps. Jiang pointed to his head to explain. Once you get caught in a trap, it's going to be extremely painful. And when it's too painful, your mind will have a hard time staying clear. The other person asked curiously, so things that cause continuous pain instead of instantaneous pain are more dangerous? He walked towards him and gently said, usually, immortals fight while taking injuries. That's why you have to get used to the pain. Because it's hard to think clearly when you're in pain. Wang Yik's training continued with harsh exercises, so the next thing I did was drink poison. Shapeshifter training is much easier. I have to train while wearing weights and iron armor. He panted as he lifted the weights with one hand. Then he had to add weights to his ankle and wrist joints. The boy trembled as he tried to keep his hands balanced. I also have to practice dodging bullets and walking through a carpet of fire. Other times, I train with barbells. Of course, there will be changes. While I was in training, my father went on a business trip for 10 days. His parents embraced each other warmly in front of their child. What if I want to see you when you're away? Yanho replied tenderly. It's okay, dear. We'll video call every day. The poor son standing by could only sigh. Mom, you'd think Dad was leaving for years. This time, he even used a wooden sword for training. The time she wasn't poking holes all over me. She was teaching me how to use weapons and martial arts. Jiang suddenly commented, you learn to shoot quickly. In Wang Yik's heart, he silently told himself, I find it quite difficult. He and the master fought fiercely with swords, but it didn't mean it couldn't be done. Maybe because I have the strength and reflexes of a shapeshifter, I learn quite quickly. Dugu took turns supervising him. Although it's a model gun, it's quite similar to a real gun. The young man was very focused on lifting the gun. Other times, she would let him shoot. She seriously reminded him, practicing martial arts is good, but you can practice at home. You can do it just by watching some clips. But practicing shooting is difficult because it requires a lot of concentration. Countless bullet casings flew out as he fired. That's what she said. But I have a mixed bloodline with the 5 special senses of an immortal, so this is quite easy. Night quickly fell everywhere. 2 months passed like that. His father sat leisurely on the chair with his wife. Son, you just got back from the gym. Wang Yik replied politely. Yes, I got a week off after a week of hard training. And it's making me antsy. Does my body not want to feel pain? I hope not. They both looked at him with anticipation. You look much stronger now. Well done, son. Then they started being affectionate again. He's just like you. That's because he's smart like you. He could only chuckle to himself. He was so used to it. Their love is so passionate. But why don't I have a younger sister? Wang Yik's clothes were tossed into the laundry basket beside him. The young man looked at his reflection in the mirror. He rested his hands on the edge of the sink. A few jealous thoughts slipped into his mind. Why can't I get a girlfriend? My standards aren't that high. Why not? I don't want someone healthy and sexy like my mom. Just someone cute and mature. But she has to be attractive too. It would be even better if she knew how to cook. It would be nice to have some common hobbies with me. But if possible, I want her to look really good in jeans. If possible, I want her to be smart and sensible too. At this moment, Seol Hai's phone suddenly rang with a call. She immediately stood up and informed her husband. I'm going to see Hyman's mom for a bit. He was surprised at this hour. She immediately explained her child is going through puberty now. She must be exhausted. Yanho quickly understood the situation. What a dead time. The door closed gently as Seon Hai left. Yanho glanced at the phone beside him with a meaningful look. After showering, Wang Yik went downstairs with a wet towel. Mom, I can't find the hairdryer. However, the living room was empty. Why is no one here? The young man sat on the chair and picked up his phone. His father's message had been sent earlier. There's a test tomorrow. It's been a while since I've taken a test. It feels strange. He also suddenly remembered some old stories. His friends also wondered why he didn't go to university after taking the CSAT. They took turns questioning him. You really didn't apply. You're so stubborn. Let me see your scores first. Wang Yik wasn't too bothered. I don't think I'd be ashamed if I didn't use my high scores for everything. I don't want to go to college anyway. I've already figured out my path. Time rewinds to 9 years ago, the day the gates began to open. The young boy was then very small and weak, hiding under the rubble of collapsed buildings. Tears were still welling up in his eyes when Wang Yik looked surprised, but ever since I saw him, the tall figure in front of him was unforgettable, fighting countless intruders. He had decided that he had to be like him. He leaned back with a slight smile. My mom would be sad if she knew. She said she wanted me to have a normal life before I awakened. But where did she go? At this time, in front of the still-lit convenience store, someone's call was heard. Zhu Hui approached with a wave of her hand. King Seonhai. She started by asking, "What excuse did you use to get out of the house?" She glanced at her friend. I said I had to go to my parents' house, who live nearby. The two stopped at a place for a convenient conversation. Aren't you curious? Seonhai mentioned her son more clearly. The other person took a sip of water and replied, "You didn't ask anything about what your son is doing." She clicked her tongue. TSK. I just want my son to do well with that mixed blood. No. The mixed blood of a shapeshifter will usually lose half of the shapeshifter's abilities. She looked ahead with a determined gaze. So I won't ask because I'm quite worried. On the other side, a surprised voice came from the phone. Huh? What? Are you serious? Enro was on the roof and threatened the person. Do you want me to cut off your limbs and throw you into the sea? The other end of the line immediately retorted. You really don't know. I thought you didn't call me because you knew. Wang Yik's father replied in confusion. What are you talking about? But the person interrupted with a firm statement. He's abnormal. Yano's eyes immediately shifted to the phone. What? Seon-hee was still confiding in her friend. He doesn't need to be talented or outstanding. I just want my son to be able to protect himself from crazy science groups or things like that. Dugu suddenly slammed the can of water down. There was a crazy science group a long time ago. Those bastards were always trying to create special species by combining other species with pure blood. The words were uttered with hatred, an abnormal one. Seonhai next to her also agreed, yes. And they failed. They ended up creating monsters with the power of both species. She was a little annoyed when she mentioned those things. There's only one conclusion from what they did. If you're an immortal, a shapeshifter, a superman, or whatever, if you try to create another species from humans, it will only end up weakening the power of the original species. Dugu laughed when he heard that. You're lucky. The person next to him was surprised. What do you mean? She looked straight into her eyes to confirm. Your son is much more special. Ian-ho was also stunned by the news. Abnormal. Does that mean my son is half as weak? I thought my son would be at least half as strong since my blood is more dominant. Wang Yik's coach retorted, no, it's the opposite. He has a lot of potential. He's a prodigy with potential I've never seen before. I even taught him how to hide his abilities. His father froze in shock. Really? Doogie on this side was drawing her own conclusion. His body is perfect, but more than that, she seemed to be interested in the next thing. More than that, she immediately continued. He has a great brain. Seonhai got a little angry. Don't use that word. But she had to change to a look of surprise when she heard everything she said. He's smart and very talented. He even learned bloodlust. Ian-ho was also having the same emotions as her. If you're lying to me just to flatter me, I'll make you smell the dirt for the weeks. She was wary of Jui. You're not funny. However, in response to the threat was still Zhongji's firm words. I'm telling the truth. Your son is very talented. The female coach smiled sincerely. Your son is a genius. Wang Yik's father curled his lips in silence. His mother showed the same expression. Both of them were both happy and proud as they told themselves, that's my son. Wang Yik woke up from a good sleep, which made him yawn widely. Good morning, Mom. The young man rubbed his eyes and asked, where's Dad? Seonhai was busy preparing breakfast. He went out to work early. You should wash your face and eat early too. He was a little surprised to see the lavish meal. Yes? Is today a special day or something? She replied as she brought out the food, of course. Today is a very important day. Her son also suddenly remembered. That's right. He immediately thought of it in his head. Today is the civil service exam day. Seanhai rattled on excitedly to maximize the potential of the brain. You need to make sure your brain has enough glucose. So people usually just think about what they can mix with water. Basically, it's just eating something sweet in the morning. So you don't need to eat a whole bunch of food for breakfast. But instead of easily digestible foods, just like the CSAT, you'll get sleepy from eating too much or suddenly want to run to the restroom. Wang Yik replied calmly, yes. Even though the training he had experienced had nothing to do with using his brain, but rather training for survival. In his mind, he could only see a catastrophic scene, a reality, a river of blood. The day of the special immortal something. The dishes on the table were cleared in just a moment. Thank you for the meal, Mom. Seanhai followed him to the door to ask, are you ready? The young man reassured her as he got ready, yes. I've studied so hard that the materials even appear in my dreams. I dreamed of having my legs cut off and my internal organs pierced. She mumbled sadly, if you fail, your father will be very disappointed. Her words surprised him. Mom. Wang Yik turned his head to look at her with understanding. I get it. She doesn't want me to become a civil servant, but she also doesn't want me to fail. She wants to encourage me, but she's also worried about the shapeshifter side of me. He then confidently affirmed to her, Mom, don't worry, I'm also an immortal. His mother very straightforwardly suggested, really? Alright, if you fail, we'll meet in the boxing ring. Remembering her strength made him shudder. That's a bit I just thought of something I didn't want to think about. Seanhai returned to her usual gentle expression and smiled. If you don't want that, you have to pass. Wanik also happily promised. Yes, I guarantee I will pass. The young man stepped outside and pressed the number 1 on the elevator. He hummed a few tunes in his mouth while waiting. Listening to music is the best when you're stressed. He suddenly started, wait, with the precise senses of an immortal. Wang Yik's throat also twitched in response. The elevator reached the 13th floor with his melodious singing. I don't know why I keep saying things that are the opposite of what I feel. Looking back, I feel so regretful. From now on, I will express to you that I loved you from the very first moment. When Min accidentally walked to the elevator with her phone and heard the whole thing. I have loved you that much. He also felt something was wrong and stopped immediately. The girl sighed and put her phone aside. If you want to confess to me, don't sing. With that face. You don't need to sing well. His attitude immediately changed. What are you talking about? Why do you care about things like that? She giggled as she teased the person next to her. Aren't you going to confess to me? A very firm answer came from his mouth. Yeah, no. She immediately pressed. Why? The other person sighed in exasperation. Haven't I told you about my ideal type many times? However, she suddenly grabbed his hand. When Min smiled brightly like a flower to seduce the young man, do you think a beautiful, smart girl with a perfect body like me is easy to find? Just then, the elevator reached the number 1 and dinged. The young man also pushed Hymenia's hand away. Don't say things like that outside. Society is scary these days. Do you want to have iron rings on your hands? And smart. Do you have any conscience at all? She still tried to chase after him. Wait for me. The person in front coldly shooed her away. Don't follow me. When Min was curious, Appa, where are you going? He replied very briefly and concisely to the government office. Hearing that, she blurted out, Edwin. Wang Yik's voice became even more annoyed. They really know how to advertise. It's like brainwashing. The two stopped in front of the bus stop. Anyway, I'm busy. Go to class. The girl next to him continued to plead, Appa, I'm a high school senior. I'll be in college next year. He replied perfunctorily, congratulations, when you get your ID. Don't waste your life on alcohol. The girl immediately retorted, you know you're only a year older than me, right? The young man immediately asked back, see the age difference yet? Hyman stammered, no. That's not what I meant. She radiated a sparkling aura to show off herself. I'm in an all-girls high school now, but I don't want to go to an all-girls college next year either. Next year, this hot and seductive lady will attract a lot of hungry men. The other person immediately cut in. You should study first. Your mom is worried about you. Hyman tried to convince him, we're dating. You should help me study too. Having a smart boyfriend is for taking advantage of things like this. Wang Yik walked straight onto the bus with a wave. Who's your boyfriend? The poor guy had just pressed the self-destruct button. She was left behind and felt very bitter. Get lost. He got on the bus, but was also a little hesitant about the specialty of Kang Human, which is kicking, damn it. Ms. High Kick is a senior now and still hasn't changed a bit. The bus wheels quickly rolled and moved quickly on the road. It stopped at a red light. The peaceful scenery around here continued as usual. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a tall, multi-story building. Wang Yik stood outside the entrance, deep in thought. 7:50 a.m., the exam starts at 9 a.m. So I'm a little early. Where should I go now? In the end, he still decided to go inside the building. Hello. The cheerful staff member stood up to greet him. Yes, what brings you here today? He quickly explained the situation. I heard there's a special exam today. The man who was already waiting beside him spoke up. Are you a candidate? Wang Yik turned to answer. Yes. He glared at him with his sharp eyes. An unconcealed suspicion appeared in his words. May I see your exam papers? This made him worried as well. Why does he keep staring at me like I'm a fraud? They checked very quickly before moving on to instructing him. Here you go. Do Kwang X yes. Confirmed. Take the elevator to the 9th floor. Wang Yik stepped out of the elevator in confusion. This is it. The next guide was already there. Are you a candidate? He replied as usual, yes. The woman made a request. Let me see your papers. She held two different pieces of paper in her hands and looked at them thoughtfully. Yes, confirmed. She pressed the button to open the door. You go into the last room in there. Wang Yik politely followed, but was a little annoyed. Okay, this is annoying. Are all immortal exams like this? The sound of his footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. The place was designed very minimally with many rooms. When he arrived at the so-called Special Examination Center, he stopped. This room. The young man stood still for a moment to assess the sound. It must be a bloodbath in there. A complete mess, but it's in the middle of Juaduma, the old force. Is this the power of the world government? His thoughts hardened. Alright, focus. When I open the door, a knife might fly out. Dodging it might be the condition to enter the examination center. The door slowly creaked open with his high alert. But I'm sure that horrifying things like the training I went through are waiting. Surprisingly, the inside was very spacious and tidy, isn't it? The only person in the room spoke up. You're the earliest one here. Wang Yik was startled by the surprise. No, this person. The first thing he noticed was that shiny head. No, he has hair. The staff member was focused and said, Come here and show me your papers. Meanwhile, he was lost in his own speculation. We've been making hair loss prevention medicine with ingredients from the White Hall for a long time. There are even cheaper drugs, but they have side effects. That means He was extremely surprised when he came to the conclusion, asked for fashion. The man looked up with a frown. Candidate. Wang Yik hurriedly walked over and presented what was needed. Here are my papers and ID. Why so many checks? Isn't looking at my handsome face enough to know? He quickly assigned him his seat, number 48, over there. He thought doubtfully. This exam is different from what I imagined. Why are there tables and chairs? In all my training sessions, I've never seen them. However, he still obediently sat at his desk. No, once the real test begins. Who knows what will happen? That bald guy might suddenly pull out a knife and rush towards me. He clasped his hands together and stared intently. Alright, focus until the last minute. Killing intent from Wang Yik's desk began to burn like fire. This way. I won't be surprised by anything. Time passed quickly, and the other candidates around him arrived and took their seats. One person held a book and kept mumbling something. Another used a notebook to check everything. His sweat began to pour. Du Wang Yik, 20, male, is currently experiencing the biggest surprise of his life. The man stood up with a pen. I'm sure everyone brought one, but does anyone not have a pen? He paused to look around the room for a moment. Wang Yik hesitated for a long time before daring to raise a hand. He immediately sized him up. Who the hell are you? Even he was speechless. I know, right? Du Kwangich received something that wasn't right, but couldn't say anything. He suddenly remembered old moments. I don't know since when I started preparing for the exam. Not only his mother, but also his father reminded him. The extra classes for the exam were just a continuous series of painful days. The young man ran and then shivered from the pain, but I still put my heart and soul into it. The coach even stabbed and slashed very cruelly to be able to pass the exam. Wang Yik's face clearly darkened. However, the proctor's announcement rang out. The exam will take place in 10 minutes. He was the first to arrive and spent 50 minutes just staring into space, so he was very panicked. I've come to the wrong place. He kept sweating profusely at his words. I'm sure everyone has a pen, but does anyone not have one? He could only think in agony, my last hope is gone. The other person handed him the pen very normally. Take it. He stared at the pen for a final check. A normal pen. I must be taking a written test. Wang Yik curiously observed the exam room again. The atmosphere here is also like other exam centers. But what are they studying? If I ask them to show me what they're looking at, will I get scolded? Their faces shone brightly in his thoughts. I noticed it earlier, but everyone here is so beautiful. The men also have a very attractive ruggedness. Some could even be idols. The young man returned to his seat, but his eyes were still glued to someone. Among them, the most attractive one is. Then Neen's tall figure beside him made him extremely jealous. This bastard, damn it. Even his hand is beautiful. It's like he's filming a commercial for himself. What's that halo behind him? He also happened to look up and meet Wang Yik's eyes. But then he immediately turned away as if avoiding communication. He was a little embarrassed by the situation. Gosh, I hope he didn't misunderstand me. The person outside also came in quickly. The door of the room was pushed open by a staff member carrying props. The blackboard was moved around the table, which surprised him. The wheels attached to the bottom of the blackboard squeaked as they were moved. The same thing appeared outside and was dragged away professionally. Soon, the blackboard had completely surrounded Wang Yik's field of vision. The host spoke up again. Now we will start distributing the exam papers. The young man calmly rested his chin on his hand. Are these partitions for immortals with sensitive senses? No wonder the tables are so far apart. Outside the entrance, there was still a bustling sound of people. I just arrived on time. The instructor quickly assigned him, candidate number 50, over there. The other person stammered an explanation. I overslept. While Wang Yik was focusing on the file of papers being distributed. If it were a different kind of exam, they would have rejected a latecomer like this immediately. He glanced over with a few thoughts. The exam for immortals seems easy, but on closer inspection, there's a warning inside. The special employment exam for immortals. If you tell anyone outside or post anything online, spreading information about the test, a special law for special species. He immediately thought again. All right, I take back what I said. The sound of rustling around him began to spread. So difficult, be quiet. The young man also held his head and sighed. Really, I'd rather run on a blade than take this kind of test. So I can show them my talent for running through blades. Wang Yik's eyes looked at the piece of paper with surprise. The question inside was a multiple-choice question. Your leg has a hole the size of a coin. Which of the following actions should you take first? 1. Use a portable blood transfusion pack. 2. Determine where the wound came from. The wound was shot. The wound was caused by a burn. Find something to do. 4. Apply pressure to the wound. 5. Pray to Buddha and avoid the truth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this?" Wang Yik rubbed the back of his neck and circled the answer. Did someone just say it's difficult? Option number 4. The young man calculated the possibilities very carefully. If it's not a special case, the second and third ones would be more important, but a wound the size of a coin isn't that big. Assuming the wound was caused by a gunshot, the first thing to do is to apply pressure to the wound. Jiang's words echoed in his head. Whatever you do, always prioritize stopping the bleeding first. Continuous bleeding will lead to shock. Apply pressure and find something to stop the bleeding. The young man became even more certain of his guess. The teacher also said it back then, but if you've run through those blades a few times, you can learn that on your own. Just stop the bleeding and nothing else will happen. He continued to the next line. The second question is, when losing blood at a high rate, what percentage of blood loss will lead to shock? 1. 5 to 10% to 10 to 15%. For 15 to 20% 4. 20 to 25% 5.5 to 30% after the saying. It's all like this. This was related to a lesson he had learned before. I've never been in shock before, so I was scolded for it back then. Jiang relentlessly chased after him to attack him. Why aren't you in shock yet? How many more stabs will it take? Wang Yik was panicking at the time. How many more are you going to stab? He said, I'm probably an immortal, but if not, I'm just a normal person. If I were to go into shock like a normal person, the answer would be. And so he continued to solve the problems in the test. Next question. You can't dodge the opponent's blade attack. What will you do? The answer is to give them your hand. I'll continue to solve the problems. I've been told about how important mobility is countless times. The pen in the young man's hand moved ceaselessly. The next question is 1. Suddenly I remember a movie I watched back then. While doing it, he thought leisurely. The main character was born into a poor family and decided to participate in a quiz show with a crazy prize. That character answered the questions using their life experience. This question is about poison. I'm good at that. Meanwhile, others were pulling their hair out. This test wants to ask the candidates whether they have used the immortal body a lot or not, and how much they know about it. Those things made him tell himself that he had used this body to go through extremely terrible training sessions. No, to put it simply, I came back from hell. Fragments of memories reappeared in his mind to help him solve the problem. The basic things I learned from my teacher, and the knowledge I learned from going through many different training sessions. The pen was put down by him after he finished. All of those things have given me the answer. Wang Yik's hands were on the table, very calm. Practice is learning. But the young man suddenly noticed something behind the paper. There's another question behind this. Is this an essay question? The question still didn't stump him. How to kill an immortal. This one. It's obvious. After finishing the last question, Wang Yik curiously looked around the room. I'm done. How long has it been? The bald man also saw him. He still has another hour. Did he give up? Anyone who finishes early can leave first. Just flip the paper over and leave. The young man did as he was told and gently pushed the door to go out. He was quite surprised to see a familiar face, Luna with the bob haircut at the entrance. The girl stood in front of him with a clipboard in her hand. Have you read the details of the agreement on the paper? Wang Yik quickly replied yes. The staff continued to share the electronic board. This is about the agreement. He immediately reached out to scroll through them. Personal information privacy law. If I violate the agreement, I will be arrested by Fox regardless of whether I am an immortal or not. Wow, that sounds scary. Agreed, she suddenly asked, are you sure you're a half-breed? Although a little surprised. He also politely replied, well, that's right, a half-breed between a shapeshifter and an immortal. The spiky-haired girl smiled brightly. Good luck. Wang Yik's cheeks suddenly turned red. Thank you. Is this my chance? But she's not my type either. That night, the immortal competition venue was still brightly lit in some rooms. The bald man held his head and sighed. In his hand was Wang Yik's exam paper. Who is this young man? Explain how to kill an immortal, besides being buried underground and underwater. The answer was written very briefly: suffocation, freezing, burning, grinding into powder. All are dangerous to an immortal. Suffocation causes unconsciousness. Frozen by niter. A person burned by fire cannot function normally either. And it's impossible to regenerate while being ground into powder. If you think of a way to kill an immortal, there's no answer that can specifically explain it. He pondered to himself. From the very beginning, this question had no specific answer. Most immortals have a serious lack of knowledge about their own safety. So I think we had to create questions about scary weapons and situations. Do they know what will harm an immortal's body? He focused on the essay question. The last question is about that issue. Our bodies can regenerate, but that doesn't mean they can't die. Once we know that, we can minimize facing death without having to remember all the ways to kill an immortal. Wang Yin's information was laid out before him. I heard he's a half-breed between an immortal and a human. His physical abilities are probably poor, but his intelligence could be very useful. The bald man tried to imagine a person who didn't look like an immortal. Was the first to arrive and sat still for an hour. Was the first to leave the room. Didn't bring any pens. Finished grading. And now for grading impressions. His impression. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye. His phone rang with a call. Wang picked up the phone and called Mom. Seonhai, who was in the kitchen, immediately replied. Then he immediately informed her. I passed the preliminary exam. She was very pleased and praised him. Really. Well done. However, the young man held out his phone. It's not just that I passed, Mom. Seonhai turned her head in confusion. What else? A message from the web appeared. The special employment exam for immortals. We would like to inform you that you have passed the first written exam with the highest score. She immediately noticed the last line. Did you get the highest score? Seonhai's hand grabbed the knife on the stove. Her other hand quickly picked up the phone. She happily reported the news to his father. Honey, the little one passed the exam with the highest score. Yes, that's right. Of course, me too. Premium Korean beef, please. He then suggested to her, can I take off my belt today? However, his mother just coldly refused. Wear one that's more flexible. Night came quickly to the warm home of the Wang family. Dad's home. He immediately ran out to greet him. Dad, welcome back. He exclaimed in surprise. Son. His son's attitude made him a little sad. At least you should say hello to your dad. He was now constantly mumbling. Premium beef. Each piece of meat was prepared by his mother and grilled on the stove, smelling delicious. The three of them clinked their beers together very happily. Ian-ho and Seonhai kept praising him. Dad knew you would pass. Of course, whose son is this? Our son. He comfortably recounted his feelings. The questions in there were easier than I thought. The teacher was also better than I thought. His father passed him a piece of meat, which made him very excited. Now that you know the results. You'll have an interview soon, right? Just one more interview and you're done. The child replied while eagerly waiting to eat the meat. Yes. Wang Yik's mother suddenly wondered which department the child would enter first. Yeonho had the same question. He will definitely start in a public enterprise under the Ministry of Public Administration and Security. I'm not sure either. Wang Yik stopped eating his meat and observed them. How cruel. His father was still smiling happily, but he could see through it. Mom likes Dad's normal behavior. But in my eyes, it seems like Dad is avoiding the question. At this point, he himself was also curious. The government and Odox choose immortals for what purpose? What does an immortal civil servant do? He chewed with his mouth full, but still couldn't stop staring at his father. I have so many questions, but I'm sure Dad won't answer any of them properly. Yanho noticed his gaze and asked, "What is it?" Wang Yik tried to start a conversation with him. "Dad, give me some tips for the upcoming interview." But he immediately dismissed the matter. "I don't know anything." Wang Yik put on his suit jacket. He straightened his tie. "A short time after celebrating my topping the written exam, I received a message with the date I needed to come for an interview. The interview will be held in the same building as the written test. Until the end, my father still refused to give me any information." Ianho smiled brightly and said, "I told you I don't know. In general, interviews like that usually ask about personality and stuff, so I've already prepared my answers in my head." Remembering those words, he pondered, "Whatever, this is the real test." Seonhai appeared from behind and instructed, "Son." She looked at him with proud eyes. "Good luck." Wang Yik calmly replied, "Yes." The apartment elevator reached the first floor. Wang Yik stepped out from inside and looked around. He pressed his body against the door. He thought to himself with self-love. I look so handsome. I could debut as a celebrity. From behind, Hyman appeared and praised him. "You look so narcissistic. Are you looking at yourself in the mirror and talking to yourself?" Seeing this, he turned and said, "We've been running into each other a lot lately. Are you following me?" She chuckled and replied, "Following you? When was that?" "I was just passing by." He lectured her. "On a weekend like this, instead of going out to play, you should be studying. You're a senior after all." Hearing him say that, she replied, "When you become a tutor, then you can lecture people like that." Wang Yik sighed warily and replied, "No time." When Min praised him with a shy face, "You look good in that suit." Wang Yik smiled faintly and replied, "I know. At the interview company, the sky today is so blue." In the special staff interview waiting room, Wang Yik walked inside, his eyes scanning the candidates who were engrossed in their phones. Everyone is so diligent. Should I read some more interview stories from a big company? Suddenly, he noticed the man nearby. It was the rich kid who sat next to him at the exam center. His eyes suddenly widened. Then he immediately turned his face away with a look of disgust. Seeing that, Wang Yik felt a little angry and cursed silently in his head. "What kind of attitude is that? I'm not sitting next to you this time." "Of course not, because I don't want to be compared to you." A quiet atmosphere enveloped the entire corridor. The door of the room suddenly opened, and the male staff member inside quickly called out, "Candidate number 48, Do Hong X." He quickly replied, "Yes." Wang Yik slowly entered the room. Looking at the man in front of him, Wang Yik judged in his head. His skin is pale and his hair is bright red. His nickname should be the Candle. His gaze shifted to the woman next to him, and the person sitting next to him. She asked gently, "Have we met before?" Seeing her presence surprised him. "The lady from the exam center? Now she's an interviewer too?" Daram asked him a question. "First, may I ask what motivated you to apply here?" Wang Yik thought for a moment and then replied, "If I say it's because my dad told me to, I'll definitely be rejected, right? First, I want to try my hand at difficult exams like this to see how far I can go." He continued to present his thoughts, "And it's also because I want my dream to come true." Hearing those two words, Kim Han asked, "Dream?" Wang Yik quickly replied, "I want to fight for my country and its people." Kim Han continued to ask, "So how much are you willing to sacrifice for your allies?" He replied, "I don't know. It depends on the situation at that time." Hearing that, he coldly retorted, "You mean you don't intend to sacrifice anything?" Wang Yik quickly gave convincing answers. "No, instead I will find a practical solution." As he spoke, his mind was filled with anxiety. At least, it sounds a bit provocative. And there were many more obvious questions and answers after that. Daram then posed a question to him. "If your mother and your lover were drowning, who would you save first?" Wang Yik replied without thinking, "I think I would save them both at the same time. I'm a very good swimmer." Kim Han then asked again, "If there's only one bullet left but there are two targets that need to be shot?" He replied with a dazed look, "I'll shoot one person and throw the gun at the other." Daram, hearing his words, imagined the situation in her head. She covered her face and let out an "a" sound. "It must be because my answer didn't sound convincing enough." Well, that's what happened in my interview. A few days later, while he was playing games, Wang Yik's laughter echoed through the room. Seonhai saw this and asked, "Son, just because the interview is over, you're lying around like this? You don't have any plans today, right? Go out and play." Hearing that, he replied, "Huh? I have plans." She then asked again, "Really?" He replied, "Yes." Then Seonhai threatened, "You know what will happen if you fail, right?" Hearing those words, Wang Yik's expression changed. A date with mom in the ring. and that night will end with a bloody lesson. Seonhai asked again, plans with whom? He quickly replied, I have plans with myself. Today I will eat, sleep, and rest. Seonhai was speechless at his answer. She suddenly clenched her fist, her voice filled with excitement. Suddenly my hands are itching. I want to do something. Where should we go? You want to go hiking? It's been a long time since we've gone. Let's go out and talk. Hearing that, he replied in a weary voice, yes. Soon he warned, you have to be careful there. She continued to advise, their poison is very dangerous for shapeshifters. If you are controlled by them, many bad things will happen. He didn't understand and asked. For example, Seonhai replied, usually it's being attacked by them. He asked again, what's the other danger? She answered, their poison weakens your ability to recover. Seonhai continued to ask him questions. Do you know why we have the story of the wolf howling at the full moon? There was a shapeshifter child who couldn't control their instincts and cried at the moon one night, and at that very moment, the full moon appeared. She spoke with a somewhat sad tone. If you can't suppress your emotions, just go out and scream your heart out. Hearing those words, he replied, but usually when we hear the news, the most shocking incidents are caused by magicians and superhumans. I've never heard anyone howling at night. Hearing that, Seonhai offered a solution. There is a way to suppress emotions. He was surprised and asked, what is it? She immediately stated, self-control. Hearing those words, Wang Yik's mind recalled the events during his training. After I awakened, my mother often took me hiking. It was probably to practice my self-control by climbing mountains. Seonhai pointed at him and explained seriously, and it also helps you relax your mind. You can use that energy to supplement your training in self-control. The problem lies there. The next words made Wang Yik speechless. That's why I told you to get a girlfriend. If you don't find one, you'll end up moldy sooner or later. She continued to state, well, if that happens, it's better to stay moldy, right? In terms of movement, you're very likely to get into trouble. Seonhai said, are you ga? He quickly cut her off now. Hearing him say that, Seonhai sighed in frustration. You being like this makes me worried. Maybe you need to go out and not stay at home all the time. She continued, since you passed, why don't you go out and relax a bit? What do you want to do now? Hearing that, Wang Yik stammered that. Rewinding to the interview, Daram congratulated him. Congratulations on being accepted. She handed a file of documents to Wang Yik and explained, please read through this and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Wang Yik took the file, read the information inside, and thought to himself, a 5-week-long training course, an orientation course. What do they teach that takes more than a month? Living in a dorm during the probationary period. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The information in the document shocked him greatly. The annual salary for a new employee is 6,500. 01. The physical training fee is covered by insurance and bonuses will be added separately. The activity fee will increase to 6,500,000 won. Cultural and entertainment activities are covered. After the probationary period, you will be provided with an office and an apartment near your workplace. Other activities are covered by various benefits. This and that are covered, diverse and very diverse. If you work for more than a few months, you will be exempt from military service. Wang Yik suddenly exclaimed, my dream is to become a soldier. He shyly cursed in his head. What the hell is wrong with this company? Are they crazy? They're messing up the Korean work ecosystem. Daram asked him, want to ask anything? Hearing that, he asked back, can I show this document to my parents? She then asked, is your father an immortal? He replied, yes. Daram's face was full of excitement as she rested her chin on her hand and said, if you want your mother to be sentenced to life in prison, feel free to let her know. It will surely be a very beautiful memory. Thank you. Do you think so? Hearing those words, he thought fearfully. She says such crazy things in such a cute way. Back to the present, Wang Yik was filled with anxiety. Then I can't tell Mom. He then spoke up, Mom. With these conditions and benefits, his eyes showed clear determination. I intend to become the head of the Ministry of Administration and Security. Hearing those words, she let out a weary sigh and said, oh really? As a young man who aspires to be a dedicated member of society, I think this much dedication is necessary. He thought to himself, I just want to work at a company that recognizes my value. Definitely not for the money or free housing. Definitely not. Seonhai stood up, her eyes blazing. That's enough, he continued. It's all thanks to my informative father and beautiful mother. Of course, it's all thanks to the blood of my parents that I inherited. Suddenly she exclaimed, I'm so happy. He was quite surprised by that statement. Seeing that, Seonhai continued to explain, I'm happy to have you as my son. I guess I still love you despite all your jokes. She said to him in a gentle tone, "If there was a child like you in a group of shapeshifter children." He quickly reassured her, "I'm really fine." His mind was filled with anxious thoughts. "Mom, I feel very lucky to be born a half-breed. Shapeshifters have to face their instincts. Immortals have to face extremely dangerous things. The number of criminals with special abilities is increasing every year. What is the solution?" He thought of a solution. "I've heard that there are many shapeshifters with extremely aggressive instincts and immortals who are extremely sensitive. But I'm not one of them." Looking at the surrounding scenery, Wang Yik was lost in thought. "My instincts are at a level where I can control them just by using everything online. Like a normal 20-year-old. Thinking about happy things and the sensitivity of an immortal like me makes it easy to calm down. I'm confident I can do well anywhere." He also left a message, "So Mom, don't worry." Wang Yik was holding his phone. "I'm confident I'll do well." On the bus, the appearances of the people gradually became visible. The carefully selected people, and he was waiting for the bus to take him to the training site. No matter where I am, and no matter with whom. With the scorching heat of the sun, everyone around was drenched in sweat. At this point, Wang Yik was already on the bus. He looked out, his mind filled with happy thoughts. Summer is here. Finally escaped the scorching sun and sat enjoying the air conditioning in the giant bus, rented by the company. Half the bus was full of immortals. Heading to the area for new employee orientation, he strode down the aisle to his seat. "I couldn't do it at the test center, but on a bus like this, I can tell who is pure blood and who doesn't." Wang Yik's mind was filled with anxious thoughts. Their different appearance and the strange atmosphere around them will reveal whether they have pure blood or not. I can feel it through my 5 enhanced senses and an immortal's intuition. He then turned his face towards Himo. "That's right." Wang Yik looked at the man right next to him, just like the prince who sat next to me last time. "And I'm sitting next to him again, because this is the only empty seat." The sound of conversation from the people behind him whispered, "Mixed blood, huh? What about you?" "My father's side." They kept talking animatedly. "I bought some snacks. You want some?" "Yes, thank you." Hearing the people behind him chatting, he thought to himself, "It seems like everyone has already made friends." He remembered the time Yano talked to him. It's best to make as many friends as possible and not judge others by first impressions. He continued to state, "Sometimes there are people who make a bad first impression on others, but in reality, they are good people, and vice versa." Hearing that, he replied, "I understand." Ho approached and patted Wang Yik's head, then praised him. "My son has grown up so much." He happily replied, "I'm even taller than you now, Dad." Ho sat back on the railing and instructed him, "Don't act like a big baby. Have you been sleeping well lately?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Hearing that, he said, "You're doing very well. I couldn't even do that when I was young." Hearing him reminisce about the old days, Wang Yik then asked, "How did you go through it back then?" "Dad," hearing that, Ho quickly answered for him to understand, "I had trouble sleeping. Everything was fine except that I could hear any sound from the neighbor's house." He quickly asked again, "Then how did you solve it, Dad? You couldn't just stay awake, right?" In his mind, he thought, shapeshifters use self-control to control their instincts. So, how do immortals control their sensitivity? Seeing this, Yano stood with his arms crossed and told him, "I used earplugs and an eye mask. I also didn't touch anything that wasn't a microfiber blanket. But it didn't work at all. So I bought a one-story house and created another room in the middle of the house, with soundproof walls." Wang Yik was helpless before his father's solution. He thought to himself, so effective, something a poor mortal could never do. He smiled brightly and explained, "If you continue to suffer from insomnia while participating in adult activities in society, you will gradually find a way to solve it, where you can go to the mountains to train for 3 years." After hearing his words, his mind pondered, "Controlling my senses sounds difficult, but it comes to me as easily as breathing." He calculated in his head, shapeshifters can control all the muscles in their body. Controlling the senses is like folding your ears, or folding any muscle in your back. He thought to himself, "Thank you, Mom. I love you." As Ho was about to leave, he said, "Everyone gets sensitive eventually, so try to find a way to control it. Let's go home, your mother is waiting." He then pleaded, "Tell me how." Yano continued to keep it a secret. "If so, what's the fun in it?" He continued to plead, "No, it will be fun." He then said, "Don't be like that, son. Have some shame." Wang Yik then spoke up, "Hello." He raised his hand in greeting and said, "This is the 3rd time, right?" Himo, seeing that, remained silent. He continued to explain, "This is the 3rd time we've met." Suddenly he spoke up, "Do I know you?" He was surprised by the answer and cursed silently in his head. HMPH, this bastard. His mind quickly went back to the past. "We've made eye contact twice, and he's clicked his tongue at me both times." Seeing this, he began to explain, at the test center, at the interview. And here, because of this. Himo seemed annoyed and replied, "This is the first time I've seen you." Hearing that answer made him furious. "Dad, just one sentence, and I guessed it." In his head, he silently cursed Himo. "It seems like this prince has a goldfish brain. It was that bastard who was rude to me, so I can call him a piece of trash." Then he turned his head back. "Forget this rude prince. Should I say hello and ask the person sitting behind me? She also has a bob cut, but I don't think she's a pureblood." Wang Yik then spoke up to greet her. "Hello." Miho quickly asked him, "Are you a half-breed?" Hearing that, he replied, "You know?" Miho replied in a cold tone, "Your father is an immortal. Your senses are also slow. Your family is quite well off. I bet you accepted this for some condition. And you don't even know where we're going, right?" Hearing those words, he denied it in his head. "No, I accepted this job because of my big dream for the company." The next sentence provoked him, "You childish brat." In his head, he silently cursed, "Well, I've met another rude girl, and this one thinks she's Sherlock Holmes. Her detective skills are top-notch." Wang Yik then asked back, "And what about you?" Miho immediately sneered, "And you have no observation skills at all." She crossed her arms, a smug look on her face. Immortals are very sensitive. That's why everyone sits at the back instead of near the window. Because the sunlight between the curtains is very annoying. Even talking like this now is very annoying. I know because I'm sensitive. Her words quickly offended the people behind her. Those kids sitting behind eating snacks and talking, they're half-breeds. Miho continued to look down on him. "So shut up, you observant bear." Iohan and Gani, sitting above, whispered to each other, "Let's be quiet for a bit, you huh?" At this moment, he was boiling with rage, his face red with anger, silently cursing. "I want to punch her in the face. I just want to ignore all my parents' advice and punch that delusional Sherlock Holmes wannabe in the face." Wang Yik turned back and pondered to himself. But basically, she's right. Dad once said his nickname when they were dating was Mr. Sensitive. If I were like that after adjusting, then those people would have to endure even more. Wang Yik's mood was frustrated, but at least have some respect for others. A quiet space began to surround the bus, and then the whole bus became silent as a tomb. He rested his head on the seat, thinking to himself, "Even opening a bag of snacks makes me feel like their sworn enemy. I'm glad I had breakfast. Otherwise..." Suddenly his eyes widened. "Wait, this feeling." Something then appeared. "Hello, Wang Yik. I am your friend, made of nitrogen, methane, CO2, hydrogen, and many other things. Can I come out?" He thought annoyed. "Ah, damn it, what kind of timing is this? The morning soy milk was too much." Wang Yik glanced back. "All right, if you want to come out, then." My heart was filled with joy. "Attack the little friend sitting behind you from me." Miho's nose suddenly smelled something. She immediately covered her nose, a whiff of a scent that nearly made her suffocate. The smell began to spread throughout the bus. Everyone was annoyed by the smell of his gas. Miho trembled with anger and exclaimed, "You rude person." His face was full of joy. Revenge successful. A few hours after the biological accident, the bus finally came to a stop. Click the suitcase was placed on the ground. He and the others began to move outside. Wang Yik looked around, thinking to himself, "Where is this? What is this place? Or did they rent an apartment nearby?" A young man approached him and called out, "Hey, you with the muscles." He then asked, "What did you eat this morning?" The young man next to him interjected, "Did you eat me?" Hearing that, he turned his head and saw the two of them. He thought to himself, "They must be the two half-bloods who sat at the back." He then said, "It's just a normal physiological phenomenon." The blue-haired young man introduced himself. 21, Johan. The person next to him also introduced himself. 23, Bangut. Hearing that name, he teased, "You should have been the one to drop the bomb, really." 20. Do homage. Seriously. The three of them moved, laughing and joking together. What's the point of fighting with someone older? Once you get there, it doesn't mean anything. He then said, "But anyway, this is still a company orientation. We should at least address others politely, right? Like GDSI Hai Wang XC." Hearing that, Gani replied, "You came here without knowing anything." He then noticed the front. This place. A row of buildings appeared before his eyes. It was a training camp. A man ordered, "Form 5 lines." Everyone around them heard and immediately ran, "Move." Seeing everyone running for their lives, he stood there, not understanding what was happening. How many people are there? There must be 100 of them. They chose a lot. He approached the line and looked at everyone around him, then sneered. "But why do they look so different?" Jiangmo's voice rang out, "Just running like this, and you're already out of breath? Seriously?" Hearing that voice, Wang Yik paid attention. That person. Jiang Mo appeared with a cool look. The bald proctor at the test center turned to the left, the red-haired guy turned to the right, and the purple-haired girl too. Jiang Mo spoke, "For the next month, all of you have to grow up. We've only just begun, and I'm already extremely disappointed. What are you going to do with that pathetic health of yours? When I was your age, I wasn't this bad." He ordered, "Everyone, turn back." He pointed to the opposite side. "Do you see those 3 trees?" Jiang Mo then ordered, "The first 15 people to get there, run." Everyone immediately ran towards the 3 trees. Wang Yik turned to Jiti and Johan. "Up there are those 2 rude bastards. Everyone is trying hard." Wang Yik ran at a leisurely pace, calculating in his head, "I'm not exaggerating, but I could get halfway there with just 1 hop. Perhaps it's because I've been through so much that a situation like this feels strangely peaceful." He calculated, "Well, I'll aim for 14th place. I judge too soon." Who would have thought an orientation would turn into a training run like this? He remembered talking to his mother. She had warned him not to let anyone know he was a shapeshifter. Hearing that, he asked, "What if I get found out?" Sanhai replied, "It would be very troublesome." He then said, "Is there a more reasonable reason?" Sanhai's eyes were full of sorrow as she turned to ask, "How do you think humans see shapeshifters?" He replied, "Well," thoughts about life flashed through his mind, a ticking time bomb that could go off at any moment, a potential criminal, a madman crying under the full moon. In short, a dangerous person. "I will definitely keep this a secret." Wang Yik ran quickly to the finish line. He achieved his desired position and happily thought to himself, "All right, I finished in 14th place." Wang Yik calculated, plus the acting was perfect. I'm so tired." Jiang Mo looked down from below. He shouted loudly, "All of you, go home immediately. You have no basic foundation at all." Jiang Mo's eyes were dangerous. "Don't want to." He then ordered, "All right, then get down and start doing push-ups." He directed, "On the first count, shout I am. On the second count, shout a fool, a fool." Hearing those words, he thought to himself, what a strange training method for a large organization. Everyone around quickly followed his words. 1. I am. While he was thinking to himself, when I searched for some post about orientation in large organizations, they all said they played games and created relationships to lead to office dating. I'm so excited. A fool or a fool 1. I am strange. He counted slower to the rhythm of everyone else. 1 person. He thought in fear. Oh crap, I lost focus. Darum glanced at him with a threatening look. Are you stupid? You can't even count to the right rhythm. Hearing that, he was grateful. Thank you for comforting me and putting my mind at ease. Everyone did push-ups together, all shouting in unison. 1. I am. 2. A fool. A black-haired man cursed in annoyance. Oh damn it. Hearing that, Jiang Mo ordered, everyone, stop. He slowly approached, his voice cold. In my time, things like this didn't happen. He walked right up to the young man and shouted, but these days, it seems you young people are cursing at your instructors. Hearing that, the guy exclaimed in fear, no, it wasn't me. Hearing him shout like that, Jiang Mo bent down and warned, don't shout, you half-breed. Do you want to break the eardrums of all the purebloods here? Or is your personality just problematic, and you always want to annoy your friends? He ordered loudly, no more. Here, we all speak softly. That's the rule, everyone replied in unison. Yes, sir. Get into position. He turned to look at him, thinking to himself, immortals are so weak. I'll pretend to try a little harder. Jiang Mo lectured, if it weren't our time, you would have been kicked out of here already. Things are much easier now. I'll give you 2 choices. He bent down and asked the young man, you want to leave or do you want to be punished? Hearing that, he immediately replied, I'll take the punishment. He then asked again, don't regret it. He replied clearly, I won't. Hearing that, he praised, good. The cracking sound of breaking bones echoed. Hearing that sound, he was startled and glanced to the side. What was that sound? It sounded like someone's arm was broken. Wang Yik hunched over. Damn it, I'm so curious, just a little bit. At that moment, someone approached and covered the young man's mouth. Jiang Mo then repeated, I told you not to shout. You didn't listen to me, did you? In my time, this wouldn't have been allowed. Wang Yik was horrified by the situation. Is he crazy? How can he order him not to scream after breaking his arm? The pain of a broken arm is like, well, it can be suppressed, but it still hurts like hell. Jiang Mo approached and announced to everyone, now I will announce if you break the rules here. The punishment will start with breaking a bone. So if anyone wants to break the rules, just know that cheating is worth 2 points and shouting is worth 1 point. He approached him, reading the rules as he walked. Unauthorized fighting is -5 points. You should all learn from the consequences of others. He approached and whispered to him, Was it fun to watch? Trainee? Hearing that, he was startled. No, not fun at all. I didn't realize he was paying attention to me. Jiang Mo slowly approached the stairs, continuously telling stories of the past. When I was an intern, it wasn't like this. You guys are so useless these days. Then he ordered, get up. The first 15 people are no different. He then introduced himself. My name is Li Jiangmo from today onwards. You will call me Instructor Li Jiangmo. He then nodded to the 2 people beside him. Daram approached and introduced each person. Instructor Li Jiangmo will be responsible for your physical training. An immortal's recovery efficiency is related to how healthy you are. She then explained further, everyone here is currently just a rookie, but you need to reach a minimum basic level to be able to perform your duties. The purpose of this orientation is to help you reach that level. Hearing that information, he thought to himself, if the instructors are divided into 2 factions, good and bad, I guess the sister is the good one. Her voice is very nice and calm. She then introduced herself. My name is Pakdaram. I will be your technical instructor. Hearing the introduction, Wang Yik didn't understand and pondered, technical. What kind of technique? With that, she returned to her standing position. Next, the red-haired young man stepped forward. My name is Kim Han. His voice was somewhat threatening. I will kill all of you. A silent atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Daram stood up and explained again. He didn't mean it like that. Instructor Kim Han will teach everyone how to manage their immortal bodies. Hearing those words, he thought dejectedly. I'm not so sure about that. He looks like he's about to kill me for real. Does this company hire serial killers as instructors? Jiang Mo stepped forward and announced, if anyone wants to give up, say so now. I'd be more than happy if you all left. Wang Yik listened intently to those words, thinking to himself, if I can endure for a month, a company with dreamlike profits will be waiting for me. Unless I get hit by a bullet well, I'm probably fine. I'm an immortal who would want to give up. At this moment, everyone below was lined up neatly. Jiang Mo then continued, all right, now, new recruits. He spoke up, welcome to hell. Jiang Mo then divided them into rooms of 10 people each. A drill instructor led Wang Yik's group into the room. He instructed, change into your uniforms and sit still and wait. Wang Yik was dejected, damn it, the storm. It looks like something out of a horror movie. Iohan sighed. My sweat is making me all sticky. I'm going to take a shower. Looking at them, he was secretly happy. I'm so lucky to be in the same room with Iohan and Jiti. His gaze turned to Himo and Miho with a heart full of hatred. I wish I hadn't run into you rude little devils. He turned to look at the man next to him. The person next to me as he spoke up to ask, hey buddy, you okay? The young boy, feeling exhausted, replied with a tired sigh, I'm fine. He began to size him up. I guess not all immortals are skinny. His mind recalled his ideal type. That person looks like Manser. He looked to the opposite side. Are those 2 brothers? They look so alike. I feel like their nicknames would be Jade and Cotton. Wang Yik noticed the girl opposite and the cute girl too. In total, there are 7 guys and 3 girls. Wang Yik silently calculated in his head. At least they should have separate rooms for men and women. Where do I change my clothes? A dilapidated room appeared before his eyes. I see it. What beautiful handwriting. Room of the Fallen. Miho then spoke up. Why don't you try looking inside? Hearing that, he replied annoyed. I wouldn't even want to. Miho said with a contemptuous tone. That's right, 0 credibility. I'm being suspected as a criminal despite hiding the fact that I'm a shapeshifter. Mom, what should I do? Minayam shyly said. We will have to follow a lot of rules. Hearing her voice, he praised her. Her voice is so heart-melting. Maybe she's a singer. Himo spoke in a cold tone. From now on, be careful of your body's abilities outside. If you break the rules, I'll kill you. Hearing that, Wang Yik thought in fear. He's going to kill me. Don't be like that, little prince. Miho then raised her hand in agreement. I agree. Solik, can you shut up for a moment? Johan also raised his hand. I agree too. Donnie quickly followed suit. Me too. Hearing that, he was shocked. Hey, where did our camaraderie from 2 hours ago go? Everyone quickly agreed. I agree. I agree. Hearing those words, he froze. Why is everyone looking at me? HMO continued to make requests. No breaking the rules, and don't forget to brush your teeth thoroughly. Personal hygiene is the minimum rule. Everyone immediately spoke up. I agree. I agree. He felt annoyed. He cursed in his head. Hey, I'm clean. But whether I hate them or not, these are still the people I have to live with for the next month. He then raised his hand and said, I agree. He thought to himself, as long as we're here, I have to try to fit in. Everyone was gathered in the dining hall. The drill sergeant took the opportunity to speak. Listen while you eat. Each dorm room has 10 people, and we will start in order from 1 to 10. Wang Yik took a bite, bland, tasteless, and not at all appealing. He chewed as if chewing air. The rice is just so-so. The instructor walked around, his voice low and steady. After the meal, each team choose a team leader. Wang Yik noticed this title, team leader. Then first, I have to pay attention to their eyes. Before he could say anything, the girl next to him spoke up, let me do it. All eyes turned to the girl. Why? Wang Yik's question was lost in the chorus of agreement. You have the bloodline of that side. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. I agree. Only Wang Yik raised his hand as if nothing had happened, but he seems mean. The leader should be someone who can rally everyone. So, shouldn't we choose someone who is tolerant? The girl looked at him with cold eyes. If you think it's you, that's a big mistake. Nothing is more important here than bloodline. She warned in a commanding tone. That should be enough for you to understand, right? So ignore his opinion. The leader must be from this side. Wang Yik silently nicknamed her once to hit people. Salakam organized the information very well, to the point that I wanted to get it in the center of Gangnam, where there are 8 lanes of traffic. Johan next to me whispered, hey, why are you just standing there? As for Wang Yik, he gave up. I don't care anymore. All right, you guys do as you please. After finishing lunch, I thought we would immediately start training, but that wasn't the case. We were given some items like shirts and cheap shoes. Time passed very quickly with the gathering of 100 people and the distribution of daily necessities. After showering and resting for a while, it was time for dinner. Everyone gathered in the bedroom. After learning some basics, they went to sleep. Everyone looked at the screen. The video on the screen turned on. A drill instructor walked in. I'm sure no one here doesn't know the name of our company, right? I bet no one expected someone to not know. Wang Yik turned to ask his friend, what's the company's name? The two looked at each other blankly. You don't know the name. Do I look like I know? Didn't you think I knew? Everyone knows. Just as he asked, the company's name was mentioned on the screen, so he didn't have to ask anyone else. Warium Information and Communications. I just found out now. The instructor explained. This training is actually a process to select official employees for Warium. Warium Information and Communications is a government-sponsored company. Although we are not civil servants, what we do for the country is similar. Wang Yik focused on the screen. Dad said he took the civil service exam for Mom, right? With that in mind, the recruitment standards have been a bit lax lately. In my time, if you couldn't walk on a razor's edge, you wouldn't even dream of setting foot in this company. Hearing the repetitive nagging, he felt a little drowsy. How many times a day do I have to listen to this? The instructor's tone in the screen was still steady and cold. Anyway, now that you're in the company, even if you don't like it, you have to try to study hard. That's all. A woman's voice raised. Is that all? The instructor in front of the screen crossed his arms. So what am I supposed to say to these kids who already know everything? The other person was confused. Anyway, that's not what I meant. She stuck her face into the camera. Let's make it clear that Warium's goal is to let everyone know how to use their power correctly. And that's the end of it. I hope everyone will remember that. Wang Yik pondered the last sentence. Using power correctly. The video ended, and night fell. The instructor shouted, everyone prepare for bed. Wang Yik lay on the not-so-comfortable bed, but he still felt relaxed. Taking a shower and doing this makes me feel much more comfortable. It's not hard to fall asleep. Only he was like that. Rustling sounds and whispers were heard. Be quiet. Why do you keep moving your hand like that? I told you to lie still. Why do you keep making noise? Don't dream anymore. Wang Yik couldn't sleep a wink. This damn sensitive bunch. Iohan, lying beside him, was also annoyed. Hey, please be quiet. You want to die, Ugh? Just get out of here and die. Wang Yik remembered his father's words. If what my father said is true, the minimum time needed to overcome insomnia is 3 years. But the oldest person in this room is Bang Guntai, 23 years old. I guess everyone is at the peak of their sensitivity. So isn't this place just like hell? Johan was stunned. Can't sleep again today. Wang Yik also interjected warily. If I can't sleep like this, how am I supposed to live? Suddenly, his friend came up with an idea. Then there's only one last way. What is it? He slapped his neck symbolically. Similarly, fading is also a way. We're immortal. So there probably won't be any after effects, right? Wang Yik spoke up. Just to sleep. Johan turned over, not trusting him at all. Hey, not everyone can just pass out and fall asleep. He mumbled, if you can't control your strength, you might pass out until the next day. What if you're not strong enough and wake up 2 days later? A cracking sound was heard along with Ji's sweet voice. Good night, sweet dreams. Gunt, in the next bed, witnessed the whole scene. I'm going crazy. Just one touch made Johan fall asleep as if he were dead. He was stunned, his voice full of anticipation. Hey, are you someone else's sleeping pill? He asked softly. Gunt, will you try? He hesitated, not wanting to accept. Totally. My dreams are all. He didn't finish his sentence before he had his neck broken. Another one gone. Everyone in the room sat up and looked at him. Anyone else want to sleep? The words were barely out of his mouth when almost all the arms in the room shot up. The sound of cracking echoed in the dark night in the small bedroom of his team. After putting the last person to sleep, he let out a shallow breath. Now that everyone is asleep, all that's left is. He turned to the only two people who were sitting up. You two. The blonde girl glanced at him, her tone somewhat contemptuous. You're a turtle, but you've got talent, so I'll count on you. Wang Yik said sarcastically. You think I'll do it for you? But she was still adamant. Why not? It's only natural. You and I are roommates. If you help me sleep well, I'll help you back someday. Is that a fair calculation? Her reasoning was still very convincing. Wang Yik couldn't deny it. That's right. It sounds beneficial, but they could only sleep well in this atmosphere. He couldn't refuse. All right. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He shrugged and walked over, his tone concessive. All right, let me try. Wang Yik raised his hand first. A blow to the neck, called a neck slap. A blow in Taekwondo where you use the side of your hand to strike the opponent's nape. He chuckled to himself. This is absolutely not violence, it's the principle of lulling to sleep. He glanced at the other guy. He was looking at him. Wang Yik raised his hand provocatively. Next. Kinam looked at him for a long time, then without a word, turned away and lay down. Wang Yik wasn't too forceful either. That's fine, I have to go to sleep now too. The next night, all of Team 3 slept very well, except for one person, of course. Dark circles were clearly visible under Kinam's eyes, and his temper was also more fiery. Wang Yik was excited. I can't wait for tonight. I've had no energy since the early morning of the second day. The first period was with Instructor Latte. Early in the morning, he only gave one word run. The whole group had to run a long distance and everyone complained. I'm wondering, is this hell? Is this just a warm-up? Wang Yik said with a blank face. I'm so tired. Basic physical training includes weightlifting and running. The second period was with a short-haired girl. At that time, everyone had to pair up and fight each other. The goal is not an indestructible body. Humans have many weak points, so you have to be more careful. The chin is the first weak point. His partner said arrogantly, I've learned wrestling before, you know. Wang Yik's attitude was no different from usual. Is that so? The other person was still arrogant, so no matter how you get hit. Don't blame me then. He suddenly rushed forward. Wang Yik noticed the opponent's action. Taco, is this a mid-body hug technique? Wang Yik suddenly straightened up. I think it is. Because his blow had landed before the other person could even touch him. A little too heavy-handed. The instructor was also impressed. One more time. While Wang Yik was still playing innocent. I'm so lucky. They had to train many skills, including close-quarters combat training. Until the third period of Yangsho Nam, the tradition of the immortal is to walk on the fence. Everyone's face turned pale at the sight of the sharp blades. The instructor coldly urged, run. But everyone flinched. We have to run on this. This was probably the first shock of their lives. Just looking at it. The blade was already 3 centimeters long. Some of the instructor's blades were probably 15 centimeters long. Although it was a bit of an exaggeration to put more pressure on the students. I had to pretend to be in a lot of pain. A week later, on another evening after a long, harsh day, Wang Yik smiled and opened the door. I guess he'll reject me, the handsome guy, today too. So I'll have to ask twice before I go to sleep. Seeing his expressionless face as he turned away made me so excited. Suddenly, he noticed everyone was silent. What's wrong? What's with this atmosphere? Wang Yik quickly ran in and whispered to his friend Johan. Why is the atmosphere like this? Did our sensitive Sherlock Holmes come again? Immediately, the blonde girl glared at him. What did you say? Johan hesitated. That. Last night while we were sleeping. He glanced at Kinam. Our leader couldn't sleep, so he went out. There were other people in the next room who couldn't sleep either, and they started to fight. The leader beat them up. He seemed to know everything. That's why some of them were looking at us strangely today. As soon as Wang Yik heard that, he understood. Our brother just needs to glance to know everything he needs to say, right? A loud noise reached Ji's sensitive hearing. There are footsteps coming this way. And not just one person. Kinam hadn't slept for days, and his temper was not at all peaceful. This is my problem. You guys just stay. A red-haired young man with dark circles opened the door to their bedroom, followed by others in the same condition. Everyone in the room looked out the door in unison. The red-haired man was cold, his eyes lifeless and annoyed. Here, who is Du Kwangyak? The red-haired man pointed his finger, his aura blazing. Here, which one of you is Du Kwangyak? Wang Yik didn't know why he called him, but still had to raise his hand. It's me. He also couldn't believe it. This guy, he sold me out. His eyebrows furrowed as he asked again, You? You're Du Hongyik? Wang Yik stood tall and unafraid. He said bluntly, That's right, now. He suddenly changed his tone. Me too. The long rose petals, the pale red face, he stammered like a girl confessing, Me too. Your sleep. I wanted to. The others in the room also fell silent. Only Johan covered his face and burst out laughing. He replied with a deadpan expression, I like girls. The red-haired boy also knew he had misspoke. He quickly explained, No, that's not it. I mean sleep. Isn't everyone in your room sleeping well? He cried and begged, If this continues, I'll surely die, and so will the others in my room. The others who followed also nodded. Seeing this, Wang Yik couldn't refuse. Me too. All right, let's go. The two talked as they walked. Wang Yik asked, But how did you know to find me? The red-haired man replied matter-of-factly, How could I not know? The rumor has spread everywhere. Rumors? He laughed and waved his hand. You don't know. Kim Yo-han told me. Wang Yik felt speechless. So that's why you said you wanted my sleep. Do I have to say that for you to lull me to sleep? Now he knew who was behind this prank. So that's why Kim Yo-han, the culprit of this incident, was sitting there giggling, huh? He frowned. Why? Is it too hard to remember? Not at all. He raised his hand and said softly, Anyway, it won't take long. That night, all the members of Group 1 were put to sleep by me just as they wished. Wang Yik knocked them all out in a row. The next morning, Mun Sanam, the leader of Group 1, became much friendlier. They met in the dining hall, his face beaming. He said with a smile, Your hand is really good. Last night I felt like I went to heaven. This made Wang Yik feel more embarrassed than ever. If this guy says that, people will misunderstand. The third day of training continued. The instructor continued his taunts. How long are you all going to stay stuck in the warm-up? Don't you know how to improve? Jiang Mo noticed the person running last. He didn't hold back his ridicule. I didn't say it like that back then. Immortals these days can't seem to control their weight. Is it because you're lazy? Or are you defying me? Those who don't arrive on time, get ready. With that, he sprinted ahead. The chubby kid stumbled, his steps chaotic. He couldn't take it anymore. He hugged a tree and threw up violently. Wang Yik approached with concern. Are you okay? The chubby kid waved him away. Don't mind me. Just go. Wang Yik stopped. He didn't care if he would be punished later. Not running anymore. The chubby kid slumped down, drenched in sweat. I can't finish it anyway. Suddenly, Wang Yik changed the subject. Have you seen Slam Dunk? Who hasn't seen that? His face was full of righteousness. Become a man who doesn't know the meaning of giving up. My friend. The chubby kid was stunned. Are you kidding me? He didn't seem to have much hope left. I'm done. 4. If you give up here, Wang Yik suddenly grabbed his shirt. Then you shouldn't have started in the first place. His demeanor was filled with a dependable aura. I'll help you. Let's finish it today. The clear blue sky held the most peaceful things. Wang Yik took the chubby kid's hand and pulled him along. Control your breathing. Just control your breathing. Don't drag your feet. That'll just make you more tired. If you feel tired, it's better to try and walk fast to the finish line. The instructor had to wait a long time before seeing the two of them appear. Everyone was present except for two. He crossed his arms. Are you two on a date? Time's up. Wang Yik was flustered and still wanted to explain. That is as a result. Both were penalized with a deduction of 5 points. The chubby kid was out of breath. I'm going crazy. Wang Yik was simple. It's okay. No need to apologize, and no need to question my mental state. He comforted him, and then left. I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's finish it tomorrow. The chubby kid promised. Definitely. But there was still a question after definitely. Wang Yik simply asked back, Do you need a reason? He shrugged and walked away. Without compassion, I'm just a corpse. As the image of that mysterious person appeared again. Helping someone who was collapsing and saving someone who was fallen into the water doesn't require a reason. That person was probably the same, so I don't need a reason either. Night fell in no time. Are we going to put Group 1 to sleep today too? Of course. They were changing. Johan mentioned Keenam, our team leader, needs to be put to sleep too. His dark circles are probably reaching his chin by now. Hearing that, Wang Yik was truly fed up. I ask him every night. You know how emotional it makes me when he glares at me and then turns his back? Johan exclaimed. You and him are both amazing. At this moment, Wang Yik noticed Gunny's silent demeanor beside him. He asked his friend curiously, but why does Guntai suddenly look so drained? About that. Johan recounted, just now in the cafeteria, Gun bumped into the blonde girl. Ouch, sorry. At that moment, her wallet accidentally fell out, and inside was her ID card Yumiho. Gun picked it up and sincerely praised. Your name is Yumiho. We've been in the dorm for a week and still don't know each other's names. I'm Bang Gun. In response was Miho's cold attitude. She snatched her wallet back and left without a second glance. I don't care. After that, he's been like this. After hearing the whole story, Wang Yik didn't know what to say. Wang Yik approached and patted Guntai on the shoulder. Hey, don't look like you're about to die over something like that. It's not like we don't know her personality, right? Suddenly, Gunai spoke up. Her name is Yumiho. Huh? Yumiho. Gunny's face was radiant, even dazed. How can someone have a name as beautiful as their face? This made Wang Yik question his sanity. Did he hit his head during training? He even shyly confessed, honestly, from the first time I saw her, I knew she was my type. He was stunned. Hey, no. That's not it. It's really not. Gun was still insistent. What do you know about Miho? He was retorted back. Then what do you know about her? Gun ran out of logic and started arguing stubbornly. You're too loud. Anyway, I'm being sincere. Wang Yik was talking. I warned you. The three had reached the bedroom, but something was strange. Someone spoke up. Hey, Du Wang Yik is here. Is he the tallest one? He's the one who farted on the bus. If what I heard is true, after he hits you, you wake up feeling refreshed in the morning, with no side effects. They were all clamoring. Can you really control your strength that well? I'm the leader of Team 5. Our team is counting on you. Our team also wants to receive your enlightenment. This is Team 4. We are. Wang Yik and Gunai silently glanced at Johan. He put on an innocent face. What? Why? I was just complimenting you. Wang Yik was in misery. Confess, you criminal. He was dazed before the crowd that came to him. When will this end? Wang Yik, having done it himself, also knew that to knock someone out perfectly, one had to adjust the force of the arm to suit each person's physical condition. His eyes filled with panic. At the fastest, it will take more time. That's why I'm so busy at night. He had to go to each room and spread the love. At one point, as he was about to give the usual command, the girl about to be put to sleep spoke up. Hey, she wondered, you really have to say that? Wang Yik changed the line without changing his expression. Here comes the dream of Kim Jong-un, while simultaneously striking down. I went around and blessed the children who couldn't sleep. By the time he returned to his room, it was already very late, and his whole body was sore. Tonight's work is finally done. Well then, his eyes were 70% amused and 30% captivated as he glanced at one person. Even so, I still can't forget the last thing I need to do. He excitedly waved at Kinam. Same as usual today. Hug get lost. The dark circles under his eyes were pitch black. He silently turned to face the wall, not wanting to face him, but that only amused him more. Still the same reaction. That's why I can't hate you. It's too interesting, too exciting. The more I do this, the more secrets I learn. A sneak attack straight to the nape. And as a result, people lined up to wait, then were dragged back by others in their team. Everyone lined up to be knocked out. Then someone would carry them to their beds. That was the origin of the immortal cooperation. The instructors couldn't stop this situation either, because most of the trainees had to rely on my hand to enter the world of dreams. And I became famous. They called me by many different nicknames such as Sleeping Pill, My Dream, God Hand, etc. But at some point, my nickname became Mr. Grass. Sinan called him with a smile as bright as a flower. This change made Wang Yik feel completely absurd. These guys just changed the name my parents gave me. Sinan offered something, want some chocolate. Since that was the case, Wang Yik didn't mind accepting. Of course, even he was confused. I also don't know when the orientation training started. Everything is coming to an end. On the screen were disgusting images of strange creatures, the invaders. That's what we call those who come from the black hole to invade this place. This is what they had to learn in today's lecture. It has been 20 years since the first black hole appeared. During that time, many new invading species have appeared. We use a numbering system to classify them. The instructor explained the first species is named number 1, and the higher the number, the more frequently those creatures appear. Everyone can check their appearance and how to counter them on the tablet. The species on there are the ones that appear most often. You'll be fine fighting them as long as you're careful. But even immortals can die if they let their guard down. However, there are invading species that you must retreat from as soon as you see them. He warned, the name species. The first numbers represent that species. after them. There are many variations of the same species. Instructor Jiang Mo pointed at the projector screen. This is the Green Knight. When the large black hole appeared during the Giant Gate incident, it killed about 500 armed soldiers. After that was a bunch of knowledge they were forced to cram into their heads. It has a hovercraft on both legs and metal wings, and its speed can reach 150 kilometers per hour. The blade. The blue energy blade emerging from its wing. Wang Yik stared intently at the tablet. Education about the invaders and training has led to the present. I understand now. He also realized the purpose of this company, Orium Telecom, an administrative department under the government security agency, is a company that enters white holes and monitors invading species from black holes. It is said that our country's security agency has reached a new level, but invading species are still a threat to the society. Therefore, people in society still need someone to keep an eye on them. And Orium Telecom is just one of the companies that does that. I guess being an employee there comes with a pretty high salary, to be honest. Wang Yik smiled faintly, his eyes filled with joy. I'm very happy to know this. Now I don't need to join the army anymore. Run immediately if you see them. Their name is Nightmare. While the instructor was still lecturing, his mind had already wandered off somewhere. Also, what was the reason Dad sent me here? To put his son in such great danger. The last class is about to end. There will be a test on this. So memorize everything you see on the tablet. He had to set a goal. I'll ask him why. After reaching the halfway point in the orientation, new training courses were added. The lecture on the invading species by the instructor was one of them, and the second was the lectures by the purple-haired girl on support items for combat. The short-haired girl introduced the tools. This is called a blood bag. When in danger, you just need to open this and stab it into your arm. It will automatically find a vein and supply you with blood, she explained in great detail. This is made by mixing a certain ratio of an awakening agent into a sedative and adding crushed angio leaves. If you stab it into your arm, the air pressure will push the medicine into your body. The medicine will enter the bloodstream to enhance your physical abilities. We usually call it a combat drug, but its official name is BB-8. As for Wang Yik, he was already overwhelmed just hearing it. Awakening agent, sedative, combat drug. The short-haired girl even smiled cheerfully. If you use the right amount, you won't get addicted to it. But if you use too much, it will become a problem even if you're an immortal. You'll have to depend on the drug for the rest of your life. Please don't say scary things with a smile like that. It's terrifying. The instructor added more. This was developed in Germany and is called the Blessing of Wotan or Odin's Blessing. It's one of the most advanced mental cocktails. She bent down to rummage through the first aid kit. In addition, we have other types of cocktails here. Their main effect is to restore stamina. This made Wang Yik exclaim, "This is an addict's paradise." Finally, the instructor had us practice with guns. Each person was given a gun. There is a difference between practice and combat. Therefore, you need to pay attention and learn properly. After that, we repeated running, weightlifting, techniques, and increasing the body's flexibility. I'm still helping King Purim, and the other friends are also helping. I'll push you from behind. I'll hold you from this side. As I adapted to this chaotic environment, the number of people I had to put to sleep at night decreased. In the end, everyone became strong enough to pass the running test. Even King Purim could do it on his own. It was truly something to be proud of after all the effort. Just like that, a month passed. All training was completed. The instructor announced one evening, no one gave up because of the difficulties encountered. And everyone. Instructor Jiang Mo showed a rare smile. Congratulations on becoming new employees of Orium. You all did great. Everyone cheered in unison. Wow, it's over. It's finally over. That's great, Hubie, hey. We're new employees now. Kim Han stepped up. Hey, everyone, listen up. Now I will announce the results of the training period. It is calculated based on everyone's performance during training and in the test. Everyone will be placed in different departments depending on their ranking. There are also rewards for the top 3. Amidst the cheers, Wang Yik was also satisfied. There's nothing better than money in this world. Wang Yik listened quietly as they made the announcement. 3rd place, he speculated to himself. I can guess the 1st and 2nd places, but who's the 3rd? Could it be me? A name was immediately called out. Ki Hyomin. He was overjoyed. But this face is completely unfamiliar. Who is that? He hasn't even appeared in the story. He immediately went up to the stage to shake hands with the instructor. Great, thank you. Instructor, if you apply to any department you want to join, they will consider it. He was so overjoyed he blurted out. Then the security team, not right now. How should I say this? Wang Yik's eyes were filled with suspicion. He seems a bit stupid, but somehow he came in 3rd. Instructor Kim Han spoke up again. Next, second place. A name that couldn't be more familiar, Jong Ki-nam. A whisper was heard afterwards. I know him. He belongs to that bloodline. Wang Yik's eyes followed him, remembering the time when he didn't even know what these whispers meant. Johan even doubted his identity. Are you sure you're an immortal? I know. The more I look at you, the less sure I am. He tilted his head back and finished his can of water. Jong Ki-nam belongs to the main lineage with pure blood. Wang Yik was even more confused. He didn't see the connection at all. Is he the son of a rich family? That's part of it. Gun added. It depends on the type of blood he has. But high-grade purebloods usually recover faster and are more sensitive than half-bloods. That's why they are better at controlling their immortal bodies than others. But this rude little prince is the purest of the purebloods among the immortals in this country. He belongs to one of the top 3 pure bloodlines. Those were the facts about Ki-nam. He was never distracted and always ranked high in the training sessions. And he is truly a person who can be called a natural-born genius. Wang Yik also understood that type of person. He is definitely a talented person. But his determination to rise is even greater. Truly a perfect type of person. Although I don't like him, that position is completely deserved. Gun suddenly had a thought. Wait. If that talented Jong Ki-nam isn't number 1, then could I be number 1? The other to turn away as if they hadn't heard. My poor Gun. You've lost your mind. Exactly. Although he's not my brother. Gun got angry. Is that how friends are? Instructor Kim Han began to hesitate, but Wang Yik had already guessed. If Jong Ki-nam is second, she will probably be first. As expected, the next name was Yumiho. Her face was cold as she stepped up. In Wang Yik's head, he also had an assessment of this person. Rude little Sherlock Holmes. She has no empathy, and is rude. And Gunty was already the king of simps. Oh, of course, Miho. But she's super smart. During team training, she would abandon her teammates if it affected her score. In just a few months of being together, his feelings about Miho were enough to know what kind of person she was. And she would tell anyone who talked to her that she was just focused on training and had no time to talk. Truly a bookworm and a difficult person. But that's how she was able to achieve such results. Truly an annoying person. Everyone, clap. Their eyes were fixed on them. The 3 stood side by side on the stage. Now, I feel that somehow I am related to them. But what's the name of the guy who came in third? Wang Yik's face was stunned. The commendation was brief. Now is free time until 2 p.m. tomorrow. People asked each other, what should we do now? A party. Do they sell alcohol here? Suddenly someone called him. Trainee number 48. The 2 exchanged a few brief words. Do you have time? Yes, then let's talk. Let's meet at the smoking room later. He didn't refuse. Yes? The 2 friends were still lost. Hey, what are you doing? Another instructor called him. Number 48. This is my phone number. Contact me when you get out. Wang Yik took it. Alright. The other 2 immediately gathered around. Hey, what's wrong? Did you do something wrong? He shrugged. Why would you come to that conclusion? Then Wang Yik looked down at the paper in his hand. I see. Maybe he wants me to come see him. There were some things I was curious about from the beginning. I've had this thought since the first time I came here. This orientation is to measure the potential of the trainees in order to train the best immortals. But is that really all? Could the person who planned this orientation have other intentions? Sinan happily patted his shoulder. I've been able to sleep well all this time thanks to you. The purple-haired girl gently handed him a piece of paper with instructions to meet when we get out. A bunch of other people. Let's keep in touch. See you at work. We'll meet. In just a moment, he had met almost everyone in all the teams. So many. However, Wang Yik was quite satisfied. It would be crazy if I won in the first place. But I don't need something like that. There are more important things. Johan wondered, did you get into any trouble on the way to the store or something? What took you so long? Wang Yik puffed out his chest. It's because I'm so popular. The other rummaged through their bags and complained. I don't like these potatoes. You didn't get the mint chocolate. Wang Yik got angry. This guy. Suddenly a strange voice was heard. Everyone gather. Turning around, they saw a man wearing glasses and a suit standing outside the door. Since when? Even Wang Yik didn't notice. Even when he got close. We didn't notice until he spoke. This is concealment ability. The man's voice echoed from outside. This is. The other person stepped in and said, I heard there are many talented individuals in this training session. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. A middle-aged man with a mature demeanor appeared before everyone. I am the chairman of Warring Telecom, Nam Youngjin. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Everyone stood up. At attention, everyone performed the salute in unison. Nam Youngjin, I remember seeing his name on the board. Wang Yik had looked this person up. Born in 1973, has military experience from serving in the 5th Emergency Response Team. He is a first-generation immortal who has lived through the flow of history from the terrifying years to the present now. He is one of the top 10 immortals in the current Old Guard of the Korean branch office. That's a summary of this man. His power is undeniable. Why don't you all sit down? It's not like I came here to punish anyone. He stepped in. Was the training fun? Someone shouted loudly. Yes, sir. He just laughed. Nonsense. What's so fun about it? Injuring yourself, and then healing it hurts like hell. Wang Yik felt Guntai behind him nodding like a woodpecker. He held back his laughter. Poor little Gun. His office life is going to be tough. Myungjin laughed happily again. I like your honesty, but you should learn to work hard. It will save your life. Trust me, this is a hard-earned lesson from a predecessor. Myungjin said sternly. John Keenam. He immediately stood up. Yes, I'm here, sir. He walked over to shake the director's hand. He encouraged. Well done. Keenam replied nonchalantly. Thank you, sir. He called for another person. Yumiho. She quickly stood up. Yes. And again with the pleasantries. I have high expectations for you. Thank you, sir. While Wang Yik was completely confused. What did he come here for? Just to say hello? And to see the faces of the top performers? He was dazed, his head in the clouds. He must have nothing to do. Suddenly, he couldn't have expected that Director Myungjin would call his name, employee Du Wang Yik. He was confused, doozy. He asked, You're a half-blood, right? Yes, the sharp, cold blue eyes assessed him from head to toe. Not bad. Then he asked some questions that weren't very relevant to the training. And Wang Yik just answered honestly. In the end, he concluded with the sentence, That's great, isn't it? A good age to work. Wang Yik silently cursed in his head. What's so great? I want a girlfriend. And why do you keep staring at me like that? It's too much pressure. Then he winked at him, leaving a sentence, I'll see you at the office. Then I'll be going. I'll leave a gift. But don't get too drunk. He left Wang Yik with a confused face. Johan fired off a series of questions. Who are you? The chairman's secret son. Why did he talk to you and even wink at you? Even Wang Yik didn't understand. I've never met him before. Maybe he likes me. Isn't he married? He also brought up another matter. I heard he has a daughter. Where did he get that information? It's not on the information board. Then a box was pushed in. The instructor sighed. This group is really lucky. If you guys are passed out tomorrow morning, I don't care. So don't drink too much. Wang Yik was ecstatic. Oh, is it alcohol? I was disappointed that there was a party, but no alcohol. Gun shyly ran over to schmooze. Hey, Miho. He was immediately rejected outright. No. He still insisted on inviting her. Since today is the last day, would you like to have a drink with me? The other person didn't even bother to look. Alcohol makes people stupid. I don't want to drink. But Tu Wang Yik sighed at his dejected state, again, including this time, that's 16. And all of them were knocked out. The chubby kid opened the box and exclaimed, This is not alcohol. Blunt is a mental cocktail that immortals love the most when used. It disables the senses and makes the drinker dizzy, so even immortals with insomnia can sleep. The effect of this can of water is truly valuable. Gunt distributed, there are exactly 10 cans. I guess one for each person. Hey, each of these cans is 3 million won, take it. To bring a gift worth 3 million won. He's so cool. The sound of cans clattering as they fell. Keenam had just finished a can. His face flushed red. He glanced at someone. Exactly what? You disrespectful bastard. He was still awkward. Is he talking to me? Then he lay down and slept, oblivious to the world. Everyone exclaimed. Even the slightest noise from others would wake him up. The effect is nothing. You're just blind to it. You petty bastard. He also asked him, did you bully him or something? Did you intentionally wear flip-flops to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Wang Yik was nonchalant. No, it's just a habit I learned from Keenam. Gunk couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Miho appeared in front of him. A flat voice. Thanks for the past few days. Wang Yik wasn't surprised. Oh. Suddenly, Miho handed him a piece of paper and thanks. Only you are allowed to read it. Guntai was startled, his voice trembling. It can't be, right? Wang Yik replied. What did I tell you? He smugly brushed his hair back. I told you to give up, didn't I? I'm too popular. No. What's with that look? How can I give up? He left a sentence. Look at yourself in the mirror first. Gunk couldn't accept it. He threw his head back and drank. I can't stay sober anymore. Johan laughed. You two are just as bad as each other. Wang Yik went to an empty spot and opened the paper. Inside was information Miho provided. Nam Myungjin has a habit of picking out a few new employees and monitoring them very closely. If you pass, your career path will be very smooth, but if not, you will obviously face many obstacles. You should be careful, don't tell this to anyone else. So that's what the information was. At the same time, he was also surprised. How did she know about this? He realized she had something difficult to say, and moreover, her attitude wasn't exactly as he had labeled it. The way she wrote about him and his habits makes me feel like she knows more than this. She must have something difficult to say. Come to think of it, she's not as unapproachable as I thought. He came back. Congratulations, it's not a love letter. Guntai demanded, then let me see it. No. You petty bastard. No. I mean thanks. Thanks for being so thoughtful. That's not it, you idiot. After that, the two of them ate and drank until they were full and lay down on the bed. Go away, you bastard. Wang Yik had also chugged the can of blunt and was sleeping like a log. And on the first day of work, Wang Yik arrived in front of a skyscraper. He was assigned to Security Team 3. He walked in and looked around. Security Team 3 seems to be here. He was met with the sight of a person with a wrinkled face, his cold eyes looking at the newcomer. Him. Is he the manager? I should probably say hello. Then a curse word made him stop in his tracks. His eyes shifted to the person who had just made the sound. It was a person with dark circles under his eyes, smiling at him. Then he picked up the receiver. His attitude completely changed. He shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? A new employee? Are you serious?" For a moment, the only sound in the room was his cursing. You know what our room situation is like, and you still send a new employee. You can't do that. I've told you how many times. Bring him out here. Send someone with experience, please, or at least someone who's number one or something. No. Manager. That's not it. No, what the hell? No. I'm not cursing. I'm not. The situation was very awkward. Someone said, "Sit down." It was a woman with short red hair, her eyes still glued to the screen. After he sat down in a state of confusion, she stood up, approaching the manager's desk. What should I do? He had turned his chair around, cursing up a storm. I don't know. The woman turned back and asked the uncle who had just yelled at the phone, "Senior." He sighed wearily. I don't know either. What do you want? They decided on their own. Then I'll train him. Wang Yik was lost in thought. It seems like they assigned me to the wrong place. Then someone called his name, Doozy. He immediately returned to his senses. Oh, new employee, Do Wang Yik. The red-haired woman approached. I'll tell you what you need to do. She threw him a file of documents. This is Warium's personnel registration book. You have to memorize it all by tomorrow and then burn it. Tomorrow, she warned, except for going to the bathroom or to eat. Don't get your butt out of this chair. Then she pointed her finger. This is the security phone, and this is the regular phone. When you answer the security phone, when you go to eat, you will answer the security phone. Answer by saying, this is the new employee, so-and-so. And then transfer the phone to the person they want to talk to. The transfer instructions are written on the phone. When you receive a regular call, don't even mention immortals, shapeshifters, or the company's business. Understood? Wang Yik roughly knew what to do. Yes, I understand. After finishing her work, the woman grabbed her jacket and left. Well, I'm off to investigate. Wang Yik silently did what he had to do. In his ear, he heard his colleague's friendly words. I heard you got someone. Are you Keenam? Nice to meet you. Throughout the day, it was like torture. If you want to know anything, just ask me. The manager's secretary. What about lunch? A cup slammed onto the table. The three gathered, Wang Yik looking gloomy. Let me ask you guys something. Did you guys get yelled at? The other two were as casual, as if nothing had happened? Of course. Obviously. But there was something Wang Yik couldn't understand. But why? Yohin mumbled. I heard something. Gunt laughed and joked. It's time for the new employees podcast corner. Apparently, Nam Youngjin decided to assign you to that virtual department. Wang Yik wondered. The one who put me there was him. Yohin continued. That's right. He often listens to employees' requests for department transfers. So this isn't the first time he's interfered in things like this. But the problem is with your department. The department with a notorious reputation in the company. The External Security Team 3 of the operations headquarters. The work of operations is already quite dangerous. But external security is only for the elite of the elite. Yohin's tone slowed down. The job is that difficult. And you also need a lot of skills to meet the job requirements. And the notorious External Security Team 3 Wang Yik thought it was an old trick. Bullying new employees. But no, the truth was even more shocking. Killing new employees. Like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky. Yohin knew quite a few rumors and gossip about External Security Team 3. That manager is really scary. He tortures the new recruits so much that they give him the nickname the Crusher. I heard there's also a senior who looks exactly like a panda. Lately, he seems to have become the company's punching bag. I heard he's very good. Obviously, now everyone in the industry knows him. Every year, there are people trying to recruit him. Wang Yik feigned surprise, really? While silently exclaiming in his heart, so it's not just me who thinks he looks like a panda. He continued to ask, what about the other senior? At this, Johan looked mysterious and covered his hand. Senior Jonna. She's definitely that person. Hearing this, Wang Yik froze. That person referred to the superhumans created by the effects of a special drug. The special drug is a drug created by ordinary humans to control the power of superpowered species. However, it is a forbidden drug. The special drug is the product of experiments combining magic and alchemy, conducted secretly without government direction. No one knows if those experiments were tested on humans, or what inhuman acts are behind them. Wang Yik's face darkened, but the truth is that Senior is still a mutant. Johan brought up a bunch of other stories. Her nickname is the Slicer. Any new recruit who comes has to be chopped up by her, and then sent to the Crusher. Wang Yik was silent for a moment, and then suddenly, Avengers. What do you mean? Panda told me that I am CEO Nam's Avenger. His steps faltered, but the Crusher, the Slicer, and Panda, they are the Avengers, not me. His face was emotionless as he uttered these words. His two friends stared wide-eyed at the murderous aura behind him. Wang Yik also sensed something strange and slowly turned his head. What he received was a death glare and a chilling voice from Jonna. I told you not to investigate my identity. She left while the three boys were frozen, their mouths agape, unable to close them. The waiter placed the food on their table, a steaming hot plate fresh from the kitchen. His eyes agreed with him. It's free. Oh, the delicious roasted peanuts. Wang Yik sang the song of his life. When I look at you, I know I'm about to die. On the internet, people often say, when you face difficulties at work, tell yourself that labor is a joy, labor is glorious. Wang Yik has told himself that. At times like these, imagine that you are the prince of a rich and powerful nation. But your father, the king, makes you experience a commoner's life to train yourself. Whether others like you or not doesn't matter. The office phone rang. Wang Yik was responsible for answering the call. Yes, this is the new employee, Du Wang Yik. The person on the other end said, yes, I'm Park Wang-soo from Support Team 1. Connect me to Kim Jong-a. Okay. Being his first time, he was still fumbling and not used to it. Manager Park Wang-soon of Support Team 1 is on the line. Jonna corrected, not Park Wang-soon. Director, not manager. Yes. Immediately, he would hear the familiar phrases from the other two. Hopeless and useless. He laughed like a madman in his head. You commoners, your daddy is a prince. A prince, you know? It took me a few days to memorize the books and make calls. When a member of my team was absent, the other seniors also taught me a lot. His reputation spread with the nickname Mr. Grass. But he was used to it and didn't feel embarrassed anymore. Thanks to them, I understood what a real team is like, as well as the information obtained from observing the team members, including Lee Dongbong, who is the manager and also a pureblood. But to him, the pureblood didn't act like a superior at all. His only good point was being the best close combat fighter at Warim. In every aspect, he was SSS class, naturally becoming the most elite warrior at Warim. Wang Yik cursed, but the only thing that ever comes out of his mouth is useless. No different from a bastard. No, he corrected himself. A cockroach that won't die no matter how many times you hit it. What a cruel way to put it. The second person, nicknamed Panna, Lai Donghan, is the vice manager and a half-blood. He always taunted him, you're bad at fighting and shooting. Wang Yik was tired of hearing it. Hey, so boring, got nothing to do. But he was a genius, in charge of the personnel tower when incidents occurred. It was hard not to admire him. Every time he complained about wanting to quit, he still completed his work perfectly. Wang Yik knew he was terrible at fighting, so he had given up early on and focused all his energy on working with his mind. When he was at his quietest, I didn't know how good he was. I only knew he really liked watching at him. The last person in the trio, Kim Jong-a, is both an employee and a mutant. She is one of the rare ordinary people at Warim, but at the same time, she is also talented. She was in charge of giving him documents. Study this. Wang Yik also knew she came from a special forces unit, with a rank combat and B-rank sniping. Wang Yik had a pretty good impression of her. He even thought she was the epitome of humanity. Besides manager Lee Dongbong, she is one of the most outstanding employees here. However, she has no humanity at all. She's like a rock. Those were his conclusions about these new superiors. People often say that with talent comes many flaws. So what if you're good? Wang Yik seemed to have realized the truth when your personality is like shit. After the first week of work, the sky outside was still peaceful. Today, Wang Yik was taken to another place. The elevator door opened, attracting the two people in the room. They looked at the familiar face. Team 3A, Dongbong led the way coldly, yes. Wang Yik looked at the features to identify him. Keenam is the manager of Zhang Keenam. He bowed politely like a machine. I'm the new employee, Doozy. Zhang Hun started a conversation. Where are the others? The manager of Zhang Keenam still had his eyes glued to the screen. They have to work. They left early. The person in front of the control panel spoke into the mic. Is everything ready? Preparing to increase the load. Wang Yik was puzzled by this test. The person on the screen was suffering. I thought it was just a normal office test. What the hell is this? But hearing his inner voice, the person in charge explained, this is a weight control device, invented by civilizations from the other side of the gate. At this time, Panna squeezed in. I know. Why are you telling me? The person in charge was speechless. There's a new person here. But he was already very sleepy. Get to the point. His attitude made Wang Yik dislike him. But I like to hear the full story. The person in charge cleared his throat when he entered. You will feel the weight. The highest record so far is 9G. We will conduct a few simple tests. He listed what had to be done, such as running in place, push-ups, handstands against the wall, and running 3 laps. This time, the manager's record is the highest, so he doesn't need to participate. Now, who will? The other two immediately refused. No way, I did it last week. This responsibility then fell to De. So, let's leave it to the new employee. After that, the person in charge focused on the person on the screen. He's pretty good. Turn it up to 4G. Keenam's manager even boasted, our team's Keenam can even handle 5G. The person in charge didn't hesitate to increase it to 5G. The pressure of gravity pulling down is no joke. Keenam's face immediately became unsightly. Wang Yik struggled to hold back his laughter. Suddenly, Jonna spoke up. That's pretty funny, which made him choke. She warned, when you watch, keep your mouth shut. Strange. The gravity was too strong, causing Keenam to start foaming at the mouth, unable to stand steady, and finally rolling his eyes and fainting. He's out of the game. The manager frowned and nodded. Zhang Hun pushed him. It's your turn. Smile. Suddenly, Longbong spoke up. He should have been in your team. Wang Yik paused for a moment. He said nothing. Dai's expression was unclear. Zhang Hun suddenly spoke up. Manager. Actually, he was also a little at fault. Are we being a little too harsh? Dongbong found it ridiculous. A little too harsh. How many kids have quit so far because they couldn't handle the reality? Have you forgotten? Jonna disagreed slightly. An obedient dog is better than a useless one. Zhang Hun crossed his arms. I know, but he doesn't know what we mean, so he probably hates us a lot. Dongbong's expression remained unchanged. It doesn't matter if he hates us. This job isn't for greenhorns. Yes, the person in charge began. Let's warm up first. Manager Dongbong's expression was emotionless. Just let him be. It's better if he gives up early. In fact, those people just wanted what was best for him. It's better than becoming a berserker. Berserker is a disease that only affects immortals. It is a mental illness that causes the sufferer to lose all reason and constantly inflict pain on others to regain their composure. Immortals who suffer from this disease are no different from shapeshifters, who become slaves to their desires. Dongbong hoped, after leaving here, maybe he will return to the information department. The work there is much safer. For a half-blood rookie with no outstanding features, that is the most suitable path. He cursed again, damn it. What was the CEO thinking, throwing a rookie in here? In any case, these thoughts would soon be blown away when the person in charge praised. He's pretty good. The number started to increase, up to 4G. The two behind still haven't changed. 4G is nothing. At this level, it's impressive not to faint. For a rookie, that's not bad. Jiang added another sentence, but it's still not good enough. Our team needs people who can be deployed immediately, not a kid who needs to be taught. Only Dongbong noticed the abnormality. He's not shaken at all. He asked, what's the speed? The person in charge's face looked confused. It's like it to G. Keep increasing. Perhaps they couldn't have foreseen it. This guy is a hidden master, a master of concealment, to the point where he's still running around at 8 o'clock. At this time, all 3 people in the external affairs room were eating. Nin's number 3 has changed his expression. The person in charge looked panicked. He reminded me, I've already turned it up to the maximum, which is the 10G mark. At this time, Longbong's face was grim, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's, his thoughts unknown. A noise came from inside the testing room. Wang Yik ran with all his might, not knowing how much time had passed. He kept running like that, not knowing what fatigue was. In his head, Dongbong's last words echoed, that Keenam should have been in his team. Hey manager, why are you treating me like this? What if I'm stronger than Keenam? Then there was Jonghan, who was always smiling. He has a grudge, that panda. He keeps provoking me. It's better not to let me catch him outside. Even the red-haired woman, whom he had nicknamed the Ice Princess, Kim Jong-un. That's right, she's a little nicer than the others. At least she answered my questions. But can't she stop being so rigid and buy me a drink once in a while? And you people don't even care if I'm okay. Wang Yik screamed in his mind. His eyes burned. Insulting their dignity is the motivation for him to keep running. You dogs, no, worse than trash. The neon lights were bright, but he felt the glare. Wang Yik didn't stop. I feel the pressure increasing. What's the G-force? It reminds me of the last shapeshifter training. An untrained immortal body is just like a normal person's. With this kind of pressure, my internal organs feel like they're being crushed. It's understandable that Zhang Qinam passed out, even though Wang Yik was distracted by other thoughts. I bet even Johan or Gunt couldn't last more than a few seconds. I'll ask them why later. His movements remained steady. He gradually felt like he was trapped in an endless loop. He wondered, but how long will I train for? I'm just trying to do what Keenam did. But whatever, I'll show them what I've got. His eyes showed a persistent determination, completely unaware that his efforts had been recognized. A crackling voice was heard, Employee Duji, what's 8 by 9? Wang Yik was confused, sweat dripping down his face. Do I look like I don't know how to multiply to single-digit numbers? They didn't ask Zhang Qinam this. Despite that, he still answered while doing push-ups. 72. Deng Hun nodded. Too easy, huh? That guy is completely different from his time at the academy. His test results also showed it. Let's move on to two-digit multiplication. The person in charge then randomly read a calculation, 12 by 22. He can read it. The answer was given immediately, 264, leaving all three of them stunned. Deng Ha then said, I'm sure he's not talking nonsense, right? Deng Hun was also skeptical. There's a pill that can enhance both intelligence and physical strength, but unless he's extremely rich, he couldn't afford it. Manager Deng Bong interjected, we'll know if he used a pill after we check. His body. Donna suddenly mentioned, what if it's negative? Deng Bong silently looked at the screen, vaguely replying, I don't know either. Finally, the announcement, training complete, finally rang out. Wang Yik stretched his arms and legs and felt, training with gravity, that's great. Now I feel so light. I've only been in for a little while, but I already feel stronger than before. He still thought it was probably because he was a half-blood that he felt that way. The voice from the loudspeaker crackled. I'll open the door. Get out. The door immediately opened automatically. Wang Yik stepped out, and the Ice Princess Jonna handed him a handkerchief. Well done. Huh? He still didn't understand anything. Then it was Deng Hun's turn to smile brightly at him. Manager Deng Bong glanced over. What are you still doing? If you're done, get back to your position. After that, he turned to the person in charge. Let's see the records of the new recruits. They're not at the bottom, are they? Wang Yik was still stunned. Why isn't he taunting me anymore? His reaction is so different. I thought what I had to do was be a little better than in Keenam. The other two urged, let's go. Before leaving, the person in charge called him back. Hey, do Wang Yik. He seemed very enthusiastic. I'm in charge of the machines here, and I am part of the infrastructure team right now. His mood is very complicated. His eyes were extremely confused. Me. While the old manager was always pushing. Show me the records now. He still didn't believe in Wang Yik's ability, then stayed to threaten him. No, I mean, find me when you're training alone. Deng Hun pushed him away. Come on, let's go. Stepping out of the testing room, he felt his spirits lift. The senior manager seems to really like me, and the team manager is behind me checking the discipline. The future seems a little bright. Nice. So proud of myself. He was still excited, I've been aiming for an opportunity like this. How dare you underestimate me all this time? Suddenly, Jonna spoke up. Doozy? He replied, yes. He was immediately corrected. Since when do you say yes when you're called? She bluntly pointed out his mistake. Get yourself together. This isn't an amusement park or a school. This is a job. The joy in him was immediately extinguished. Of course, I'm sorry. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly. Do well. These words made Wang Yik stop. He repeated these words in his head. Do well. The world inside him seemed to brighten up. She just said that. That means I've finally been recognized as part of the team, right? So from now on, it's real work. Wang Yik hurried after his two seniors back to the office. He probably couldn't have expected that real work would be 3 towering stacks of books. Here, memorize this. Wang Yik was stunned. What the hell? I should have seen this coming. Even his voice trembled. What is this? Dunghul Dixon brought it over. The first one is the ranking of the invaders. The second is the types of pharmaceuticals. The third is the structure and use of equipment. Wang Yik vaguely guessed. And you want me to, Dunghun emphasized, memorize this whole page. Which page? He mumbled. All of it. Wang Yik had no choice. All right, if I study it during the 3 months of training. Then, but his statement was even more shocking. I'll give you for days. At this moment, only one thought appeared in his head. Is this Panda guy high or something? Wang Yik still didn't want to study. Will remembering this be helpful? A familiar sneer was heard. Deng Bang walked in. It seems our new employee thinks this is really unfair, right? He went back to his seat. Ranking is very important. You're fighting an enemy you don't know. You need to remember if you don't want to be digested and reincarnated as shit. Deng Hun also chimed in. Knowing which type of food is suitable for your body is also an important thing. Going to the battlefield without knowing about the different types of food is no different from fighting barehanded. As Jana mentioned in the 3rd book, you can't use a weapon properly if you don't know its structure. Knowing how to use it and understanding its structure are two different things. Just do as we say. It was so true that Wang Yik couldn't argue. Anna, you're all right. He still felt too pressured, but these people replied in a crazy way. One person took 1 day. The manager took 2 days. Jana took 4 days. Okay. I was just wondering why you guys are here and not at Harvard. Still the smiling face of Panda. I'll test you in 4 days. Manager Dongbang even feigned regret. It would be really boring if it were just a few tests, right? He added, 1 mistake equals 1 hour of training. This made Wang Yik dazed, damn it. That's too much. Dongbang noticed his thoughts. Can't do it, then quit. This hit his pride. A bright idea struck him. Wang Yik took the first heavy book. I'll do it. Everyone here has the same feeling about this new guy. I don't know how things will turn out. The sound of typing was heard. The person in charge of the testing room was focused on checking the data. He recalled what happened earlier. Dongbang was still insistent, again. The result was 1st place, but he still didn't believe it. What place? To the point where the person in charge was also fed up. You've asked me 12 times already. Is that so? The person in charge smiled. Yeah, are you excited? Dongbang's expression didn't change. He denied it. No. I'm just surprised that idiot is so strong. The person in charge judged. He's a special case, as if he was born that way. Maybe he was bred in a special way. Immortals are rarely that strong, and there's always a limit to physical training. But what if he was born that way? He even cajoled. He's good. If you're going to throw him away, send him to my team. But Dongbang immediately turned and left. Do your job well. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Team manager Lai Dongbang. Is he going to train him? The crusher is going to have to work. Why is an internship called an internship? A question arises, and there's always an answer. Because it is a certain period of time that you are used to learn the necessary things for the job, and to see if you are suitable for that position. Wang Yik's face was dazed. On the internet, people say that it's a process where you will learn and need to adapt to your job. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going through. He had realized a profound principle. To get into Warrium, you still need to learn a lot of things. Every time, Jana would suddenly ask, what are sword-proof and bulletproof vests made of? Wang Yik calmly replied, it's a type of full-grain leather and Kevlar fiber. He let out an O, while the manager sighed. Just remember it. It's not hard. But Jana remained silent, waiting for him to continue his answer. He was very fluent. It's a type of material that is even more solid than diamond. It is resistant to all types of cold weapons such as knives and swords, as well as bullets. And it also helps to ensure that the wearer's body temperature does not drop too low if the environment is too cold. Manager Dongbang suddenly, no, 64. A hint of confusion appeared in Wang Yik's eyes. 64. What is that? He reassured himself. Think, doozy, you can do it. Then he answered, steel plate for a car. Are you sure? He affirmed with conviction. Sure. The manager asked again, really? Actually, I'm not so sure. But whatever. His eyes were determined. Yes, I'm sure of it. Dongbang let out a confused O. And after that, of course, came a reprimand from him. I'm so tired of you. Has no one ever taught you not to say things you're not sure about? Go take your punishment, you. Wang Yik voluntarily went for a run, as if he was used to it. The test starts in 4 days. Every day they will ask me 10 questions, and on average I get about 3 wrong each day. As he ran, he remembered something else. What will I be practicing today? Warren invests a lot in the company's welfare facilities, so there are also a variety of training equipment today. Wang Yik has to go to the body strengthening room. a short-haired girl who seems to have just finished training. "Welcome, Wang Yik." He politely greeted. "Hello, team manager." She replied friendly, "How's it going? Have you been training so much you forgot to eat?" "You seem pitiful. I just want to do my best. I can't say it's because I keep failing the memory test." The short-haired girl was very cheerful again. "I understand. Anyway, it's good to see you." After that, he moved to the entrance training room. Kim Han was inside. With the heat at 100 degrees Celsius, enjoy this pain. Wang Yik walked in. "Hello." He let out another sigh. "So you're still alive." This made Wang Yik depressed. "Is that how you talk to your juniors? But it's so different, manager." In addition, there was reflex and eye sensitivity training, where he had to dodge weights swinging at his face that could break his nose. Sensory control training, where he had to be blindfolded and feel where the bullets were being shot from. To 3D illusion virtual training and much more. To the point where the manager had to look at him with a weary face. "You're here again." Wang Yik swung his arm. "Yes, my muscles are so tense." "All right, you know that endurance training is limited to once a week, right? The inter-directors are starting to see me as a madman." Until one day he froze. On the table was a thin file. "What's on my table?" Wang Yik instinctively looked at his senior. The pana face of Dungham was as bright as a Buddha's manifestation. Wang Yik knew that, oh crap. The other two even provoked. "If you find it too overwhelming, you can just quit." Zhang Qinam and Yu Mi-ho have already memorized all of it, as expected from the first and second ranks. He sadly mourned his fate. And the next day, I got 4 questions wrong in a row. Sad. He dragged his tired steps home. "I'm home. Welcome home. It's time for dinner." On the table was a simple, yet cozy meal. "Where's Dad? Dad's been on a lot of business trips lately." Wang Yik was a little disappointed. "I haven't seen Dad in a whole month. I want to ask him a little about his work. However, I can't reveal the company's secrets to the old man, because I still have to take a special lie detector test." He suddenly confessed, "Mom, I went to work today." He was a little hesitant to speak. "Well, the company treats me pretty harshly." "Is that so? Do they hit you or something?" He stammered, "Not really. It's just that they're a little too strict in the intern training." His mother understood. "That means you're gradually being recognized." He was helpless. "But it's too hard, Mom." His mother said nonchalantly, "If it's too hard, just quit." He screamed in his head, "Mom, that's too risky." He was confused again. "Oh my God, what should I feel now?" He decided to ignore it. "It's okay." His mother also didn't understand his intention. "Are you short on money, son? That's part of it. But I wish it's not just because this is the path I chose. And I think this is the fastest way to achieve my goal. Thinking of that hero's back." Wang Yik had to persevere even more. "So I can't give up yet. Every day at work is answering questions. Then learning to write reports, plus the intensity of the training. Remembering to answer the phone. Every day passed like that. 2 weeks passed quickly. The clock pointed to 10:30. Wang Yik leaned back in his chair, dazed. Did I do everything and remember everything I needed to remember? Wang Yik felt empty. Now there's nothing left to do. He opened his notebook. Warim has 4 main headquarters in total, and the external security team takes on 3 roles. First, if a disaster occurs, rescue the assigned areas. They were sent when the black hole on Earth appeared. Those are the areas under their jurisdiction. Second, prevent special terrorist elements. However, this responsibility will usually be handled by Security Team 2. It is clear that the police also have a team similar to the special immortal force that we have. Third, support. They will support other teams. Normally, purebloods are scattered across different teams. But we have a team consisting of a pureblood manager, a half-blood assistant manager, a mutant senior, and a half-blood rookie. This team is a bit of a mix, so the main function of External Security Team 3 is support. He tilted his head up to look at the ceiling and asked himself, am I this idle? After thinking for a moment, he came to a conclusion. I'll go train. Wang Yik was determined not to let himself be idle. On the way to the training room, he heard a familiar voice. Really? That's strange. Think about it, everyone. Are you sure you guys weren't scammed? I think so too. Wang Yik realized it was the team manager, and that damn Sherlock. Dungbong cursed, damn it, it's the rookie. He replied like a machine, yes, I'm the new guy, Doozy. Then he suddenly started a conversation with him. Are you going to train? Yes, I'm going to stretch. Is it fun? It's okay. Then he suddenly ended with the sentence, did you ever bully anyone when you were in school? This made Wang Yik taken aback. Why ask that all of a sudden? He spoke frankly. No. Dungbong laughed. You didn't go around causing trouble bullying kids. From what I've heard, you were quite a troublemaker. His expression didn't change. My old school didn't have bullying. Manager Dungbine was indifferent. Why? Each of them said one sentence. I told them not to. Not to what? Bully other people. And they just did as they were told. Dongbong even mocked. Are kids these days that stupid? The two of them continued to talk, like they were arguing in front of the wary gazes of their colleagues from other departments. Yes, I said no, and they wouldn't dare. I don't like bullies. For example, people who scam others out of their money. His eyes were cold. And cursing too. Dongbong raised his mouth. It seems our new guy really used to bully people, huh? He waved his fist. Are you good at fighting? A little. Then he suddenly made an offer. Let's have a match. The atmosphere felt like it had sunk to the bottom of a lake, full of pressure and hard to breathe. Before that offer, Wang Yik's face was serious, okay? Manager Dongbong wasn't too surprised that he accepted the challenge. Ready? He smiled faintly. Then he turned to his other colleagues. Hey, you guys don't have anything to do this afternoon. Right. Want to come watch? Miho alone did not stop that fool. He seemed excited and instructed. I'll see you at the training center at 3 o'clock. Go eat on your own until then. But don't eat too many sweets or you'll throw up. Wang Yik nodded mechanically. Yes, I understand. Dongbong also assigned a task. Miho, support him. She immediately turned her head. Not free. It's a pity that he had a hold on her. Don't you know that I decide your performance evaluation? She immediately changed her tune. Yes, let me. Facing Dai's glare, Dongbong was nonchalant. I'll put Jana on reserve. He kindly reminded, don't back out because of me, you rookie. Wang Yik seemed to have received a signal. That won't happen, don't worry. 5 minutes before 3 o'clock, the two, Wang Yik and Miho, were on their way to the designated location. She spoke first. Why did you do that, dude? What? Agree to the duel. Wang Yik was very simple. There's nothing to hide. It's not that deep. You have to do what they say, and not do what they don't allow. And you have to give your superiors what they want. Miho was confused. The team leader wants to fight you. Wang Yik just rubbed the back of his neck. I think he really wants to beat me. She was silent for a long time. Then she concluded, you have a right to be annoyed. Wang Yik flared up. I'm not. But her meaning was firm. What you said seems reasonable, but you're mad. Hey, I told you I'm not. Wang Yik was dazed. I just want to see the skills of team leader Janga, who is said to be the strongest at Warim. The two of them soon arrived at the gym. You don't need to warm up. I warmed up before I got here. Janga, behind Dongbong, reminded, don't cripple him. Miho also advised, don't overdo it. Just try to last as long as you can. Under the bright electric lights, Dongbong said, are you ready? Yes. He spread his arms wide. Then come at me. A hesitant look appeared in Wang Yik's eyes, his feet shifting slightly. He assumed a boxer's stance and rushed forward. His eyes calm. The first punch is just a greeting. Moku.gab. Then a combo. His attack speed was quite fast. But Dongbong dodged them all. He taunted, can't you even scratch me a little? In his heart, Wang Yik was surprised. He dodged them all. Wang Yik backed away. I just need to land one hit. He lowered his body and swung his arm. I'll intentionally leave a small opening. He was immediately caught by Dongbong, his toes also advancing, exactly as he intended, and he struck at the same time as him. The sound of the impact echoed, shocking everyone. Wang Yik was immediately beaten up. He was still stunned, not understanding anything. His arm hung limp. My arm has no strength left. Wang Yik's vision started to blur. My head is so dizzy. This feeling. When was the last time I felt it? I've felt this once before. Wang Yik seemed to find it in his distant memories. I remember now. It was the first time his mother took him to the gym. His mother's cold, distant eyes were still deeply engraved in his mind. Son, maintain your posture and stand up straight. The manager outside was worried sick. Oh my God, ma'am, don't push your son like that. His mother ignored him. It's fine. I don't teach my son to be weak if you're careless. You have to take the punishment. It will be worse if I'm gentle with him. I was only 15 then. I had to argue with my mother and was dragged to the gym instead of going to school. In his dizziness, he was a little dazed. This is the first time I've been hit by someone other than my mom. How can that be? Dongbong maintained his attitude. How about it? Are you okay? Should we continue? Or should we stop? You rookie. While Wang Yik was dumbfounded. Why was I the only one who got hit? He focused his mind. Let's remember. We both threw a punch at the same time. He analyzed, but the team leader. The image in his head seemed to play in slow motion. He opened his palm and grabbed my hand. He twisted my arm. And then he hit me with the chop, right? That's what I remember. His elbow trembled slightly. That move was so swift. Even if my hand was fine. it would have been hard to hit him. Dongbong's cold eyes provoked him. What's wrong? Are you not used to being hit like that? Kids these days are so arrogant. Indeed, Wang Yik was immediately hit by the attack. He took a deep breath to cool his head. I see. I thought I wanted to see what his skills were like. But anyway, this is still a fight between an immortal and a shapeshifter. At the same time, he also realized, I thought I would win easily. I was too arrogant. His feet spread wide, shoulder width apart. His hands clenched into fist, ready to fight again. This time, I'll be serious. His aura was calm. Let's go again. If that's the case, Dongbong smiled faintly as if he had achieved his goal. The sound of the wind whistling past echoed in the quiet room. Everyone focused their gazes on the match. In addition, there were some other colleagues who came to watch the fun. One person marveled, the new guy this time is pretty good. The manager has gained the upper hand. However, Wang Yik was not affected by the words. His fist swung up again. Each punch was like a warship, but Dongbong easily dodged them. He smiled faintly as if to provoke him again. Wang Yik tried to maintain his composure. Calm down. You need a steady mind to fight. In the heat of the moment, he suddenly asked, Why are you here? Huh? For the money? Wang Yik tried to focus. Just ignore him. His eyes widened, trying to grasp something. Focus, enhance your senses, and predict his movements. Dongbong suddenly shouted, You're so green. In an instant, he disappeared right before his eyes. Wang Yik realized this was the concealment ability. His punch landed on empty air. He reminded himself, Focus, use all your senses too. Without letting him add another word, Dongbong had already launched a close-range kick. Wang Yik quickly dodged back. He still threw out words to mess with his mind, or some silly heroism. Wang Yik quickly kept his distance. He was still in shock. He's so fast. I don't know when to counterattack. But how can he be faster than me? I have half the blood of a shapeshifter, so I should be the one who is stronger and faster. As if realizing something, he immediately denied it. No. What if this isn't a privilege? Both instructors said I've only completed the basics. He remembered Zhu Yi's words. I want to teach you more. But there's no time left. And my opponent is a pure-blooded person who has been trained for a long time. His footsteps did not stop. I have to admit, the team manager has S-class combat skills. However, Wang Yik still had a reason for his excessive persistence. But that doesn't mean I will give up easily. Another punch was thrown. Dongbong casually tilted his head, his tone confused. If it's not for money or heroism, then why? He grabbed his wrist. He made a series of sarcastic remarks. Do you want to hear the girls get excited and cheer your name? He even pretended to advise. If so, you'd be better off as a businessman. Wang Yik was really furious. Shut up. This is the fastest way his attack speed increased. To achieve what I want, and become the person I want to be. A punch cut through the air. Wang Yik paused for a second. He quickly noticed something on his left. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge in time. A blow from Dongbong grazed his eye, leaving a long gash. In just that second, fresh blood sprayed out, but he still refused to stop. Wang Yik immediately wrapped his arms tightly around him. At this time, he spoke up. What about you? Why are you here? His face was wrinkled. You really don't know? A light flashed in his eyes, my sense of responsibility. As soon as the words were out, he felt the grip on his back tighten. It hurts, you bastard. As for Wang Yik, he was like a madman. I'm stronger than him. I can't lose. Look at this mess. Suddenly a force came crashing down. Everyone watching was stunned. The hissing sound had stopped. Wang Yik's body collapsed. Dongbong finally let out a breath. One person exclaimed, Team manager, did you use that just to fight a new guy? He was annoyed. You bastard, you should just die. The other person exclaimed, this rookie killing incident is really interesting. Someone hearing that was startled. This time, so something like this has happened before? Killing rookies, that's the tradition of the third external security team. They have to fight to break the rookie's spirit and teach them a few lessons. Dongbong assessed and then scorned, his arm is broken, his ribs are cracked too. This bastard, he's a real fool. Jonas stepped forward, team manager. He asked for a favor, yeah, take him to the doctor. He probably won't wake up for the next half a day. One person volunteered, let me take him. He immediately received an intense stare from Miho. Dongbong almost forgot, okay, I'll do the report for you. Jana wondered, so how is he? His eyes shifted down to the person lying on the ground. How is he? He dodged my ambush when I hid my energy. He fought and countered with things he knew he was better at than me. His potential, will, and fighting spirit are also good. He wondered, have I ever met anyone like him before? He had a slight assessment of De. The way he fights is like he grew up getting beaten, and not in the usual way, but with proper beatings. Even the skill I wanted to use at that time also affected his senses. His eyes flashed slightly. To fight a new guy, After not hearing his answer for a long time, Jono was a little confused. Team manager. He looked over at the people who were waiting for his answer, his face a little stiff. He mumbled, "This bastard. He really wanted to hit me." Then he left. Dongbong waved his hand, "Take him to the doctor, then get back to work. I heard that even our manager, GLNKNAM, couldn't do it in the match due to his skill in targeting the senses. But I had to use 3 skills to fight this half-breed. I thought Klonknam was considered the best case. But the best one was the other person did." The corner of his mouth curved up slightly in amusement. The new employees were gathered in the meeting room. Outside, a sign announced the new employee training process. Kwani sighed in frustration. There's so much to do, and a ton of training for new employees. I'm going to die. I think your team leader is teaching us today, right? But Iran next to him was dozing off. Gun called him repeatedly, but he didn't wake up. Iran. Hey Kim Iran, this guy's sensory control is really good now. He noticed Wang Yik walking in. You're here so early. I thought you wouldn't make it. But Wang Yik quietly walked in and sat down in the very back seat. Gun shrugged his shoulders, not understanding, along with the judging gazes on him. His face was grim, his thoughts deep and unknown. His eyebrows were furrowed, almost glued together. After waking up, Wang Yik immediately went to find Dongbong. What was that? What? He bluntly investigated. The final move, the one that knocked me out. Were you hiding a stick or something? Dongbong stopped what he was doing, looked up, and smiled. The final move. His tone was full of sarcasm. Really want to know? Wang Yik's expression didn't change. No, I'm just asking. Are you happy that you won? At this, Dongbong was indifferent. I'm always craving a win. Hearing that, Wang Yik turned to leave. All right, I'm leaving. This is crazy. Just then, Dongbong spoke up. Hey newbie. He leaned back in his chair. Does this place look like a school to you? You think I'll answer just because you ask? Then he said, our little Wang Yik is so naive. Should I tell him? Is that what you think will happen? No? Manager Dongbong gave an order. Discover what it is yourself and write a report for me. Wang Yik was stunned. A report? Dongbong just stood up. Find out what knocked you out and write a report about it. Of course. You have to do everything yourself. And if you're thinking of asking someone else for help, forget about it. His face was cold as he hit him, and then said, or give up if you're asking yourself why you have to do this damn thing. I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't care what the boss's orders are. He seemed excited. Choose quickly. At this time, the team leader had already started the meeting. The analysis team has completed some of the assigned tasks. We have successfully controlled the dangerous elements, and at the same time, traced the reasons leading to the baseless hypotheses and predictions. Regarding observation, a disappearance case related to special species has very little time before it causes a stir. So analyzing the situation is extremely important. So many things were lectured on, but Wang Yik didn't hear a single word. He rested his chin on his hand and wondered. I was knocked out by a single blow. The immortal team manager. Lap. A half-blood with a shapeshifter, knocked out with a single blow. As he raised his hands. It feels like I'm lifting a boulder. Is it because his physique is well-trained? His mood was down. Countless questions arose in his head. But how did he manage to hit me like that? With his head, no, his foot. Impossible, a weapon he hid. Did he really need to go that far? Then he remembered his last sentence. I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't care what the boss's orders are. These 2 words are worth considering. Transfer teams. Something was projected on the screen. There used to be something called the Prophet Project. It's gone now, but we used to try to create a system that could predict the future. The result is our current analysis team. Miho raised her hand. What's wrong? She had a vague matter. As far as I know, prophets really do exist. The team leader replied. That's right. Of course, not the type that usually appears in fantasy novels. All the prophets say that the future is constantly changing, that it is constantly changing. So defining a certain point can also create a derivative future. But Miho clearly had her own opinion. Predicting the future is just a lie. But if only a few people know the future and don't say anything about it, then it becomes the truth. That's right. There was such a theory. That was the foundation of the Prophet Project. Gun on the side nodded and smiled. She is indeed the woman I love. Finally, it led to a big question. But in the end, it still failed. I want to know why. The team leader shrugged. The reason for that failure is very simple. He pointed to his own head. It's the human brain. He went into more detail. Simply put, the thoughts in the brain are not always the truth. So, when we looked at the brains of people who could see the future, There were many things that they believed to be true, but in fact were not. However, there were also many predictions that looked plausible which tricked us, leading to huge losses. His words seemed to hit a nerve with De. What one person believes to be true may be completely absurd to another, and that's why people often misunderstand. Wang Yik was stunned. Misunderstand. He remembered the words from an experienced person. The principle of concealing traces is to mix up perception. The senses of immortals are very special and excellent, so they can prevent information from being leaked to others. Like a flash of lightning in his head, wait a minute, the principle of concealing traces. If it's the opposite, no. If I use it in a different way, then it won't just stop at blocking the senses. Wang Yik thought back to the situation at that time. What if it could give the opponent false information? I had squeezed his hands tight at that time. No, he denied. That's just what I thought I did. I didn't hold his hand at all then. The team leader concluded. Today's lesson is over. The next lesson will be from Liz. A sound was heard. Turning around, there was only a spinning chair. Wang Yik wanted to quickly return to write his report. He considered the possible outcomes, faking a trail by using the principle of concealing a trail. The answer lies in his right hand. His hands paused over the keyboard, the report. There was still something he didn't understand. But how did he know how to time it? Doesn't he need to know the moment I attacked to calculate that? Is tricking the senses that easy? No, impossible. If it were that easy, immortals would have already wiped out the other species. That team leader must have been prepared beforehand. He waited for the right moment to end everything in one blow. Dung Bong was annoyed with his gaze. That thing keeps staring at me. What's wrong with it? Dung Hun laughed. Maybe he likes you. In the end, Wang Yik came to a clearer conclusion, something close to a premonition, intuition. He could feel something that only veterans who have participated in countless battles and survived can possess. Right now, I still can't rely on intuition or read the enemy's movements. But using intuition with an immortal's senses, Wang Yik felt something change in his body. His mind was dazed. My heart is beating faster with the excitement of learning something new. With the thought that I can do the same now. The others were still joking around. Don't be like that. Hey, Wang Yik, are you bad-mouthing the manager? Then Kwang Yik just got up from his chair. He immediately rushed towards manager Dung Bong. He was startled. This bastard. His foot quickly kicked under the table. Did he push his chair back? Is he crazy? The documents on the table were scattered and flew everywhere to reveal Dai's calm face. Be quiet. The translucent blue-green eyes lit up. He had just realized and applied it in reality. I maximized my senses and eliminated all external sounds, focusing only on the enemy in front of me. Wang Yik could feel that the manager's next attack would come from the left. He didn't think much and jumped towards him, his fist aimed at his face. Suddenly he realized something. The corner of Dung Bong's mouth twitched up, and yet he managed to block it. Look at this bastard. Then his senses felt like they were hit. His energy was coming from all directions. He immediately received a blow to the chin. Wang Yik staggered backwards. The office had become a mess. The other didn't realize anything. How? Dung Bong's eyes were cold. What are you doing? Wang Yik wiped the corner of his mouth. The report. The solution to the homework. Dung Bong was even more confused. The report? His face was indifferent. This seems to be a more accurate answer. Wang Yik had just realized and had already implemented it. This seems to be a more accurate answer. Others heard the noise and looked in, exclaiming, "You're crazy." Dung Hun and Zhang were also fed up. Are you sure you're normal? Go see a psychiatrist. The person in front of him suddenly clicked his tongue. Actually, your answer is correct. Wang Yik stared at him blankly. When are we going to clean all this up? His expression was as stern as usual. What are you looking at? Clean up. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to Dung Hun. Do you have a lot of work left? He replied. No, I plan to go home on time today. He asked again as if by chance. What about you, Zhang? She replied. Me neither. After finishing his business, he went straight away. Well then, let's go home. It's getting late. Leaving a mess behind. Wang, you clean up that mess first. He kindly reminded. My memory is very good, so put everything back in its exact original position. I'll check tomorrow. Wang Yik was forced to stay. Yes. Dung Hun pulled Dung Bong back. What did he just do? Zhang Ha also wondered. It looks like a fake trail. Did you teach him when we weren't looking? Dung Bong smiled sarcastically. Do I look like someone who would do that? Not really. But there's still another matter. So why did you acknowledge that attack as a report? He smiled faintly because it was damn impressive. Kim Jong-un, what are his physical abilities like? She said indifferently, giving her assessment. If we only consider that aspect, then he is one of the strongest in the entire company. Dong Hun wondered, but where did he come from? Dong Bong's eyebrows furrowed. He still hasn't learned to fake a trail. His movements are still very crude. If he were a properly trained pureblood, things wouldn't have gone so clumsily. He just immediately practiced an idea that just occurred to him. It was as if he had found an interesting rough gem. He practiced it as soon as he realized what it was. And on the team manager, no less. He was bubbling with excitement. Where did that guy come from? Leaving Wang Yik alone to clean up the mess he had made. But he was the one who kicked the table. Jonna, just arriving early in the morning, was stunned. She thought she had misheard. A new employee on a D-rank mission. Dong Bong didn't seem to care and waved his hand. We're short-staffed, really? When are we ever not short-staffed? Take him with you. Jonna hesitated for just a moment. All right. Then she went out the door, calling him to follow. They took the elevator down to the 6th basement level. It was a vast armory. Get your equipment. Wang Yik didn't need to be guided step by step anymore. He quickly put on his protective gear and equipped his weapon. The two stepped out, fully protected. A warning siren echoed throughout the area. A black object appeared in the middle of a field of golden flowers. The car came to a stop. The engine died, and the person inside got out. Jonna checked the radio, Unit 1, to have arrived at the mission area. A voice came from the other side. Roger, hotline, contactless guard speaker activated. Wang Yik's face was serious. The knowledge he had learned automatically appeared. 1 means the first invader. You see means there's a possibility of more invaders. H indicates the opening speed of the black hole. And line means the invaders will come out in a straight line. Contactless guard is the speaker system that is currently ringing. He reviewed what was present at the scene. I'm glad I studied beforehand. Wang Yik took a deep breath and then exhaled. The blazing red gate in front of him reminded him of the gate accident that happened 9 years ago. At that time, there was a similar black hole in front of me. This is still a haunting memory for him. When I found relief in fear and terror, I decided that I would live a life where I would annihilate all the bastards from the black hole. That was what Wang Yik thought. You can feel that today might be a turning point in my life, and I'm taking the first step into that life today. But the hole I saw back then was much bigger than this one. It's strange. He forced a smile. Senior, why do I feel so nervous? Jonna didn't seem to care about his fear. Handgun checked. Wang Yik was speechless. God, you're making me uncomfortable. But this was mandatory anyway. Glock 17 to magazines with 17 rounds each is enough. Jonna's expression was off. Senior. He was also curious. Are black holes usually this big? Jonna immediately turned on the radio. Unit 1 has an anomaly, requesting immediate assistance. The other side requested a video feed. The camera was turned on. The other two in the room were immediately startled. They gave the order. Get back, support has been mobilized. The nearest team will move there. Damn it. Why does it keep getting bigger? The other side immediately judged. Check the status. Crank wave, hotline, danger detected. Wang Yik also heard. Wave, meaning the entire wave of invaders will pour out. Unfortunately, Wang Yik asked for an opinion, so we just go back like that. But Jonna didn't answer. Senior. He followed her direction. Thinking again, when we looked at the satellite map on the way here, there was a residential area 4 to 5 kilometers from here. Wang Yik immediately sobered up. There will definitely be civilians and there might be casualties. Hey, you two, get back. The radio urged, hey, you two, get back. He switched to another sentence. How long will it take for the support team to get here? Jonna replied flatly, at least 15 minutes. The radio crackled. Unit 2, shut up and listen to orders. But the gate had already changed. Senior. The first invader, a blind dog, had emerged from the gate. The voice on the radio didn't stop, requesting Units 1 and 2 to get in the car and leave immediately. But the two of them were as if rooted to the spot. Are we really just leaving like this? You will become targets if you keep hesitating. Wang Yik hesitated. No. Is this really how things are supposed to happen? He remembered a news article that said there were fewer than 1,000 deaths from traffic accidents last year. With the improvement in AI and technology thanks to materials from the white hole, the number of deaths from traffic accidents has decreased. But every year, the number of deaths from invaders still ranges from 5,000 to 10,000 people. His hand rested on the car door. The number of deaths from diseases and traffic has decreased, but the number of deaths at the hands of invaders has remained the same. Sacrifice is inevitable. That's a given. He was still thinking about the meaning of life. Immortal teams are very valuable, so companies will not risk their lives to save civilians. Then he discovered that Jonna was standing in front of the gate. Senior. Dong Bong's cold voice rang out. Hey, what are you doing? Just a few seconds of slowness, and the wolf had completely jumped out. It was immediately taken down. Jana didn't hesitate to open fire. Wang Yik knows that companies value the lives of immortals more than the lives of a few dozen civilians. It's obvious. It seemed he had come to a final conclusion. But isn't it that I joined this profession because I don't like the obvious? His hand went down to the cold gun at his waist. Senior. What? He drew his gun and aimed. Can I love you? After that, there was a series of gunshots from the other side. Dungbong gritted his teeth and cursed. These lunatics, they even pretended. Oh no, the sound is. Then it went silent. Another gunshot rang out. While Wang Yik was aiming, Zhanga reminded him. Reloading. One by one, the blind wolves were taken down. The two tacitly divided the work. You take the right, I'll take the left. All right. Wang Yik now reconsidered the reality of his courage. Well, it's true we decided to fight. But because this black hole was originally predicted to only produce about 10 invaders, we didn't bring much ammunition and only brought the pistols. Seeing all the wolves, and then the demons rushing out, there's a really big problem. However, we don't have enough ammunition to fight them all, because the black hole is now in a waveform, which means the number of invaders coming out will be around a few hundred. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous the situation for the two of them becomes. What should we do now? The gunshots were continuous, and the place soon reeked of a foul smell. The wolves were shot in the head one by one and fell. Zhanga, like a robot, continuously reloaded and took out all the invaders. They couldn't let their guard down for a single second, because that would only lead to a faster death. The wolves were getting closer and closer to them, and Wang Yik also knew he only had one magazine left. This is the last round of this magazine, he said while reloading. That's quite a lot, huh? Zhana replied. It's a wave after all. Wang Yik probably guessed. Senior, you have a plan, right? Otherwise, why would you dare to stay and face something this dangerous head-on? She said bluntly. I'll kill them all while they're busy chewing on you. He suspected he had a hearing problem, and I was here. While shooting furiously, the last bullet finally left the chamber. Zhana frowned slightly. She reached behind her to search her bag. The pack of wolves took the opportunity to surge forward. Wang Yik was about to fire another shot when he ran out of bullets. The wolf had opened its mouth with sharp fangs and lunged forward. It was about to chew his head off. Just then, Zhana rushed out and delivered a blow. The wolf fell to one side. She stabbed it one more time, killing it on the spot. He was stunned. The corner of Wang Yik's mouth twitched slightly, actually. A pack of wolves lunged to attack. Out of bullets, Zhana was forced to use her bare hands to fight them back. She fought with lightning speed while controlling her breathing. Wang Yik couldn't help but exclaim, "She's amazing. I can feel the changes in her body with an immortal's senses. I don't know how a mutant is created, but her power definitely surpasses that of a normal person." Wang Yik also took the opportunity to finish off the remaining ones behind her. Suddenly, the gun wouldn't chamber around. He was forced to put his gun away. I'm out of bullets. He knew his own value in the eyes of others. I guess she just sees me as bait for the monsters. And in my eyes, but I'm an immortal and a shapeshifter. However, that doesn't mean I can just show off my power like that. He wondered, but as a mutant, what duty should I fulfill? Without thinking much, Wang Yik immediately joined the battle. His hands gripped the dog's legs tightly. He spun around, using the dog to hit other dogs, striking any that dared to come near. Zhana suddenly stopped. A dog leaped down from above. She quickly ducked to let it jump over her back. With swift reflexes, she drew a dagger. She immediately lunged forward. The dagger accurately embedded itself in the dog's head, causing it to yelp once before dying. Another one rushed forward. Zhana somersaulted to the corpse of the previous dog. She calmly pulled out the dagger. Wang Yik assessed the distance between his senior and the enemy, which changed in a blink of an eye. She always calculates and chooses a favorable position for herself. That's why her combat skill is a rank. In just a moment of carelessness, he didn't notice a dog hitting his arm. He quickly drew his dagger. A stab into the dog's snout. The swift and violent motion caused it to break its teeth and lose its skin. Then he gave it a kick that sent it rolling. Wang Yik regained his composure. That was a mistake. Focus, just think about what I need to do. He remembered Zhang's earlier words, the plan the senior proposed. I will kill them all while they are busy chewing on you. Sounds crazy. He was forced to admit, but there's really no other way. He took a deep breath, expanding my senses and effusing my presence, mixing it with the wild bloodlust I learned from that teacher. One foot stomped on the ground. The entire attention of the dog pack turned to him. Over here, you bastards. Jiame also realized his intention. Good, he cried out in pain. Senior, instead of standing there praising me, help me. The dogs attacked relentlessly. They bit into his arm. Wherever there was an opening, they bit into it. Even his knees were no exception. Wang Yik struggled to deal with them one by one. But it was too much. He couldn't handle them all. They saw him as prey and tore him apart. Jana also noticed that the pack of dogs was growing larger and larger. Damn it, she shouted doozy. He gritted his teeth. Luckily, he has a protective team. It really hurts. It hurts like hell. He tried to keep his mind steady, but I'm used to ignoring the pain. Let's forget about it for a while. Calm down, keep a cool head and calculate. The wolves that came to bite were all kicked away by him, blocking only the fatal blows. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows. I'll use my whole body to fight them. One by one, the wolves fell, in Wang Yik's heart. There was only one thought. The civilians will suffer if I miss even one. So, he can't miss any of them. That's why he has to persevere. An exclamation was heard, "Are they crazy?" Then a gunshot. The sound of gunshots was also the sound of the remaining wolves being dealt with. They couldn't escape this doctrine of equality. The sound of empty shells falling in droves to the ground. Peace returned to the field. The rescue team had arrived. There's no way they could have withstood that. Jana ran to check doozy. But his first words were, "Did you kill them all?" Yes, in front of her was a horrifying sight. The wolves' heads were still attached to his body, but he still stood there stunned. The corner of his mouth curved into a satisfied smile. The rescue team investigated. Is it all over? It seems so. The other person was nonchalant. They couldn't have expected it either. I brought the teams because things sounded serious, but in reality, all it took was a few pistols. But the team leader was horrified. The dog corpses are scattered everywhere. The corpses of the hounds. At least 200 of them. Did they handle them all with just their bare hands? If there were about 10 immortal fighters, it would be more plausible. This is truly unbelievable. But here there is only one mutant and one newly joined immortal. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell, Kim Jana? Are you sure it was just the two of you who did all this?" Donna didn't answer. She knew. Just the two of us, no. She looked at the young man who had closed his eyes. It was him alone who did everything. At meeting room number 3, Dongbong, his face contorted in anger, growled. Wang Yik calmly reported the support communication line was disconnected. Hearing this, Dongbong angrily said in a sarcastic tone, Right, I see. Because the line was disconnected. Little Wang Yik here ignored my direct order, right? Yes. His anger rose, and Sung Bong's face became even more frightening. Are you kidding me? I wish my reason would just disconnect too, so I could beat you guys up and then justify it by saying, I don't remember anything. Look at me. I don't remember anything. Seeing him like that, Wang Yik thought in fear. Why does the manager have to say scary things while smiling so creepily? Even his eyes look weird. Suddenly, Jana calmly spoke up. It was my fault. I will take responsibility. Hearing that, Dongbong seemed surprised. His voice lowered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Jana, what is your current position? Still maintaining that calm demeanor, Jana said softly. Rank 1 employee. Dongbong continued. So how do you plan to take responsibility? Quit. Those words made her pause for a moment, unable to speak. Dongbong turned his back in frustration. That's enough. The disciplinary committee will contact you, so just go home, Jana. Tomorrow morning when you come to the company, go to the investigation team. You know this time, it's not just about writing a self-criticism. Right, yes. Suddenly he turned his head back, and Wang Yik. Looking straight at Wang Yik, do you think you have fulfilled your responsibility? Wang Yik regretted, not yet. Dongbong's face was cold. He judged, just talk. Dongbong turned his back and left. Starting tomorrow, you have to submit a self-criticism every day. Got it. Wang Yik hesitated. Don't I have to meet with the disciplinary committee? Wrong. Dongbong walked away lightly. What? You want to? Then get ready to go up there and explain what happened. His voice rang out. Whatever, just write a self-criticism first. A thought appeared on the day I returned to work. Everyone knew what had happened. The chat channel was flooded with notifications. Hey. What happened? Reply as soon as you get the mail. Did you two really take down 300 hounds? I heard you to stop the whole pack of hounds with just 2 pistols. The train of thought continued, and Johan told me what I didn't know. There's no punishment for interns. I know, there's a little punishment. I think it's resignation. Silently looking at the desk, rank 1 employee, Kim Jana. Wang Yik hesitated. My senior. In his mind, the image of Jana appeared. My senior had to take all the responsibility. Even if Warim Telecom is affiliated with the government, it's still a business. Still a profit-seeking organization. Wang Yik leaned back in his chair in frustration. Many thoughts running through his head. This is probably the consequence of breaking the rules. That thought gradually turned into a flashback of him fighting with Jana. But she and I, now that I think about it, when we were both looking at the satellite map on the way, A signal of a civilian appeared about 4 to 5 kilometers away. We both saved someone. Wang Yik struggled. Did I complete the mission? Of course I did. He reassured himself. Did I complete it? I did. Stepping out of the company, he looked up at the high sky, his heart filled with many emotions. It's true that I did it, but I'm so tired. Suddenly a hand came from nowhere and gently approached him. That hand touched his shoulder, making him turn his head. Senior, are you still here? Jana gently rubbed his shoulder as a word of comfort. She said, you did well today. Her praise seemed to touch Wang Yik's heart, surprising him. Jana smiled, turning to look at him. Excellent. You did well, excellent. Wang Yik was stunned. Just those 2 phrases. But one thing he had been wondering about was now certain. That what they both did today was right. His face brightened up. Thank you. Back at home, his mother wondered, so do you have a picture? He slowed down his eating, flustered. Whose mom? The senior you were just praising. Wang Yik calmly replied, no, she doesn't even have a profile picture on Kakatok. She was surprised. Really? Wang Yik wondered. But why are you asking? His mother's face showed a hint of confusion. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, I was just wondering if she could be my daughter-in-law. Wang Yik quickly pulled her out of that thought. She's my colleague, Mom. But his mother still held on to the thought. A senior can also become a honey and sweetheart. Wang Yik's expression became helpless. Speechless, is that so? It sounds wrong. His mind suddenly shifted to another thought. By the way, I wonder how the meeting with the disciplinary committee will go tomorrow. The next day, Donna was present at the meeting with the disciplinary committee. The atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Darim started. Let's begin. A voice spoke up. Today's committee meeting is about rank 1 employee Kim Jong-un. His eyes looked forward. Kim Jong-un. During a reconnaissance mission yesterday afternoon, you ignored a retreat order from Team 3's manager. Is that correct? All eyes were on Jong-un. She was calm. That is correct. Ignoring yesterday's angry attitude, Dung Bong, sitting on the side, spoke up in his defense. Things like that happened from time to time, but he was immediately reminded. Lai Dung Bong, behave yourself. He arrogantly crossed his arms and leaned back. Hey, did I say something wrong? New employee Du Wang Yik, come in. Wang Yik calmly entered as ordered. Mr. Du Wang Yik, answer me. Did Kim Jong-un force you to stay and fight with her? He said bluntly, no. The question continued to be asked to him. Do you know what happens when an intern causes trouble? Wang Yik replied to the last question. I believe that was the best course of action that could have been taken in that situation. The leader immediately retorted. What does an intern like you know? Dung Bong calmly continued. I taught him for months. Of course he knows. His words made the leader so angry that he could only clench his fist without saying a word. Wang Yik's voice rose, a halo of light shining on his face. We save civilians. His words made everyone in the room pause. Dung Bong spoke up in defense. Of course, that's what's important when carrying out a mission. Don't you know? If saving people isn't important, then what is? Unable to hold it in any longer, the leader shouted. Everyone around was helpless. Lai Dung Bong, please leave. However, he was still leisurely. This meeting is about a member of my team. I am required and allowed to be here as the team manager. Unable to remain calm, they started arguing in front of Wang Yik's helpless witness. Then keep order. Why does it sound like I'm about to get beaten up? Is this a fascist government? Hey, he thought to himself, please, don't go. You crazy bastard. Dung Bong sighed. Anyway, situations like this can also rise during missions. So let's just drop it. Another leader objected. How can we just drop it? He was calm. Just cut his salary for a few months. The other leader was stunned, his face darkening at Dung Bong's suggestion. Wang Yik's expression changed. He stammered. Yes. Outside the room, Dung Bong's endless chatter continued. How can you work properly when you guys are always so gloomy? Be more flexible. Got it. The work session with the disciplinary committee ended. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. Moon Jun slowly started. I also don't know if that's okay. Wang Yik wondered. What do you mean? Mudun walked leisurely. It's good to protect the employees under you. But you went a little too far. If you keep this up, your performance evaluation will be thrown in the trash. Wang Yik wondered. He protected his team despite what might happen to him, that foul-mouthed team leader. The two stopped in front of the office door. Wang Yik wondered, aren't you coming in? I have other things to do. Then I'll go first. As soon as the words were out, Burun suddenly rushed back. I'll wait. In the room, Dong Hun was deep in thought. He asked softly, how is it? The manager is trying his best. Wang Yik continued, huh? Wang Yik thought to himself, does he understand what I'm saying? Dong Hun was calm, oh crap. Is there anything else? Wang Yik was startled and turned his head back. He pondered. Is there anything else? His train of thought returned to the moment just before. Moonjun hurriedly turned back. Oh wait, employee Du Wangyik. Yes, I'm here. Moonrun gently offered an invitation. Would you like to join the investigation team? The train of thought returned to the present. A gentle but firm refusal was uttered. No. Time passed. Not long after I returned, the manager and my senior also returned. Dongbong sighed. I want to quit my job so bad. Donghun turned to wonder. What happened? I'm not allowed to participate in any missions for a month. Jonna continued. I'm very sorry. Vice Manager Donghun was worried. So what now? Dongbong waved it away. Forget it. His eyes became determined. Those bastards only know how to target people's weaknesses. A thought appeared. The punishment isn't too severe, but the atmosphere is quite bad. Wangyik silently glanced over. They're so angry, they don't even want to explain it to me. Returning to his daily work, Dongbong ordered, let's get to work. Anyway, back to daily life. I wrote an apology letter as soon as I got back. Holding the paper in his hand, he read aloud. It is true that no one is allowed to overstep their limits in the recent case, but I did not follow common sense. But I can't do anything about it. The incident happened because I didn't try my best. I will be more careful next time. Holding the letter in his hand, Dongbong was annoyed. Are you crazy? Because I've never written an apology letter before. Wangyik, indifferent. A thought ran through his mind. The manager was very angry, and my senior once again trained one-on-one with me. The training scene was tense, with Jonna continuously swinging her attacks forward. Du Wangyik, you need to rely on an immortal senses. Wangyik thought to himself. There's not a single opening in the manager's attack, and if there is, it's just a trap. He even uses openings as traps. He's so smart. She also gave me a few tips on how to fight the manager, and I wrote another apology letter. He recalled Dongbong's reaction when he read the letter. Hey, you come here. The manager began to express his anger not only through words. Dongbong swung a powerful punch at Wangyik. You crazy bastard. The attack was swift but missed Wangyik. I've had it. Wangyik took the initiative to attack forward. He tensed up and focused, his mind thinking of the scenario of an upward blow being a blow from below. A determined glint shone in his eyes. There are definitely no openings in the manager's attack. And if there are, it's a trap. Defending instinctively, Wangyik successfully dodged another one of Dongbong's attacks. Suddenly, Dongbong let out a strange, sinister smile. His hand rested on Wangyik's shoulder. Dongbong spun him around. A blow landed on Wangyik's back, causing him to cry out in pain. Donghun, sitting on the side, calmly announced, 6 minutes and 1 second, a new record for you. Dongbong laughed loudly. Great, I did it. Donghun was timid. I thought it was 5 minutes. Dongbong was annoyed. Get back to work. Wangyik was attacked. He was in pain. He put his hands on the floor, the other hand constantly patting his back, my back. He's so good at fighting. This is a daily occurrence for UAM's External Security Team 3. But, on the screen, an apology letter appeared along with a document about a poem found online. A call pulled him away from what he was focusing on. Hey Wang. Yes, what is it? New employee Kim So-gun. I mean, Du Wangyik, he replied. Dongbong stared at Wangyik, his eyebrows furrowed. What did that bastard Su Myung say to you? Wangyik wondered. Why? Wangyik thought back to the moment before. Shin Mujun, vice manager of External Investigation Team 2. He told me a few days ago. The flashback returned. Mujun told me. You want to make an invitation. You want to join the investigation team. Why? Right after that. Muzun waved his hand. He smiled and left. Oh no, just kidding. Have a good day. That's what he told me, Wangyik recounted. Tran Kwangyik realized something. How does he know? He replied. He asked if I wanted to transfer to the investigation team, but then said he was just kidding. Dongbong's expression changed, his face gradually becoming sinister. He gritted his teeth. So you got an invitation from the reconnaissance team, damn it. Wangyik looked at him nervously, a little scared. Why is he reacting like that? Did something happen? Suddenly, Muzun appeared out of nowhere, with a friendly smile. Hello. Wangyik thought to himself. Speak of the devil. Suddenly a loud noise appeared. You. Dongbong was angry. He threw a powerful punch at Mu-run, creating a loud explosion. Donghun and Jonna stood behind, sighing warily. I knew it. He should know too. Meanwhile, Wang was horrified. He stood frozen, witnessing the scene before him, without understanding. What was happening? What the hell is this? After taking that punch, Munion trembled on the floor, looking at Dongbong, who was still not over his anger. Why? What happened? Dongbong was annoyed. This bastard. I heard you just hired my new employee, right? Munian was timid. It was just a joke. Dongbong slowly approached, asking angrily, a joke? Was it a joke? Suddenly a voice was heard. Manager Lai Dongbong. Bilo appeared with a serious expression, his hands in his pockets. Wang Yik thought to himself, him? Dongbong's tone seemed to have lowered, his previous anger slowly disappearing. What? Why? Bilo spoke with a stern, reprimanding tone. What do you think you're doing? This man is the manager of the external investigation team, Park Bilo. Dongbong was calm, he was nonchalant, a prank. It's just a broken arm, what's the big deal? Mudon painfully hugged his arm and ran to Bilo's side. Bilo was annoyed. He asked again with an annoyed tone. His eyes suddenly flashed with anger, overreacting? Bilo bluntly questioned, then didn't you also overreact to a joke? Dongmeng wondered, a joke? So, you knew about this too? Dongbong angrily questioned, did you tell him to do that? Bilo asked, do what? Bilo calmly replied, to check if my new employee wants to transfer to your team. So what? You're famously cruel to new employees and have the nickname the Crusher. He became serious, firmly admitting, that's right, I told him to see if the new guy wants to join my team. It would be better for him than working like a slave in Team 3. Dongbong's face turned red. No, he firmly asserted, he's mine. Whether I crush him into a smoothie or beat him to a pulp, he's still mine. The conversation escalated. His voice echoed throughout the office, making everyone around curious to see what was happening. Don't touch him. I'm warning the other teams too. I know all the teams want him because of the gravity training incident and what just happened. Go ahead and try it if you're so good. You know me. Wang Yik glanced at him, his face bored. That's right. I know you're a psycho. And when did I become yours? Without stopping, Bilo continued, is this a dictatorship? Personal freedom is still more important. Wang Yik sat on the side, watching them and sighing. They're still arguing so intensely. Pilo's voice was directed at Wang Yik. Mr. Wang Yik, no need to be afraid. You can speak for yourself. Wang Yik was startled. What? He looked at Pilo in front of him, speechless. Wang Yik scratched his head in confusion, not knowing how to respond. He thought to himself, it's like being caught in a love triangle. Well, I don't need to hesitate anymore. A thought appeared. Images of Dongbong, Donghun, and Zhanga appeared one by one in his mind. The psycho manager, vice manager Panda Eyes, and a cold-hearted senior with a warm heart. A senior who is oppressive both inside and out. But Wang Yik stood up and answered clearly, I will stay in this team. Hearing that last sentence, Pilo was stunned, as if he had just been slapped in the face. Manager Park Pilo, obviously, he was very bloodthirsty with the nickname the Royal Path. He was a talented immortal. Pilo continued to press, is it because of the director? I can take care of that. However, Wang Yik was still resolute. No. A thought ran through his mind, but now he understands. Dongbong stood beside him, silently watching him. Wang Yik lowered his head in silence. Manager Park Pilo has no chance against Manager Li Dongbong. Although it's true that he is a crazy antisocial bastard, he is still a monster in combat. Dongbong was excited, sticking out his tongue and teasing, his tone drawn out. He's staying there. So what now? Wang Yik was weary. His personality is really problematic. A whisper was heard. Can I ask why? There are still many things I want to learn. Wang Yik pouted. There are many things to learn from a crazy guy who starts fights, and then demands an apology letter. Dongbong's face was stiff. What did you say? Huh? You bastard. Yes, Wang Yik was indifferent. Bilo became silent, unable to say anything more in response to Wang Yik's answer. He turned and walked away. Let's go. Vice Manager. Muzin looked on. Yes. On the other side, Dongbong angrily pointed at Pilo. Hey, you can't just come and go as you please. Donghun tried to intervene. Manager, let it go. There's no benefit in fighting with him. Suddenly, Dongbong glanced at Wang Yik. What are you still standing there for? He smirked. Of course you have to stay. Wang Yik thought in frustration, did I make a mistake? Dongbong turned and walked away. Now get to work. Donghun whispered, he's proud of you. Wang Yik wondered, proud? Dongbong returned to his desk and happened to see something on Wang Yik's computer screen. He asked, hey Wang, what's this? Wang Yik was timid. It's an apology letter, but I'm not done yet. Dongbong turned his head back, his expression changing, his face gradually becoming sinister. I don't have to finish it now, huh? A loud voice rang out. You jumpy little thing. You're dead meat. On the side. Donghun and Zhanga were still leisurely working. It seemed this was no longer an unusual occurrence for them. Donghun sighed, to psychos in one group. Donghun calmly continued to work. The loud voice continued. Azomnia. The fight was stopped by Donghun's call. Manager Ha, there's a problem. Dongbong stopped and ran to Donghun's side. What? Who should we send for this job? Donghun softly asked Dongbong, who was deep in thought. HMM. Dongbong looked at Wang Yik coldly, who else but him, despite Wang Yik's confusion. What are you talking about? Donghun said softly. Oh right, it has to be Zhongha. Wang Yik thought for a moment and then asked back. Where's the new job? Dongbong replied, the airport. Go pretend to be a human inspector. On the screen, a picture of a red-haired woman was enlarged. She's the one we need to catch. Donghun provided the information. She is a shapeshifter with special abilities. She looked like that in the video, but she's probably taken on a different appearance by now. Wang Yik thought to himself, a shapeshifter, with the ability to turn into anyone they remember. Donghun continued, she's probably a mercenary who transports classified information. The story isn't the reason. You can think of her as a spy. You know the P-Wasp force, right? The police force with superpowers. They're the ones who requested help in this case. Excurrency is also sending a shapeshifter for this case. Wang Yik wondered, you want to catch her by her scent, right? No matter who they turn into. Their scent can't be changed. Donghun pointed to his nose. You also know that shapeshifters are very good at sniffing things out, right? Dongbong was cold. Did the other team send reinforcements? Yes, they sent Kinam and Miho. Donghun replied. Wang Yik was frustrated. I can't believe a rookie is being sent to work with an elite soldier. Do I really need to do this? Donghun gently explained. A minimum of 3 immortals were recommended. They also requested any immortal with the same level of skill as Zhang Kinam. But there weren't enough trainers for this term, so a team of 3 rookies was formed like this. But is it too dangerous for just 3 rookies to do this? On the outside, you might be an immortal. But on the inside, you're still just a rookie. Wang Yik was worried, not knowing whether to take it as a compliment or not. Dongbong reminded, hey, make sure to protect Kinam well. Hearing that, Wang Yik's expression changed. Sure, get ready to receive an apology letter tomorrow. The type of person who tries their best in everything. The words were uttered. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I am Vice Manager Kim Haemo from the analysis team, and I will also be commanding this operation. Haemo introduced. Suddenly, his sentence slowed down as he observed something. Before I go over the operation, everyone around looked at Wang Yik, who had a swollen eye. Haemo asked, what happened to your face? It looks like that because I had to discuss it with Manager Lee Jongbong. Haemo smiled sympathetically, right? You're from Team 3. Well then, we'll start right away. An image of the airport appeared with an introduction. As you all know, the location for this operation is Incheon Airport. The 3 of them, with confident demeanors, carefully observe the surroundings of the airport. We will have to wear plain clothes to avoid attention. Be at the location at 10 a.m. We will join the P-Watt team there. Haemo and Gihai shook hands. I am Vice Manager Kim Haemo from the Beta team of the Special Immortal Force. He introduced himself. Gihai was polite. I am Operation Commander Lee Gihai. Jiu said gently, you guys are too used to this, aren't you? Once you're ready, you have to go straight to the designated position. Mr. Kim will get on this bus. Team Leader Pewitt. And I will be in the airport security room to monitor the situation and communicate with you. Wang Yik and Miho will be in front of Gate 5. Wang Yik quietly reported into his earpiece, Beta 3. Copy. Kinam will track the target at the travel agency counter. And we have prepared in advance at the airport. Kinam informed the other end of the line, Beta 1. Don't get in my way. Beta 0 confirms. Wang Yik angrily heard the announcement in his earpiece. This bastard, really? Meanwhile, Miho seemed to have seen something in front of her. 2 strangers slowly approached. She said softly, 2 big guys are coming this way. Biwat also had to rely on real bodyguards from Security's subsidiary. Wang Yik thought, this feeling, behind those normal clothes are powerful muscles. He's a shapeshifter. A man introduced himself. I'm from the actual security team. Sorry I'm a little late. They're in on this operation, so I have to be careful. A flashback appeared. Mr. Kim, I have a question. Wang Yik raised his hand and looked at Haemo. Wang Yik spoke up. Why is Kinam the one at the agency counter? Kinam seemed a little annoyed. He asked back, Kinam? Wang Yik hesitated. Well, then Kinam was serious. Don't just say my name casually, Mr. Kim. I hope you'll talk to me with some respect too. Haemo smiled a long, flowery smile, quickly diffusing the tension, of course. Because an immortal with special psychic abilities was recommended. So, Mr. Zhang here will be the one at the counter. In his heart, he gently admonished. Mr. Kim, why are you so naive? Miho was indifferent. It's a waste of resources to have for immortals on this case. When Nam added, actually, there's only 1 immortal and 3 empty heads. Hamo was worried. You guys want to start a fight? Hamo continued to instruct. Next, while we are tracking our target, we will also have to help the airport security force coordinate the airport. Keenam seemed to be in a hurry, is that all? That's right. Hearing the answer, Keenam stood up and left. Then I'll be going. As the operation commander, you need to be a little tougher. That way, it will be beneficial for the operation. Miho coldly reminded. Himo laughed helplessly, okay. Miho also stood up to leave. If you're done talking, then I'll be going to. See you tomorrow. The room suddenly became quiet after the other two left. The atmosphere became less heavy. Wang Yik angrily complained. Jong Keenam is such a bastard, isn't he? He's only on the same level as me. And Yumiho too. She's really unbelievable. Miho sighed warily, blaming herself. It's my fault. I only have half immortal blood. Hamo reassured, but luckily we still have you, who is truly strong. Wang Yik was worried. A naive vice manager into crazy dogs. Is this going to be okay? The next day, a voice spoke up, can I have your number? Miho bluntly refused. I'm already married. The man who was trying to flirt with her laughed loudly. Come on, you're lying, aren't you? Don't be like that. He suddenly stopped when he heard a loud call from afar. Honey, what's wrong? Wang Yik appeared. He looked at the guy who had just flirted with Miho. Who is this guy? The stranger quickly left. Sorry. Miho quietly assessed. You're overdoing it. Wang Yik turned his hat. I'm the type of person who does everything with all my might. He looked in one direction, thinking, but he quietly observed the people walking around. I don't see anyone suspicious. Suddenly, a voice was heard in both of their ears. Beta 1 has detected the target. The other side said, light blue shirt, blue jeans, man in his 30s. Command here, confirming the identity of a man in his 30s. Everyone said in unison, confirmed. Wang Yik has confirmed the target in front of him. What is this? He was stunned. I can't tell any difference. Miho spoke up. I don't understand why Keenam gets special treatment. I wonder the same thing. The only difference between us and him is mixed blood and pure blood. That difference is so subtle. On this side, when Nam with sunglasses was quietly observing, it's just a little twinge. Not that sensitive, but the psychic ability of pure blood is really special. Mind's eye. When Nam lit up, it showed his high concentration. To them, even water can be distinguished, and even gravel can be distinguished. They can feel every difference. The earpiece continued to transmit the announcement. Bodyguard confirms. Preparing to approach the target. Probability is 80%. Piwa's team will move in to subdue the target. We will only observe. Wang Yik hesitated, sensitive. A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly I remember what Dad said. An image of his father appeared, son. Being extremely sensitive means having extremely strong immortal abilities. That's what Dad said. People like that usually have a rattan personality, so I'm quite happy that I'm not like that. At that time, Dad seemed quite at ease, but also a little disappointed. He fell silent, his face sinking into the mud. The difference between mixed blood and pure blood can be seen in the orientation. The speed of learning skills is fundamentally different, but I also have that speed. His eyes suddenly lit up. I used to think that everything would be fine. He hesitated. Should I give it a try? Suddenly, he raised his voice towards the other person. Excuse me for a moment. The surrounding security forces were shouting at everyone around. Step back. This is an emergency. We need everyone to cooperate with us. A murmur of conversation rose. What's going on? Are they filming a movie or something? Is that a real gun? Who are those people? Wang X slowly bowed his head. Suddenly, he looked up, bewildered by something he encountered. An urgent voice rang out. Beta 3, are you sure? Is there only one target? Everyone who heard that stopped in their tracks. A voice echoed in Wang X's ear. Beta 3, are you sure? Is there only a single target? The others who heard this also paused for a beat, somewhat bewildered by someone's appearance. A man holding a gun appeared majestically, while a voice on the radio continued to speak. You. Before he could finish listening, the gunman slowly squeezed the trigger, and the other members all fled. But the sound of gunfire didn't stop, continuing in a relentless barrage. Not willing to lose to those guys, the organization's side also fought back, stopping them. Wang X also quickly ran for his life, saying as he ran, damn it. Suddenly he panicked, his eyes widening. Behind that girl, behind Hyman's back, a dark figure holding a dagger was truly rushing towards her. It was Jiang Mo. He attacked her fiercely. You filthy half-blood. Not letting him attack, she also quickly retaliated. He tumbled backward and a report came over his earpiece. Beta 1, all enemy combatants are psychics. As he listened, he thought, I've had a feeling there were many people from the start. He emphasized, Now I can feel more than too clearly. But more and more are appearing around him. I can't count them. How many of them are there? He worried, do I have to take them all down by myself? Looking around, he assessed the situation. But they're scattering, damn it. Today is before the mission. Himo was reviewing the new recruits' files. All of them were very special. He further assessed, ignoring the orientation test scores. Kinam is still very talented because he is a special immortal with pure bloodline. Yumiho is the same. She may be a half-blood, but she is intelligent and decisive, not bad at all. Suddenly, he paused at one last file. The last one is the most outstanding, and that is Wang X. He thought further. Lately, people have been talking about the sparring matches between him and the team manager every morning. It seems he does it to learn the techniques of the team manager, Li Deng, who, knowing this, still accepts it. He picked up the file to analyze it further. Moreover, he's also strong, a good fighter, and friendly. Exactly the director's type. Kim Han approached. Are you looking at the new recruit's files? Kim Han added, Do Wang X, he's like you when you were a new recruit, isn't he? He pondered for a moment, then replied. That's right. Suddenly, a voice rang in his earpiece, damn it. The scene seemed chaotic. The person behind him shouted, Deputy Manager, he hastily replied. I still can't grasp the situation. I have to go in. As he ran, he said, I'll let Yumiho handle the report. I also need to check on Kinam. After that, I'll. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. He exclaimed in astonishment. Who was that? I sensed him. Should I pursue? But the most important thing now is to stabilize the situation first. His eyes widened as if he remembered something. He called out, Beta 3, I have an order. Himo began to speak. Go to left gate number 8 immediately. I authorize combat as long as you can control the situation. Beta 1, report damages. The situation seemed tense. The assassins were all in a state of exhaustion. Himo's voice continued. Beta 2, report the situation again. At this moment, Wang X spoke up. I will intervene in this situation. He replied decisively. Beta 3, understood. Back at the battle, Beta 1's side didn't seem to be doing well. The opponent kept throwing punches at them. They resisted fiercely, and behind them, Beta 1 advanced to attack the other guy. A blue aura of power enveloped him. The person behind saw the situation and shouted Beta 1's name loudly. He began to report the situation. One QEPWAT agent and 2 security personnel have been injured. On this end of the line, Miho said, Beta 2, this is an ambush. Considering the scattered enemies are returning to attack, it seems they want to divide our forces. An enemy from behind tried to attack while Miho was talking, but was fortunately stopped by a teammate. There are a total of 7 of them. The main objective is to capture the shapeshifters. A voice came through Beta 1's earpiece. Beta 0, Beta 1, retreat and observe the situation. Prepare for the arrival of new enemies. But he replied, Beta 1, I can still fight. The voice on the other end affirmed, Beta 1, this is an order. The enemy saw this and got excited, his hand gripping the gun tightly. You guys are dead meat. It will be very dangerous to retreat now. Suddenly, someone ran up and shouted loudly, Listen up, newbie. A dark shadow rushed forward and grabbed the gunman. The tables turned, the other guy was restrained. Seeing this, one of his teammates rushed forward. You bastard. When did you? Without letting him speak, Muzun pulled out his pistol. He shot the other guy dead on the spot. Muzun shouted, They've been subdued. In the parking lot, another battle was taking place. Hats, jackets, and glasses lay scattered everywhere. The enemy panted heavily. From behind, Wang X approached and asked, Are you still running? The other guy replied, You're persistent. You're an immortal, right? He retorted. You don't recognize my face? The man pondered, then replied, I give up. Hearing this, he angrily exclaimed, You bastard. The other person said arrogantly, You're an immortal, so why are you chasing me? I have another group coming to support me. He replied. The other side answered, Are you crazy? He added, Hey, do you think chasing me was a mistake? He burst out laughing. What? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. Before his eyes, the other guy began to transform. He tore off his shirt. His body revealed bulging muscles. A cunning smile on his face. You bastard. He shouted, I am a pure-blooded species with super strength. His face contorted. You think immortals can't die? Then I'll crush your skull. He said nothing, remaining silent. He thought to himself, Let's see, is anyone nearby? Probably have to wait another 5 to 10 minutes. Reinforcements will arrive then. He let out a sigh, his lips curling into a scornful smile. That seems like enough time. In the outer hall, the injured and dead lay scattered. GHE spoke up. Get the wounded members out of here. Remember to clean up the scene. At that moment, Muzun thought, There are no shapeshifters around here. He looked up, thinking further. As expected, they're stalling for time like Yumiho said. Someone has probably already escaped. Returning to the fight between Wang X and the pure blood, Wang X thought, which means. The other guy stomped his foot hard on the ground as a show of force. But he remained composed and asked, "Are you ready?" He curled his lip and said, "Everyone says immortals are impossible to kill. So let me crush your skull." Hearing this, his face remained perfectly calm. He continued, "Let's see if it's true or not." He swung a powerful punch towards him, which he quickly dodged. He blocked his move with just one hand. His face contorted. His eyes became angry. He was completely surprised. "You, why?" he said mockingly, wondering why you can't pull your hand back even though you're trying your best. "You bastard." Hearing him say that, his face went completely blank. Then he twisted his wrist slightly, causing him to groan in pain. He pushed his hand away. A large part of his hand was bruised purple. He gave a light push, and he staggered. Then he rushed forward as fast as a blur, giving him no time to react. Just in time, a sound. He appeared before him, extremely cold, his eyes bright and determined. He remembered his teacher's words, "Every skill has its own direction of movement. Just by applying force to change it, you can completely alter the direction of an opponent's attack." He applied that exact principle to the other guy. Then he swung his fist, punching him straight in the jaw. He was thrown into the air and fell with a painful thud. His face was cold and arrogant. "I've mastered this move many times." He walked over to him, a scornful smile on his face. "Time, probably no more than 3 minutes. But it'll still be a while before the support team arrives." He quickly transformed into a briefcase. He smiled. "What should you and I do now?" He moved closer to him. "Shapeshifters can turn into anything they've seen, right? But I heard." He emphasized, "You can only make it look like steel." He laughed. "But you can't actually become steel, can you?" After that, he took out a lighter. He brought it close to the briefcase he had transformed into. He was scared, quickly shouting, "I surrender." He smiled triumphantly. "You should have done that sooner. I want to ask you a few things." The other guy was panicked. "Get that lighter away from me first." He added, "Even if you ask, I don't have the answers you want. It would ruin my life." He continued, "But I can compromise." Before he could finish, he exclaimed, "Whatever," and made a request. "Can you turn into something smaller?" He looked astonished. He explained further, for example, a cigarette. He hastily replied, "What, that impossible? This is my limit." "Really? Then turn back into a person now." He yelled. "What are you doing? Still not listening to me." He added, "Lend me your clothes." "Huh?" The scene shifted back to the lobby. Muzun approached and said, "What's going on?" Wang X replied, "Oh, you guys are here." He asked, "Who's this?" Wang X replied, That's right, Beta 3 reporting in." He pointed and said, "This bastard ran away and wanted to fight, so I beat him to a pulp. And the bag he's carrying is that red-haired shapeshifter over there." "Understood. You did well." In the distance, a person clutching a bleeding arm approached. He exclaimed, "Oh, Kinam," he said. "Everything has been resolved." Kinam said nothing. Beside him was Miho. She was supporting an injured person, Wang Yike. He whispered to Kinam, "It's all thanks to me, get lost." From behind, a girl stepped forward. "You said you were the one who defeated him." He replied, "Yeah, just luck." Everyone was surrounding him now, and he feigned modesty, saying, "I was able to do it because I wasn't distracted by the excitement of finding the enemy, like someone else was." Everyone who heard that silently judged, "So petty, he's so petty." Kinam approached with a smile and said, "What a fun person." He gave a forced smile. "I'm very humorous." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Beta 3, you know who you just defeated?" "Who?" The other person suddenly froze. "Wait, I thought you already knew." She explained, "Level 3 wanted criminal Nadolpin, also known by the alias Rhinoceros. The life of a criminal like him is worth a lot of money." He replied, "Level 3A wanted criminal. That means at the very least, he must be involved with a terrorist organization or he himself is a serial killer." The person next to him explained, "He's a very powerful criminal. Taking him down is truly impressive." Everyone was also buzzing. It must have been a bloody fight. Thanks to his immortal powers, he wasn't injured. But no one knew the battle ended with a single punch. Du Moon came over to praise him. "Well done," while thinking to himself, sending him on this mission was the right decision. He approached and said to the shapeshifter, "Now, let's make a deal." "What deal?" "We've already achieved our objective for this operation. Besides, we don't even have any equipment." That person thought, "An immortal fighting with his bare hands is no great feat." He smiled and said, "You shouldn't say things so bluntly. Well, let me ask you a question." She turned to Wang X. What rank is this employee? He introduced new employee Du Wang X. A slightly weary voice spoke up. Why do you have to go around showing off your name? Dung Bong rested his chin on his hand, frowning at him. You want to be a star. Wang X stood up straight. You've misunderstood. It's just a habit, Dung Bong probed. I thought your dream before was to become a businessman. His voice just faded away. Wang X was lost in thought about the earlier conversation. I've investigated. The criminal you captured was once a member of the terrorist organization, Prometheus. Wang X guessed, so the people who hired that shapeshifter where the other voice cut him off. Prometheus. He continued to reveal things that made Wang X ponder. She clearly holds a secret of the psychic organization, and it seems to be a top-tier secret. Suddenly Dung Bong called him back to reality. Hey, are you happy you caught the terrorist? Wang X put on a bright face. Yes, quite happy. Dung Bong couldn't help but curse. Shit. He urged, write the report for me immediately in his mind. Wang X could only think of the name Prometheus from what he knew. It was a terrorist organization and a group of mad scientists. Those who want to bestow a special power upon all of humanity. Like the gods who brought fire to this world. He cursed under his breath. This world is full of sick people. A voice called his name. Mr. Du Wang X. Bilo appeared from behind. You need to come with me. Scene change. Wang X had arrived at his destination. He was quite surprised when he opened the door. Inside, Myung Jin was already waiting for him. His expression remained calm, but was hard to read. Sit. Wang X entered with a familiar greeting. New employee Du Wang X, may I have your permission to sit? Myung Jin wondered, do you introduce yourself like that to all the police and shapeshifters? He replied lightly, it was just an incident. Myung Jin laughed out loud. I understand. To be human is to make mistakes. A person without any flaws would be very boring. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. I heard that you captured a terrorist. What reward do you want? Wang X held the teacup and thought. But it seemed like that was just for show because he had already thought about it. He was straightforward. I want to be promoted to assistant director. Myung Jin gave a faint smile. You're too greedy. He gave a mix of praise and criticism smoothly. This achievement isn't enough to promote you to that position. But it's amazing that you're just a rookie. Wang X cut in. So why did you want to see me? He set down his teacup and looked straight at Wang X. Because I am very proud of you. Myung Jin asked again. What do you like? Wang X's face was completely blank. Finally, he gave a very practical answer. Money. After receiving his reward, he gave a portion of the bonus to his mother. His mother was excited. I bought some Iberico ham. Do you want to eat some? Wang X was happy. Yes, let me have a taste. He was very happy to make her happy. Back to work. There were still a few tasks after the incident at the airport. Yung threw his jacket over his shoulder and called to his teammate. Let's go. Now, Wang X understood why his senior was always so busy. They had captured 5 special criminals in 3 months. Wang X held the special double cuffs to restrain the terrorist. Stay still. He has participated in more than 10 black hole disruption operations. Dung Bong yawned widely. So crowded. While Wang X was highly focused, aiming at each target, looking at the man fighting alongside him, he realized one thing. The manager is extremely lazy. He was picking his nose while complaining. These damn things are as numerous as the Mongol army. And Dung Bong also hated Wang X's reports. In the office, his complaints echoed. Why did you write about me picking my nose and sleeping in the report? Wang X was unfazed. I'm just reporting the truth. These 2 big shots made everyone in the room fed up. They're so noisy. In a flash, it was time for hand and leg exercises. The 2 palms touched with a force that was not small at all. Dung Bong extended his hand to give Wang X a slap, but he quickly squatted down to dodge the blow. Just as he stood up to counter, he was immediately met with a kick from Dung Bong. But Wang X no longer fell with just a few punches and kicks like before. Suddenly Dung Bong stopped and turned away. Shit. Wang X understood and raised his hand in a salute. Same as always, good job. The manager never fought with him for more than 10 minutes. Wang X watched Dung Bong pensively. He realized something from the series of 10-minute spars. His muscular back made Wang X exclaim in his mind. He had never seen the manager's strength show any sign of hitting rock bottom. 3 months after the mission at the airport, her face darkened. She radiated a fierce killing intent. Every word she uttered carried death. I will kill them all. The other 3 members of Dung Bong's team wanted to climb a mountain in embarrassment. It was now mealtime at the company. The atmosphere was lively. Everyone was acting out of character. Dong Hun spoke up to explain. She's like this every time she gets drunk. Wang X was a little surprised, only when she's drunk. Dong Hun explained again. She's just talking in her sleep. It's become a habit every time she gets drunk. She'll wake up soon, just leave her be. Saying that, he excitedly turned to Dung Bong. Hey manager, do you think I'll get a girlfriend in my 20s? Dung Bong sighed. I'm not a fortune teller. Dong Hun was disappointed. Can't you say something to reassure me? The manager is now interested in the new recruit, Wang X. You idiot, don't cross the line. I'll beat you up if you do anything wrong. Wang X deliberately stuffed his face, his cheeks puffing out. Alright, he thought, anyway, I'm part shapeshifter. How could I get drunk? He looked at the tables next to him. I thought an immortal's meal would be very different, but it's just a bit quieter than usual in the company canteen. Partly because everyone is drunk and noisy. Wang X downed his glass in one go. He seemed to release some tension with a sigh. His gaze focused on one point again. Wang X watched Dung Bong, who was muttering and holding his wine glass, and couldn't help but think. I'm very curious. The manager sensed his gaze and threw Wang X a warning look. Be careful, you idiot. The questions still ran through Wang X's head. I wonder how much I've changed, he blurted out. Manager. Wang X seemed to be caught up in his own thoughts since the first time he fought him. He confessed his feelings. Do you want to have a serious match with me? He seemed a bit tipsy, which made him even more eager to have a serious match with Dung Bong without caring about hierarchy. Dong Hun opened his eyes wide, looking at his expression. Young sobered up instantly. Only Dung Bong remained calm, swirling the wine in his glass. Are you drunk? Wang X looked up. No. Dung Bong's voice remained even. 5 minutes later, he turned and stood up at the training center. Swiftly, the two had arrived at the meeting point, along with Mat Tham and Yang A, of course. Dung Bong's eyes were full of fighting spirit. You want to warm up? Wang X was equally fired up. No need. Dung Bong closed his eyes as if he was meditating. The previous sparring matches were truly boring, weren't they? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide with a slightly savage smile. Come at me. The sound of their clash echoed throughout the fighting room. Dong Hun observed intently and suddenly noticed something surprising. In the fighting ring, Wang Yik rushed forward and used his elbow to strike Dung Bong's right arm forcefully. But his next action was to retreat instead of being aggressively triumphant. Wang X had a plan done. His right arm is completely broken. Now I need to get into a defensive stance immediately. Suddenly, Dung Bong's voice rang in his ear, startling him. The manager had, at some point, raised his fist right next to Wang X's face. Wang X quickly caught it, but that wasn't the only surprise. Dung Bong raised his other fist to attack him. This blow was too sudden for Wang X to deal with. He stared wide-eyed in confusion. That's the arm I just broke. The force was both strong and unexpected, causing Wang X to collapse. The manager relaxed. Phew, you bastard. Dong Hun approached and asked, Manager, did you just use it? Dung Bong immediately denied it. No. Dong Hun glanced at the manager's right arm. But your arm is broken. Dung Bong had to admit. He's the first person after you. It's very different. Then he glanced down at the ground. Yes, it's truly very different. Although Wang X was bleeding from his nose, his face still showed a look of satisfaction. A new set of faces was presented. This is the list of new recruits from the personnel department. Wang X's profile picture caught their attention, and a voice asked again, Thank you. Is this the person the CEO chose? The secretary confirmed, yes. Dong Che Hum pointed, Give me his file. He glanced through the file, marksmanship skill level B, close combat ability level B. Overall combat capability assessment is level B, not bad. Suddenly, the director's tone changed to one of dissatisfaction. His immortality ability is too low compared to his close combat ability. Isn't such a low ability considered incompetent? The secretary added, I heard he slept soundly throughout the orientation. The discrepancy in the evaluation criteria surprised Dong Qian a little. Mission completion performance C. I didn't know he could get such a high score in the external security team now. 3. The secretary explained. Assistant Director Kang Himo gave him almost full marks on the final mission. The director rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Conduct B, Responsibility D, Teamwork Ability D, Work Attitude F, Decisiveness A. He's close on almost all criteria. Another point surprised him. What's this? Excels with immortality. The secretary recounted. The manager of Team 3 added it. Dong Qian chuckled. This guy. He sat up straight, a fighting mad lunatic who can't control himself. While his immortality ability is too low. He tapped his finger on Wang X's photo. We should eliminate him. Back in the office, Wang X was also resting his chin on his hand, thinking. He asked Dong Hun, who was standing behind him, What are the evaluation criteria for immortality ability? Dong Hun didn't answer right away, but asked back, What have you been doing since the orientation? Wang X frowned. Is there something wrong with the evaluation? Dong Hun explained. Because you didn't attend the disciplinary committee meeting even though you were marked as present. but the committee doesn't take you seriously, so your evaluation is as good as trash. Wang X frowned looking at the other criteria. I think my responsibility and teamwork skills should have been rated higher, Dong Hun emphasized. The disciplinary committee meeting has a huge impact. He was even more surprised by his low attitude score. And this work attitude evaluation, Dong Hun replied immediately, is because you keep defying the team manager. He expressed his complaint with dark circles under his eyes. Just imagine, every morning, you hear your neighbor screaming like a pig being slaughtered, and you hear it for 2 months straight. Would you be happy? Wang X had no choice but to accept it, but he was still quite confident. At least my decisiveness was highly rated. Looking at his proposal was truly pitiful. At the end of the file, Wang X was also a bit curious. Why is there a note about whether I can drink or not? The assistant pointed out. The team manager suggested adding it. This is something you're very good at. Dung Bong snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Our loser is a great drinker. Wang X was speechless, cursing under his breath. Crazy bastard. Dong Hun had returned to his desk. Wang X was still not done with his questions. What's the red number 1 next to my name? Zhang Han replied as he sat down. It means the person in charge has marked you. Dong Han had returned to his desk. Wang X wasn't surprised. All right, I guess it means I'll be the first to be fired. That's right. I know. Red is a failing grade. Suddenly, Wang X's voice was slightly panicked as Dong Han patiently explained, What's this? It means if you don't perform well in the upcoming evaluation, then you will be the first one to be fired. This statement of his caused Wang X's expression to change completely. A moment later, the company's loudspeaker blared. Announcement from Warim. All employees please gather in the training room. In a flash, the new employees had gathered, filling the room. The person in charge announced, "We will conduct a competency assessment to make the final decision on your appointments." In a corner of the room, a cheerful voice called out, "Oh, who's this?" The number 1 potential unemployed person. Yohin and Guntai playfully approached. Wang X, who was sitting hunched over, had to look up. I thought others weren't allowed to see my evaluation. Yohin was smug. There's always a way. Wang X immediately understood the problem, so the company's confidential information was leaked. Iohan and Gunt didn't care much. The two of them surrounded and mocked Wang X. Come on. You bastard. You can do it. That's right. Don't be sad. I'll treat you to a meal. He looked downcast. I haven't been fired yet, you bastards. The staff member from the organizing committee announced that the test would begin immediately. Please move to your assigned positions. Yohan didn't linger either. I have to go. Suddenly, Wang X spoke to the person behind him. Had you seen the movie The Sixth Sense? Gunt didn't quite understand. Huh? Yohan asked again. Yes, why? Wang X stood up and said, Do you know why that movie is so good? Yohan answered dismissively, because the main character is a ghost. Wang Yik objected. No. He threw back a confident look with a triumphant smile, because there's a plot twist. In the control room, the doors suddenly opened. The sound of footsteps made the person in charge turn his head. Myungjin walked in. The person in charge wondered, Mr. Nam, why are you here? Myungjin crossed his arms and looked at the screen. I'm just a little curious. I can't miss such an interesting event. The first person to appear was Ki Nam. Myungjin's voice was full of excitement. This is a match between our strongest rookies. The person from the organization called next up, Ki Nam. He chose Du Wang X as his first opponent. Get ready. Wang X spoke first. Little Ki Nam, you miss me that much? Ki Nam was a bit annoyed. Don't act so familiar. But he kept teasing. Our little Ki Nam cursed. What the hell? Their gazes clashed as if they were about to shoot sparks. Both of them rushed in to gain the upper hand. The memory returns. Wang X is in a different space. The examiner, holding a watch in one hand and 5 cards in the other, sat opposite him. What's the difference between these cards? Wang X answered immediately. The first card. On the left. The third card, second row from the top. The 5th card has a dot in the middle. The 6th card is thicker. The examiner quickly looked at the watch in his hand. 3.48 seconds. This is even faster than an S rank. Back to reality. Wang X attacked with a punch, but it seemed to miss its target. In his mind, the thought-concealed traces appeared. Kinham also advanced with the punch, but he leaned back and dodged it. During the test that day, the push-up test, Wang X did them non-stop. The examiner even began to doubt the measuring equipment. It's not broken, is it? But another person confirmed no, it's not broken. Wang X's voice echoed more. The examiner quickly stopped him. No, he was shocked. 12 grams. 3 times the average ability of rookies. Indeed, Wang Wai had been hiding this formidable strength. He threw an uppercut from below, catching Ki Nam completely by surprise. He raised his elbow to counter, but he had already circled behind him. A punch from Wang X felt like it would pierce through Ki Nam's internal organs. In the entrance physical examination, Wang X excelled in every criterion: endurance, stability, reflexes, reaction speed, flexibility. The examiner had to exclaim to himself, impossible. All of them far exceed the average evaluation score. He slowly made a note in doubt. Gravity resistance S-class. Could he be evaluated as S-class? Back to the fight, Ki Nam seemed to realize the difference. He could no longer keep up with Wang X's speed. Kinham was astonished by this superior individual. His traces. Wang X said quietly, sorry, Ki Nam. Actually, he hid his abilities because Wang X didn't want people to know he was a shapeshifter. He thought he was stronger than all the immortals here if he tried. But this was his pride. He couldn't hide it anymore. From now on, he would reveal all his abilities. Wang X attacked head-on, his punch so strong that Ki Nam lost control of his body. The examiner in that evaluation had also acknowledged his ability. 2 words said it all just right. The next day, Dongbong confronted Wang X with a scowl. You knocked out Ki Nam's front tooth and broke Miho's jaw. Are you proud of yourself? Wang X rolled his eyes, recalling his many achievements. You miss one thing. Guntae is also in a coma. Guntae's voice from yesterday was hunging, demanding his death. If you want to hit Miho, you have to kill me first. The manager was serious, punching and breaking a colleague's tooth. He asked evenly, are you a dentist? Wang X corrected him without a hint of guilt. No. I am due Wang X a third-rank employee. Dongbong was furious. Should I knock out your front teeth too? Wang X quickly made his escape. I'm going home. On the way home, a car driving alongside suddenly caught Wang X's attention. The car flashed its lights and then stopped. The windows slowly rolled down, and the person sitting inside was none other than Director Kim. He smiled slyly. I'm Kim Dongqian. If you're on your way home, why not get in and ride with me? Employee Do Wang X. A moment later, the car was speeding down the road. Dongqian lit a cigarette. There's a project I'm developing. There's an open position. Wang X was indifferent, really. He glanced at him. The director's voice was even in the wind. I'm hoping you'll fill that position. This really made Wang X stutter. I'm not sure how to answer that. Dongqian quickly reassured him. You can work as usual and become a volunteer when I start the project. Wang X also replied quickly. All right. The director flicked his ash with satisfaction. Good. He raised his voice and invited. Do you like to eat meat? Afterwards, the car stopped to drop Wang X off after he answered. Yes, Mr. CEO. Dongqian sat in the car and quickly called someone, his voice full of intention. Yes. It was very convenient. No, the kid is very talented and outstanding. What I mentioned in that gift. He gave a smug smile. I'm not sure if he understands their meaning. At home, Wang X was enjoying the director's gift with his mother. His mother wondered, why did the director give you BBQ? He didn't answer directly, but replied evasively. I guess he's rewarding me for working hard. The following time seemed to be peaceful. After the training process, Wang X became a third-rank employee. He gained access to more information and documents on the internal network, and his salary and bonuses also increased. Wang X also moved into the company building, a 5-minute walk from work. His parents helped him move, but moving was secondary. Being a tag-along was the main thing. His mother reminded him, if you have an unplanned child, make sure the mother is a beautiful person. Back at the office, his colleague teased Dongbong, don't you feel bad for Donghun today? Work harder, the manager retorted, get lost. Wang X peeked over at Donghun's desk. Our team has very little work. Dongbong yawned widely. I'm about to go to a meeting. Wang X frowned, remembering during a break he had asked Rong A, Senior, why doesn't our team have any work achievements? She replied while wringing her hands. Because we haven't done anything for them. Wang X wondered. But what about the times we participated in confidential cases or caught special criminals? Zhang A explained. That was just us providing support. It doesn't count. I don't understand, so why don't we do something else? Dong paused to think of the best words to convey. The higher-ups don't like the team's manager, so they won't assign work. Wang X held his breath, so that's how he treats everyone. Dong reassured, our team can still survive without achievements. The assistant manager takes on the side jobs of other teams and completes them for them. Back to the present, an employee from another team came over to ask for help, Donghun. This he replied as if he had done it 100 times, just leave it there. 2 cups of coffee were placed on the table, and Wang X started the conversation, assistant manager. Do you need any help? Dong Hyun took a sip of coffee then declined. I feel very bad for making you do paperwork. Wang X insisted, you can do better. But then he expressed his disappointment. Can our team really not continue working? Dong Hun protested. We are working. Wang X pressed. When Dong Hun's voice trailed off, sometimes. Although his eyes were dark with circles, his smile was still very motivating when the team manager brought back a big mission. The team's chat group immediately popped up a message, Li Dongbong. The whole team is having dinner tonight. Dong Hun, where? Dongha was all too familiar. I know. Dongbong replied. Dong Hun's house. Wang X was confused. We're going to eat at an employee's house? A moment later, everyone went down to a basement. Wang X was surprised. So this is the assistant manager's house. Dong Hun denied it, of course not. Dongbong now explained to him. This is a meeting room outside the office. Codenamed Dong Hun's house. The USB had been plugged in, and the projector was ready for the secret meeting. On the screen was a sparkling gemstone. Dongbong stood up to preside attention. He introduced it as a new material found in the white hole, Axon Stone. This is an object that contains an aura. Wang Ich immediately remembered aura, a type of energy that a person with powers emits and is unlike any other ability. Dong Hu updated the information. People can transfer their aura into the stone to change its own energy. Dongbong agreed, right? The analysis team says that Axon Stone will open a new era of energy sources. Dong Hun continued. It seems that not all stones have the same capacity. The manager was excited. That's right. He continued that among those found, the highest rank announced was AA. Dongbong flexed its ultimate power. A D-rank Axon Stone can power a flight from Incheon to New York, with its efficiency nearly doubling with each rank increase. An A-rank stone is enough to take down an S-rank shapeshifter. Wang X was quite surprised by this new information, and Dong Hun asked again. What you mean by announced is? He speculated that S-rank Axon stones had been found but not disclosed to the public. And Dongbong nodded slightly. Dong Hun was curious. How many? Dongbong wasn't sure. At least 50. He was surprised. So many. The manager changed the slide, and his expression also changed. Psychics were the first to discover them. They tried to keep them for themselves. But someone in the company leaked the secret. He explained thoroughly. Because the information was leaked, the psychics asked for help from a fox. And Harium's special immortal force was assigned to protect the Axon stones, receiving a few stones as payment for their protection. Dongbong sternly stated, it will just be a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. That's all the information from the meeting I attended today. So the dinner menu will be our topic from now on. As he clicked the remote, he continued his presentation for External Security Team Note 3. The Axon Stone harvesting plan appeared on the screen. Basically, Dongbong's team still had a part in it. But one detail in the plan shocked everyone. A team of 4 people, but 2 were not on the participation list. Dongbong turned to his assistant. Dong Hun, we can add Dong A and Wang X, right? Dong Hun frowned thoughtfully. I'll look into it further. But if we want to create a scenario where we can intervene. But it seems nothing is too difficult for these people. He gave a smug smile. Then yes, it's entirely possible. Dongbong popped open a can of soda in agreement. Alright, then. Suddenly Wang X spoke up, interrupting like a lost deer. By the way, what are we doing now? Dongbong seemed annoyed. Working. Wang X tried to imagine working. Then he smiled again with a meaningful expression. The manager was confused. What are you smiling about? Wang X quickly denied it. Nothing. I just thought it was pretty cool. Dongbong was annoyed. I don't know why your smile bothers me. He raised his can of water with certainty. Anyway, we're going to get those Axon stones. 2 days later, in a deserted place, there was the sound of a chase. Stop right there. This commotion attracted the attention of a nearby guard. I said stop. On a tree hung a sign with the words restricted area. But a strange blue-haired man was jumping nimbly through the branches. Behind this intruder, another set of footsteps was in pursuit. Huh? Hey. The guard with the gun analyzed the intruder. This is a restricted area. The person chasing from behind signaled. Get out of the way. Wang X and Wang A, fully equipped, rushed forward. This is the Special Immortal Action Force. The intruder ran for his life while shouting in confusion. He ran through the white hole. You crazy people. Why are you chasing me all the way to the white hole? Wang X and Dong A exchanged glances. Dong A feigned panic. Where did he go? Wang X guessed with the purpose. I'm not sure. It looks like he went in there. The guards hurriedly tried to stop them. Wait. Hey, you guys. Wang X managed to touch the hole. The guard shouted loudly. Don't go in there. But now there was nothing to stop them. Elsewhere, a monster took a bullet to the head and died without closing its eyes. A group of fully equipped men with guns searched every nook and cranny, left entrance clear. Right clear. No sign of invaders. Before them now were carts full of Axon stones. One person signaled, suction stones found. We will begin moving them now. Everything was ready. The drones were prepared for transport, and Dong Bang was also assigned to transport the stones. But he didn't seem to be concentrating. Preoccupied with something else, everything is going smoothly now. It seems that catching the robber running into the white hole was planned. Dong Bang silently hoped. The plan on Dong Hun's side must also succeed. Dong Hun had investigated thoroughly. About 1 kilometer from the White Lake there was a suspected robber. Chase him to the restricted area, and then accidentally enter the White Lake. Special forces are allowed to enter restricted areas in emergency situations. On the other side, even though the guards tried their best to stop them, he's not there. The two of them continued with the plan because Dong Hun was sure that, whether they were stopped by the guards or not, Dong Bang focused all his mind on praying. You must go in there. After Wang X and Yang A stepped through the white hole, illusions began to appear, and the two of them started to be tormented. Wang X was lost in his own thoughts, dizzy. It feels like someone is holding my head and spinning it like a top, as if a block of metal were weighing down on my shoulders. I'm so nauseous. A strange face appeared blurry before my eyes. What is this feeling? Where am I now? I need to focus. The face gradually becomes clearer. It is a man with fiery red hair wearing a mask that covers half of his face. Wang X was startled out of his illusion. The red-haired man from the illusion turned out to be a real person here. He asked roughly, "Who are you?" Wang X looked at him. This feeling, the red-haired man was annoyed because he didn't answer him. Is he mute? Another man behind him quickly reported to someone. Invaders found. He assessed the situation. They look quite special. Are they guards from the psychic company? Wang X turned to ask for Dong A's opinion. Senior, are you okay? What should we do? Seeing that she didn't react, he tried to call out, Senior. The red-haired man interrupted angrily. They keep whispering instead of answering us. Hey, who are you? Wang X quickly improvised a response. We are from the Special Immortal Force. A criminal has infiltrated this place, so we followed him. The red-haired man was bewildered. A criminal, he asserted. You are the only ones who entered here. Wang X chuckled to himself because it was a lie, but he still had to control the situation. Wang X questioned, are you covering for a special criminal? Wang X announced his authority to Han from now on. The Special Immortal Force will take partial command of the plan to capture the special criminal. The red-haired man's blood boiled, his hand bursting into flames to assert his dominance. What the hell? You think this is your home? Wang X also got ready, speaking as if he had already confessed. If you react like that, the red-haired man threatened. If you don't leave before I count to 3, all of you will. Wang X didn't let him finish his sentence, immediately deploying. Initiating plan to suppress the uncooperative subject. Saying that, he pulled the pin on a smoke bomb. The explosion made the red-haired man jump back. The support from behind let out a small cry, and Dong A, still somewhat conscious, raised her hand to block her airway. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her from behind, startling her into a defensive posture. Wang X, it's me. The red-haired man, knowing he had been caught in a blind spot, launched a chaotic attack, damn it. While he was furiously searching, once I catch you. Wang X had already carried Dong A and escaped. On the other side, the transportation was still proceeding smoothly. The crates of Axon stones were transported under strict guard between 2 rows of soldiers. Dong Bang suddenly cursed, damn it. His colleague next to him asked Han, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Manager Lai Dong Bang. He just mumbled, too much dust. The memory of that day's meeting came back. Dong Bang had arranged. I will be the one to officially maintain support for the main force, as well as assist in the transportation of the Sungshin Kyong stones. During that minor incident, Kim Trong A and the loser, you two, will steal a few boxes of Sungshin stones. One more thing, the shimmering light on Dong Bang's chest is a magic talisman. It will send a signal when the wearer of the other half of the talisman is nearby. A signal was turned on, meaning that both had successfully infiltrated the white hole. It had a drawback that worried him, but the signal will be very weak if it gets wet. Suddenly, the commander leading the team received a signal on his hand. He signaled that there was an unusual signal in the area. Ahead was an army of demons lined up, waiting under a thick layer of dust. They growled fiercely. A person confirmed the information, number 12, Oro's demons. More than 12 of them. The commander ordered, authorize use of firepower. The demons also rushed forward hungrily. Where have they realized this resource theft? The shell casings kept falling. Everyone was highly focused. Elsewhere in this world, a fish demon with a super eye-catching set of teeth was wailing in hunger. This is number 22. Sang Woo, its eyes were bloodshot looking at the delicious morsel before it. That person was none other than Wang X. Sang Yu opened his mouth wide, ready to bite. Wang X, holding a small dagger firmly, also jumped up. He skillfully drew long slashes from the demon fish's head to its tail. It struggled, lashing its thorny tail to attack him. Wang X managed to dodge just in time but still couldn't avoid the impact. He stabbed it hard in the tail. He dragged a long line, disabling its ability to wag its tail. He stepped back to let the sawing go writhe in pain. Dong-A was still almost motionless, but she managed to process the information she received through her eyes. She was astonished. There are so many surprises here. Usually, 45 minutes is the time I need to stand, walk, hear, and feel everything when I just entered the other world. Even the immortals also need to go back and forth between the two worlds dozens of times to get rid of the headache. Within 5 minutes, even so, they would still need at least half an hour to be able to fight. Donna was overwhelmed by Wang X's strength. She realized, I thought the ideal scenario was to eliminate the psychic company's people within 2 days. But he handled it neatly with just one smoke bomb. And now, she had witnessed too many surprises. This time Wang X was carrying the team. He's testing out the skills he just learned against an invader he's met for the first time. Donna hesitated. Should I? No. She looked at Wang X, who was catching his breath after just taking down the monster, and felt a little bewildered in her heart. How many more surprises does he have? Wang X called Donna out of her thoughts. Senior. He was eager to know how his strength compared to others. How many immortals would it take to capture number 22? Donna just answered curtly, innumerable. Wang X pouted, so cold. He put away his dagger. It's okay. I can wait until the plan succeeds to get my reward. After saying that, Wang X showed a clear look of excitement and exhilaration. Let's continue. A day after entering the other world, Wang X and Dong-A walked together amidst the howling wind. Wang X called out in a low voice, Senior, it seems there's a small cave behind this hill. We should rest there for today. Dong-A and Wang X's plan was to hide and wait for orders. Before that, Dung Bong had spoken to them with a serious face. Chase after the soldiers who are moving the Sungshin Kyong stones, and guess their route. Then go to that route and wait. Whether big or small, some kind of incident is bound to happen. Take that opportunity to get the Sungshin stones. Soon, it got dark, and the two of them took shelter in a cave, sitting around a blazing fire. Wang X frowned slightly. Sometimes, I see. Our manager is a bit crazy, Donga replied in a low voice. Not sometimes, often. Huh? I often see it that way. I knew it. Scene change. On the 4th night after entering the other world, the two of them continued to take shelter there. Wang X lay in his sleeping bag, his eyes wide open, thinking, they didn't show up today either. Besides, a man and a woman in this tiny cave. I feel like this kind of emotional bond is inevitable. Now that I think about it, why is she doing this when she's not an immortal herself? He couldn't help but speak up. Senior, are you asleep yet? Immediately, Dong-A's voice rang out. What? I want to ask you something. She heard that and turned her head to look over. Why are you in this line of work? Dong-A didn't answer right away, but asked back. What about you? He pondered for a moment. World peace. She was silent for a while after hearing that. Then she said, revenge. But Wang X didn't show any surprise at all. World peace and revenge. We are truly opposites. Go to sleep. Suddenly, he startled, his eyes wide. Both of them sat up, and Wang-A asked quietly, how many of them? 2. It turned out that at this moment, outside, 2 other guys were scouting around this place. They also quickly realized, wait, there are people here. Don't move. Both sides pointed their guns at each other. Drop your weapons and slowly walk towards us. Donna slowly did as they said. She placed her gun on the ground and asked, who are you? They didn't answer, but asked back. That's what I want to ask you. Where are you from? Are you alone? Just as the words left his mouth, in the darkness, Wang X suddenly rushed out. He slammed the other guy's head against the wall. The guy holding the gun witnessed the scene and was completely stunned. Donna seized the opportunity. She rushed forward and grabbed the guy's gun-wielding hand. The tables had completely turned. Don't move. After restraining them, they began to interrogate them. An automatic rifle and a walkie-talkie. That means there's a sniper too. What is your purpose here? Is anyone else with you? They stubbornly replied. What the hell are you talking about? We're just here to make some money by killing a few intruders. Hearing that, Wang X thought, freelancers. And at this exact moment too. No, that can't be it. These guys have the same idea as us. They came here to steal the Sungshin Kyong stones. He frowned, remembering Dung Bong's warning, whether big or small. Some kind of incident is bound to happen. Just an incident. Looking at how they've prepared for this, it's not just a simple incident. Wang X called out in a low voice, Senior, change of plans. Scene change. On another side, the wind and dust were flying everywhere, making the visibility here extremely blurry and limited. Dung Bong frowned tightly and said, What the hell? This is a surprise. Prometheus, I thought the higher-ups didn't care about the Sunction stones. The guy laughed confidently and replied, I'm happy to see you. You damn cockroach and you mutant bastards. If you obediently surrender and leave, then I'll be merciful and only kill half of you. Dongbong bit his lip and thought to himself, this is really troublesome. That bastard has both the advantage of time and timing. He even has the people slicing butcher Pudu. I didn't expect someone so strong to appear. While he was lost in thought, another person spoke in a low voice. I admit the Sunction stones are great, but are they really so great that the people slicing butcher himself has to show up? He took the opportunity to put his hand behind his back and signal to the people behind him. Dongbong, we need to stall for time. Keep him here. After that, Dongbong also spoke up. Really, our PewDieBang must be very bored lately. The guy heard that and growled. Little Budu. Dongbong, I'm 2 years older than you. What the hell does age matter when you act like a child? Pudu imitated his tone and asked, it seems you don't understand your current situation, do you? Little Dongbong. But Dongbong replied bluntly, I understand it very well. I heard that our little Pudu is busy running away in the Philippines. When did you come back to Korea? Didn't I tell you that the next time I see you, I'll rip your head off? The two sides kept exchanging insults. You damn kid, I'm 2 years older. You're the kid here. Be grateful you're still brothers with a human, kid. Budu couldn't help but scream. Right at this moment, another female voice suddenly rang out, enough. Following that were other groans. Dongbong and the others quickly turned their heads to look towards the commotion. You guys are making a mistake. Do you think things will be different if a few of you escape by hiding your presence? Then he led a group of people to stand in front of them. There's no way you're getting out of here safely. Give up. Saying that, she snapped her fingers to signal the other group. Dongbong didn't show much surprise or panic. He thought to himself, they knew beforehand how many of us there were, as well as our destination. The information has been leaked. There must be a spy from before. On the other side, someone used a walkie-talkie to contact another party. Code kill, begin. Dongbong pursed his lips, calculating, do I have to use force to break through? I could escape by myself with the stones, but if I do that, less than 25% of the force will survive. I don't like that. Then the voice from the walkie-talkie spoke up. Code live, visual acquired plan name. Middle pig dog baby. Begin. Dongbong heard that and his face went blank. The person holding the walkie-talkie had no idea what the other person was saying. What are you talking about? Start shooting. Just a few seconds later, a bullet from above shot straight through one of his legs. A blood-curdling scream followed. Rose witnessed this series of events and was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What the? Dongbong smiled faintly and cut her off. Middle pig means Dongbong, dog baby means bastard. What a stupid pun. Luckily, it's alright, kid. She frowned and looked up. The sniper scope was now aimed precisely at her, and the person holding the gun at this moment was none other than Dong A and Wang X. A few hours before the ambush, two shadowy figures appeared on the cliff. Two snipers were using their scopes to observe the distance. Did you hear something? The man with the buzz cut saw the scene in the distance and asked, is it the invaders? I don't see any signal, but the bald man next to him hadn't finished his sentence when he noticed a glowing object above his head. I'm sure I heard something. Out of nowhere, a mysterious shadow appeared and pinned the bald man down in one move. The other guy's eyes widened in fear. The knife in that person's hand was extremely sharp as it rushed forward. Then he sliced his gun barrel in half, terrifying him. The bald guy on the ground kept screaming, who are you? Don't you understand the situation right now? Wang X looked at them coldly, were the ones asking the questions. You just have to answer. Very quickly, the two of them were tied up and lying on the ground. He looked around, a super sniper and a half-blood immortal guard. This is the 5th place. Should we find another one? Jiama replied to him. We've checked all possible firing positions. Yeah, it seems they weren't lying. There are no snipers here. At this moment, Wang X spoke into the walkie-talkie to announce, Mazi, start aiming. They seem to be ready. Donna slammed the bag in her hand onto the ground. Then we should get ready too. Looking at that bag, he asked with some curiosity, oh, is that your main weapon? She proudly took out her gun. Hello. Its name is Cat Hippo. Back to the present, the sniper on the ground was groaning in pain, making Rose wary. All our snipers have been taken down. Who was it? At that moment, a powerful voice rang out. Special Immortal Force, assemble in battle formation. They quickly formed a line with sturdy shields. Suddenly, Jules behind them hurriedly ran away. Damn it, code rap. The walkie-talkie quickly responded, report, we're here. Who is that person? The voice replied with great delight. 185 centimeters tall, extremely charming and cute. A man who is good at housework and national affairs. It turned out that the other end of the line was Wang X. He was teasing her, the perfect gentleman of the era. Being teased made her angry. You bastard. She ordered her soldiers to kill them all. Every bullet fired rushed straight towards Wang X. At this moment, Joss turned to ask, locate their position and send VD7 there. But he gave them no chance to escape. Where do you think you're going? The bullet was fired, but suddenly a man rushed forward and blocked it in front of him. Her voice was slightly sarcastic. That's your enemy, Dung Bon. He smiled faintly with contempt. Brother is busy, right? Then we'll talk later. The guy was furious, gritting his teeth. You bastard. Don't call me brother. Wang X immediately replied, you're the bastard. That sentence made the guy so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. Bildu rushed forward with 2 sharp axes in his hands. His 5 guns continuously fired. At this moment, Dang A's voice announced that they could proceed to the next point. Suddenly a sound from the distance caught his attention. Oh. Hyatt Lan, along with 2 of her accomplices, approached. They're coming. The gazes of the 3 of them were fixed on him and Dang A. Suddenly he discovered their secret. What? They need to push us away quickly to regain the advantage in this battle. He slowly approached, shouting, it was hard to find you. You keep moving around. But they only sent 3 people. Besides, the 2 guys behind him don't look like warriors. Seeing Wang X not replying, he got a little impatient. Hey, by the way, Hyatt Lan had noticed Donga behind him. What's your relationship with the girl behind you? Huh? His voice taunted him. She's the one who used to put her leg on me. That sentence made him angry. Someone like you, hey? What do you mean? Hyatt Lang rushed forward like a hungry tiger. How dare you? Han Tang immediately threw a punch at him, but he dodged it to the side. Suddenly, a very sharp spike grew out of his elbow. Looking at that spike, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hair growing from his elbow? Before he could think, Hyatt Lang gave him a punch. Wang X was knocked back a few steps. He looked at each other like enemies. Irreconcilable enemies. Get out. Dang A, who was behind, quickly used her gun to attack him directly. Trying to keep up with his speed, he looked in the direction of the gun and dodged. That bastard VB7 has fast reflexes. Hyatt Lang's fist moved with incredible speed. But that was just the beginning. He saw everyone and punched wildly. At this moment, his large hand grabbed onto his arm. He was completely surprised. You. Hyatt Lang growled, you should get out of the way. He had now transformed into a monster with sharp teeth. She is my target. You are just an appetizer. That sight made Wang X freeze. This bastard is a shapeshifter. After transforming, his strength grew even stronger. He was thrown aside by him, Wang X. Dang A was constantly on guard, holding her gun. Damn Prometheus. Crooked teeth and sparse fur. I'm sure this is a half-blood shapeshifter created in a lab. Wang X regained his composure and stood up, blocking her way. Stand behind me. We have to fight together. You can't do it alone. He interrupted Wang A. Continue the fight. Her eyes looked at him silently. Hyatt Lang's footsteps were blocked by someone. He was furious and opened his drooling mouth. What's your name? Want something to eat? His footsteps froze. You guys are my food. From this immortal's aura, I can guess, even without asking. This bastard isn't some special kind of half-blood. He's lost consciousness and is controlled by hunger. A monster created by humans. Looking at him, he couldn't help but get annoyed. So annoying. Hyatt Lang bared his fangs and brandished his claws, rushing towards Wang X. He was bitten on the arm, tearing the outer layer of his shirt. Suddenly at this moment, a blue light flashed before his eyes. He madly threw Wang X to the side. He slid across the ground. That was close. This guy is the only one sent to eliminate us. The others seemed to be just for surveillance. Looking at him standing there majestically, he couldn't help but assess. I guess they think this guy is strong enough. Suddenly he roared like a madman. Dang A, standing beside him, was completely stunned. What a mad bloodlust. It feels like my whole body is paralyzed. In her heart, she was worried about Wang X. Will he really be okay on his own? His face became more and more distorted, becoming more vicious. He gently glided to one side, avoiding his attack. In his heart, he thought, sorry, but I've fought things like you before. The bullets rained down on Hyatt Lang like a storm. He was hit by a bullet, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. The gun in his hand was knocked far away by him. Then he kept rushing forward with his claws. Wang X was not too surprised by his extremely fast speed. He risked his own life, charging forward without any weapons. His body was completely devoid of any pity. Looking at that thing, his eyes were full of suspicion. This is Hyatt Lang, and he were always in a state of fierce combat. His body was engulfed in an explosive flame. It spread outwards to heal the wounds he caused. Wang X quickly recognized that ability, shaping, an ability that allows a person to change the material of their bones. I don't want to admit it, but he really is a half-blood test subject. Each of the following soldiers was eliminated in a matter of seconds. They were slowly taken down, leaving Pudu and him standing there. At that moment, Wang X spoke up mockingly. That woman just said VV7A sounds like the name of a toy. What is it? The guy laughed contemptuously. What? Are you worried about your friend? He replied with a casual voice, I guess so. I just hope one of them gets defeated. Sounds good. The guy's face was full of killing intent. I don't know how many of you there are, but we've sent someone who can't be defeated, even by an entire army. Pudu didn't waste any more words and rushed forward with his large axe. I'm sure your friend will end up in his stomach. Hearing that, Wang X chuckled softly. An entire army, huh? He shouted angrily. He doesn't even seem strong enough to fight us. At that moment, a light streaked across his body. The ability to shape and harden his body, and the incredible physical strength of a shapeshifter. Hyatt Lang, with his murderous eyes and sharp claws, continuously attacked Wang X. Those are very formidable skills. He wasn't flustered by his attack at all, but I also have a skill that I taught myself. Concealed trace. His eyes glowed red, seemingly having detected his attack. He suddenly stopped and looked around. Wang X suddenly ambushed him from behind, catching him off guard. With a calm expression, he looked straight at him. Hyatt Lang could only lie there, crying out in pain. Next, he used his diversion skill to distract him. Hyatt Lang's body was quickly shattered by those moves. Your body is very hard. He couldn't help but smile contemptuously. But that means I just have to keep hitting you until your body shatters. He couldn't help but look at him angrily with eyes full of killing intent. Hyatt Lang, with his shattered body, charged forward crazily. Wang X looked at him calmly. Focus senses. I focused on only one living thing to predict its movements, based solely on the creature's movements and eye movements. Each of Han's attacks came at an incredibly fast speed. Suddenly, Hut Lang felt something strange. Wang X's arm was raised in the air, his fist clenched. He didn't hold back and landed a straight punch on him. After dealing with this mad monster, he couldn't help but let out a tired sigh. Then Hong Ich sat down next to Hyatt Lang's body. So tired. The soldiers looked at each other, holding their weapons. That bastard is tired. We'll finish him off. After saying that, they quickly walked up to him. Seeing that, he smiled. Then he turned to them. Tomorrow. I was worried you guys would run away. They were quickly taken down in an instant. Damn it. The remaining guy continuously fired at him like a rainstorm. Wang X ran on all fours towards the one who had been defeated. His voice was constantly comforting him. Calm down. I don't like to kill either. He touched his mask strongly, making him mumble incomprehensibly. Get away. Jiame, without wasting any words, shot a bullet straight into his head. At that moment, she explained, That's a suicide bomber from Prometheus. You almost shot my hand. Donga spoke softly. I trust you. She turned her back to leave. That I will avoid. That and this. At this moment, she left him behind. The situation has been resolved. Prometheus, let's go to. He was silent. I got a compliment, huh? Even though I don't even know how the mission succeeded. Over here, several of them quickly gathered in one place. Dongbong remembered Pudi's words. I'll let you go this time. Even when he was running away. He was still so arrogant. He was about to leave when he was asked, who is that person? Manager Li Dongbong. The one who eliminated Prometheus' sniper. He proudly recounted, Kim Trong-a and Du Wang X's security team know. 3 my subordinates. Understood. In his heart, he couldn't help but ponder, anyway, they saved us. And he's not someone who would easily forget an employee's excellent performance. I hope that the two of them will receive good evaluations. The two were walking when they were stopped. Wait, you immortals. You're still here. After the battle, Dongbong rummaged through the crate. No one's looking, right? Dong Hun smiled and said, leading the way to the other world through a white hole to catch a criminal. He must have been running very fast. Well, good job. Write the report tomorrow. You can go home today. Wang X wanted to reply, but he thought to himself, how can I tell him that the mission failed? Dong Hun didn't seem to mind and happily packed his things to go home. He hummed a tune. I'll get to go home early today too. Seeing this, he didn't say anything more. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. Afterwards, Wang X left the office with Dong A. Do people know that the employee satisfaction rate will be higher if the workplace is closer? That's why I like living in the dorm. It's only a 5-minute walk. He glanced at her. You're going that way, right? Well then, coincidentally, Dang A was also saying, today. Wang X heard that and asked, oh, what about today? She turned her head to look away and said, I trusted you. After saying that, Donna walked straight ahead. She quickly went to her apartment. Just as she reached the door, Donna collapsed to the floor. She gasped for breath continuously, her face turning pale in an instant. A side effect of the special medicine. At least it's not as bad as I thought. I didn't use much the first time. Thanks to someone. I trusted him. Why did I say that? Twice. Donna felt more and more tired. She asked herself, do I feel guilty? If he was just a normal immortal, would he have been tricked by a shapeshifter? She remembered Wang X's earlier question. He's not normal at all for sure. I'll probably ask him out to dinner someday. Scene change. The next morning, Wang X stood in front of a large building. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. What now? We've finished mixing the suction stones. The company must have kept that quiet, but I couldn't. They saw me there. He thought with a serious face. I just need to not say a word about what happened in the other world. I have to come up with some reason. A moment later, the girl in charge of reviewing his papers said in a low voice, there's no problem. You can go now. There were some complaints from the association, but considering what you all did was completely reasonable. Wang X didn't expect this at all, huh? It turned out they all didn't react as strongly to this. Just a little negative comment. Why did you get a promotion? Nepotism. If possible, please put me and Miho in the same team. That's my love. Not a great way to get the job done, but congratulations anyway. Well done, my friend. Wang X finished reading and his face went blank. Huh? Dong Hun suddenly appeared from behind him. The company has decided to reward us with more suction stones. If it weren't for you two, the mission would have failed. Hey, you performed exceptionally well in the other world. The promotion is just a reward for that. Hey. Right at this moment, another voice suddenly rang out, Du Wang X. The one who had just spoken was the director of the security department of the Research and Development Center, who had led the main formation at that time. He didn't beat around the bush and handed Wang X a gun. Thank you. Dong Hung quickly recognized it. It's a Slug 9. He asked in a low voice. Why are you giving it to me? The director heard that and smiled in reply. Because we want to thank you. Saying that, he turned his head and left. Dong Hun smiled brightly and said, this thing is worth at least $10,000, but if it's from him, I guess it's worth even more. Wang X was completely astonished, his eyes wide as he looked at the gun in his hand. Dong Hun continued, hey, listen carefully. You and Dying Air getting promoted. Dong Bon on the other side also chimed in. Are you happy? You stink. Wang X's whole body radiated an aura of happiness, but he said, no, I was just lucky. I didn't contribute much. It's all thanks to Sunbi and you. But Dong Bong replied bluntly. Bullshit. Do you think this is a reasonable time to celebrate? This is why I call you a stinker. Hearing that, Wang X said quietly to Dong Hun, he's jealous of me, isn't he? But he just patted his shoulder and reminded him. Write the report. He thought to himself, he's just good at ruining my mood. Oh well, I'll write the report first. A great report is an honest report. Then he suddenly became serious. Then remembered. The reason the ambush failed was because Min and Sandy appeared at the right time. More people would have survived if things had gone according to plan. But then things would have easily gone in a different direction. Wang X, if he recalled Dong Bong's question, you think this is a reasonable time to celebrate? What did he mean by that? Considering the whole situation, there's only one reason for that. He quickly typed in his report, information has been leaked. It's possible there's a spy within the Special Immortal Force. After a thorough check of the situation, in hand. Scene change. A week later, damn it. At some restaurant, Dong Bong gritted his teeth and yelled, the higher-ups always get all the money, while the subordinates work like dogs. He chugged a glass of alcohol in one gulp, another one, but both Dong Hun and Wang X stopped him. It's not worth it. Come on, old man. Hearing that, he said, why so harsh? You got promoted today. Wang X's face fell as he watched Dong Hun continue to order for more plates of pork belly. I'm going to go bankrupt from this one meal. But they completely ignored his words. Hey, we're out of soju. For more bottles of soju, please. Dong Bong's face had turned red from the alcohol. He kept muttering under his breath. There's even an insider in this damn company. Let's go catch him. Wang X immediately asked, why don't you think it's the people at the top? He stared wide-eyed in surprise. Damn, you're a genius. I never thought of that option. Let's write a long report right away. What would they say if I sent that report to them? All right, we understand, but you know, that's just a small problem now. Minor mistakes like that happen sometimes, right? Or, it sounds serious, but we'd also get rid of a lot of problems if we didn't have to worry about it anymore. So, let's just forget about it, okay? Those guys would say something like that, understand? Wang X listened for a while, and his face scrunched up. In his heart, he thought, then why are you only telling me this? You damn bastard. The game went on late into the night. Wang X stumbled out of the restaurant to go home. He remembered Dong Bong's indignant expression. What? We just left home. He couldn't help but think. His salary is higher than mine. What does he spend it on? Earlier during the meal, Dang Hun had said that modern-day terrorists have changed a lot. They even have savings companies. What if they don't deposit their money there? For example, what if they deposit the money they stole from their superiors, Dong Bong, who was drunk, shouted, no one would have to work for the company anymore. Good riddance. Wang X couldn't help but ponder. He took out his phone and called his father. Hello. It's nothing. I just called to see what you're up to. I see. He smiled and asked. So this is a good time to check in, right? His mother, who was cleaning, chimed in. That's my son. Wang X immediately replied. Sorry. I'll check in more often. So, what's up? I have a bad guy that everyone knows about, but no one can do anything about him. What should I do now? Hearing that, he said, are you fighting with Samsung's heir? If so, we'll have to stay away from each other for a while. He replied with some helplessness. No, it's not like that. They stopped me from hitting him on the head. Well, you could say that. Then hit him in the shin. The shin? Yeah, the shin. Wang X was a bit astonished. So if not the head, then the shin. Then he hung up the phone. I'll call you back later. Hey, Mom said. Wang X quickly dialed Dong Bong. What's up? Where are you? He heard that and said, I thought you weren't coming. The bar from the other day. If you come, you have to pay. Before he could finish his sentence, he bluntly cut him off. Manager. Why do you think he's the mole? Wang X rushed to the bar, his mind racing with speculation. There's definitely a mole. First hypothesis. The mole could be one of the high-ranking officials outside the reach of the Warrium security team. Second hypothesis. That person has no connection to Prometheus if he were loyal to Prometheus. The government would surely do something even if he were a high-ranking official. Third hypothesis. That person only works with Prometheus. The reason he works with Prometheus without having any connection to them can only be fourth hypothesis. His ultimate goal is money. Wang X spoke in a low voice to Dong Bong. You said it before. The higher-ups are trying to hide their money. It's possible a terrorist organization like Prometheus is holding the money for them. And in return, they'll turn a blind eye to their activities. Makes sense, right? Dong Bong's expression became serious. Where are you? Just as he finished speaking, Wang X rushed into the bar from outside. If we can't hit them in the head, we can hit them in the shins. Why don't we go steal that mole's money? Dong Hun saw him and asked, I thought you went home. What's he doing here? Tomorrow. Dong Bong smirked and said, we'll discuss this tomorrow. At some bank. Thank you for visiting us today. The employees inside the bank all noticed the nose. A figure in black, completely covered from head to toe. The security guard saw this and stepped forward, wondering to himself, what the hell is this? When did he get in here? Who are you? Unexpectedly, that person pulled out a gun without saying a word. Then he shot the security guard in both legs without hesitation. But suddenly, another security guard appeared from behind him. That guard bared his sharp teeth and his unusual claws. Who do you think you are? But that person easily kicked the security guard hard in the face. The guy just rolled on the ground. It didn't stop there. The man in black continued to pull out a long gun from his bag. Han pointed it straight at the head of an employee who was about to press the emergency button. Under the counter. No need to press the alarm button. Let me press it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he started shooting randomly with his gun. Everyone in the bank was scared and covered their heads. Everyone put your hands behind your heads and sit down, no noise. If I hear any screaming or whispering, I'll shoot you in the head. Go pray to stay alive. Don't move or think about anything. Sinchange Monanes, the second largest financial group, a private moneylender with the bank. Dong Hun spoke in a low voice. It was founded by the terrorist organization Prometheus. Including the first location, there are a total of 3 locations. Let's get them. You were going to say that, right? Sitting in front of him was Wang X, who replied with a slight frown. Well, then, normally, we would trace the source and track the flow of money with the help of the Financial Services Commission. However, there's no way we can succeed with that method, and we don't have much time either. So let's proceed in the fastest way. If we can't get the drop on the imposter, then we'll just have to play rough. Both Dang A and Dong Bong were stunned and speechless after hearing this. He couldn't help but ask, what's with that look? Amazing, I agree. Turns out you're not an idiot. The group of people, each with their own opinions, said. Wang X let out a tired sigh. Do I look like an idiot to you, senior? Dong Hun replied bluntly. You should compare yourself to your past self first. In the past, Wang Yik would just doze off all day. Fan Nan, I'm the prince of an oil-producing country. And getting into fights. You idiot. Even so, He stubbornly said. I thought I had already left the impression that I am a very intelligent person on everyone. Dong Hun said bluntly, truly smart kids don't talk like that. Dung Bong's expression had now become serious, and he asked in a low voice, so what's the reason? Why did you mention the imposter? Wang X replied without any restraint. I suddenly thought of it after hearing you complain every day. Our team manager really got all his money stolen. And basically, you were robbed too. In the Sunction Stone plan, when you discovered the enemy's invasion, Dong Hun also agreed with his words. That's right. Wang X put on an extremely serious expression and said, I am a loyal man. So, I have been thinking about it. I asked myself what I could do for a teammate whose efforts were stolen by the company. Deng Bang was initially angry, but now he no longer showed any attitude. He quickly gave an order. Dong Hun, write the plan? He asked warily. What about the permit application? I'll take care of it. Dong A, find more information. Drag out a few liars. Wang X heard that and asked, what do I do? Center. Deng Bang smiled and pointed straight at him, looking at your face. I can tell you're the main character. He was completely stunned by his words. Scene change. At another location. Have you found that bastard yet? We've checked all the cameras around the area, but there are no new findings. The security team was walking around the money and safe bank to observe and collect evidence about that terrorist. He opened the safe within 5 minutes and took advantage of the camera's blind spot to escape. He must be a special species. Who is that guy anyway? Captain, there's an emergency. Yeah, I know. No, not that. Manny, the boss of the Zion area, has also the captain's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard this. At the Zion area, all the money in the bank was taken out and burned. The terrorist side slowly walked out from inside. It turned out that this terrorist was none other than Wang X. He thought to himself. I was the one who made this suggestion, but he's truly crazy. Previously, Deng Bang had told him, I bet they won't imagine us robbing the places in one day. The others looked at the blazing fire lighting up an area and couldn't believe it. You just burned all this money? Are you crazy? Wang X replied casually. Maybe. Adios. He didn't linger there anymore, but bolted forward. In a flash, he ran into some area. He quickly changed into another set of clothes and then came out carrying 2 bags. Outside, Daine was already waiting with her motorcycle. She took off her helmet and said, Get on. Going back in time. Don't make a scene. The higher-up, after hearing Deng Bang's plan, said, I'll be beheaded if I approve a crazy plan like this. But he replied with certainty, if we fail this final plan, all of us will die, including me. That incident has caused so many people to quit their jobs for months. The targets are Manny and XF and Hapjong, Siu, and Gang Nam, of course. We promise not to harm any civilians. The disappearance of the Special Immortal Force and the Psionic Association, if we start from here, the others won't think much of it. We have to retaliate. The leader finally had to agree. Do as you wish. I have nothing to do with it. Currently, information about this bank robbery has spread online Monanes. 2 locations terrorized on the same day. The perpetrator is somewhere out there, according to the DLNRGLE newspaper. We cannot say who the perpetrator is. Manny and Ziad Hapjiang and CU stations has been terrorized. The perpetrator is just in this time. Within 10 minutes, 2 banks were terrorized. The security system proved its weakness in bank defense during this time. Special species crime is on the rise. Is there a solution to this? The Soft newspaper? There have been incidents at Timonane's banks. Both locations were robbed. Residents in the territory. The leader, after reading this information, was completely shocked. These crazy people. They really did it. As for Wang X, after everything seemed to have gone smoothly, he said with extreme joy, Thanks for the meal, manager. Deng Bang gritted his teeth in anger. You foolish idiot. I told you to take some money with you. Hearing that, he laughed and said, No way, I can't become a robber. He clicked his tongue. As if that money isn't illegal money anyway. Wang X saw Daine keeping her head down and asked, Senior, are you drunk? She heard him and mumbled a reply. We punched those bastards right in the face. I feel so good. I hope one day you'll help me punch that team leader in the face too. Right at this moment, Deng Bang reminded in a low voice, There's still one more thing. Don't relax too much, newbie. Especially you. Look, Dong Hun smiled brightly and patted Wang X's back. Now you're the newbie instead of the stinky kid. Congratulations. He didn't feel happy at all. I don't appreciate that kind of congratulations. But still, now I feel like I'm a member of the whole team. The next morning at the office, a colleague saw Wang X's bright face and couldn't help but ask, Did something good happen? He smiled and replied, Nothing. Your face is showing it clearly. It's just because I just washed my face, forget it. The two of them stepped out of the elevator together. At this moment, there were other strangers in the office. Daram faced Dong Bong without emotion. Give anything else to say. Dong Hun frowned and said, "This is pointless," but she said bluntly, "I'm asking manager Lai Dong Bong." Wang X walked inside and asked, "What's going on?" Daram saw him and said, "Internal corruption investigation. The newbie is also involved in this." Dong Bong chuckled and said, "He's only been here for 6 months. What could he possibly know about corruption?" Daram glanced at him. "Go reason with your superiors." After that, they turned and left. Dong A, Dong Hun, Dong Bong and the others all followed. As he walked past Wang X, he reminded him in a low voice, "Do your job. Newbie. The higher-ups have just ordered an investigation into internal corruption. Why? There are no details. Working in this field, there will be many times we have to do dangerous and illegal things. If you dig too deep, we'll all get caught," a colleague said in a low voice to Wang X. Hearing that, he asked, "What if we get exposed? If you're lucky, you'll just be fired or suspended. What if you're unlucky? Then you'll become a criminal. And where are the criminals?" Wang X thought silently. "We even accepted robbing a bank just to catch that imposter. And now the management team and everyone else are being investigated. It can't be a coincidence." He continued to ask, "So what will happen to me?" The colleague said bluntly, "This will be the manager's last time playing the hero. Just pretend you don't know anything. Just keep quiet and don't do anything but breathe." Saying that, he turned and left. Wang X opened his phone. On it was a text message notification from the headquarters leadership official document. "What have you done? Justify and defend what you have done." He couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Did I just do something stupid, damn it? My plan was to catch that imposter. But in the end, I put my colleagues in this terrible situation. What should I do now? That's right, the research paper. I still have to rob the money and protect the main location." Scene change. In the interrogation room, you admit to having more than this amount. Even if only half of these documents are true, you would still face at least 10 years in prison. Dong Bong replied without a hint of fear, "I don't know what you're talking about." The superior was unfazed by his attitude. "Don't make things more complicated. If you admit to some of these charges, then we'll take care of the rest." Dong Bong frowned and picked up the stack of papers on the table. "I'm asking about the person who requested this investigation." The guy heard that and said, "Hey, Manager Lee Dong Bong, there are things here that even the CEO doesn't know about. A lot of things here are just based on speculation. Am I right? Things will get more difficult if you keep acting like this. You know that." But Dong Bong maintained his casual attitude, dropping the stack of papers on the table. "Either way, you're not going to let this go easily, are you? There will be a trial. Are you sure you want that?" He was startled when he heard this. "When? In today's?" Dong Bong thought with a serious face, "Today's not enough time. So, only that trump card is left." Scene change. In another high-level office, Gyeongjin sat with his back to the door, speaking in a low voice. "I may be friendly and easygoing, but I'm still the CEO. Coming to see me from somewhere just to talk, isn't that a bit careless?" Employee Du Wang X, he asked without any fear. "You've always been watching me, haven't you?" "I don't know why, but there must be a reason. I want to prove that reason. So, please trust me and allow me to do this one thing." He heard that and smiled, looking at him. "In 2 days, there will be a trial for the members of the 3rd External Security Team. You will be excluded from it, so you will only have 40 hours left. But you want to rob a terrorist bank without any support at that time, and bring that impersonator here." "No, I didn't say that. Don't you know you have to at least do that for me to accept this plan? But I should at least get a little support, right?" Mang Jin smiled and replied, "No support. You just said you would prove yourself. I've been watching you because I believe you have what I'm looking for. Listen carefully. What I need is to catch that rotten apple." "All right, I'll do it." After that, Wang X didn't linger and turned to leave the room. As soon as he left, the secretary who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. "You are so cruel." Gyeongjin, far from being angry, smirked. "What did you say?" "You know he won't be able to do it." He replied bluntly, "That's not a good habit." "What do you mean?" "Sir." Underestimating others, the secretary said with a reasonable tone, looking at his rank during the performance test, and what he did in the plan, it can be concluded that he is A1R ANKA. But it's still impossible if he's alone. He still hasn't broken through that wall. Myungjin glanced at him. "Why do you think I chose him from our first meeting? Is he your illegitimate son? I want to think you're joking, but you're always serious, so no." He continued, "He's very good at making friends with others. I almost gave him some support then." The secretary concluded without hesitation, "You're lying." But Gyeongjin just said, "Of course I can't do that with my position." He heard that and asked, What's the difference if he's good at being approachable? He smiled and replied, a big difference. On another side, second-rank employee Du Wang X is looking for you. You really just begged me. I'm 1 rank 2 while you're only rank 3. Hello. You still owe me for that plane crash. If you want to repay the favor, get to the rooftop now. Wang X continuously sent text messages. He glanced behind him. You should reply to my messages. I've been looking for you everywhere. Miho replied emotionlessly. I'm very busy. Make it quick. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. You know about the terrorist attack rescue, right? I did it, you crazy bastard. Wang X wasn't offended by the insult. He handed her a piece of paper. And this is the plan approved by the CEO. The objective is to get into the rescue and the main location. Let's fight our way into that place together. Miho frowned and looked straight at his face. You weirdo. Wang X continued. You can repay your debt to me and also make a good impression on the CEO. There's no better opportunity. Miho skimmed the paper in her hand for a moment, then asked, who's the commander? Me. What about other teammates? You. She turned around without hesitation. Seeing that, he quickly held her back. Wait, there's more. Who? The one who taught me to look like a real robber when I robbed the first 2 places. Scene change at some park. It's good to see you again, uncle. Dunko sat silently on the bench. Hearing the voice, he replied, you said to places. Why are you here? I don't know. You are a top icon in this field. You create art when you retire from robbery. I feel I would do better with your help. He glanced at Wang X, letting out a soft sigh. You looked at me like you were listening to nonsense when I told you about it. He smiled brightly, sat down next to him and said, I never did that, just once. Come on, uncle. What if I refuse? Wang X's eyes widened threateningly. Dead men tell no tales. Uncle, damn it. This is why I don't want to work with you government bastards. Just kidding, uncle. We need to move on to the next step. Decide quickly, uncle. Dunko couldn't help but click his tongue. All right, I'll do it. Wang X was extremely pleased to hear the answer he wanted. I knew I could trust you. After that, at Money and Safe Bank, the head office has increased security after those 2 incidents. It's called security, but it's clearly the entire force due to the prophecy. Wang X observed from a distance with binoculars. Junko and Miho were also observing beside him. They usually don't have security from the start because they don't want to cause worry or anything else. Now they're everywhere. Plus, the security system is at its highest level. Even at my peak, I couldn't get past that. No, not even 5 people like me could. Miho frowned and asked, it's been like this recently, right? That's right. What we need is to start a fight and melt it down. Conventional methods won't work. We just need to flip the table. If the machines and people here work together as a precise security system, we just need to break that precision before everything starts. That's why we need to start a fight and melt. During the chaotic battle, we will melt each guard behind the main headquarters and go in. An anonymous superhuman will help with that part. Miho heard him ramble on and asked, so, where's that person? They will come and go as needed. Good. Wang X spoke in a low voice. From the very beginning, the main cause was the Sunction Stones. The Psychic Association will go crazy over this challenge. We will definitely shatter this prophecy, so they have nothing left to lose. Even if you hire a veteran superhuman for this job, the plan is a bit too simple. Simple methods are sometimes effective. Simply put, we're throwing ourselves into the fire. That's why I'm asking for your help. He handed the binoculars to Miho and said, I've heard that you're very quick-witted no matter the situation. I'm counting on you to support the battlefield. She couldn't help but ask, have you been following me? Do I look like I have time for that? Of course I heard it from Johan, Kim Johan, that gossip. While the 2 were busy talking, Dunko was fumbling around preparing his things. Enough chit-chat. Let's go. He took out 3 masks. Wear this. What is it? They're made from a new material from surmise. It's light and doesn't fall off easily. That's great. Who designed it? Me. Any objections? No, it's not bad. Wang X quickly took one, then put it on. All right, let's go. He changed into another outfit. Body protection from head to toe, concealing my tracks. He thought to himself, I'll run as far as I can before they notice. The guards standing in front of the door quickly noticed his presence. An immortal, in just a moment, Wang X had shot at them with precision. Since when? 2. He dealt with 2 people in a flash. 1 kick sent them flying. The rest of the group saw this and all looked over. Yeah, it's a tiger. You bastards. Manny and Zep are being protected privately by the security forces, while Bu-Hat is responsible for the surrounding area. Mio circled the map with a pen. I guess we don't have to worry about civilian casualties. We will divide into 16 zones. Try to remember the location and name of each zone. I will give you the order for each place." Wang X heard that and replied, "Okay." Mio stood up and turned to leave, but she was cut off before she could speak. "I'll wait. The medicine. Take it. You know what it does, right?" She quickly chugged the entire bottle of medicine. C8 pharmaceutical, also known as buttered corn, it slightly improves physical abilities, making you sharper and more unpredictable. Miho put on the mask. She continued to observe from a distance with her scope. At this moment, Wang X had gone down to cause a commotion as planned. Miho thought to herself, "Do Wang X, he defeated Jenny and Nam in the blink of an eye, and always gets perfect scores on every test. He can execute plans well and has a keen eye for observation." She couldn't help but remember some things from before. "Are you sure that's a person? Level 3 criminal, often called rhinoceros. I don't want to, but I have to admit that he is very talented," Miho reported as she observed. "Third area, you have 156 seconds to enter. Number 5, 28 seconds of combat. Number 7, 47 seconds. Turn left into area 6. The goal is to create chaos to conceal the heat behind the safe. The immortal in the area has a hole, so ignore him. Number 10. Be careful when approaching the shapeshifters. There are 4 of them at number 3, so let's check number 2 first. Turn right into battle." Miho focused her thoughts. "I need to read the situation and predict what's about to happen while conveying everything to him, just to create chaos. Be careful behind the pillar on the left." Wang X, who was fighting, was startled to hear that. He quickly dodged the bullets fired from that direction. After that, Wang X threw a smoke grenade. It emitted a cloud of black smoke to obscure the opponent's vision. He took that opportunity to throw a knife straight into the opponent's eye. Well, that mad tiger knows how to fight. Get him. The security guards swarmed in, more and more of them. The sound of bullets and guns continuously rang out. Get him. 3 scopes all fired at Wang X simultaneously, but he still nimbly dodged them all. The target is moving into the alley ahead. We'll follow him. They cautiously entered that alley. But inside, there was not a single person, no target in sight. Damn it, it's concealed presence. He's hiding. We don't know where he is. Everyone. They didn't realize. Wang X was now clinging to the wall, looking down. Then he pulled out his gun and shot straight at one of them. The rest of them were startled by the sound. What the hell? Before he could finish speaking, he jumped down from above and finished him off with a knife. Right at this moment, from behind, a shapeshifter rushed out. Han threw a punch at Wang X, forcing him back a few steps. Even so, it didn't faze him at all. He was astonished, his eyes rolling back. After an immortal, Wang X spoke in a low voice. "I don't know how to thank you. Thank you for taking off your helmet." Next, he took him down with a punch and then used his body as a shield to block bullets. Wang X strained and used one hand to throw his body towards the remaining person. Right at that moment, Miho hurriedly reminded, "Watch your head." He heard her and immediately ducked to avoid the bullet. A sniper? One group after another kept coming, their guns pointed straight at him. "That's enough. I don't know who you are, but if you continue, we'll blow your head off." Wang X silently observed them. That equipment must be P1. Wait, time's up. The group raised their guns, looking through the sights. "Die, you bastard." But even so, it couldn't stop him. Wang Yik quickly ran away. Mio's voice continued to ring out to guys in the right corner. He didn't hesitate and pulled out the gun from behind his back. They immediately rushed out to ambush him, but Wang X easily dodged. He pressed the gun into the middle of one of their stomachs and pulled the trigger. The other guy who was hiding saw this and was startled. Before he could register, he fired another shot at him. Miho continued to remind, "Go straight into the parking lot on the upper floor next to the money and rescue building." The remaining people looked at Wang X's retreating back and wondered, "Who the hell is he? Are you sure you're using the remote control?" "We did, but he disabled it with his power." "Are you sure he's an immortal? How is he so strong?" After that, a few police officers raised their guns and chased after him. "Stop, or I'll blow up both you and the car." But those guards stepped forward to block them. "Put that away. What do you think you're doing on our turf? You can get out of here." The police officers were angry. "We're the police, you bastard. How dare a guard like you?" The guard immediately replied, "We're arresting him because he attacked first. Nonsense. Don't talk back. You guys are disgusting." While they were distracted, Wang X used his strength to lift the police car parked on the side of the road. To everyone's astonishment, "What the? Shoot." He flipped the car over, using it as a shield against the bullets. The police officer at this point really couldn't take it anymore. In his hand was a cannon. The guard saw this and quickly stopped him. "Wait, that's a banana gun." But the police officer didn't care and pulled the trigger. Immediately, a bullet with extremely high destructive power shot towards Wang X. On the other side of the dung, the ceiling kept making rumbling sounds. He thought to himself, he's amazing. Well, with him around, I doubt anyone will find us. Right at this moment, the man in black in charge of heating the wall suddenly cried out. And Dung asked, what's wrong? There's a second wall. It's the back wall of the safe, heated up too. Alright, he frowned, thinking, great, things are going great. The problem is, will he make it in time? The surrounding space was just a cloud of dust and a huge hole. It hurts. I bet the manager is relaxing with the excuse of being under investigation. While I'm suffering like this, I'll make him pay when I get back. Grilled meat. I'll make him treat me to a grilled meat meal again. I'll max out his credit card. As Wang X lay trembling on the ground, he was mocked. This guy is crazy. You must have awakened a long time ago, huh? Do you really think you can't die just because you're an immortal? The man in the mask thought to himself. He's crazy, but he's excellent in combat. More than half of the army has been isolated, unable to fight. Looking at the hole made people panic, and the explosion was powerful enough to punch a hole through a wall. He angrily stuttered, Sun Than is angry. That's why I'm here. The two of them cursed under their breath, damn it. This guy has lost his mind. But he's still very clever. At this moment, the blue-haired guy took out his phone. I have someone like that on my side too. On the phone screen, a line of text appeared, found Ho's assistant, a smart and crazy person. From the darkness, a figure slowly emerged, two of them. Miho quickly detected the sound from behind her. A shapeshifter with a furry body charged forward like a hungry tiger. She looked back in astonishment. Where did that come from? The shapeshifter continuously threw punches at her. His body flew up and floated in the air, punching out a sonic wave forward. Miho was sent flying several meters away. The masked man, Ho, moved as if he knew all the positions from above. He arrogantly provoked. So he must have added someone in a position where they can see everything and not get involved in the fight. There are a few large buildings in this area, but just knowing that narrows down the choices. A sinister smile played on his lips. Don't you think so? Miho sat silently on the ground, a shapeshifter. She looked towards the distant rubble. I was wondering why I couldn't sense him when he approached me. He must have rushed from a place I couldn't sense. At that moment, he spoke up. Blonde, you're from the Special Immortal Force, right? You'll sell for a high price. Below, a very fierce battle was taking place. Wang X had been stabbed straight through by the blue-haired man's sword. His body trembled. I'm curious to see who is behind this mask. I can't feel it. He's hiding his presence. This guy is also an immortal. The two people outside were asking each other, hey, what's that guy's name? Who's that guy with the creepy ass? A thought flashed through his mind. The only two high-ranking members of the Prometheus security team, when they act, things are simply done. A few days ago, Wang X cheerfully approached and asked, can I have a copy of the report? The secretary hesitated for a moment before agreeing, all right. As he took the documents, he asked, you've heard everything, right? Wang X leaned lazily against the table. You knew everything, didn't you? You really knew who was behind the terrorist organization and still did nothing, right? Can you tell me? The secretary sat down to sort the documents. You're the type of person who has a lot of secrets, aren't you? I'll spread rumors that you're very scary. At this, he turned to joke with the secretary. Can I call you Big Brother? No. That refusal was cold, but Wang X still smiled brightly. Can you help me with this, just this once? The CEO said no. But you're the CEO's secretary, not the CEO. This is for the CEO's benefit. The secretary listened silently as he spoke. If you can't help directly, then helping indirectly is fine, just this once. I won't get caught. But he left coldly. Do homage. In his heart, countless thoughts raced. He is a strange person. A rare type among those who have stepped out into society. Next time, in a situation like that, he would probably ask if he could call me Big Brother. He is pure and only knows how to be straightforward, like a child. But well, he didn't say anything wrong. What difference would it make if he had good social skills? A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then the secretary picked up the call. Yes, I would like to request approval for something. On the rooftop at this moment, Miho and the shapeshifter were still facing each other. Her body was gradually getting exhausted. I only have 5 minutes left. I thought my life was in danger while helping do Wang X. He approached and swung his arm up. I have a debt to repay. But this is too much for what I bargained for. Suddenly, the secretary appeared, stunning the shapeshifter. I'm busy. His eyes were drawn to him. Concealed presence. The black shapeshifter suddenly attacked the secretary. You. He charged forward madly. Suddenly, the shapeshifter's eyes widened. Who are you? He held a weapon in his hand. I am someone who cannot reveal his identity. The secretary walked over while striking the rope. You don't want any news of what happened here to get out. He was a little scared, damn it. That's a laser wire. I'll remember your face. But before he could leave, the rope had wrapped tightly around his body. The secretary gently cut the shapeshifter in half. I just said I didn't want any news of what happened here to get out. Miho looked at him blankly. He set a trap there beforehand and lured him to escape in the prepared direction. At this moment, the secretary slowly approached and asked about her well-being. Are you injured? I'm fine, but I understand. You're the CEO's assistant, right? He quickly denied it. No, it's not like that. Someone asked me to protect you. Down below, Wang X was still fighting fiercely with the blue-haired man. He was extremely arrogant. Hey, I'm taking off the mask. He moved his body slightly. At this moment, he also noticed, you just swallowed. Suddenly his hand gripped his bulging muscles. Right before the explosion, I hit a pill in my mouth. High-grade Super Recovery Halo, official name HCS3. Its effect is to numb the user's pain. Triple their strength and regenerative ability. His arm gradually recovered, and he was held tight, unable to move. His body at this moment exploded with strength. I can't move my hand. How is he so strong? The blue-haired man's two arms were severed. The pain flooded his body, making him cry out in agony. Wang X angrily slammed him to the ground. Hey, you green-hair pervert. The snipers outside suddenly stepped back. An immortal should learn to speak softly to another immortal. They were terrified by his power, a key member of Prometheus. The person who's just going to stand there forever. Who's next? Wang X charged forward alone into a rain of bullets that continuously hit him. His speed was incredibly fast as he leaped high into the air. Then he fought 3 snipers by himself. One of them had his arm cut off by him. Then, one by one, they were all dealt with by Kwang in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation from behind. Kwang X turned his head and saw a volley of arrows flying toward him. The arrow had pierced through his thigh. Looking at the arrow, he couldn't help but be surprised. A weapon used to hunt immortals, a hook. The sniper in the distance had aimed straight at his leg and fired. Even if you pull it out, you'll still be in trouble, because now you can't move. Suddenly, a curse rang out. Damn it. If you had a weapon like that, why didn't you use it sooner? All my men are down. He turned and said with a trembling voice. What the hell did you just say? Do you know how much one of these hooks costs? Kwang X quickly pulled the hook out and ran off. When they approached, all they saw was the hook, already stained red. At this moment, the one holding the hook weapon gave an order. Kill him now. He just pulled it out with brute force. He sat down somewhere to recover, focusing his spiritual energy. The sniper quickly used his power to attack him. Freeze. Another one raised his hand. Incinerate. Kwang X stood amidst the heat and power they generated. At this moment, he suddenly tensed his body with all his might. The layer of ice under his feet immediately shattered into pieces. Then he grabbed his sword and rushed forward. That action made them gasp in surprise. His eyes flashed a sharp, murderous blue, and he roared. Scene change. Dunko was standing alone in front of a hole. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. How's it going? Having dealt with the group, Kwang X confidently walked in. I was planning that if you didn't show up in the next 5 minutes, I'd take my share and get out of here. At this moment, he spoke up. Seeing you like this, I don't need to guess what the situation is like outside. You didn't leave a mountain of corpses out there, did you? That's great. No one died. Kwang X quickly walked inside. A few people lost a few body parts, but in this modern age, medical technology is good enough to treat them. It just cost me a little money. Suddenly, an object in the distance caught his attention. In front of him was an incredibly sturdy door, a safe. Looking at the safe, Dunko sighed from behind. These Prometheus guys are really rich. This safe is made of adamantium. They made a safe from an extremely expensive metal. His finger lightly touched the surface of the safe. It makes me feel. Kwang X trembled and used his strength to pry the door open. If I don't open it and see, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The man behind him advised, give up. Even if you dropped an atomic bomb on it, it wouldn't break. Suddenly, he made a suggestion. You want me to open it, huh? Dungo slammed his bag of tools on the ground and stepped forward. The hardness of adamantium also makes it difficult to use. It's not easy to build complex structures from it. He took out a lockpick. Then he gently inserted the pick into the keyhole. In other words, Dungo focused on opening the safe though. The lock on the safe is much easier to open than a gym locker. Kwang X, standing behind, praised him. Bro, I told you, you're really the best. Yeah. The two of them peered inside the safe. Now then, let's see what they've hidden in here, huh? Inside were only 2 items. A scroll. He picked up the scroll from the safe. The paper is made from the skin of an invader. Quite useful for preservation since it can't be burned or dampened. Oh, and there's Hilda's tear. His eyes widened in amazement at the object. Damn it. I can't take it with me because it would be easily discovered. Do I have to ignore it? He closed the door tightly. Let's go. I'll lock it before we leave. This is a treasure of humanity. I can't burn it. The two of them were about to leave when a voice holding a gun came from behind. That's enough. Hearing that voice, he knew who it was. This voice. Kinam, that shadow quietly stepped inside. The fact that he is a pureblood means he bears double the responsibility. He had to grow up with the expectations of his clan. He was forced to climb higher on the social ladder. However, he failed. He was a pureblood, but his abilities were all thanks to beginner's luck. He was just a rookie. But other people can fly too. Basically. Alright, I have to ignore them. I can get back up. I just need to try and accumulate more achievements. Lost in thought, someone entered. Get ready. Kinam, we have to go provide support. There was a robbery at the bank's headquarters. They quickly arrived there. Are you sure this is just a robbery? At this moment, they looked around to observe. He's crazy. He's definitely a heartless sadist. We ran from the fight. We erased all traces to hide. Kinam stepped forward to report. The security team suffered the most damage. The joint investigation team is fine. You guys only surrounded the building. You didn't go inside. Look around and see if we went in. He was well trained. Are you sure he's not one of ours? We'll investigate ourselves. His mind was filled with thoughts. This is my chance to prove myself. To prove himself at the bank of the century. In his heart, he was extremely determined. I must. At that moment, a person came and asked, how is it? He's not here. He was a little disappointed. Maybe he's already escaped. Let's go. His teammates quickly left. This place specializes in storing important things. He caused a terrorist robbery in a place like this. The person from the investigation team cursed him for being crazy and a heartless sadist. But what if it was all an act? At that moment, Kinam turned and called out, Captain, before we leave, can I check one place? Kwang X hesitated, looking at the person in front of him. Bro. He suddenly pushed Dunko aside. Run. Kinam pointed his gun at him. I won't let you two escape. Without another word, he quickly drew the sword from his body. Then he threw it forcefully towards Kinam, who was standing there with his gun pointed. He was sent flying. The gun in his hand knocked to the side. He was continuously shot at. Every bullet that hit him shattered into pieces. The bullet explodes into 8 fragments if it hits the target, also known as the octopus bullet. He threatened, if you don't want all your muscles and nerves to be torn apart, get on your knees. Kwang X gathered all his strength and ran forward. Kinam held the gun in his hand and fired continuously. But not a single bullet touched him. Dunko, on the side, was running with all his might. Their eyes were fixed on him, and Kwang X saw him stick his head out. He used his body to distract him. At this moment, he cursed at himself. Damn it. He was aiming for me from the start. He hid behind the wall and let out a sigh of relief. At least Dunko was able to escape. He calmed himself by biting his own hand. Maybe now I just need to worry about Jenny Kinam. The mask fell off. Whatever. He wouldn't come here alone. His teammates must be around here somewhere. Kwang X spat out the bullet-ridden piece of flesh from his arm. The Special Immortal Force is completely different from PWAT or private security teams. I have to finish this before more people arrive. He remembered the warning he was given. You don't want to get shot, do you? Then learn how to run to dodge bullets. Remembering those words, Kwang X ran forward with all his might. Step, cross, change direction. While adjusting speed, in a flash, Kinam was approached by him. With just one punch, he was lying flat on the ground. Kwang X received a curse from him. You bastard. Looking at Kinam, he couldn't help but mock. You're pretty good. At that time, Han was aiming for the cervical vertebrae. Even with my recovery ability, I would just be a pile of meat if my brain and body lost connection. Of course, he scowled and couldn't speak. You. Without another word, he gave him a kick straight to the face. Then Kwang decisively pulled out the pin. I dodged it, so it doesn't matter. I knocked out Kinam and quickly left. I paid my respects to Dunko, and as he was about to leave, he reminded me, you'll have to lay low for a while. See you later. And disguised myself as a delivery man, then rode a bike to some hotel. The sun had set, and in 12 hours there would be a trace. Inside the house, a mechanical voice rang out, breaking news. The MC on the show, with a very serious expression, said, there has been another terrorist attack on Manny and SCP. Kwang X went out and turned off the TV. Despite the pursuit of the Special Immortal Force and the Special Police Force, the criminal has escaped. I met the secretary. At this moment, he looked at his phone screen and sighed. I was quite confused because he acted as if nothing had happened. How did you convince him? Forget it. So, what were you looking for? He didn't understand the question. Huh? If you had only hit one branch of money and SCP, that would have been revenge. But with the current situation, it's not. You did that because of tomorrow's test for security team No. 3. Kwang X felt helpless in his heart. She's too sharp. A board member stamped it incorrectly. What are you talking about? That's all I can say. Alright, I don't need to know either. Besides, I've paid my debt. Wait, she really didn't ask. He felt a little worried. Now I have to take care of this myself. However, I just revealed this. He kept asking himself, I can't ask anyone on the team. Should I be a witness and tell them everything? Will they believe me? My enemy is a board member, and I'm just a level 2 employee. Wang X didn't care and brushed those thoughts aside. Whatever. If I asked my dad what to do in this situation, he would surely say, if you don't know the answer to something, thinking too much won't help you find it. Ask those who know. That sentence made him lie on the bed in deep thought. Elsewhere, music blared from the headphones. In the middle of the gym, a conversation took place. Hello, it's a beautiful night. I don't like young men. Instructor, I don't like old women either. So why did you call me? I want to ask you something. Mr. Du Wang X. Daram, panting, replied, we shouldn't cross the line. Let's separate our work and personal lives. At this moment, he spoke up. Can you take a look at this picture? Scene change at a skyscraper. Inside a room where many people with serious faces. Dong-a, along with her teammates, sat there, CEO Kim Dong-chien and instructor Lee Jiang-mo. They're both fine, but Director Ma Jun is conducting the test. In front of Deng Bang was an extremely strict man. He's someone that even the CEO, Ba Myung-jin, can't touch. They've handcuffed me, but maybe they still see me as an instructor. At this moment, a person spoke up. Are you sure the commander of this mission is innocent? The white-haired man answered awkwardly. I also don't understand how this mission was conducted. They just requested an unofficial mission. All right. He spoke up and asked, agenda. Discipline the employees who aided the terrorist against Mani and XEP. I don't know why they went to those two places, but they planned the attack. He frowned in annoyance. Yesterday, the headquarters was also terrorized, but they were here all night. Agenda Chakrishnik affirmed. Yes, that's right. Are you sure they? Yes, there was a witness. Bung Cheon exclaimed in surprise. This is not fair. I don't have time to rebut. She turned to announce. We will save time after the witness answers. Who is the witness? Level 2 employee Du Kwang X from External Security Team No. 3. Where is he? We called him beforehand. However, he might be a little late because he overslept. Wang X on the side was hastily getting dressed. That sentence made the hall fall silent. No one said a word. Deng Bang and Rong A also remained silent. On this side, Myung Jin burst out laughing. Mr. Nam, sorry. He bowed his head. Still late for the disciplinary meeting where the future of his team would be decided. That damn psycho. Very quickly, he appeared. Hello, Level 2 employee Du Wang X. Ma Jun asked him annoyed. The reason for your tardiness is that I overslept. Sounds like it. Standing in front of them, he spoke clearly. So, I will ask the witness. Did External Security No. 3 participate in the terrorist act against Manny and SCP? Without beating around the bush, he affirmed yes. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing more to say. You psycho bastard. What the hell are you doing? They continued to question. Employee Du Kwang X, does that include you? Yes. From this point on, Level 2 employee Du Wang X will be considered guilty. Wait, that's not it. He stopped them from speaking. I was the one who robbed the main headquarters yesterday. Those words made their faces show surprise. Myung-din whispered to himself. Show us the act you're hiding. Wang X stood in the middle of the room and said clearly. I was the one who robbed the main headquarters yesterday. I found some very interesting things in the safe. The group of people heard that and frowned. What are you trying to justify? He took out a piece of paper from his person and said, I can prove that this plan was carried out with a reasonable cause. Do you think that Money Bank is just an ordinary financial group? Daram glanced at him. Mr. Du Wang X, no matter how that bank operates, committing terrorism just because of suspicion is an illegal act. Yes, you're right. However, according to our laws, in extremely special circumstances, that action is permitted. Myung-jin also smiled and spoke up. Chapter 8, Article 12. The extremely special situation is that the corporation is extremely dangerous. Kwang X unfolded the paper in front of everyone. On the paper it was written, we possess a brilliant aura, capable of dispelling the darkness. We possess supreme authority, capable of educating those mindless beings. The immortal faith, an organization of pro-immortal supremacists. They believe that only the descendants of immortals are worthy of existing on this earth. This organization can be considered a cult, but they are more like a terrorist organization. The picture you sent, the content on that scroll is the doctrine of the organization. Before, Wang X had contacted Daram to talk about this matter. The doctrine, she said softly. I don't know why, but the supreme leader of the immortal faith believes they must follow these doctrines to prove themselves. There is a special type of ink that only reacts to the blood of an immortal. It's called holy water. The name of the supreme apostle of the immortal faith is surely written on this scroll, in that special ink. Back at this moment, Jiang Mo saw this and asked. That scroll was in the safe of Manny and CFA. Ma Jun, sitting in the middle, spoke up. Have you checked the name of the apostle written on that doctrine? Wang X immediately replied. Yes. The name written on it is Da. Kim Dongqian pointed to himself and said, I will check it myself. Daram immediately handed the paper to him. Dongqian turned his head to look at Ma Jun. Damn it, does anyone have a knife? I do. Thank you. But in just a moment, Ma Jun used a knife to slash Dongqian's neck. After that, he drew his dagger, threw it towards Jiangmo. It didn't stop there. He also raised his foot and kicked Jiangmo hard in the face. Daram immediately rushed forward. She put her hand on the table and kicked high towards Mazun. He smirked and put his hand inside his jacket pocket. Daram saw that and her brows furrowed. Another knife. Before she could do anything, he quickly kicked her hard in the stomach. Kwang X rushed to support her, manager. Madu took the opportunity to run towards the window of the room. He's trying to escape through the window. Just as Wang X was about to act, another figure flashed forward. In just a moment, Deng Bong appeared behind him. Ma Jun immediately turned around, but in front of him was only a white blur. Deng Bong took advantage of the opening and gently kicked his shin. He had just turned around. He kicked the other side again. Ma Jun collapsed to the floor just like that. More. I can wait for you. Both the secretary and Dainge surrounded him. The leader rushed to support Dong Cheon. Are you all right, sir? The names. He looked down at the paper in astonishment. It was now covered in blood, and the names had appeared. Lai Trongziok, Du Tinho, Ma Jun, Kim Seonggun, Kang Hunyang. He gritted his teeth and said, I lost to a low-ranking employee. You. I'll remember you. Ma Jun looked straight at Wang X. He wasn't scared at all, and even said casually, Go ahead and remember. But I already have a girlfriend. After Ma Jun was captured, Daram smiled faintly and said to him, I was very worried when you were late. Did you arrive late to prepare for a counterattack like this? No. I just overslept. Alright, well done. Myungjin slowly walked out from inside. As he passed by Kwang X, he glanced at him, Du Kwang X. Today was interesting. See you later, the secretary reminded in a low voice. For the next 48 hours. Do not disclose anything about this incident. External security team no. 3. Please cooperate. Understood. In the room now, only Deng Bong, Dong Hun, Kwang X, and Dong A remained. They all smiled and praised him. That was hilarious. Our Du Wang X is the best. This smug bastard. Deng Bong stepped forward, facing Kwang X. The two of them just stood there silently, looking at each other like that. You should go take a shower. He was completely dumbfounded by his words. But this time, Rong A and Dong Hun spoke up to defend him. Manager. This time, Kwang X really saved us. You didn't even believe he would succeed. When Deng Bong was told off, he got annoyed and left first. Yeah. I can't even imagine what my escape would have been like if I had chosen to jump out the window. Well done. Wang X casually pointed at him. Who are you? Why do you have the same face as our team manager? Are you wearing a mask? Deng Bong was so angry he gritted his teeth. He stared at him, cursing under his breath. DMN. This damn dog. It's been a while since I beat you. You must be itching for a fight, huh? It's just because you can't beat me. Let's go. The impersonation incident is over. My team received an order to suppress this news, so we got a today break. Announcement title. Resignation. Director Ma Jun has resigned due to health issues. The truth about Director Ma Jun has been kept secret. External security team no. 3 was involved in Director Ma Jun's resignation. Is something that everyone implicitly understands. But no one can investigate the details of the incident. Our peaceful life has returned, sitting in the office. Wang X thought with boredom. So boring. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed continuously. He heard the sound and glanced out. Then he couldn't help but feel surprised. The others all looked over. Kwang X was pulled up from his chair. He smirked and asked, Did you get a new hairstylist? It's you. Ki Nam gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. It's you who made me like this. It's you. You're the one who caused me to be in this state. Wang X maintained an indifferent attitude. What? Kinam grabbed him by the collar. You're the bastard who kicked me in the head back then. Hearing this, he was a little astonished. What nonsense are you talking about, my friend? He frowned tightly. If you keep acting deaf and dumb like that, I'll tell everyone. Hyung, I don't know what you're talking about. You bastard. They glared at each other. Then, without another word, he threw a punch. At that moment, Dang Hun jumped out in time to stop them. Wait a minute, you two. Colleagues with conflicts shouldn't fight at work. Besides, we need to talk, although Ki Nam was still very annoyed. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Alright. Kwang X's eyes followed his retreating back. He taunted loudly. I was about to send your front teeth flying. Ki Nam, who was walking away, heard that and whipped his head back. You. But Dong Hun immediately smiled placatingly. Calm down. He's always been sharp-tongued. I often want to punch him myself. Just ignore him. Dung Bong sat to one side, observing, but not saying anything. He did say he met Ki Nam at the Money and Sip Bank. Maybe that's what happened. Hey, what's wrong? He'll hate you for that, or are you doing it on purpose? Before he could finish, Dung Bong saw his stubborn expression and immediately understood. That bastard. Scene change. Thank goodness, he won't go around spreading rumors to everyone. It was now late afternoon, and Kwang X and Dong A were walking home together as usual. He said in a low voice, seriously. At that time I was seriously thinking about punching his mouth open and tying him up, but when the assistant director asked to speak privately, he became completely silent. No matter how much I tried to provoke him, he just ignored me. I wonder what the manager said to him. We're here. He raised his hand to wave goodbye. I'm leaving. At that moment, Dang A called out to Kwang X. Yeah. Do you want to stop by for some ramen? I'd love to. Slang. Inviting someone for ramen is an implicit invitation to Netflix and chill with them. After that, at Dong A's house while she was busy in the kitchen, Wang X sat blankly at the dining table. His face was blank like an idiot, and in his heart, he thought, what is this situation? Some ramen? Did she just ask that? Oh no, considering her personality, she probably doesn't understand the meaning of this phrase, right? But in the end, she still invited me to her private home. So nervous, oh my god, first time at a girl's house. An image of Hyman suddenly appeared in his mind. So my place is a pigsty, not a girl's house. That's not entirely true, but this young lady is an exception. He felt more and more tense. Does she like me? Does she mean that? What should I do, you guys? While Wang X was in turmoil, Rong A had finished cooking 2 bowls of ramen and brought them over. What are you thinking about? The two of them quickly finished their bowls of ramen. Thanks for the meal. Kwang X looked down at the bowl in astonishment, and nothing happened. It was no different from meeting up for a meal at a coffee shop near work. Right at this moment, Rong A spoke softly. I have something to tell you. He stared at her with wide eyes. Could it be? Come into my room for a moment. Immediately, his head felt like it was about to explode on the spot. Wait, we can't do this. Wang X forced himself to say, although you're a good person, senior, you're not my type. Donna paid no mind and said, stop the nonsense and get in here. Yes, ma'am. She quickly opened her room door. Inside, there was a board covered with pictures of different people. He followed behind her, wondering to himself what this room was for. What is this? These are the people known to be current members of Prometheus. They might follow you after what you've done, so remember to be careful, especially with these 3. Hearing that, Kwang X asked, who are they? She didn't answer right away but said, if you ever meet them, you should avoid them immediately. Why? He suddenly noticed a small family photo of Dong A on the shelf. She immediately turned it face down. Then she said again, not just those 3. You also have to be wary of all the rest. Got it. Kwang X frowned and called out, senior. Before he could say anything, she bluntly cut him off. All right, you can leave now. Yes. Before he left, she called out in a low voice, to Wang X, you have to destroy Prometheus. Hearing that, he smiled. He replied with a firm tone. All right, I promise. He thought to himself. That room. That's her everything, her final untouchable limit. I feel it. Does she have some kind of grudge? Is her purpose revenge? But that's none of my business. In short, Prometheus is a criminal organization, an enemy that needs to be eliminated. As her junior, I should help as much as I can. Just as Wang X reached out to enter his home's password, his hand suddenly froze. The lock was already open once. Someone is in the house. He couldn't help but remember Rong A's warning from earlier. They might follow you after what you've done. Wang X slowly pressed each number to open the door. He cautiously looked around the house. Unexpectedly, inside, Ki Nam was standing there, staring at him. Both of their faces were stiff. as if looking at some kind of maggot. Then, without a word, they rushed towards each other. Both of them simultaneously threw a punch at the other. Most of the staff housing units are double rooms. I was initially able to rent this room because a roommate was supposed to move in next month. But who knew that person would be our beloved Kinam? And the result of that last punch was predictable. Kinam was now sprawled on the ground. Wang X casually sat down in a chair and said, like a pile of rags. He even let out a sigh, hating life. Scene change at the same time on Dongbong's side in a flash. He had used his gun to eliminate all the monsters that came out of that hole. Each bullet accurately hit the center of their heads. Damn it, I was called here because I was nearby. Does that make any sense? While I've already finished my part, and I'm the manager of another team. The others heard that and gave a forced smile, so embarrassing. The black hole's position suddenly changed, and also because you're very reliable. Wipeout closed the black hole. Thanks to you, everything was handled very smoothly. You guys didn't even need me. Well, you know, who knows when the parallel gates will suddenly appear? Dongbong asked in a low voice. Parallel gates. It's appeared a few times already. Twice in Seoul, a total of 8 times in South Korea alone. Just one gate is already a very strange phenomenon, but it keeps appearing like this. That means a new name has been given, right? Dongbong frowned and turned away. I give up. Here's the theory. I'll owe your team for this one. Alright, good night. Pack up. We need to contact the cleanup crew. As he walked, he thought, a new name, if this really happens. I wonder how many more lives will be lost this time. Kinam raised his fist and roared, I'll kill you. Wang X didn't give him a chance to touch him and quickly retaliated. He was choked by the force of his arm around his neck. Very quickly, he fainted and was propped up against a chair by Wang X. At this moment, a person approached and asked him, What did you guys do first thing this morning? He's trying to befriend me. What's it this time? He recalled his actions. Nothing at all. Last night, I just fought with him because he was about to punch me. You seem close. Suddenly, someone noticed and asked, Is Kinam here? You'll wake the baby. You crazy bastard. Stop bullying him. Wang X was bewildered, not understanding. What was happening? Bullying. I'm appreciating him. No one makes a better sandbag than him. This is crazy. Dong Hun spoke with a soulless look in his eyes. I was happy to see you and the team manager getting along. But instead, you fought with Kinam. Where did he go? Out for work. He sighed in his heart. No wonder I don't hear him muttering and cursing. At this moment, Wang X turned on his computer. He received an email. Hello. I'm Robert Kim from the Hunter Company. Are you looking for a job change? I'm very impressed with what you've done. The psychic company has better benefits, a higher salary, and better pay. The special immortal force is waiting for you. Assistant No Chosu from Brain Search. Call me when you have a chance. I will try to meet your needs. Who are these people? He turned to ask Dong Hun in astonishment. These text message scammers are so good. They even got past our firewall. If there are hackers like that, we have to catch them immediately. What? He cursed angrily. Damn it. Those are the best ones. I just got a few emails from some small fry companies. From what he said, he somewhat realized, I see. Ma Jun used to be a director, but he's gone now. Of course. Other companies and organizations are trying their best to find out what happened, including the people at Warium who don't have a grasp of the situation. There are also those who have drawn conclusions without knowing the specific story. They will almost certainly want to find me. After thinking, Kwang X gave a satisfied smile. At this moment, he spoke to him. Should I be nice and go see them? I'll consider this one first. Suddenly, the two received a notification, a support call from the police. A hole had appeared in the area, Dong A and Wang X. The space gate opened. Get to Dong Damon immediately. On the other side of the gate were the guards on duty. The team members were waiting for the two of you to arrive. It will become a problem if things get worse. Wang X quickly got dressed and went over. We can't use any kind of explosives, so we have to end this quickly. As they were walking, they were suddenly called out by a voice. Long time no see. Dong Tran walked up to the two of them. Dong A. She coldly walked past him. Still the same, none of your business. It's meaningless to spend your whole life on something unverified. At this moment, he walked closer to him. Just focus on your work, old man. Dong Tran curiously walked back and forth, sizing him up. What a mediocre appearance for the immortal force. You mean an extraordinary appearance. You seem a bit unintelligent. Are you really doing X? Am I your type or something? Suddenly, a patch of water broke in the sky. It's opening. C-class, like, watch number 3. From the water crack, a pile of slime appeared. That's poisonous gas. Get back, number 3. First type, decomposing slim. Kwang X looked at him. I'm Dong Dong Tran, only 25, so I'm not an uncle. Sorry, I understand. His eyes looked at him slyly. Coming here to help was worth it. I finally get to meet someone as famous as you. I'll finish this up soon. Let's talk after that. Out of nowhere, a blazing fire appeared, levitating. The monster's poison was burned by the fire, trembling on the ground. Every single bit of it was incinerated by the hot flames. Dong Trang rushed forward alone with a flamethrower. Standing before the space gate was an extremely mysterious man. That person made Wang X suspicious. He can control the fire as he wishes. He's making sure to eliminate the remaining slims. Is his suit made of a special material? At this moment, he spoke up. Fire surgeon, huh? That's what people call me. I am the fire surgeon Kim Mangwan. He also stepped forward to introduce himself. I am the sexy representative of the Special Immortal Force. So, the rumors about you being weird are true. I don't want to hear this from someone who calls himself a fire surgeon. He made his move at this moment. No more messing around. Come to my company. You're a perfect fit. Du Kwang X, how unexpected. Mangwen, standing on the side, was talking to him. Why do you think I came to support a C-class hole? Brother Mangwen, why don't you know how to behave? Why would you say that while working? He pushed up his glasses and left. My work is done. The rest can be handled by the flamethrower. And I don't remember ever allowing you to call me brother. Kwang X, don't listen to what he says. The two of them argued back and forth. I should roast your mouth. I think you've lived a little too long. It's time to go to the other side. The two exchanged murderous glances. Suddenly, they spoke in unison. Come back. Come on, XQRAS, no. Come to my company, XQRAS. He felt a little hesitant in his heart. What do you want? Money, money. Go ask which organization is the richest. Even the dog next door knows the answer. I should be happy, but it's really weird to have two broad-minded men fighting over me. Donna next to him sighed casually. Senior doesn't care at all. She was always staring at the black hole in the gate. The hole appeared with countless hands sticking out. Kwang was surprised by those things. A creature rushed out and flew over the guard's head. He didn't care about them arguing and quickly rushed forward. The poison from the hole was spreading more and more. Dong Tran reminded everyone. Step back. Everyone. Back off, damn it. I thought today would be a fun day. Number 3. Second type, Power Slim. Hans Glowy the 3, Long Man, El Hing Kung Chio, D Won TTCCAC Lowy Slim. Meng Tran the Man Gun Ming Than Lao Lan. This line seems to be a system. Status update. Hard to translate without more context. Brother Mangwen. I'm not your brother. The fire from the hot sword sliced the monster in half. Wang X reminded the soldier to come over here. Thank you. Suddenly a voice entered his ear. Cover. Number 3. Type 3. Slim Full Gun. A rain of bullets poured straight into the slimes. At this moment, he asked in astonishment, what's going on? She even used expensive bullets. A overlapping black hole, also known as a dual gate. This is a phenomenon that has been appearing frequently lately. When a new hole appears inside an existing one, there's no way to predict it, so there's no other way but for us to prepare more forces than necessary for each hole. No need to get involved. Special Immortal Force. You just need to take care of the ones that get out. Wang X kept asking. Just the ones that get out. Don't we need to help them? No. In the sky, 3 pillars of light appeared, burning the kinetic energy. Xcuracy XQ300 Ultra Small Nuclear Fusion Battery Laser Rifle. Xcuracy is the richest organization in the world. Doing this makes us look so poor. He turned to look at his teammate. We have any other work, the support forces will arrive. From which team? Suddenly a curse rang out. Hey, you bastards, is this a place for kidnappers? Deng Bong shouted loudly and clearly. I raised him with all my heart for you to snatch him from me. Don't touch my dog. I'm warning you, if you dare do it again, I'll go crazy. I am Lai Deng Bong from the Special Immortal Force. From the front, a slim exploded, typed for number 3, and fell down. Immediately after, a large explosion suddenly erupted from above, with a flash of light and a violent swirl of smoke and dust. Deng Bong stood to one side, his arms crossed arrogantly. Try to do better. If you think it's about to explode, you have to use your body to block it. Hong H let out a weary sigh. Why did you come here if you're just going to stand there and watch? He taunted to break the legs of all those thieves. And Dong Chan, through Deng Bong's eyes, was a thief. He turned to look at him and yelled, Hey, you're Li Deng Bong's teammate, right? That offer I just made, just pretend it never happened. Hearing that, he could only remain silent and helpless. In another corner, Dang A was shooting and speaking, but it's also really strange. The hole has been open for 2 hours, but it doesn't seem to be getting smaller. Mangwen on the side was also fighting fiercely. Analysis team. How many more slims are in the hole? The man, his whole body trembling, his nose bleeding, struggled to answer. I'm not sure, he asked. Confused, What do you mean? He broke out in a sweat and stammered. I can't decode it. The man said in disbelief, I've never seen this type of hole before. This is Wang X was also stunned after hearing this. Team manager. What was the real reason you came all this way? Dung Bong spoke seriously when the black hole appeared at Dongdaemun Station. Black holes of all sizes, from large to small, appeared all over the country. He continued to narrate, half of them were dual gates. And this is the largest black hole among them. Wang X still didn't understand. So what does that mean? Zhang A, who was next to him, explained. The dual gate is a new abnormal phenomenon that has appeared recently. She made a serious face and said, you know the consequences that an abnormal phenomenon can cause, right? He replied with a look of disbelief. It causes transformations. The usual transformation that can happen is the appearance of a new species. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly distorted. A strong pressure pressed down, causing the ground to shake. The more important thing now is when it gets to the other side in the black hole too. There's no certainty from the center of the hole. A black and purple space door began to crack. Kinam immediately turned on his walkie-talkie with an urgent voice. Estimated location Alpha 14. Alpha 14, new Namen appears. I repeat, a new Namen has appeared. A new Namet species has come out of hole number 3. After saying that, he turned and signaled to Kwang X. Let's retreat. But right at that moment, another voice came from the walkie-talkie, analyzing this appearance phenomenon. Slim form. Slim form. Kinam glanced over and saw him still standing motionless, and called out loudly. His voice filled with panic. Do Wang X. He stared, lost in his own chaotic thoughts. This suffocating air. A not-so-good memory suddenly resurfaced just like 10 years ago. At that time, Hongich was still a child, his small body trembling as he stood in the middle of a dusty road, his panicked eyes looking at the approaching horde of monsters. Now that scene repeated itself. He stood motionless, his eyes wide, staring at what was appearing before him. Kwang X thought to himself. The loud explosion hit my eardrums. All I saw was a dented metal ceiling and crumbled concrete slabs, a mix of blood and flesh, and a monster I had never seen before. All I could hear was a ringing sound echoing in my ears, like my own tinnitus. At that time, Kwang was crushed by a rock. His body trembled, so dizzy, my leg hurt so much. What time is it? Where am I? It hurts so much. I'm scared. With his weak body bleeding profusely, Kwang panicked. Mom, Dad, where are you? Save me. Looking at the ferocious monsters before him, he screamed for help. I don't want to die, save me. Save me. The pressure grew stronger, and Kwangich cried out along with his pleas for help. His desperate cries for help echoed throughout the space. At that moment, a loud call pierced through the chaotic delirium. When Du Hong X heard it, he immediately snapped out of it. Ranga shouted loudly, her voice full of authority, get a grip. He opened his eyes and looked at her in astonishment, his gaze hazy. Senior. Wang the 10th asked curiously, what's wrong? But before he could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze. Ahead was a chaotic sound. Dozens of people were fighting a monster. His pupils constricted. Wang X was extremely surprised, even though Senior told me to back off. I just stood there. I took a hit to protect an association employee. After that, immediately after, Dang A explained with a stern expression. The Namet's tentacles have a mind-affecting substance. I just injected you with a drug mixture that will give you higher resistance. 2 mental attacks. He glanced at the needle stuck in his neck and asked, when did he get that? Before he could answer, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed from behind. Support team is here. They shouted in unison. Understood, we need to take down its barrier. On the other side, another team was still fighting fiercely. Spiritual team no. 1 against team to D. Burn its tentacles. Dung Bong, while holding his breath, yelled loudly, be careful of the eyeball. It's about to fire a laser. Donga spoke up. Let's retreat and leave the rest to them. Hearing that, Hong was stunned. Leave it to them? His eye swept across the battlefield ahead. Someone was severely injured and could only sit slumped in one place, trembling amidst the wreckage. Someone had just taken a blow from the monster, their body collapsing, no longer moving. He looked at the monster with dozens of eyeballs spewing dark poison, and then blurted out, they're all being overwhelmed, and we're just going to leave it to them. The monster suddenly leaped up, flinging streaks of dark fluid at everyone like a rain of living weapons. Before he could react, a person standing nearby was hit, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Everyone started to scatter. That's corrosive fluid. Everyone get away. Seeing the critical situation, Wang X rushed forward, but was immediately pulled back by Rong A. Where are you going? He said seriously, if we leave, that person will die. Up ahead, the person who had just been hit by the corrosive liquid was writhing on the ground, trying to crawl out of the monster's reach. She clasped her hands and growled, if you go to him, You'll die too. Do home X. Hearing this, he suddenly froze, but then his eyes turned to the other man, his face panicked, his eyes full of fear and despair. The image of himself crying and begging as a child reappeared. Despite everything, he pushed Dong A's hand away and rushed straight ahead. Seeing this, she shouted worriedly, "Hey, do Wang X." Ignoring her cries, Wang X rushed forward. The monster roared, and from its writhing body, it shot out a series of tentacles aimed straight at Kwang X. But with his quick reflexes, he managed to carry the injured person and roll to the side, avoiding the fatal blow. Then he shouted loudly, signaling Dong Chan. Hearing this, he who was fighting nearby suddenly turned back. He really is. Kwang X gathered all his strength, lifted the man high up and threw him towards Dong Tran. In that moment, he jumped up to catch the injured person, his arms wrapped tightly around him as he landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, Hong Ich's leg was caught by the monster's tentacle. He struggled but still couldn't break free from it. Suddenly, a blazing stream of light shot through the air. Its tentacles were severed and burned to a crisp. It was Dung Bong standing in the middle of the battlefield, the energy cannon in his hand still smoking. Damn it, this crazy bastard did it again. He shouted loudly, signaling, "Don't stop, keep attacking, attack until its barrier cracks." At that moment, Wang X grabbed the blood bag and rushed off. "I'm borrowing this blood bag for a bit." Manager. The sudden action stunned Trung Bong. He roared in anger, "Hey, you crazy bastard." At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the monster's eye. Its eyes simultaneously emitted dazzling laser beams, sweeping across the entire battlefield. One of those beams shot straight towards the injured person lying motionless on the ground. Wang X rushed over without thinking, holding the other man tightly, and rolled to avoid the deadly light, but a laser beam managed to graze him, severing an arm. The laser continued to shoot wildly everywhere, and things began to collapse from all sides. The injured man was now exhausted, his eyes filled with panic as he looked up and saw a rock falling straight towards his head. But just in that hair's breadth moment, Wang Yik rushed forward to shield the other person. He asked quickly, "Can you move your arm?" He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Wang X suggested injecting this person with the blood bag, so he gently placed the unconscious person down for him. With one arm gradually growing back, Wang Yik grabbed the man's collar and warned, "This will hurt a little." Without waiting for a reaction, he struggled to lift the man onto his shoulder. Although his body was severely injured, Kwang X still endured and bent down to pick up the other person, hold on a little longer. Because of the exertion, he started to cough violently, spitting out a lot of blood. Seeing this, the man asked with a trembling voice, "Hey, if you help us, you'll die too. Why are you going this far?" He immediately replied, "This is my job, I can't quit making money. I also have to kill the invaders and save people." At this point, his eyes suddenly became serious and he gave a demonic smile. "And of course, I have to live. I was born to do this." Wang X lifted the two people onto his shoulders and was about to run. Suddenly someone came and reminded him, "Put them down here." Hearing that, he dropped them both to the ground. "You're really crazy." Wang X looked at Mangul and replied, "Of course." Hey, he smiled and asked, "You were about to thank me, weren't you?" "That's right." Suddenly, someone from behind approached and called out, "Do Wang X." Donna held something in her hand and stabbed him in the chest. Then she looked up at him with annoyance. "If you're going to kill yourself, go somewhere else." His other arm also gradually recovered. "I don't plan on dying so soon." A shout echoed, making them both look over. "It's broken." The monster kept hitting the barrier. "The barrier is at its limit. Attack the crack in the barrier." It slammed its head hard against the barrier. Its eyes widened as it looked down below. It gathered momentum and launched itself forward quickly. Its huge body fell heavily onto the floor. His eyes quickly darted behind him. It swung its arm and attacked the people nearby, causing them to scream in terror. Dongsha looked at it, gritting his teeth in worry. Damn it. The monster was still standing right there with its body covered in blood. What the hell is this? It suddenly fell backward, creating a strong tremor. Kwang Teng carried the others and ran away quickly. Spiritual force, hold on. Bring the white phosphorus. Are we out of blood bags? Gather the wounded in one place. Hey, immortal. You should wait until you've fully recovered. He didn't bother to listen and immediately took off. Hey. The monster, its mouth full of blood, looked at a person sitting below. Just as it attacked, Kwang X rushed over and grabbed the other person. Tentacles suddenly sprouted from its body. His eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Kwang X was pierced through the stomach by that tentacle. A loud sound rang out and the tentacle broke into two parts. Someone came and blocked for him. "You damn kid, you won't listen, will you? Get him out of here. And you too." Kwang X suddenly froze. What? Why are there suddenly 340? A series of identical people started attacking it, like a dozen managers. A single slash grazed the monster's face. Then there was another slash. Then another slash was unleashed. The man in black shot at it with a gun, and then yelled loudly, "The barrier is broken. It's over here, you bastard." Mangwan raised both hands and used his power. "Focus your attacks there." The person next to him heard that and immediately ran to its location. The person who had been helped by Wang X earlier suddenly moved slightly. He was still continuously trying to catch his breath. "Thank you." What did the manager just do? It feels like he's everywhere, while his real body is nowhere to be seen. Wang X touched the wound on his abdomen. "But I can still run." His eyes lit up. "I can do this." Kwang X suddenly ran off, surprising the other person. "Oh hey." The monster at this moment also sensed something. It continuously spun around to dodge the blows. Once the starfish attacks one of my clones, the other clones will target its weak point and bind it to that weak point. At that moment, I will run. The fallen, the dying, the ones who couldn't dodge, I will bring them back, without stopping. Continue, 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 continue. Suddenly, someone touched OANX's body. "Stop." The surroundings were empty, with only white dust remaining. "It's over." He just stood there without saying anything. Wang X stood there for a long time before asking Dung Bong, "Did we win?" "We didn't lose." He turned his face, a smile on his lips. "We didn't lose." It was only later that I understood what he meant. Humans have never been able to kill 5 meters. This time was no different. We didn't kill the starfish. It just returned to where it came from. However, we did not lose. Wang X sat down against the wall. "What's his name?" Dung Bong, sitting next to him, turned to ask, "Why do you want to know?" "I have to know the name of the benefactor who saved my life." "Benefactor who saved your life?" "My ass?" Dongshan smiled brightly and answered, "It's Du Kwang X, damn it. Is he the person from the rumors?" "Yes, it's him." "Cough cough, send him my thanks. I almost died before I got to see my daughter born." "Tell him yourself. I'm not a messenger." Dung Bong spoke up and asked Dongshan, "What are you looking at? If you try to take him, I'll kill you." He let out a sigh and said, "He's also really ridiculous. He killed all the romantic stuff. This kid is not a good fit for Spionix at all." Dung Bong leaned his head against the wall in silence. "I didn't teach him to do that. He just does whatever he wants." June 11th, a new Namet species appeared in Siwon, South Korea. No one died. Wang X excitedly chugged half a glass of beer. He let out a satisfied exclamation. "Now you must be feeling better, right?" He smiled and replied, "It's been for days since I did that. Of course I'm still fine." Kim Yo-han heard that and asked, "So how was it?" "What? The starfish?" Wang X put on a serious face and said, "Like shit, I understood. Why has humanity never managed to kill a Namet before? Honestly, if I think about it, I get goosebumps." Iohan said in a low voice. Apparently, it wasn't a newly emerged Namet. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "So why was that the first recorded battle?" He then explained, Longbon also appeared in other areas, but they managed to avoid having to fight there. The starfish lost. It wandered around in space because all the gates were closed. In the end, it came out of that gate when the other gate closers hadn't closed it yet. Gun now spoke up. "The gate closer." Iohung glanced at him. "Apparently, that's what they're called. They can close the space gates whenever they want. Most people know about it. It's just us rookies who don't." Kwang finished listening and was a little quiet. After saying that, Yohin made a suggestion. "Then let's get out of here, shall we?" "That's a good idea. What about the bill?" Iohan and Gun simultaneously stood up and left first, muttering, "What did our colleague who just got a bonus without working say? Considering the value of the information I just provided you, shouldn't you feel guilty for making me pay?" Kwang looked at them blankly. "You want a younger person like me to treat you?" Both of them acted reasonably and said, "Age doesn't matter here, we're just colleagues." In the end, he had to bite the bullet and take out the card from his wallet. "All right, I'll pay. You homeless bastards." But the waitress smiled and said, "The gentleman over there has already paid for your table." Kwang frowned and followed the girl's hand. Up ahead, Stephen Choi was smiling and nodding at him. Kim Yo-han saw that and asked, "Who's that?" "Your new boyfriend." He didn't reply but said with a serious face, "I'm leaving." After that, Wang X followed behind Stephen Choi. He spoke up first in a low voice. "You're the police officer from before, right? The one who saved me when the dual gate opened." He turned his back to him and said in a low voice, "Thank you for that." Kwang X frowned with suspicion. "But it's strange, from what I remember. You were an ordinary police officer. How did you get into a restaurant that only accepts people with mutant powers?" Stephen Choi slowly turned around and said, "I'm sorry for inviting you this way." At the same time, Crocodile and Rose stepped out from the shadows. she said with a serious face. Long time no see. Hearing the sound, he raised an eyebrow slightly. This voice. You guys should be careful. It's a bit chilly at night. You could catch a cold if you keep following me like this. Tarantado in Filipino, this word means bastards. Rose gritted her teeth and stared at him. I hate that bastard. Crocodile reminded without emotion. Don't forget why we're here. Wang X thought to himself. That's the guy in the picture pinned in Senior's room. What should I do now? She told me if I ever saw him, I should hire him. Stephen Choi pointed to himself and said, I will introduce myself. He didn't pay attention to him, but calculated, anyway, I can't run away. I feel quite uncomfortable interacting with that police officer. My name is. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang X rushed forward to attack him, but that crocodile guy stepped forward in time to block him. He quickly pulled his hand back and retreated. The crocodile frowned, realizing he had just grabbed a fake hand instead of the real one. He looked straight into his eyes. Not bad. Wang X frowned tightly. Actually, I'm in a very bad mood. He also sensed something in just a moment. It was just a short moment, but I definitely felt it. In a little while, I'll be torn into 8 pieces and thrown to the ground. If I hadn't backed away in time, he would have caught me. Stephen Choi let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I was already quite surprised by you. I didn't think you would improve so quickly. You've only been working for a year. I think I should explain the situation first. My name is Stephen Choi. I work at a small but busy headhunting company. I came to see you that time too. But things went a little off track. If there's a talented individual and someone wants them, then my job is to bring those two together. I would like to respectfully introduce Du Wang X, A-level 2 employee from the Special Immortal Force, to Prometheus. Rose couldn't help but click her tongue. That's enough talk. He smiled and asked, You know there will be some fees even if you're not efficient, right? She said bluntly. You money-grubbing bastard. After that, Rose looked towards Kwang X. You heard, right? This is a really good deal. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. I already have a woman I like. Hearing that, she shouted angrily, Bah, I don't like you either. Then the problem is solved. Goodbye. Suddenly, his entire body froze. Kwang X tensed his arm muscles. He thought to himself, my skin feels a little tingly. It feels like my body will split in two if I turn away right now. Is it because of his wild bloodlust? That crocodile guy's whole body radiated a strong murderous aura. He said in a low voice, Make your decision after hearing us out. Rose also scowled and said, I promise to give you a high position if you work with us. Wang X asked casually, higher than Koa? Maybe. So you'll give me a lot of money. You won't have to be jealous of those other rich guys. What about women? I like women. You can have as many as you want to. What about a house? I can't sleep if it's not a penthouse. Manhattan, Gangnam, wherever you want. What about benefits? I like to take breaks, and I also have a lot of things to do on my days off. You will be able to live a life you never imagined before. If you become a higher position in Prometheus. The two of them went back and forth for a while. Finally, Wang X replied in a low voice, All right, I refuse. Rose, if you look straight at him, think carefully, you'll regret it. I would have thought about it more seriously if you were my type. But you're far from it. That crocodile guy gently reminded. Trying to convince him is useless. Saying that, the three of them turned to leave. You'll regret it. This is your last chance. The dark alley was now empty except for Wang X. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Oh my, it's tough being so good. Scene changed to the next morning at the office. A colleague saw him and smiled in greeting. Oh, the savior of Dongdaemun, you're here. The hero of the Westgate. Kwang heard that and was bewildered. What? They immediately explained. You don't know, everyone has been calling you that since that day. Ioham patted him on the shoulder and said, Are you surprised? Mr. Hero of the Westgate, I was eager to tell you yesterday. Kwang X quickly put on an expression as if this was obvious. Wow, I'm so embarrassed. Dong Hung couldn't help but chime in. You can feel embarrassed. He didn't pay attention to that and said, Guess what happened yesterday? What? I was so shocked. I never thought this would happen. In just a moment, Wang X's face became more serious than ever. Prometheus invited me to work for them. Dong Bong, Dong Hun, and Dong A all burst out laughing. Did anyone else get an invitation from them? These bastards are just wandering around here inviting people to work for them. Dong Bong smiled and walked over to Kwang X. You bastard. You damn frog. You stupid damn frog. You frog in a well. He clicked his tongue, his lips pouting. I don't know, he continued. There's a new job, follow me. That's right, our little hero of the Westgate has been invited to work by Prometheus. What else did they invite you to do? Kwang X pouted and asked. Why don't we just drop it? He turned his head to look at Dong Ea. By the way, senior, he was there. The guy you three sisters told me to avoid. The one whose picture is hanging on the wall in her room. Immediately, the faces of all three of them went blank. Wang X saw this and was astonished. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change like this? Donna asked in a low voice. Which one of them? He widened his eyes and replied, didn't you call him a crocodile or something? That muscular monster, huh? And you came back in one piece. He didn't seem to want to kill me. Donna couldn't help but grit her teeth, her eyes becoming extremely sharp. After that, the four of them left the room together. What's the job this time? Rescue. Rescue who? Someone is hiding in the mountains with important information. Kwang X frowned slightly. So, it's not a rescue, but a capture, right? His name is Park Byung-jun. He's the target of this mission. You must have heard of the name the Hole Closer, right? Park Byung-jun was supposed to be a scientist supporting the Hole Closer. When he was still in Europe, in a small room, the leader used a projector to display the target. Below were Wang X, Zhang-A, Dong-hin, and Dong-bong. The ones assigned to this mission are to find and rescue him. That will be the clue for the D-O-N-G-D-A-M-U-N case. That's all, go. Kwang X smiled and said, so it's a capture. Dong-A quickly reminded him, SHH. The leader heard that and frowned, shouting, hey, Lai Dong-hun, don't you train your soldiers? Dong-hun smiled brightly and replied, he's trained enough to be the hero of Dongdaemun. I'm not asking you. Lai Dong-hun, yes. I'm on the phone right now. Understood. You guys need to get your team in order. Hey, Lai Dongbong. Dongbong covered his ears with his hands. He was annoyed and pointed at Wang X. Hey, I'm listening to. I'm sure he's paying attention. The leader looked at their attitude and got even angrier. What's wrong with you bastards? The higher-ups are trying to help you. Kwang thought to himself. That's the chairman of the Coordination Council. I heard his influence in politics has decreased. For example, the money to rescue from the terrorist attack. He's ordering me to do something illegal to ensure the team doesn't have too much influence. At this moment, the leader called out once more, hey newbie, you? He smiled brightly, showing his determination. Yes, chairman of the Coordination Council. I've heard and seen everything. I also remember all the plans. The mission seems to be a rescue, but the objective is simply to capture the doctor alive. I understand everything. The leader was now so angry that veins were popping on his forehead. He had completely exploded. This bastard. Have you all lost your minds? You don't care because you have the chairman backing you, right? Is that what your captain taught you? But Hongich just exclaimed softly. So cool. Chairman of the council. You have an anger management problem. Deng Bang was not to be outdone. He stood up and roared. Why is that my fault? I never taught him like that. You damn dog. The leader was seething with anger. Die. You bastards. I'll kill all of you. The others rushed to stop him. Oh my god, chairman. Oh my god, captain. But Deng Bong still stubbornly argued back. Kill me? Fine, let's fight. Kwang X said casually, Captain, you have to help the weak. Deng frowned and pulled him away. That's enough, you crazy bastard, huh? Deng Bong, without a second word, stepped forward and kicked the door open, wanting to leave. The leader behind him immediately started shouting, Hey Lai Deng Bong, sit down. Who said you could stand up? Did I say the meeting was over? Where do you think you're going, you bastard? Come back here. He didn't care and shouted loudly. Damn it, I don't want to do this. Hey newbie, go get the weapons. Which ones? Not the ones we usually use. Go with Dong-a personalized one. Are you dreaming? If you want one, go buy it yourself. Then what is it? The two of them went back and forth. Go see for yourself. After that, Wang X went with Dong-a to get the weapons as requested, and he asked with wide eyes, are there other types of weapons besides the normal ones and the personalized ones? She immediately answered him, yes, although they are not free. They entered the dedicated weapons room together. Inside, Kang Chung-ha, a warrior engineer, saw them and smirked. It's you, the hero of Dongdaemun or something. Introduce yourself. Kwang X said a little hesitantly. Ah yes, Team 2 employee. Do Kwang X, machine. I mean manager Lai Dongbong told us to come here. I know. Take it. Chung-ha smiled and handed him a knife. This is a knife made from adamantium. This is the best non-personalized thing you can get. I followed the instructions exactly, but the customers were all annoyed because it consumes more stamina, because they have to concentrate on swinging it or something. Is that so? Wang X held the knife in his hand. He thought to himself, its balance is a bit strange. It's not very practical for regular use. I'll have to be more creative with this. Alright, I'll use this. Chung-ha saw that and frowned slightly. You practice a lot, huh? This thing is pretty heavy, He thought. I do practice a lot. but I'm also half shapeshifter. Oh, Wang X suddenly noticed the gun next to her. But what is that gun? Chung-ha glanced over. This. I'm just displaying it. I made it 3 years ago. But everything is made of adamantium, so it's very heavy. It's not for immortals. Is that so? He stepped forward and tried to pick up the gun. All the veins on his arm bulged accordingly. Kwang X used his strength to lift it high. I think it's fine. Trung-ha's eyes immediately lit up. You're really strong. He replied modestly, just above average. But what's the handle for? The handle? I put it in because it's hard for people to use. Maybe using it as a club would be more effective. Dong-hae finally spoke up. If it's all adamantium, it must be at least 300 million. Wang X heard that, and his eyes widened. What? 300 million? This, Trung-ha said in a low voice. Yes, but money is not the important issue. She raised an eyebrow and asked him, can you use it? It's not impossible. Are you sure? Yes, in his heart, he couldn't help but think. Why are her eyes shining like that? Trung-ha gently touched the head of the gun. The weapons I create are like my children. Seeing them born but not being able to shine. How do you think a mother like me would feel? She suddenly leaned in close to him. And Wang X was flustered by this action. I don't know. Whatever. I'll give you that. Rong-hae heard that and felt extremely disbelieving. Huh? Trung-ha smiled and reminded. I won't forgive you if you throw it away. He also smiled brightly and said, throw it away, of course not. I'll even sleep with it. Huh? You're funny too. So, can I treat you like my older sister? Okay, of course. Don't forget to name my child. Back at the office, Dang-hae quickly reported everything that had just happened to Dong-bong. That's how it is. Oh my god. Wang X was excitedly showing off the gun in his hand when he suddenly realized. What are you doing here? Ki-nam said annoyed. None of your business, Dong-hun explained in a low voice. He's going to help out with this mission. Does it have to be Ki-nam? Dong-bong, sitting on the chair, added sarcastically. He's our Ki-nam now. Kwang heard that and thought. Yeah. They obviously brought him here to mess with me. He clicked his tongue and said, all right, he's a little lacking in skills, but he tries hard. Ki-nam was so angry he gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. At this moment, Himo frowned and interrupted. Since everyone is here, let's briefly go over the plan. All right, let's begin. He asked with some hesitation, but are you really going to let a newbie be the support? Dong-bong replied bluntly, if you want to complain, then you should become a team leader. After that, in the secret meeting room, a model of the house they had to attack was projected in the middle. Next to it were red dots simulating people. What? They hired mercenaries. Yes, they've turned the mansion into a fortress. Who? Himo said with a serious face, there's a group we can track. That group is called Blue Twins. Dong-hun immediately said, that group is in the top 5 in the US. That group has 3 people, the rest are all in Korea. We predict there will be a total of about 20 people. Dong-bong smirked with excitement. They've already planned for us to fail, haven't they? Those damn higher-ups. Hey chick, he glanced at Kwang X, but Kwang X sat quietly and didn't respond. Dong-bong continued to call him again. You bastard, he immediately turned around, his face annoyed. Yes. He pointed at Kwang X and Himo. Go scout with Toddy, hit them before they call for reinforcements. We'll go first. The rest will depart tomorrow morning. You guys go now. Kwang X frowned slightly and asked, right now? Yeah, you bastards. Any complaints? Himo's face also went blank. His eyes clearly showed his fatigue. I don't want to do it. Even so, when night fell, both of them were already at the mountain range for the mission. Wang X and Him Yujong stood at the foot of the mountain looking up. Since the mansion is in the middle of the mountain, we have to climb the mountain to get there. Right at this moment, the phone suddenly rang, and Kwang fumbled in his pocket. Sorry. Let me get this. What? Now. He took out his phone. The caller was his mother. If I don't answer, my life will be in danger. He stepped aside and answered the phone. Yes, Mom. In his heart, he thought. I heard Mom's been feeling a little lonely lately. Seonhai asked softly, are you busy? Wang Ik immediately flattered. No matter how busy I am, I have to answer the call of the most beautiful woman in Dongdaemun, right? If you want to praise your mother, you'd better write it down, write a lot. About to Bibles combined. Hearing that, he couldn't help but sweat. That's a bit. She continued to ask, can you come home this weekend? Huh? This weekend? Is something wrong, Mom? I just suddenly felt like it. Kwang X's face darkened as he thought, this is Point G. Before, he had called his father. Mom is angry because Dad is always at work. Why is that my fault? He stroked his chin, speculating. No, it's because that's your mother's loneliness syndrome. No, it's definitely your fault. It's your fault. At this moment, Seonhai asked again, can't you? Wang Ik held his head and gritted his teeth. I can. I'll come home no matter what. Himo was panting continuously as he climbed. Wang X saw this and turned his head to ask, "Are you tired?" Himo's whole body was trembling. He even had to use a stick to keep going. "Don't talk to me." He stood in front, looked around and said, "Assistant King, I think we climbed the wrong mountain." In front of them now was a dead end. They couldn't go any further. Hearing that, Himo's face turned pale. But he said casually, "I was just kidding." He collapsed in exhaustion. "I'm starting to understand how Manager Lai Dongbong feels." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Go Scout, yes." As the night grew darker, Wang Yixi took out his scope to observe the target's house. He said, "There are 20 of them, including the people inside. There are even more. This place must be bigger than a mercenary guild. That doctor must be very rich." Himo asked in a low voice, "Have you memorized the positions?" "I've memorized them all." "All right. We'll monitor them for another 3 hours." After a period of observation, the two have figured out the terrain and possible entrances and exits of the house. There's only one way into the house. It's surrounded by forest. Just hiding in the forest, even a sniper can't do anything. So difficult. This road is wide enough for 3 cars. Do you see the machine gun behind? Is there a problem with the firing direction? They're aiming at the back of the mansion. Kwang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "The entrance is a trap. The soldiers aren't paying any attention to that entrance. There must be something. They're more focused on the bones. I guess there are snipers there too. Snipers, machine guns, and specialized mercenaries. But their positions are very chaotic." Himo was stunned when he heard this. He saw his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's just my speculation." Himo couldn't help but say, "You want to join the analysis team." Scene change. After that, the group gathered together. Himo quickly reported the situation to Dongbong: traps, machine guns, and about 40 specialized soldiers. "We haven't observed anything else." He couldn't help but praise, as expected of the analysis team's trump card. "It's not me. It's all thanks to Kwang X." Immediately after, Dongbong shouted loudly, "If you're not blind, you'll see it. There's nothing to praise." Wang X pouted and thought to himself, "You two-faced bastard." Then he stared at him and asked, "Industrial chicken, what do you think? Me? Is there any other chicken besides you?" He cursed under his breath, "This bastard." But on the outside, he looked extremely serious. "We will attack with full force." The others heard that and all fell silent. Dong Hun said in a tired voice, "Manager, I understand the terrain here. How about I think of a plan?" Dongbong refused immediately without thinking. "No need, let me do it." Kwang X's face went blank, thinking, "They're ignoring me." Kinam also took the opportunity to chime in, "You idiot." Wang X didn't care and continued, "They must have prepared if we infiltrate or ambush them. We have to strike unexpectedly. More importantly, they're just a group of people who have never fought together. 5 people is enough." Dongbong smirked and said, "That's insane. It's 4:45 a.m. now. We'll execute the plan at 6 o'clock. Eliminate the sniper, then take down the machine guns. We'll all enter through the front gate. Assistant Kang, Dong Kinam, bring your sniper rifles. Be quiet and get ready. Dong A, the machine gun is yours. Don't hold back." "Roger." A small note is that Dong A once won a gold medal in the Olympic shooting competition. Wang X's eyes widened as he asked, "What about me?" He replied bluntly, "You have to take responsibility for your words." "What responsibility?" Dong Hun immediately answered for him, "You will go with the manager," entering from the front. Hearing that, his brows furrowed tightly. "I'm done for." After assigning the tasks, they charged forward to attack without hesitation. In just a moment, 3 mercenaries on guard were taken down. After that, a series of other movements rang out, and the group, who were still groggy, were startled. "What's going on?" "Intruders." They stood there watching Kwang X and Dongbong running like the wind in their direction. "It's okay. That's a minefield. Go straight in. Are they stupid?" But the closer they got, the more they heard. Why aren't the mines exploding? Wait, that. Kwang X and Dongbong both grinned from ear to ear, continuously rushing forward. The mercenaries panicked and cried out, "What the hell? All of you, shoot. Why didn't you shoot any of them?" Remembering before, "This is Point Jiha." "What did you say?" Dongbong frowned and waved his hand. "There's no time. I'll arrange it for you right now." Kwang X couldn't help but say suspiciously, "You're the unusual one." Suddenly, he felt a surge of power about to attack his face. Kwang X quickly dodged the beam of light. Why suddenly? It didn't stop there. Behind him, something was rushing towards him. What's this now? But Dongbong managed to raise his leg in time to block it. Wang X's eyes suddenly turned blood red just for a moment. "But I saw it. Point G, I can see where the mines are placed." Back to the present, the mercenaries continuously gave orders, "Plant the mines." They ran forward and saw, claymores. Immediately, a large explosion occurred. The remaining people who witnessed this scene trembled uncontrollably. He's human. Or am I seeing things because I've been on the mountain too long? So what? Are they ghosts or something? Get a grip. Other mercenaries quickly ran out to provide support. How many of them? A whole army? Just 2. You planted a mine just to take out those 2. You don't understand. They're strange. Despite being quite close to the mine, Kwang X was still alive and moreover, only had a few injuries. What kind of demon is that guy? Is he even real? Dung Bong, standing behind, was completely unharmed. He smiled brightly and said, "All right, let's move forward." Kwang X gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, he's using me as a shield. He called out in a low voice, "Manager. They welcomed us so warmly, we should return the favor." He pulled out a gun. Then, he pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet was fired, his entire body suddenly recoiled backward. Is that a shotgun? Dung Bong couldn't help but be astonished. A whole cannon. It turned out, the gun he received was a cannon, not a regular gun. He frowned and swore under his breath. You idiot. Kwang X didn't mind and smiled, saying, I've decided. Your side will be Ford Pater. Note, Ford Pater is the 4th batter in baseball, also the strongest. Although its destructive power is very strong, none of the people over there were injured. Seeing this, Dung Bong angrily shouted, What the hell, Potter? He awkwardly retorted, It's my first time using it. Whatever. Let's go, he said as he ran towards the forest. Look ahead and run, you idiot. Kwang X saw this and quickly got up to follow. Why? We have to confront them. Dung Bong replied bluntly. I just asked for your opinion. I didn't say I'd follow it, damn it. Then why did you come here? To gain the upper hand. What did you say? At this moment, something suddenly rushed towards them. Luckily, Wang X, with his quick reflexes, managed to dodge it. A mercenary was chasing them from behind. Around him were sharp, levitating projectiles. You bastards, he asked with wide eyes. He's flying and throwing spears. Ability, or remote control. Dung Bong couldn't help but mock. Not twice. Use your brain. These new recruits nowadays. The two continued to run with their heads down. Manager, let me ask you a question. Have you been cursing since you were born? Dung Bong glanced back. Are you crazy? In the dark night, 2 soldiers were being pursued closely. Why is he chasing us? One more step and we're dead. What? Their eyes widened as they looked down at the ground. Very quickly, a flash of purple light took them down in an instant. At this moment, only a whimper was left in the forest. Damn it, there's a sniper too. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. I told you, if you keep looking, you'll go blind. They were running and talking. Does this plan have a name? What name? Do you know how to speak English? Yes. Kwang X cursed, damn it, you bastard. At this moment, he was being bandaged. An invisible prison. In other words, we'll scare them so much that they can't escape. That's right. We'll kill anyone who leaves here. Suddenly, Dung Bong angrily kicked him, as expected of Ki Nam's taste. Why not kill them all at once? Come on, efficiency is the foundation of all plans. You industrial chicken. As soon as he was bandaged, he dragged Wang X away. Now, let's go. Huh, where are we going? Where do you think? To infiltrate their base, of course, follow me. He turned back to remind, all right, if you want to use that gun, remember to hold it properly. Unless you want your hand to disappear. You should have told me that before. The two of them were walking and observing. Carefully observe me. Are you hiding again this time? Dung Bong smiled slyly. This will be fun. In the dark night, the light from the street lamp cast out from the window frame. From inside the dense bushes, a sound suddenly came out. They slowly approached the bush. What is it? Wenday. Then out of nowhere, Dung Bong's terrifying face appeared suddenly and unexpectedly. That sight made the sniper faint on the spot. Huh? He whispered softly, hiding in the shadows and taking advantage of the enemy's blind spot. What? He slowly approached the remaining ones. I will become invisible. Meanwhile, at the sniper position, 2 people tied them up. There were 2 culprits. They fired and ran. The Blue Twins mercenary team spoke up in annoyance. They figured us out. I don't know what's up with these bastards. Azur of the Blue Twins mercenary team exclaimed. They're professional. At this moment, Dung Bong was constantly on guard, looking ahead. The trap at the front entrance has been destroyed, and a total of 6 people have been killed. And we still haven't been able to take out that damn cannon. Zhang couldn't wait to fight. These bastards, they'll be crying if they meet me. But he was stopped by Azur from behind. Come back. They can't avoid us forever. At the same time, Dung Bong threw a water bottle to Kwang X. Hey industrial chicken, drink this. Huh. He kept urging, drink it to unlock. Unlock what? You definitely had that feeling when you attacked. Senses as sharp as that. holding everything in the palm of your hand. We call that unlocking. He quickly opened it. That's just the basics if you can't even do that. Don't even dream of touching a single hair of mine. As soon as Kwang X put that thing in, his senses exploded. I can feel every cell. His heart at this moment was beating nonstop. His body had begun to feel extremely uncomfortable. And his senses were also sharper than usual. His muscles were constantly bulging with green veins. The feeling was exactly like this. Dongbong turned back to remember to stay calm, then follow me. John couldn't wait and asked, "What the hell is going on?" He noticed the two snipers tied to the tree trunk. "Did you see that? I'm so scared." Very quickly, the two of them sensed a strange aura emanating from the bushes. They got into a defensive stance, What is it? Using natural cover to hide and the blind spot that appears when they turn their heads. Damn it, why can't I see them? To lose them before they noticed him. They were very quickly knocked out in an instant. Kwang X smiled sinisterly. "Hello there." He walked up to Dongbong, manager. At this moment, he no longer seemed like the shy person he was before. Or should I just rush in and kill them all at once? I've already unlocked it. Let's just finish them all off quickly, shall we? But he just smiled and didn't reply to Kwang X's words. Then Dongbong gave him a heavenly kick. He left him with that pain. Forget it. You troublesome person. You just tried it, and you already want to be perfect, damn it. How long does it take for those born into it? At least 3 months to unlock. And yet, he was silently happy in his heart. This guy succeeded on his first try. The two of them continued to go deeper into the forest. Let's go. We have to keep moving. Wait, I need to do something. John couldn't help but be furious. What? How the hell? The snipers were hung upside down on the tree trunk. Damn it, these bastards. They're not professionals, they're artisans. Azur was sweating and a little scared, lacking professional guidance. Individual attacks all fail. They only target our weaknesses, and they're also very stylish. They gathered to discuss. What about Double? He was caught. What, caught? The strongest mercenary in Korea, my ass. I should have known from the moment he ran away after being shot. At this moment, they felt a little regretful, damn it. Han said he was going to confess after he got back. I hope he didn't see anything strange. At this rate, they'll all run away tonight. Our fate will be the same as theirs. Fear will be controlled by a greater fear. Azur gave the order, stay inside. No one is allowed to go out if you disobey. I will personally tear you all to pieces. His words threatened them. Dongbong, outside, asked in astonishment. No one else is coming out, right? Yes. They're not moving. So let's open the prison. Wang X hesitated and said, Manager. What? Why are we opening the prison? He didn't want to explain. Dong-A, you explain. Yes. Should I punch him? She leaned close to his face and explained. The invisible prison only works on the weak. My chest. This is so embarrassing. Looking at that close proximity made him extremely angry. The essence of this tactic is to sow fear. We will continue to make them afraid and then eliminate them one by one, to reduce their numbers and cause internal conflict. Dongbong enjoyed their awkward expressions. He's inside like it's a twilight ceremony. They definitely can't sleep well after what we did. So what do we do next? That bewildered question earned Kwang X a painful slap. What do we do? You idiot. They're scared. So what should we do? Deal with them, of course. He shouted from below. Hey guys, crawl out. You bastards, we're not ghosts. Dongbong asked in astonishment. Why aren't they coming out? They're American. Try speaking English. All right. Seeing this, he raised his middle finger and held a megaphone, shouting, Hello, you motherfasterskers. You industrial chickens. After being insulted, one of them finally stepped out. It turned out to be John, along with his companions. So it's you guys, you X's. He quickly chatted. I learned from the last mission, but I think the way to learn a new language is to learn to curse first. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Come here, Takozaki. Out of anger, Du threw his gun straight at them, damn it. Wang X quickly picked up the gun and got into a firing position. Without another word, he fired directly inside. But their speed was incredibly fast. This bastard. Wherever he charged, sparks flew. He's a special soldier with a steel body. The speed of Don's slash was incredibly fast. With just one slash, he cut his gun in half, damn it. At this moment, Wang X hesitated and asked, You're not takoyaki anymore. You're a beef patty. He paid no attention to his words and continuously charged forward. Then he kept roaring like a madman. His eyes at this moment were extremely focused, looking towards him. Don's arm was severed and thrown to the side. His body trembled, not believing his own eyes. How the hell? Sorry. My sword is a little sharp. Those words made him even angrier. You. Wang X faced a madman alone. What an idiot. At this moment, he looked up and forward, His severed arm was holding something that could explode at any moment, a grenade. His horrified expression made John feel extremely amused. He didn't stand still and wait for death, but got into an action pose. Wang X grabbed the arm holding his grenade and it went off. The grenade exploded in the sky, creating a spectacular scene. It's over. Jin was so angry that his face was covered in green veins, and he couldn't stop cursing. You dog. I'll remember your face. Hearing that, he gave him a slap. What? With one hit, he was flat on the ground. The special immortal force will take care of the rest. If anyone wants to complain, just step up here. The soldiers were so scared they trembled and didn't dare to step forward. I surrender. Me too. Ager, standing beside them, quickly intervened. Stop it. If you're getting paid, you have to do your job properly. He put on his glasses and immediately his eyes lit up. Then he shot a laser beam straight at everyone. How much did I pay you? Damn it, laser cyclops. Everyone was scared and stood motionless. Stay still, all of you are in my sights. His eyes at this moment darkened. A laser eye, No wonder you're so confident. But today I learned something strange. Double trembled as he sat on the ground, pleading. I was just following the client's request. Please spare me. How should we deal with him? Since we've caught him, we should make use of him. Dongbong turned and pointed at Hong X. Hey double, knock him out. Hummy, that's right, you. If you can beat this kid, I'll let you go. He was stunned, not understanding Dongbong's words. What do you mean? You can use whatever ability you want. Industrial chicken. Don't touch him. Not even his collar. He turned his face to look at him with a murderous gaze. How long are you going to rely on luck to dodge blows? If you don't want to die, learn to dodge properly. Double received the order and immediately sat up to attack. Alright, let me. Wang X was suddenly attacked and didn't know what to do. A fear immediately grew in his heart. If I can't see it, how can I block it? After being hit about 8 times, Min understood what that manager wanted. I have to use my sharp senses to feel the invisible force being emitted. That way I can predict the user's superpower and react in time. A G on the side was furious and cursed. Tips you, die. He kept rushing forward with his laser beam. Suddenly, an object fell right at his feet. Everything around became blurry. Using this dirty trick. And now I'm looking for the person. Is it that one? Wang X suddenly appeared and attacked him from behind. The knife in his hand quickly stabbed straight into Aro's body. Then with one kick, he sent him flying. Adu wasn't willing to accept that kick. You? He attacked even more fiercely. That's SUGGNAI. That move successfully sent him flying several meters away. After taking down one person, Wang X showed off. I knew it. I'm so cool, right? What are you doing? I know I'm cool. Suddenly, his eyes showed a hint of panic. I missed. Wang X, but his attention was on the soldier in the distance. There's another one. I can't sense his presence. Immortal, too late. Can't catch him. Dong A, holding her bow and arrow, provided support. Manager. The soldier at this moment was fiercely fighting with Wang X. Very quickly, he was kicked straight up by him. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. That was fast, but unfortunately, Wang X circled around from behind to attack, catching him by surprise. The eyes of the person in the team casually watched the two fight. I'm faster, you bastard. He had successfully taken down one of them. His face trembled as he lay face down on the ground. I think it's over. Wang X sat down and rummaged through his body. Hey, what else are you doing? Looking for something. His jacket isn't a normal one. Robbery. Out of nowhere, a person appeared and asked him, are you a regressor? I've decided on the name of this series. The new employee, the regressor, is to awesome. Hearing that, he gave a thumbs up. The profit is 1 billion a year. What the hell? Dongbong impatiently turned his back and left. Hey chicken brain, tie his hands and feet. We're going inside. Now I'm not only called industrial, but also chicken brain. Suddenly, Bai Hung Run came out of nowhere, holding a gun and threatening everyone. Stay there. It's best to stay in my sight, or I'll pull the trigger. Dong Hun was startled when he saw the doctor come out. Dr. Bai Hung Run, calm down. The doctor shouted in anger. I told you to stay still. Are you taking me hostage? This is strange. Dong Hun, beside him, waved his hand. He's misunderstood. We invited you to be a consultant. Invited with a weapon. Is this the style of the special immortal force? He continuously waved his hand awkwardly. Don't move. Kwang X quickly took action. If you don't mind, may I say a few words? As the most handsome person on the team, the doctor angrily scowled. What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of that grateful worm. Kwang X smiled brightly, pointing at himself. If I may, could I say a few words as the most handsome person? Hearing that, Byung-dong frowned and asked, "What the hell are you talking about, you ugly bastard?" He said casually to Ki-nam, who was standing quietly beside him. "Ki-nam, he's talking about you." He gritted his teeth and said, "He's talking about you. Does the Special Immortal Force now hire comedians?" Wang X immediately put on an innocent look. "We were just trying to calm you down." Byung-jun trembled as he pointed the gun at himself. "You guys get out of here. Never come looking for me again." Dong-bong frowned and walked towards him. "I don't know what you're hiding, but you'd better be honest." Byung-jun immediately panicked. "Stay still. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. I told you not to come near me." While he was distracted, Wang X rushed over and easily knocked the gun out of his hand. Then he acted innocent and asked, "Are you okay?" Byung-run was so angry his face turned red. His hand was also red from his grip. "Are you kidding me?" In his heart, he wondered, damn it. Since when did he? Kwang X turned his back and walked towards the wooden house. "Let's go." But Byung-dong quickly ran after him to stop him. "No. Go back. I'm begging you." He frowned and held onto his arm. "You stay right there." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. In the house, a girl with striking blonde hair was tied up in an iron cage. Her mouth was also gagged. Unable to make a sound, a girl. This time, Kwang X was really angry. "Break his bones. Can we?" Dong-bong looked around the house. Instead of answering, he asked back, "Can you bear the responsibility?" Byung-jun knelt on the floor. He said in a low voice, "That's my daughter. I'll follow you. Just leave her alone." Kwang X heard that and was shocked. "What? You don't look alike." He immediately explained that the girl was a special test subject. The girl's immune system isn't good. She's vitamin deficient. Her mental state is also unstable. And the wounds on her body seem to be self-inflicted. As soon as Himo approached, the girl who was lying still immediately sat up and screamed. Dong-bong turned his head to look at Byung-dong. "You know she'll have to go to a lab if the government finds out, right? She's just a child. She can't do anything." But at this moment, Himo pulled out his gun and pointed it at the girl, Assistant Director. "Unauthorized test subjects must be destroyed. Don't worry." Wang Ich also didn't expect Himo to do that. "Are you serious? She's just a child." But he still maintained a firm attitude. "If we let this child live, she'll eventually have to endure a miserable life as a test subject. It's better to die." Hearing that, he thought test subjects need to be destroyed. It's as if that girl isn't even human anymore. Is he going to kill a teenager who isn't even 20 years old? Whatever. I can't just stand by." He frowned and said, "Let her go. We have to keep this a secret. This is a crime, do Kwang X, so you're following an inhumane law." Dong-bong at this moment suddenly whispered in his ear, "Industrial chicken. If you want to hide something, you have to divert attention to a bigger problem. You have to take responsibility, huh?" He pointed at Wang X and said, "Himo, he'll take responsibility. Just let it go." He frowned in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Dong-bong looked away. He raised his middle finger to his forehead. "I wasn't going to say anything, but Kwang X saw that and thought, it's that group symbol again. It means he's covering for me." Dong-hun understood perfectly and said, "Assistant Director, do you know who's backing Kwang X? Huh?" "Who?" "Director Nam Myung-jin. He's Kwang X's father." Rung-bong said as if nothing was wrong. Both Himo and Ki-nam's eyes widened in shock. "No way. Really? You're his son?" Wang X at this point could only stand there in astonishment and let them be. Is that what he means? Whatever. "Yes, I am the son of Director Nam Myung-yin." He thought to himself, "Sorry, Dad, for today. I have to fathers." Both Dong-bong and Dong-hun collaborated to fabricate a fictional story like a movie. It's top secret. Why do you think the assistant director is taking care of him? Wang X gritted his teeth and thought, "They say you can believe anything if enough people lie. My teammates are really good at making things up." But Himo still didn't put away his gun and said, "I will still report to the director." Dong-bong frowned and reminded, "You shouldn't get involved." Kwang X walked closer to the cage. "Ama is so annoying. Who brought this child here?" Byung-dun, who was quiet, heard that and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "The girl is my daughter. I'm new." Before he could finish his sentence, all eyes were on him, causing him to fall silent. Dong-hun smiled threateningly. "If you bring the girl with you, in less than 2 days, you will see a corpse. The news will mention the risk to the research subject, and they'll even say we were the ones who released her." Donna softly considered, "You can suppress the girl and teach her basic language and manners. You will treat this child well even though you know she is a test subject. We need a special Mother Teresa." Kwang X was startled in his heart. Special Mother Teresa. I never thought I'd hear those 2 words together. Why am I thinking of someone? He smiled and said, "I know someone, just leave the girl to me." Scene change. After that, Wang X carried the girl back to his mother's house. She had been sedated, so she just lay quietly and motionless on his shoulder. I'm home, Mother Teresa. Seonhai saw this and gave a very gentle smile. Explain who that girl is first. Do-hai poked his head out from inside, a bright smile on his face. Who is it? Kwang XO. Who else is there? Mom's already a grandmother. He could only say helplessly. It's not what you all think. Kwang X's eyes darted around. He thought to himself, Mom seems bored lately. Isn't it convenient for both of us if she takes care of this kid? Hyung. That's not for sure. I happened to save her, but while taking her to the police station. Before he could finish his sentence, Marie at this moment had woken up. She kicked him hard in the face. Then she jumped away. He roared loudly, but Kwang X, who had been hit, didn't show any discomfort. You see, Mom, she's not well. Su Yuan-hai smirked slightly and said, Is that so? She and Zhu Hui both looked at Marie with sharp, threatening eyes. Marie, who was about to scream, saw this and her whole body recoiled. He thought to himself, oh, the girl is about to start screaming. Her dad would be so disappointed if he saw this. Du-hai smiled and said to Seon-hai, how about we give her a bath and feed her first? That's a good idea. A moment later, Marie, who had looked extremely messy, was now cleaner and tittier than ever. Now she looks more like a person, Seon-hai said as she cooked. It seems she's a half-blood. Probably awakened less than half a year ago. Du-hai gritted his teeth in annoyance. Some bastard must have abandoned this kid. Why are these bastards having kids but not taking responsibility lately? Kwang X poked his head in and asked Mom, should we tell Dad that we're shapeshifters? She raised an eyebrow slightly. You've already decided to live with someone. What more is there to ask? Mom, you're overreacting again. Make up your mind and then come find me. Wang X turned his head to look at Zhou. That's right. Mom is the landlord. Are there any vacant rooms? Mom's building is not a place for you to play. After that, Seon-hai brought out a bowl of golden fried rice. You must be hungry. Marie's eyes immediately lit up. She opened her mouth wide, baring her fangs. But before she could do anything, she was pulled back by Seon-hai's hair and had a spoon shoved into her mouth. You have to eat with a spoon. She even squeezed her cheeks hard, making her chew each bite obediently. Chew slowly. Swallow, that's it. Good job. Wang X sat beside them witnessing this, and he thought to himself, this is why I thought of Mom. She looks like she's both killing and taking care of that girl. What a perfect mother. At the same time, at the leader's office, he was focused on the report, his brows furrowed slightly. They've encountered numerous mercenary teams, not just from Korea, but also 3 teams of blue twins. Even if they weren't the top, those 3 teams must have cost at least hundreds of millions. He defeated them by himself. This new employee who's been here for less than a year. The leader was now looking at Wang X's performance evaluation report. In the report, he was described as an employee with rare talent, good judgment, brave actions, good spirit, and requested a transfer to the security team. He's already good at strategy after just a few missions. Usually, talents like this show themselves from the very beginning. But Du Kwang X was the opposite. He was originally very ordinary. He let out a sigh and said, this kid has improved a lot, besides his talent. He has completely transformed. My influence is limited because of him. So I don't like him very much either. But I can't let personal feelings affect my work. Du Hong X is definitely a different kind of person. Du Kwang X, different. He looked at the signature on his card and laughed out loud. Donna saw this and asked, are you happy? He replied proudly, a little. Outside, the sky today was gloomy and gray, with lightning constantly striking down. Kwang smiled and said to Dung Bong, hello, assistant director. The weather is beautiful today. Truly unusual. He replied annoyed. Is this bastard crazy? The weather is insane. He continued with his sarcastic remarks. Oh, our extraordinary manager is cursing. You're not saying D** anymore. You look the manliest when you're cursing. Dung Bong stared at him. I'm sure you already know what I want. It didn't stop there. Wang X continued to strike up conversations with others, right on time. Yumiho, employee in Kinam. Let's look at the evaluation report together, my friend. Miho frowned and said bluntly, get lost? Don't bother us anymore. Who's your friend? Yeah, sorry. Kwang X pressed himself close to Kinam. We can't be friends, right? Kinam, our 3rd-rank employee. He scowled and his face tightened. Get away. But he still acted friendly and put his arm around his shoulders. Get off me. You've picked up the bad habits of our team manager, our Kinham. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Don't go too far. A man slowly walked towards them. I'm watching you. Being too arrogant is not good. Wang X replied indifferently, I remember. He gritted his teeth and swore under his breath. You crazy bastard. After that, the man criticized Kinam in a low voice. Why did this one give birth to you, losing to a weakling like him? Kinam bit his lip and said, I'm sorry. Wang X was a little surprised to see this. I've never seen Kinam so obedient. He whispered to a colleague next to him, Who's that over there? He immediately replied, Jiang Ho Nam, the manager of external security team No. 1. His name is almost identical to Kinam's. He's his older brother, he thought to himself. Brutal. That's his older brother? Why does he scold him so much? Poor Kinam. After he had scolded him enough, Honam didn't linger here anymore, but turned and left. Get a grip. You useless thing. Wang X immediately ran over and patted Kinam on the shoulder, saying, Cheer up, my friend. He was so angry that his veins popped out. I'll kill you now. Then the secretary suddenly came looking for him. External security team No. 3, Du Kwang X. He heard the voice and turned his head. Oh, Mr. Secretary, what's wrong? The secretary said in a low voice, Let's go. The director is looking for his long-lost son. Scene change. At Myung Jin's room outside, the lightning continued to strike. The scene was extremely gloomy. He smiled and asked, You're here, my son. Kwang X gave a forced smile and said, The seed you sowed has grown into a tree. In his heart, he thought, Who's the snitch? Myung Jin immediately said, Son, why don't you sit down? Tell me what happened on Thursday. He sat down on the chair without being polite. How much do you know? He chuckled softly. I only just found out about my long-lost son and the test subject. Hearing that, Kwang X bit his lip. He knows everything. If I can't avoid it, then I'll just face it. There's no point in killing her, so I spared her. Oh, that's right. There's no need to kill someone just because they're a test subject. Yes, sir. Even so, I can't let you do as you please. I need you to do something. In a few days, an important person will be flying to Korea. I need you to be a bodyguard. Wang X agreed without hesitation. Simple, trust me, after all. I'm your son. It's not over yet. The secretary stepped forward to update him. You also have to find out why that person came to Korea. Do everything you can to investigate. But you are not allowed to harm that person physically or mentally. Wang X slowly stood up. Leave it to me. He said with full confidence, when that person leaves Korea, I will make them exclaim, The Republic of Korea is amazing. After that, a bowl of noodles flew straight towards him. Damn it, you idiot. It's so spicy. A boy, his mouth on fire from the spiciness, was angrily shouting. You should have told me it was spicy. You stupid, crazy Korean. Stupid idiot, damn it, F***CK. What crazy dog would eat this? The boy kept uttering profanities. But Honich remained calm. You told me to buy it. Shut up, you stupid monkey. He was now in a large mansion, with many people walking around, but no one paid any attention to them. My name is Duane X, you idiot. The person I need to protect is Oncalis Baliana, a prince from the superhuman nation of Southeast Asia. That king has 30 or so children, and this kid is the son of a concubine. The boy is only 10 years old. A real bastard. Boliana pouted and continued to mock. What are you looking at, you bastard? Wang X was extremely angry for being constantly insulted, but he still forced a smile and thought, I heard he's fluent in 6 languages. It seems he also knows how to curse in all of them. An uncle walked over and said to him, Don't be angry. He's being an angel today. At least he hasn't thrown anything around yet, especially anything hard and sharp. Hearing that, he thought to himself, if this is him being an angel, how bad is he normally? I have to get close to him to see why this kid is here. But I don't think I can do it. In that case, change of plans. A few days later, I became close with the other bodyguards and learned their abilities. Robert, the immortal brown bear. He likes to show off his strength. What a strange immortal. He really enjoys flexing his biceps every time he wins an arm wrestling match. If I bring him banana milk after practice, he'll immediately relax. I made friends with him first. Zoe, a Middle Eastern beauty, a special superhuman, this uncle can control temperature, making any part of his body heat up. He's very good at controlling his abilities, assuming he's a member of the association. He must be high-ranking. He's good-natured and likes to have fun, so I taught him how to play cards. Eva, OCD, a shapeshifter. Her body is very beautiful, her face is also pretty. But she likes to touch people. Every time she touches me, the prince looks jealous. We're on the same side because we both have the mission to protect the prince. But it's strange. I feel like she's very wary of me. Daniel, that weirdo, a special superhuman. I still don't know his abilities. But our personalities are definitely opposite. He never answers with more than one word. And he looks at me as if he'll make me disappear if I dare to joke around. He's not a bad person or anything, but his work personality reminds me of someone. Just like that, 3 or 4 days passed, and Wang X had shown his cooking talent, which delighted the young boy Boliana. Oh my god, it's so delicious. 5 days passed. Every day, he paid close attention to the boy's every action. That idiot. Bring them here. The night before the 6th day, Boliana lay in bed and asked him, "Sing me a lullaby." Kwang Ich frowned tightly, but his mouth still curved into a smile. He thought to himself, "This little brat wants everything. I wish I was born a prince too." He said in a low voice, "Get comfortable, I'll sing you a song." After that, he started singing an English song. Before long, the boy had quickly fallen asleep. The sound of his slow, even breathing echoed in the quiet room. Is he asleep? Kwang X suddenly noticed. Boliana was now tearing up in his sleep. On the next day, while Zoe was sleeping soundly, outside, Daniel was angrily shouting, "You want to die?" "What?" "The yellow can, Daniel, don't." "Stop me, my ass. I'll tear that bastard to shreds." Wang X reminded in a low voice, "Eva, there's soy sauce on your shirt." Eva heard that and shouted, "So what? That's the worst." Suddenly, Boliana, who was sitting, froze. His face looked as if he was about to face something extremely terrible. Eva stood up to clean her clothes. "Damn it. It won't come clean." Daniel immediately switched his target to Kwang X. "You hate him too, right? I have to teach him a lesson." Robert quickly came over to stop him. "Daniel, stop." Boliana's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. "What the hell is happening?" Daniel angrily shouted, "Hey, you bastard, come here." But Kwang X remained as if he hadn't heard anything. "Are you ignoring me?" Robert smiled and held him back tightly. "Come on, calm down, Daniel. Let's go." "Let me go." Robert turned and said to him, "I'm leaving the prince to you." On the other side, Eva was still fuming about the stain on her clothes. "Why won't it come out?" "I'm going to change." After that, the once chaotic room was left with only Wang X and Boliana. The boy frowned, his face pale as he asked, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Wang Yik said casually, "Mocha, no. My mind is still very clear. I want to ask you." A moment later, Eva walked out of the room in a cool outfit. She complained annoyed, "I don't know where the soy sauce came from." Seeing Eva, Kwang X smiled and asked, "Did you get it all clean?" "I took it to the dry cleaner." "Where's the prince?" "He said he was tired and went back to his room." "Is that so? What about Robert and Daniel?" He stood up and walked over to her. "But, hey." In just a moment, Wang X had pinned Eva against the wall, one hand on her waist. "Now it's just the two of us. Do you have something you want to say to me?" She saw this and blushed too. The atmosphere was extremely passionate, and the two of them got closer and closer. Just as their lips were about to touch, Wang X suddenly grabbed Ava's hair and slammed it hard against the bookshelf behind her, using his other hand to cover her mouth. At this moment, both her nose and lips were covered in red chili flakes. He said innocently, "Sorry, Eva, you'll have to recover for a while. Actually, this is chili powder for a shapeshifter." "This is the worst punishment." Eva trembled and screamed. At the same time, Boliana took the opportunity to wrap himself in a blanket and run outside. Zoe was awakened by the scream. He groggily stepped outside. "What's going on?" But Wang X had already quickly carried Boliana and ran away. "Huh?" He crashed straight through the window and jumped down from above. Above, Robert and Daniel were also attracted by the loud commotion. "Huh, what's this?" When they left the room, they only saw Eva standing in the middle of the living room. "Eva." She gritted her teeth, "Damn it." Zoe ran to grab the walkie-talkie from the robot. Seeing this, he was stunned. "Zoe." He used the walkie-talkie to inform the other bodyguards, "Everyone, get down to the first floor immediately. I repeat, all bodyguards to the first floor. Emergency situation, the prince has been kidnapped." Scene change. At Warian headquarters, Deng Buying was now leisurely chatting with Myong Jin. "What kind of comparison is that? They're already good. What's the point of you helping?" Hearing that, he replied, "To help them go further and reach the next destination faster. Amar from the orientation period, he's always worked for me. Sometimes he gets disciplined. But this is a vacation, and also a reward for him. This job teaches him patience, and I can also punish him for letting the test subject live. You've also dealt with the prince before." Deng Bong's lips curled slightly. "Yes, it was really tough back then." Right at this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and the secretary hurriedly ran in and shouted, "Sir, what's wrong?" Du Kwang has cornered the prince. Deng Bong and Myung Jin's faces both went blank after hearing this. Huh? On Kwang X's side, during his time at the mansion, he had realized the problems here. "I don't know why this kid is so worried even though he's just here for a vacation. I always see him shaking his leg and crying in his sleep. So I asked Assistant Kang to investigate, and it turned out those weren't bodyguards at all." Eva, the shapeshifter nicknamed the Stalker. She was a former mercenary in England, who would pursue her target to the ends of the earth, whether it was a man or a woman. As for Do-Y, a special superhuman, known as the Torch. He is a royal guard who enjoys burning people to death. How can someone like him be a royal guard? Third is Robert, an immortal, known as the Roof, also a royal guard. His specialty is throwing spears, even though he's the one who taught me how to improve my close combat skills. A suspicious bastard. Finally, there's Daniel, a special superhuman, still the royal guard. He has the ability to isolate space. All four of them are loyal to only one person. Andrea Landy, the most potential successor of the superhuman country, is also this kid's older sister. After gathering the clues, I was able to draw a final conclusion. This kid came here to be assassinated. Before, Wang X had seriously asked Baliana, I want to ask you a question. You want to live? The boy frowned warily. What are you going to do? I'm serious. I know why you're here. There's not much time left. Do you want to live or not? Baliana pursed his lips. He gathered all his courage and said, I don't want to die. All right, I know your wish. Special Immortal Force member Du Wang X will carry out the mission to rescue the prince. At this moment, he was carrying Baliana and running into a shortcut. The boy couldn't help but ask, how did you know? The reason I'm in Korea. Hearing that, Wang X replied, I guess this is the ability of a Korean employee. Just a little longer, Prince. What? He didn't reply, but took out his phone, and as soon as he pressed the answer button, Dongbong's came from inside. You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing? If the prince's safety is threatened, why did you have to corner the prince? You should have reported to the royal guards over there. He said bluntly, because those people are the threat. Wang X pointed and signaled to Baliana. Hide behind that wall. Dongbong heard that and asked, are you sure? Half sure. What the hell? Half evil, you crazy person, don't contact us. Go hide. He frowned and asked back. What about reinforcements? Dongbong angrily shouted. What reinforcements? Do you want to cause an international conflict? Do you think we can send reinforcements for a kidnapper? That's right. If you get caught, you'll be dead with me. Understood, Kwang X said with full confidence. I won't get caught. I'm a master of hide and seek. Just as he finished his sentence, a commotion suddenly rang out from outside, and he glanced over. Not far from there, Eva was running crazily forward. Waiva? He asked Baliana in astonishment. Prince, are you wearing a tracking device? The boy replied in a low voice. It's a mandatory requirement from the royal family. Why didn't you tell me until now? With no time for small talk, Eva quickly rushed over and threw a punch at him. But Kwang X nimbly dodged it. She gritted her teeth and said each word. How dare you trick me? He smirked and said, I don't like obsessive women. What? You bastard. Eva kicked Kwang X hard in the leg. This time, he couldn't dodge in time. Immediately after, the rest of them had also arrived. Stupid when fighting a shapeshifter. You shouldn't create distance like that. Daniel waved his hand and said, I knew it. I should have killed you sooner. Zoe held the lamp in front. Sorry, Du, but you can't get rid of the tracking device if you surrender. We'll be gentle. So, hand over the prince to us. Kwang X chuckled and exposed the truth. You're lying. As soon as you catch me, you'll torture me immediately. I'm not wrong, am I? I'm waiting. Zoe was startled. How did you know? At this moment, Eva suddenly rushed from behind. She roared, Are you distracted? Wang X dodged the blow, and then bent down to stab her in the side. Eva screamed in anger, You bastard. Immediately after, she rushed over and swung her hand to hit him. But Kwang X had already quickly brought the shield in front of him to block it, and the shield shattered. A moment later, she was officially lying flat on one side. Even a shapeshifter would have a hard time recovering quickly after a broken neck. He pointed at the person opposite him and reminded, Listen carefully, Robert. You can defeat a shapeshifter if you take advantage of an opening from a distance. Hearing that, he frowned tensely. That finishing blow on Eva was impressive. Zoe's entire team immediately raised their attitude. The uncle's face darkened as he declared, I admit we let our guard down, but you can't escape the three of us. Kwang X moved restlessly. First, he took off his jacket. Then he said to Baliana, Don't lose this. The kid glanced at the oversized jacket on him and asked, Where did you get this cheap outfit? He didn't answer, just turned around, cracked his knuckles, and said, All right, let's go. After that, Kwang X stomped his foot. To Zoe's shocked and surprised group, he quickly picked up Baliana and ran away. The uncle gave the order loudly, followed by a rain of bullets. He's running, get him. The bullets hit his back, and then bounced off. Robert cursed angrily, Damn it, he's wearing a bulletproof vest. Zoe added, He's fallen for the trap anyway. The uncle gave the order to pursue, Wang X dragged Boriana to a wall. The kid was panicked. What are you doing? This is a wall. He clenched his fist and said calmly, when I was young, my mother always told me, when there's no way out. Wang X clenched his fist tightly. Immediately, he punched a hole straight through the wall with a powerful blow. He continued, make your own way. Directly witnessing that scene, Robert couldn't help but be stunned. Crazy. Zoe also couldn't help but exclaim, how can an immortal be that strong? He handed Boliana over the wall and instructed, Prince, you run. At that moment, Robert charged forward with his blade. He gritted his teeth, no chance of that. Boliana felt a chill from the sharp blade rushing towards him from behind. Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere. But when the kid looked up with tears in his eyes, he saw that Wang X had spread his arms to block a blow for him, while the blade was still stuck in his back. The kid was stunned. You idiot. But Wang X didn't mind. He picked up the kid with one hand like a piglet. Let's go. Even though he was seriously injured, his eyes still showed determination and certainty. He said, I will fulfill my promise to you. In Poliana's subconscious, thoughts and memories from his childhood came flooding back. Everyone wants me dead. Since I was born, my father couldn't have any more children, and I became the last prince. Everyone hates me. The curses still seemed to echo in his ears. Have the right to live. Don't let me see your face again. Why don't you just die? The kid continued to remember, not just my siblings. Everyone in this country either hated or avoided me. The reason is because my mother's lineage is not noble and my abilities are still unknown. I am still alive today thanks to my father's forgiveness. But the people I loved lost their lives senselessly, and their deaths left. Baliana remembered the hurtful and slanderous words. It was you who killed her. It's you again. You useless bastard, what's the point of fighting him? It's all your fault, you should die too. A psychological goes with me, my father grew weaker and weaker, and in the end, he couldn't protect me anymore. They said, I'm giving you a chance for this country, just die. I realized, yes, as long as I die, everything will be over. So I'm doing my last mission, to have a glorious death and go to Korea. Boliana remembered the first time he met Wang X at first. I thought he was really strange, but everything changed since I met him. Then everything changed 180 degrees from the moment he took a hit for the kid. At that moment, Boliana thought, seeing him risk his life for me planted a seed of hope in me that I had never had before. At that moment, the glass of self-pity and self-consciousness within him shattered. I started to want to live, really want to live. Scene change. The two of them had now escaped to the edge of a forest, looking at Boliana sitting crouched and exhausted on the side of the road. Wang X asked, are you okay? You got sick after just a little movement? The kid wiped his mouth and wondered, isn't this place even worse? They'll find me with the tracker anyway. But he simply replied, I've already figured it out. The kid bit his lip tightly. A second later, Boliana said shyly, thanks, I believe you now. But before he could finish his sentence, Wang X interrupted, Prince, can you stay here alone for a moment? The kid heard this and immediately panicked. Here? Are you crazy? Wang X continued calmly. What do you think is the most important element when hunting? A gun. A wolf trap. His eyes lit up, his mouth smiling slyly. Wang X answered himself. No, it's the lure. After saying that, he quickly ran away, and Boliana sulked and yelled after him. I must be an idiot to believe a crazy person like you. As the night grew darker, standing alone and lonely in the desolate forest, the young boy couldn't help but tremble with fear. Damn it. A moment later, the other group appeared, target sighted. Robert said to everyone, it's simple, let's get this over with. I'll go first, you guys follow. The uncle continued, Robert, you scout Daniel, and I will surround them if there's a problem. Kill the prince first. Daniel, start isolating the space. After receiving the order, he quickly raised his hand to use his power. Immediately after, a circle with distorted cuts appeared. Daniel reminded, I can't hold it for more than 30 minutes. Robert replied with a sinister smile. That's more than enough. With Daniel here, the target can't escape. His lips curled up. Let's see where you're hiding. Through the binoculars, he quickly identified Boliana's position. I see the prince. 10 o'clock. Dew must be nearby too. Suddenly, a bent leg appeared in his field of vision. A second later, Wang X rammed his leg straight into his face. The robot screamed in panic, covering its face. Zoe, turn on the flashlight. Just as the uncle was shining the light around, he discovered that all of his subordinates were unconscious on the ground. Now Robert finally realized the problem. When did he get here? Was the prince just a lure? Then he pointed his gun towards the right thicket and shouted, over there. But in the end, the bullets only hit a few holes in the tree trunks. Robert clicked his tongue in annoyance. You little brat. He tried to calm down and thought to himself, he ambushed us while our attention was on the prince. Not bad. But he had forgotten one important thing. Now, Pollyanna was sitting huddled in a corner. The kid was quickly found by Robert's men. He shouted loudly, their only target is the prince. He immediately charged forward, but then he was suddenly grabbed from behind by a dark figure. Robert was astonished. How did he get here? Could it be fake tracks? Just then Zoe ran over to help Robert. However, his entire body was thrown hard to one side and hit the uncle. Wang X was back. He hugged Pollyanna and provoked them. Hello Zoe, would you like to go for a walk? At the same time, another team had also appeared. One of them exclaimed, oh look. The whole group was surprised to see the barrier that Daniel's team had created earlier. There's still someone who can isolate space on such a large scale. Himo stroked his chin and said, I thought he would run away. It's really unexpected, Dong-e, who was standing beside him, also asked, should we go through it? At that moment, a voice interrupted. No need, just stay here. Suddenly, a young man stepped forward impatiently. We need to capture Du Wang X immediately. What are we waiting for? Deng Bong coldly asked back. Have you ever met someone with the ability to isolate space? How do you plan to break this barrier? He reached out and touched the barrier, examining it. If we try to force our way through, it will react. If you don't know, then listen. What if the kidnapper feels threatened and kills the princess? Can you take responsibility for that? The man with glasses crossed his arms and said seriously, this choice has consequences. We can't cover for you. Deng Bong picked his nose and replied calmly, that's not a problem. I plan to enter when that space isolator is exhausted. Any objections? The other group of people looked at each other, weighing their options. Deng Bong looked at the barrier and thought, I told him if he can't change it, then just break the rules. But this kid just destroyed the rules. So proud. At the same time, inside the barrier, Pollyanna was wailing, his face covered in tears and snot. You bastard. Why did you leave me alone? Don't do that again. Kwang X carried the kid and ran like the wind, asking, are you crying? Pollyanna snapped, denying it vehemently. Of course not. Seeing the kid didn't want to admit it, he let it go. All right, Pollyanna said, answer properly. He turned his head and asked, what? The kid changed the subject again. I'm just breathing. As Wang X hugged him and observed his surroundings, he said, Korea is a country that highly values etiquette. Swearing is not good. Pollyanna wondered, why are you on my side? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Wang X took him and jumped a few steps to climb a tall tree, confidently replying, because I have that ability. Pollyanna was held tightly by him on a high branch, looking at him with a confused expression. You crazy person, just because you have the ability, you're doing this. You think you can beat 4 people at once. Kwang X grabbed the kid by the armpits and pretended to hold him. 4 people at once is a bit difficult. Pollyanna wondered, then why did you say you have the ability? He winked at the kid. I said it's not hard to create a diversion. We'll play hide and seek for a while, and when someone finds us, I'll send them flying. Simple enough, right? After hearing the plan, Pollyanna glanced at him. I don't know if you're smart or crazy. He replied cheerfully. Let's just say I'm both. At this moment, Zoe was frantically searching for them everywhere. His chaotic roars echoed. I'll kill you. Wang X thought to himself. Our little Zoe is really angry. Pollyanna looked up at him as he was about to leave and warned, don't die. He replied, don't worry. Just put on your coat. After saying that, he leaped down from the tree. At that time, the uncle was still punching the nearby tree trunks with his fiery fist. Come out. I'll kill you. Then, as expected, Kwang X appeared from above the uncle. The corner of Do Y's eye had already spotted him. He smirked, got you. After saying that, he immediately turned and swung the line of fire towards Kwang X. But he managed to dodge it. He thought to himself, he knows the surrounding terrain very well. Is this guy just pretending to be crazy or something? Suddenly, Do Y spoke. Everyone has the prejudice that special superhumans don't know how to fight in close combat, and that fire-type superhumans are hot-tempered. But you're not the only one with a brain here. I've heard that immortals are also afraid of laziness. Hearing those provocative words, Kwang cracked his knuckles and retorted, sorry Zoe, but I'm not just an immortal. However, not wanting to wait any longer, the uncle rushed forward with his fiery hand. You're all talk. Zoe continuously charged forward to attack Wang X. As he dodged every time, he avoided the blow. The two of them had to keep doing this. He silently assessed, he's a better fighter than Eva, but I can still dodge. In a split second, Wang X seized the opportunity. Here's the opening. He clenched his fist and charged forward. But just as he was about to reach Show Y, he stopped. Wang Yik awkwardly lowered himself to avoid the uncle's dangerous hook. He thought to himself, if I had hit him just now, my fist would have taken care of him. This guy is really good at controlling his power. In that case, immediately after, he swung a handful of sand from the ground straight into the uncle's face, confusing his opponent. Zoe was hit by sand in his eye and angrily cursed, "You bastard, you're playing dirty." Next, he approached with a pickaxe. Zoe was stabbed decisively in the shoulder, while unable to resist. The uncle screamed, "You little brat." Wang X reminded, "You'd better not touch it." But Zhou Yi stubbornly ignored him. "These superficial wounds have no effect on me. I just need to pull it out and use fire to stop the bleeding." Before he could finish his sentence, the uncle suddenly froze. Next, a large explosion occurred right on the uncle's body, and in his panic, Dou Wai was astonished. This dagger explodes when it meets fire. As the embers died down, in the thick cloud of smoke and dust, the uncle struggled and collapsed to the ground. Zou's shoulder and neck were now covered in blood from the severe injury. The uncle tremblingly raised his hand to the wound. "The shrapnel has pierced my chest and neck." Looking at the point of contact between his hand and his neck, Wang was surprised. Is he trying to use heat to stop the bleeding? But the next second, Zoe suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his entire body completely collapsed, lying flat on the ground. Dou Wai has logged out. Looking at the scene before him, Wang X fell into deep thought. He's dead, so easy, my first kill. Modern science has developed to the point where fatal wounds can be treated, but it still cannot bring the dead back to life. Immortals train by injuring themselves, and when they no longer feel pain, we become brutal. I am just like that. He was stunned for a long time. So this is what it feels like to kill someone. It's horrible, but I live in a world of superhumans. Maybe from now on, I'll have to experience this feeling countless times. At that moment, Daniel's group appeared, and he called out in fear, "Do Hai?" Kwang X turned his head back with a murderous expression and warned, "Don't touch me right now. I'm in a bad mood. I'm serious." Daniel was really scared. He tried to explain, "You've misunderstood. I was just trying to ensure the prince's safety." Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit once and fell to the ground. A voice rang out, "Drop your weapon. Raise your hands." The barrier gradually disappeared, and the man with glasses pointed a gun at him from behind and warned, "Duon Hong Ich. Level 2 employee Du Wang X. You are under arrest for the crime of kidnapping the prince of the superhuman kingdom, and for murder. You have no right to remain silent or seek legal counsel. Come with us." He called out, "Manager." But Deng Bang was also helpless for the time being. "What? I'm also living on a salary, you bastard. If you resist, we'll have to use force. Your team's manager will also help, so come with us." But Hong Ich's face remained impassive. The prince is still alive. Deng Bang couldn't hold back his anger and cursed under his breath, "Don't lie." At the same time, behind him, Dong Hun and Dong A signaled with their hands, indicating that Wang X should cooperate for the time being. So be it, he thought to himself. All right, I just need to confront the prince and it'll be over. He let the two men grab his arms and drag him away, saying, "Here, arrest me, I'm innocent. The prince will testify." But by the time he was in the interrogation room, there was still no sign of Baliana. Kwang Ich asked the assistant director, "What's this?" He replied, "It's true the prince is alive, but he flew back during the night." He wondered, "Where to?" Dong Hun said, "Of course, back home, the superhuman kingdom of Urzatu." Hong still tried to ask further. "What about me?" He replied calmly, "Internal trial, what else?" Hearing this, Kwang X cursed the young boy Boliana who was comfortably sleeping on a private jet. "You rotten kid. At least you could have testified for me before you left." Analysis team, Assistant Director Choi Myung Tai, he said with a frown. "So he assaulted a shapeshifter, broke an immortal's neck, and killed one of the two special superhumans." The other man heard that and asked, "I thought you were the arranger. Isn't Du Kwang X the famous ghost?" No, he thought to himself. Ghost is the nickname of team manager Lai Dongbang. Then he must be the Thousand Faces. He is the sharpest weapon the government possesses. Both his name and face are unknown. We have no way to track where Du Kwang X has been, or what he has done. What is he, anyway? A secret weapon forged by the director himself. Myung Ti glanced at Ki Nam and concluded, he's the new rising star, not Du Kwang X. When Ki Nam saw him looking, he immediately put on a serious expression. "If you give me a chance, I can also show you my abilities." Myung Ti couldn't help but sigh. "Whatever. He's not very normal either. I want to know the identity of Du Wang X's parents. But I can't just investigate the personal information of the Special Immortal Force whenever I want." At that moment, Dong Hun suddenly spoke up. "I know the secret of employee Wang X. He's a regressor. This is his second time reliving his life." Myung Ti quickly made a judgment in his mind. This guy isn't normal either. Whatever. Let him do what he wants. I'll just eliminate him when I have the chance. That's how you climb the ladder in this industry. Sorry, but you're screwed, Du Kwang. Scene change in the interrogation room. Wang X said annoyed, you guys have to change the design. This thing is so ugly. Dung Bong, sitting opposite him, heard that and said, do you have a hole in your head or something? You crazy bastard. He replied bluntly, crazy bastard. You shouldn't talk to people like that. I'm also a precious son of my family. Dung Bong felt a headache more than ever. Just forget it. Are you trying to save everyone in the world? Is that a rhetorical question? If you don't speak properly, I'll shove this in your mouth. Immediately, Wang X replied clearly, yes, that's right. Are you a superhuman or something? How are you going to save people? Even if you're an idiot, you surely know that as long as you report the situation, we'll let you back on the team. Why did you have to go this far? Didn't you anticipate the consequences? He said without hesitation. I knew there would be consequences, but not to this extent. But team manager, my world is something that my eyes and heart can touch. Before, I was ordered to ignore the weak and put my own survival first. But I don't want to do that. Kill Park Byung-jun's daughter just because she's a test subject, and the prince. Does a 10-year-old boy deserve to accept death like that? So if I can protect everyone in my world, then I will. Dung Bong just looked straight into his eyes in silence. In the end, he didn't do anything else but stood up and left. You just want to do whatever you want. You bastard. At this moment, Dang A was holding a stack of documents and walking towards that direction. She noticed the smile on Dung Bong's lips as he walked past. Gianna pointed towards the door and asked, what did you say to the team manager? Nothing. Then let's go. The trial is about to begin. Then, at the trial, Mine T said loudly, so we will begin the trial of employee CCP Heiju Wang X on charges of kidnapping the prince, murder, and failure to report to the company. Wang X frowned slightly and interrupted. Sorry for interrupting, but I didn't kidnap the prince. I just took him to a safe place. The guy immediately refuted. If that were true, he would have given us a statement before he left. Anyone would do that for their benefactor. Kim Dong-chien also spoke up at this moment. Even if it was just the murder of the bodyguards and the kidnapping of the prince, his crime is already very clear. I don't think there's any reason to keep him. Mine T asked in a low voice. Do homage. What was your motive? He maintained the same attitude as before and replied, the prince said he wanted to live. Do you admit to killing the bodyguard? That was just an accident that happened while protecting the prince. Why didn't you report to your superiors? I didn't have time. Before he could finish his sentence, the guy kept asking questions. But you had time to contact Assistant Director Kang Himo. Yes. I had to know who the enemy was to stall for time. And after that, why didn't you contact the company again? Wang X silently gritted his teeth and thought, if you interrupt me one more time, don't ask why you're getting punched. In short, employee Heiju Wang X kidnapped the prince and even killed one of the bodyguards. The prince, who is the only one who can testify, returned to his country as soon as the incident was over, as if he wanted to run away. What do you all think? Nguyen Ong Ti said with full confidence. Who thinks Du Hong is innocent? Please speak up. The entire room was plunged into silence. Wang Yik saw that Dung Bong, Dong Hun, and even Rong A were all silent and thought to himself, I feel I've been wrongly accused, but they're not wrong either. It's true I killed a bodyguard without reporting it to the security team. I guess the director can't cover this up either. Myung Ti smirked and added, no one is speaking up, right? Then, as Director Kim Dong-chien said, we will proceed with the dismissal. At that moment, another voice interrupted. Sorry, I'm a little late. I am Oncalus Boliana, the last prince of the superhuman kingdom of Urzatu. I am the prince's bodyguard appointed by His Majesty. I am also a witness who has cooperated with employee Du Kwang X in today's release. I will be the interpreter for His Highness. Kwang X saw them and was completely bewildered. Is he really a bodyguard? I feel so bad. Boliana frowned, pointing at him. Are you going to arrest him? Yes. For what crime? He kidnapped the prince and caused harm. Both Daniel and the prince said in unison, nonsense. Daniel took out a projection device. Do Hai, the person Du Kwang X killed, was a traitor. And he was also a wanted serial killer. And the two people who were assaulted by Du were also criminals disguised as bodyguards. If it weren't for Du, I would have been dead long ago. Boliana said clearly. But what? You're punishing him instead of rewarding him. Should I report this to the kingdom? Without waiting for the boy to finish, Kwang X smiled and said, I'll translate that part. You bastards. Dong Hun bluntly refuted. He didn't say that. Sorry, you idiot. Since he is the prince's savior, I request. You are not to punish him for protecting me. If you agree, I will not say a word about what happened today. Myungjin now spoke up. He laughed heartily. Alright, since you can overlook this matter, we will also consider that employee Do Hong-ich has done nothing. Any objections? Then the final verdict for level 2 employee Do Hong-ich is not guilty. After that, the three of them, Wang X, Boliana, and Daniel, entered the elevator together and left. Your Highness. He gave a very gentle smile and asked, May I ask why you only came to testify now? The boy coughed once, and then replied, I had some business. Boliana thought to himself, You said you did it because you could, so I thought I could live too. I just acted indifferent. I need to protect myself. Before, the boy had threatened. I'm asking you too. Will you confess, or do you want to die? Or will you use your lives to protect me? The bodyguards could only tremble and reply, I will protect you, sir. Please spare me. All right, you have fought for me. I will also reward you accordingly when we return to our country. Instead of my siblings, I was the one targeted for assassination. That means my existence is a threat. I am no longer the foolish kid who ran away from problems. I will confront those who share my blood and take back what is mine. I have something I must do. I must return to the kingdom as soon as possible. Back at this moment, Kwang X smiled and said, But you should have testified before you left. Boliana pouted and said, I've already spent time coming all the way here. You should be grateful. And from now on, you can call me N. Okay, N. He looked towards Daniel, scratching his head. Daniel, sorry for punching you in the jaw. I thought you were the most dangerous one. The elevator door just opened, and outside, a waitress was already waiting. Right here, Your Highness. She took out a set of clothes and handed them to Kwang X. This isn't much, but thank you. He also took it without being polite. It's not cheap. Wang X saw the pair of gloves in the bag and said, These aren't mine, try them on. He quickly tried them on. It's as subtle as a coat. This is no ordinary item. Baliana frowned and reminded, This is the first gift I've given you. If you lose it, you'll see. He smiled and assured, All right, I'll pass it down to my descendants. The waitress saw this, and her face went blank. Then I'll be going. I'll come play another day. The boy gave a smile full of life and said, You're my first friend. In the room, a conversation was heard. Good, the prince has given you a family heirloom. And a gold card too. Kwang-ich was slightly surprised and picked up the gold card asking, You know about this card? Myungjin nodded and explained its origin in more detail. It's a special card that allows you to request help from their kingdom once, if needed. They'll even send the entire national army. How did you win him over? He joked cleverly. Maybe because we share a common tragedy. Hearing that, he laughed loudly, looking amused. With the prince. How interesting. The comfortable atmosphere made him bolder. By the way, I think what I did was a big deal. Don't I get a reward? It was an exception for Myungjin. He promised him, after this mission, I was planning to promote you. But now, according to the rules, the mission has failed. And others are also protesting. Although he was a little disappointed, it was enough to reassure him. Is that so? What a pity. Myung-ik added, but I'm still considering it. Instead of quality, let's go for quantity. He wondered, what do you mean by that? Just then, the secretary walked in with a stack of documents and heard him reply. Go complete the promotion requirements. Scene change, on the phone screen. The male news anchor and the guests were discussing some key issues. Recently, black holes on Earth have been appearing more and more frequently. Do you think this phenomenon is as dangerous as the Ugate incident? I can't confirm that yet, except that it will threaten. Off-screen, an impolite voice called out, Hey. A shabby-looking man threw a few bills and coins onto the counter and demanded, Give me a pack of cigarettes. The employee announced his total of 6,001, and he was surprised. Hey? Immediately after, he showed his attitude. What did you just say? The employee denied it, nothing. You must have misheard. His hot temper flared up, and Chosu swung his hand to hit him. But Kwang-ich leaned back and dodged. Seeing this, he was stunned. He just dodged, but I clearly heard it. No. He just turned his head to the right at the right time. There's no way a convenience store employee could do that. Sensing something was wrong, Chosu took the pack of cigarettes and left. As he reached the door, he turned back and muttered, You bastard, go watch something more interesting. What's a kid like you watching the news for? But Wang X had no intention of letting him go. He raised his voice mockingly. Are you paying my phone bill? Or my electricity bill? Does it affect your livelihood whether I watch the news or not? He even deliberately raised his hand and waved it dismissively. And strangely, You should take a shower. You stink. His plan succeeded in angering him. He swung his hand, knocking over a row of things beside him, and cursed. "You dog. You want to die?" He was about to say more, but was suddenly stopped by a lollipop stick. Chosu went crazy, holding his head and screaming, "You idiot," while he calmly stood there, covering his ears and reminding, "If you keep screaming, you'll lose your voice." Now Miho appeared. She closed the door and interrupted. "That's enough. Why do you have to go this far? You just need to stall for time." Wang repeated the mission request. "I have to keep him here. Look, I've already done it." She walked closer and gently reprimanded. "You idiot. You could have just said the receipt printer was broken." Kwang X replied. "What if he's still left?" The two started to get into a heated disagreement. "I mean, you could have used a more reasonable way to hold him." "You idiot." Chosu stood there dumbfounded. "What are you guys doing?" But no one paid any attention to him. They continued to argue with each other. A reasonable way would have worked on him for sure. "You told me not to touch him until there was a warrant for his arrest." Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. "Warrant? What warrant? Are these bastards cops?" Miho bluntly showed her attitude. "Your business is as boring as your face." And a Kwang X who was teasing her followed. "You compared it to my face. So I must have done an excellent job." While the two were distracted, Chosu pulled out a knife and charged forward, shouting, "Get out of the way for the ship." But the next second, his wrist was gently restrained by Miho. Plus, a surprising blow at the back of the neck from Wang X. Looking at him unconscious on the floor, the two read the reason for the arrest and discussed. Name: Dak Chosu, alias the Taoist. He counterfeited branded goods and sold them. Where is his territory? I've already found it. And there's also evidence with a warrant. Kwang X ignored them and walked towards the door, waving goodbye. "So that's all right? You've worked hard." Miho spoke up to stop him. "Stay there. You're not off duty yet," he wondered. Miho announced that it was the director's order to go to Dapsim immediately. A moment later, at Dapsimni, a tense battle was taking place. Yet the people involved were shooting and arguing with each other about another matter. I should have asked Miho out. "Why are you my partner?" Wang X was not to be outdone. He retorted immediately. "Who knows? But I'm sure her standards are too low." After that, the team members ran off to the rescue in the next space. All attention. Song Chung is attacking, but the usual meaningless daily conversations continued as normal. "My face looks like that. Impossible. I think he's more handsome than him." Finally, the Black Tiger's Simi has settled down. But what about the Black Tiger Ayanam? Then taking down an out-of-control shapeshifter is. Until he was seated in the back of a car. Wang X was completely exhausted, his face gaunt. "Team manager, I just got back. It's only been 10 minutes. He asked about the next mission. "Where are we going this time?" Dongbong maintained his cold expression. "Thanks to Park Byung-jun. We know the locations of a few more labs. We're on our way there. To see if that doctor was telling the truth." He continued, "Of course that place develops some kind of biotechnology, but that's just a cover. They must be doing illegal experiments." Hearing that, Wang X was a little surprised. His voice slightly raised. "Illegal experiments?" Dong-hun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and told them about the contents of that experiment. "Hybridizing invader species with humans. It's horrible." Dong-ae, who was driving, also added, "Actually, this is a private organization. Although they say it's a public organization to the outside world, we still don't have any grounds to invade right now. So, we have to make sure we don't leave any traces." Dong-hun's typing sound echoed. "Team manager, they're guarding it pretty tightly. A 3-story building, no basement. But there are up to 50 security cameras and all sorts of alarm devices." He raised an eyebrow. "If you were them, where would you conduct the experiments?" He thought for a moment before making a guess. "I wouldn't do it in the main building. I'm sure many of their employees are not involved in this illegal experiment." He pointed to a location on the screen. "If there's no secret passage or anything, I'd choose the disposal room. Usually, experimental waste is very dangerous, so people would avoid this place." Wangzhou Kimbang Kone. They also need a large power source for their research. Where do they get the electricity without being suspected? Dongbong immediately grasped the key point. "That's the crux of the matter. You just said it, right? Electricity." That night, Wang X disguised himself as a vain person and walked out the door. "Get out of the car, honey, we're here. You said there was a coffee shop here with a security system theme." The person he was talking about was Dong-ae, disguised as his girlfriend. She had changed her outfit and pretended to be shy. "So real, huh?" While thinking to herself, "What's this? Even a drunk person speaks more naturally." Suddenly, she was pulled away by him. "That's right, and anyway." At that moment, a warning voice rang out. "Stop." The security guard of the area coldly announced, "This is not a coffee shop, please leave." Wang X deliberately teased back, The staff here are so cool. You look like a real security guard. Is this a customer welcome event? Saying that, he put his arm around Dong-ae and laughed loudly. I get it. Let us in then. My baby is hungry. Her eyes glanced at his hand. A murderous aura emanated. Forget it. Wang X acted out. Don't be mad, sweetie. You're scaring me. Then he turned to the security guards and yelled. Hey, she said forget it. What's wrong with you? They were provoked. I told you, this isn't a coffee shop. Get lost, you crazy people. He deliberately dragged it out to give Dong Hum behind him a chance to slip in. What, crazy people? I'm giving you a 1-star review. While we were distracting the guard, Assistant Director Pan had already snuck inside. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Kwang X pretended to hug Dang-ae and leave. My love, it's probably not a real coffee shop. Let's go. She cooperated and replied. What a pity. The two security guards were still cursing angrily. What a pervert. After getting in the car and driving away from the crowd, he timidly looked at Dong-ae. You don't want to be an actress, do you? She gave him a look. What? Seeing that, he immediately turned off the radio. I was just asking. The car quickly parked in a deserted area where Dong Bang was already waiting. An illegal research lab would definitely destroy all documents if there's a problem. So, we can't attack head-on. We have to sneak in. The two got out of the car and walked towards him. Wang X's mind was racing with 7,749 thoughts. This plan was all arranged by the team manager. I really have to learn from him. He's so sharp, and he trusts his teammates completely. I'm sure I'll lead a team like that in the future. Just as he felt a bit of admiration, Dong Bang put on an impatient expression full of hope, which made him lose another point. Unfortunately, his personality is so weird. He put his hands in his pockets and surveyed the situation. How are the guys at the front? Kwang X was full of confidence. We'll be done in a minute. Although he knew the outcome would be good, Dong Bang couldn't help but be sarcastic. He had to scold him before he was satisfied. You arrogant bastard. Wang X placed his hand on the wall and felt it. The wall is very thick. It's not normal brick either. They must have used special materials. Suddenly, he was startled to find that he could no longer feel the vibration. Assistant Panda must have succeeded. He reported back to Dong Bang. Team manager, the power is out. He tapped lightly on the wall. Now think of a way to get through this wall. Wang X naively suggested, I'll plant a bomb. His tone immediately became helpless. You don't understand what sneaking means. Then Dong Bang reached into his jacket pocket and took something out. Here, I brought a toy for us. Of course, we have to write it in the report if we use it. That damn accounting department. As soon as that thing was taken out, Wang X's eyes suddenly lit up. Is that? A long, glowing staff appeared. He called its name, but mispronounced the sound. This is my father. Dong Bang heard that and corrected him. Not your father. Its name is God Give Me Strength. In the dark corridor, an employee in a blue coat held a flashlight to light the way. Suddenly, a flash of light made him freeze. Then he collapsed after a few seconds. 3 members of Dong Bang's team appeared. He screamed in panic, a thief. But Kwang Ich had already rushed forward and delivered a blow that knocked him out. A commotion broke out. Damn it. What's wrong with the emergency power? Where's the security team manager? At that moment, Kwang X had already knocked out that employee. Hearing the commotion, he clicked his tongue. They seemed very angry. Dong Bang looked obvious. Wouldn't you be very angry if you were playing a ranked game and the power went out? Wang X turned his head back to tease. You're Anka, I'm not easily affected by those games. A moment later, the 3 of them, wearing white lab coats, walked down the corridor, and Kwang Ich glanced at the people who were rushing around, thinking to himself, it's more chaotic than I thought. He said something nonsensical. They must be playing a very stressful game. Dong Bang slid a bone-like bump over his head and warned, do you want to get punched again? Stop talking nonsense. He obediently replied, no, sir. The 3 of them walked up to a large door with a guard. This is the waste storage room. The security guard raised his hand to stop them. This is a restricted area. Only authorized personnel are allowed to enter. Looking at his appearance, Wang X guessed. He seems to be a new recruit. Donna whispered, should we knock him out? He cut her off, let me. The security guard was about to say something. Suddenly, his collar was grabbed tightly. Hey. With a fierce expression, Wang X tried to act tough, growling, where's your team manager? How are you going to handle this damn situation? Next, he yelled in his face, we hired you to prevent situations like this from happening. Do you want to be fired? The security guard started to cry. I'm sorry, I was just recently hired. After that, he knelt on the ground and let the 3 of them barge in like they owned the place. Get out. I need to get a few things from the warehouse here. Once inside, Dong Bang chuckled. You're a real expert at scamming. Wang X wondered, is that a compliment or a criticism? The warehouse was messy and dark. The three of them split up to search. Dongbong directed. The entrance is well hidden. Enhance your senses and find it. Yes. Kwang X reached out and opened a door. He had discovered the secret work area. He shouted, found it. Dongbong urged, the files will be destroyed if we separate them, so let's take everything. He was surprised, everything. Kwang X asked, what if all the files are lost? He said bluntly, then we're all done for. Right at this moment, the lab staff had discovered them. Huh? Why is it open? The three were immediately questioned, who are you? Where are you from? The tables had turned, and the three had to take off their white lab coats to reveal their identities. We are the security team. The man with glasses from the other side immediately shouted, huh, security team? What business do you have here? If the files are lost, we'll all be screwed. Understand? Go back to security. Kwang X's face was serious, then you should have stored them better. Hearing that, he bristled. What the hell did you say? Who's your team manager? Tell him to come see me. Before he could boast much more, Dongbong slapped him hard across the face. This is me, you bastard. Seeing that someone had been knocked down, the other panicked and screamed, intruder. A moment later, they had left that base, looking at Wang X struggling to carry his things. Dongbong said, you idiot, you don't need to handle everything with violence. Hearing that, Wang X recalled, what had just happened? You were the one who used violence first. He justified, I just gave him a light pat. Kwang X said mockingly, yeah right? Dongbong frowned, what's with that attitude? Placing the box in position, Kwang X thought, the combination of different invading forces makes this mission increasingly difficult. He looked at the file and guessed, the lab researchers probably put a password on this. It'll take some time to decipher. In other words, we won't get anything today if we can't decipher this. After that, Wang recounted that he continued to do these kinds of jobs as usual, catching thieves with his acceleration ability. Next came the arrest of a terrorist. Although the interrogation was quite a headache, Wang X asked indifferently, was it you? He denied it. No, he still insisted on the conclusion, yes. It was you. He growled, no. Then came the suppression of the monsters, or a little rebellion by intentionally throwing a cup of water at Dongbong and saying, oh, I slipped, then getting a good scolding. I'm going to kill you right here. Kwang X affirmed that he didn't even have time to rest after missions like this. He was drinking coffee while complaining about Dongbong. How dare he sleep while I have to work like a buffalo out here? He told himself, I have to report him to the HR department. Suddenly, someone called out, Hong-ich. The senior manager of the analysis team, first-rank employee Choi Min-im, stroked his hair and smiled shyly. What brings you here? He immediately stammered and scratched his head. I'm just worried that Yohin keeps causing trouble like that. But his heart was pounding with surprise. It's Choi Min-im, the hottest member of the analysis team. She bit her finger and raised an eyebrow. I understand. Kwang secretly assessed. I've never talked to her before. She's so beautiful, she must be a pureblood. Suddenly, a customer called his name, Hong-ich. Min-im leaned in close and smiled. Do you want to go on a date with me? He still didn't understand what was happening, huh? But she acted as if nothing had happened. Just kidding, in his mind, he was like, how what? Min-im continued, I find you interesting. His cheeks were slightly red, and he shyly wondered, what's this flirty, ambiguous atmosphere? His mind was racing. She's very beautiful, and also very hot. She must work out very hard. I've already figured it out after just talking to her for a bit. This woman. In Kwang-ich's heart, he was certain, she's exactly my type. He was a little dazed. My heart is beating so fast. Min-am turned and said goodbye. If you have time, let's meet up in the break room. It would be great if we have the same hobbies. His eyes followed her. I've never experienced anything like this before. At this moment, his imagination started to run wild, in which Wang X had boldly confessed, Manager, I love you. How about we have triplets? Min-am exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. Then she also took his hand and said sweetly, no, how about we ask for as many as possible? You can have as many as you like. The dream of a happy home and children was awakened by the present voice. That's enough for today. Min-am waved. See you later. Kwang X, his eyes sparkling like stars, replied softly, bye-bye. Sweetie. A strange feeling enveloped him, and Kwang-ich mumbled, Mom and Dad, I've found a daughter-in-law for you. He hugged himself and writhed, lost in a beautiful dream. 3 is probably enough, right? 1 son. 2 daughters. I prefer daughters. 2 colleagues watched him from afar with disdain. Is he crazy? The world around Kwang X was now filled with pink hearts. Love came like an unstoppable storm. His eyes sparkled as if he had been shot by Cupid, muttering to himself, She just whispered in my ear. Miho heard and got annoyed. Can you stop? Suddenly Yohan became suspicious. Hey, did you notice? Manager Choi Minam is not an ordinary woman. Miho nodded in agreement. She's very cold and strict. She hides her skills behind her beauty. She guessed that if necessary, she could find him. Wang X Chen Hang, she's jealous, Miho said. Slightly annoyed. Go to hell. Chen Yohan laughed and asked, we've been working together for 2 weeks, but it seems like you've only had good things happen to you. You should treat us. He wondered, why? He suddenly announced, you don't know. You've been promoted to rank 1. Scene change. At this moment, Kinam was boxing in the room. Past words flooded back. Don't fall behind. If you have a pure bloodline, you must become the strongest. He remembered. I heard that countless times when I was a child. So I've worked my whole life to prove myself worthy. But on the punching bag, a portrait was taped up. It seems he has a very deep grudge against this person. But that idiot, no. That psycho ruined everything. Buried emotions resurfaced. I planned to beat him half to death. But when it came to the actual fight, I couldn't even touch a single hair of his. Even so, the most shameful thing is, he treated me like a toy. The picture fell off and landed at Nam's feet. He stomped on it with all his might. I'll make you pay. Promote a level 2 employee. I can do the same thing right now. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey. Level 3, Donkey Nam. He was startled by Wang X's appearance. He asked, what are you doing here? Seeing Ki Nam's lack of reaction, he raised his voice slightly in surprise. Oh, you're not even going to look at me. I'm your superior. Do you want to meet your quota today? Level 3 employee, Ki Nam, with a picture of Kwang X under his foot. Ki Nam didn't dare to move. Kwang X started to find it strange. Are you ignoring me? What's that piece of paper? By the way, he also announced, I'm a rank 1 employee now. Ki Nam was astonished, rank 1. Kwang X started to brag. Let's have a celebration party at my house tonight. You'll have a sister-in-law soon. The fire of anger in Ki Nam's heart flared up. I want to kill him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. So you're both here. Come here. The leader appeared and coldly announced, there's a mission for you tomorrow. The sound of turning stones continuously echoed. On the table, the nameplate clearly showed the words Deputy CEO Kang Taiwan. Nam Thuki stood meekly beside him, wondering. He's been doing that for half an hour after calling me. T. Kwan was pensive, his mood sinking to the bottom, because of that bastard Ma Jun. The business management team has faced many difficulties. The pressure from the higher-ups is also great. Is this a conspiracy created by the CEO? Stop joking. It all started with a small thing. He silently called his name, Du Hongich. T-Hone was sure that if he could get him, he could turn the tables. He ordered, let's bring him over to our side. His ambition grew even bigger when he mentioned him. No matter how objectively you look at it, his achievements are truly no joke. Plus, he's at level 1. He instructed his subordinate, find out what he wants. Spend time with him. But remember to stay out of sight of others. T-Hone also specifically reminded, absolutely do not let this get to Nam Myung Din's ears. Nam Thuki's face was heavy. In the end, he still nodded and assured, understood, Your Highness. On the other side, Wang X was discussing with Dong Hun. He confirmed again. So you're preparing for an undercover operation for the mission? He raised his eyebrows. Yeah. What am I supposed to do there? They didn't even bother to explain what the mission is. He remembered a while ago. The attitude of those people was completely unreasonable, arrogant. Don't do it if you're not asked to. Find the information yourself. Kwang was indignant. I've never received such a vague and poor summary. Dong Hun typed a little on the computer and said, wait, now that you're level 1, you have access to confidential information. He was surprised. Level 1 confidential information. He explained, it usually takes people up to 2 years to understand everything. So it's still a bit early for you. You know that not all white holes are the same, right? He nodded. Yeah. Dong Hung continued, we can't enter high-level white holes without limits. A question was raised. But we also can't be on duty with them 24/7s. How can we ensure that no one goes in there? Wang Zoakim began to analyze in order to completely prevent people from entering such a hole. Wait. His answer flashed right after that. We built this building to do that. There are some white holes located 8 floors below this building. There's an excavation team on the other side. He looked at Dong Hun and guessed, so my mission must be to protect the excavation team. He reminded, be careful, it would be bad if you get lost. Remember to hold Ki Nam's hand in his. He showed a look of disgust and refused decisively. Hell no, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect that. Are you worried about Ki Nam? But in his heart, he didn't think so. No, it's not that, I just don't feel comfortable. He added, I heard his family situation is not very happy. He seemed to understand a little. So his personality is like that because of his upbringing. Scene change. The time for the mission has come. The command was given. I'll go first, do Hong X. You'll go in after. Remember to keep your distance. Turn on your breathing apparatus. He gently pulled on his protective nose piece, his body feeling the change in the surroundings. The pressure has changed. The gravity here must be 1 to times that of Earth. Plus this equipment. I feel like I'm being pulled down. His eyes shifted to look at Kinam, who was struggling uncomfortably, and thought to himself, of course, I'm speaking for Kinam, I'm still fine. Through the thick smoke and dust, 3 blurry figures appeared. He stepped forward to report. We have arrived. A reply came, good. Next, the other person introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Dong Chehan. Let's go to the shelter. Meanwhile, in the break room for security guards were playing cards and chatting, did you know? I heard Kwang X is coming here. Because of the Dong Damon rescue? Someone asked, weren't you in at the same time as him? Are you too close? The purple-haired girl didn't seem to care much. I've talked to him, but we're not that close. That person still didn't stop, continuing to dig deeper into the issue. So what do you think? This time, Wang X is coming to protect us. It's too much. If you're too scared, you'll die. You'll finally get to see them again. She put down the last few cards. I'm broke again. I'd rather die. While getting dressed for the mission, a boy kindly reminded her. You know, you're not allowed to have private conversations during work, right? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. Yeah, I know. In the bathroom, Wang X naturally voiced his question. We're here because the expedition team doesn't have enough manpower, right? So, why is your brother here? Gold. And Kim Dong Chien too. Tell me, I won't hit you. Ki Nam's whole body was trembling weakly. His face pale as if he was constipated. He cursed under his breath. You crazy bastard. Just talking nonsense. He asked again. You still can't control your senses. Want some advice? You're really bad at this. His skin turned a little more purple, but he couldn't help but be curious. What advice? Kwang X spread his lips into a teasing expression. Just try harder. It's easy, right? Seeing that his goal of provoking him had succeeded, he laughed with satisfaction. Suddenly, someone called his name, Hong Ich. Koi Nang Tok Sun spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, I will be a part of your team. I am the senior manager of the Kim Daean expedition team. This is employee Cho Ian Soo. Kwang X looked at her with a dazed expression. I think I've met her before. Suddenly, she turned her face away and said shyly to Dion, let's go, manager. Scene changed to the base outside the danger zone. A voice rang out. There's an oxygen supply system here, so it'll be fine. Ki Nam briefed them on the situation. The 4 of us will take our positions and be on the lookout for invaders. Wang X asked in surprise, DONG mine resources every day. She chuckled with a hint of humility. Maybe once or twice a week. We don't always succeed. His mouth began to spout flattery. It must be hard for you to live in such an uncomfortable place. She replied politely, yes, even though I'm used to it. It's still uncomfortable. He exclaimed again. It must be very difficult. Duan was as happy as a flower. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I will support you. Kwang X continued to pour honey into his ear. You're so kind. You must be very noticed. Du Han was worthy. Wang Hai liked it, flirting. Oh my god, you too. Then Duan's usual question, like so many others, blurted out, have a girlfriend yet? He was straightforward, not yet. She continued to ask, so an ex-girlfriend, although confused, he still answered no. Suddenly Yansu cut in. You still remember me? I was actually about to ask, have we met before? She brought up the past. You told me to dream about Brad Pitt. Kwang X thought Brad Pitt. The memory suddenly came flooding back. It was true that he had once told a little girl to dream about Brad Pitt. Looking at her mature face now, he was slightly surprised. Is that you? Immediately, Yansu seemed to have switched on her diplomatic mode, chattering away. Do you remember now? I'm going on a trip next month, so I know this amazing place. His face was a little blank. I see. She continued to recount with excitement. That place is great for camping. No, it's so luxurious that it should be called glamping. She was about to say something else. So, on the paper, suddenly a voice interrupted, reminding her. The light behind you is flashing. Ionsu still pressed, you want to go glamping with me? Someone reminded, hey. The second one is also flashing. That means the invaders have already passed the mine. On the outside, the monsters had already charged in. Ionsu said, wait a minute, a red alarm went off. The next second, all the monsters clinging to the outside of the glass screamed in agony at the same time. On the floor, sticky residue clung to the soles of their shoes. Ionsu, her face splattered with some of the monster's blood, called out to him. Let's go glamping together. Kinam looked at the 2 of them blankly and commented. Good sea is so salty. He moved away a little and thought to himself, lately, I seem to be getting a little too much attention from strange women. Kwang clearly drew the line. Sorry, let's just be friends. But Ayansu's love power was not affected. On the contrary, she even encouraged herself. It's okay. Friends will eventually become lovers. This time, he flatly refused. No. Eni also joined in, pointing at himself. So what about me? Yansu was dissatisfied. Senior manager, she said with a playful laugh. No, I wasn't asking him out. I just wanted to know his type. What's your type? Kwang X touched his chin shyly. Neat, cute but tough, adorable, pretty, and a hot body. Hearing that list of standards, Kinam couldn't help but curse. Are you crazy? Have you ever looked in a mirror? Suddenly, both girls turned away. Their attitudes completely changed. I see. Let's just be friends then, you're so difficult. He was confused. What's with that reaction? You reminded. Kwang X, don't tell anyone your type anymore. Ayansu also agreed. Yeah, it will make you look selfish. Those words made him doubt himself. Was what I said that bad? On this side, Kinam was suddenly hit. He touched the bony lump on his head and asked Yoon, senior manager. How many invaders are there usually? She said. 2 or 3, 5 at most. Anyway, this is a safe area. He hypothesized. What if there are more than 20? Duan replied. If there are that many, they won't be able to get past the mine. The situation began to get tense, at least for now. Kinam raised his sniper rifle and announced, there are up to 30 invaders coming. Kwang X showed a look of joy. You finally know how to use it. His face fell. Leave me alone. You psycho. Suddenly, an axe flew and stuck straight into the wall on the outside. The point of contact between the axe blade and the wall glowed hot like lava. Kwang X was astonished. A fire axe? At this moment, Kinam's face contorted, and he thought angrily. This damn world. They said it would only take 12 hours for me to adapt to the conditions here. Is it because I'm from a purebred lineage? Pureblood. Purebred is a title for those who not only come from a pure bloodline, but are also pure-blooded. From a single lineage. The characteristic of this bloodline is a sensitivity that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Therefore, whenever they enter another world, their 5 senses will be shocked by the conditions there. Kinam immediately remembered his teammate's advice. You won't be able to get used to it right away. Just be patient. Because of this, he was in a passive position and quickly made a decision. Since he said so, I just waiting for a long 16 hours. It took a long time for my chaotic senses to recover and stabilize as before. I sensed something and immediately followed it to investigate. Although I don't know what kind of creature or thing it is, I trust my intuition. At this moment, Kinam silently speculated. When walking on the ground, you step very lightly. Almost no one can hear it. That's right, almost. No one or nothing can walk without making a sound. In just a moment, he decisively concluded. I have discovered an approaching army of invaders. There are at least 30 of them, Kinam said to himself. After adjusting my senses, I was able to hear them. In the distance, a large axe blade suddenly appeared, stuck in the wall. Immediately after, a large explosion with terrifying power occurred, sweeping away everything in its path in an instant. At the same time, at the command center's base, the information screen suddenly flashed red, causing the supervisor to shout in alarm. What's going on? Without a moment's hesitation, the young man with glasses quickly reported. Base 2 and 3 are sending out emergency signals at the same time. His teammate standing next to him was immediately terrified. Base 2 and 3. It's right in the unexplored part. The group of people was momentarily panicked. There are dozens of mines placed around there. Isn't there something unusual about the weather? To these words, the young man with glasses was not long-winded, only concise, without hesitation. Hearing that, the commander, standing to one side, immediately thought to himself, there are no sandstorms or red lightning there. Yet they still issued a warning, which means a large number of invaders are heading there. Very quickly, he had gripped his weapon, but his face was resolute. There are only 4 members at Base 2, 2 of whom are rookies. If this were a normal world, they could still deal with it, but no. This is another world. The environment here is completely different. Thinking that, the group of people was ordered to move to Base 2 in a flash. Get to Base 2 quickly. Call for reinforcements and the reserve team as well. This made the commander, Zealot, also feel helpless and say to himself, everyone, please try to hold on. The scene shifted to Kwang X, who was now struggling to hold his ground while his teammate questioned him. Where did you get those gloves? In response to Kin Am, Kwang X just answered vaguely, because I'm a good boy. Santa Claus gave them to me, which made him look at him with a tired expression and curse. You crazy bastard. At the same time, Daeung couldn't help but be scared, sitting in a corner, her eyes wide with amazement. An axe made of firestone, really. Il-su followed with a look of astonishment. I've never seen anything like this before. Unconsciously, Wang-ik from the distance suddenly spoke up, reminding them, you two have seen enough. He immediately became serious and suggested, get up, grab your weapons and fight. The triple experience event is about to begin, Wang-ik said, his face showing his restlessness. Very quickly after that, Don had aimed straight at the target and analyzed. They can easily avoid all the traps and mines we've laid. It must be a mutant strain. Their weapons are mostly crude stones and machetes. She was momentarily tense, thinking, but we have a defensive line and special weapons. We'll have to hold them off while waiting for reinforcements. Just as Du-hun finished speaking, the monster on this side suddenly opened its mouth. In just a moment, it suddenly roared. Immediately alerting all the surrounding monsters, the strange axe also flew out. A large explosion occurred immediately. Du-hun saw this and couldn't help but worry. Continuous fire. A moment later, most of the surroundings had been destroyed, leaving only a faint white smoke. Wang-ik asked, did that shot kill it? But in response, Kinham just replied coldly, no. Indeed, at this moment in the distance, the monster, though severely injured, was still kneeling on the ground with a little life left. In a flash, it suddenly regrew its arm. In return, Wang-ik couldn't help but smile wryly. Super speed regeneration. Without a moment's hesitation, Kinam's face also showed fear as he wondered. He blocked that blow with his own body. How many of them have that kind of ability? Without letting them talk too much, the monster suddenly opened its eyes wide. In a flash, it suddenly screamed loudly, once again alerting all the surrounding monsters. Out of options, Ian-su could only hastily grab to firecrackers, helplessly cursing. Today is a really bad day. At the same time, the monsters were still swarming up like ants. But unfortunately for them, the firecrackers had exploded in time, destroying everything around them, and the earth and rock shattered and flew everywhere. The group of people at this moment were caught off guard, each of them frozen like a statue. Only Kwang was still conscious. He promptly created a shield to block the rocks, saving the group from certain death. Standing to one side, Ian-su, upon seeing this, was immediately amazed and praised. You're wearing magic equipment from head to toe. Are you very rich? Which made Kwang-ik immediately feel a little proud and deny it. No, they're just cheap knockoffs. At the same time, the unfortunate group had fallen into a dilemma. They looked dejected and complained. It's hard to observe the situation when they keep throwing rocks at us like this. Unconsciously, as if remembering something, a teammate suddenly grabbed the camera. Let me handle this. It turned out to be Dion. She didn't hesitate. She pressed a button behind the wall. Very quickly, the camera was cleverly opened by Dung. Holding it in her hand, she immediately thought with a serious face, I'll check the blind spots with this camera. Immediately, a series of monsters were eliminated before Dan's confidence. There were a few who wanted to ambush. They've been taken down. Just as he felt relieved and confidently asserted, the problem has been solved. I don't think there are any more ambushes. A desperate scream suddenly rang out. Wait. Ian-su appeared with a pale face and shouted, look up. It wasn't clear when a giant monster had suddenly jumped down at the ground. Facing it, Ian-su immediately raised her gun, but was stopped. Wait, don't shoot. Wang-ik was now tense, sweating profusely and unable to speak. After a while, he was horrified and decisively asserted, its shield can deflect bullets. On this side, Duan heard that and was stunned for a moment, but luckily, Kwang-ik had already arrived and fired his gun to respond. He immediately opened his eyes wide and aimed his gun straight at the monster's head. A loud noise rang out, and the monster was immediately knocked down. Splattered with the green liquid, Kwang-ik, without any fear, still stared at it. Standing to one side, Kinam was the most serious at this moment. Don't let your guard down. With a determined word, Kwang-ik agreed with full awareness. I know. Suddenly, Ian-su unexpectedly injected a strange solution into him, making Kwang-ik's eyes widen in wonder. What's that? Immediately, Ian-su thong shock Gian Mat Gan dawned up. BB-8, a drug called the Blessing of Odin. It has the ability to enhance the user's physical strength. You should try it too. The invaders are gathering more people. It seems we can't escape. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out a bunch of strange pills. Very quickly after that, Wang-ik suddenly spoke up. I'll go take down a few even without me. I'm sure you guys can take care of yourselves. Hearing this, Kinam froze for a moment and shouted, you talk like you're so strong. I'm enough to take care of this place. But Kwang-ik still couldn't believe him and coldly reminded, keep a close eye on this guy. In return, Dun, who was standing on one side, immediately interjected, you two are so close. Do you like boys? Which made Kwang uncomfortable, and he cursed, you two, try to survive. When I come back, I'll grant you a wish. Hearing this, Ian-su unconsciously gave a satisfied smile. A wish? Don't go back on your word. With that, Ian Su just watched Wang X's back as it gradually disappeared. A moment later, after running for a long distance, Ho Nam was now exhausted and panting heavily. He immediately became serious and loudly reported, "Captain of Defense Team No. 1 Dong Ho Nam has arrived at base known 2. I'm going in." As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Nam immediately touched the door. He tilted his head and opened the door to enter. But the very next second, a horrifying scene suddenly appeared before Ho Nam's eyes. It was unclear when the entire group had been severely injured. Time rewound to half an hour ago. Wang X was now facing thousands of monsters head-on. Looking at them, he was momentarily excited and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can fight without having to worry about anything. Come at me, you bastards. As soon as he finished his sentence, the monsters immediately raised their shields in defense, which made Kwang Ich a little confused, and he wondered, aren't you going to attack me? Out of options, he frowned and made a decision. All right, in that case, I'll be the one to act. Just as he finished speaking, Kwang Ich had already charged forward in a flash. Just like that, the monsters were beaten to a pulp one after another. Very quickly, a monster was sent flying by him in a tick-tock. Just a few seconds later, another unwitting monster suddenly bared its fangs and brandished its claws, charging forward. But at this moment, Wang X was very calm and held his own gun stock tightly. Without another word, he decisively gave the monster a painful blow, sending it flying. Another monster took that opportunity and also charged forward with its weapon. But Wang X, being very nimble, had already easily detected it. With just one kick, he immediately sent the monster flying and falling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Kwang X at this moment gathered his strength and unleashed a decisive blow, pushing back all the surrounding monsters. Witnessing the heavy losses before them, the monsters were immediately intimidated and faltered. Immediately, Kwang X approached with his gun and growled, "Next, hurry up," which made the monster hear and be startled, quickly taking a few steps back. Wang X was now furious and emphasized again, "I don't have that much time," making the monster's whole body jump, unable to speak. After a while, it suddenly charged forward to fight. Looking at the 3 monsters surrounding him, Wang X thought to himself with great confidence, so they're planning to attack me all at once. He suddenly closed his eyes and silently made a decision, then I'll try this move. Very quickly after that, Wang X got into a fighting stance, and the sensory conversion gradually began. Wang X was resolute in his heart, affirming with certainty, I will use my senses to gather all the information within my surroundings, and draw a line connecting all 3 opponents. If I do all this in 1 second, in just a flash, a slash was suddenly unleashed. Back to reality. Wang X easily sliced the 3 monsters in front of him in half. Without any hesitation, he quickly stood up, his eyes looking from the side next. This immediately infuriated the monsters. They immediately threw their shields in unison and rushed forward to gang up on him, which made Kwang Ich a little confused, and he wondered, "You threw your shield?" But then very quickly, he regained his composure and raised his gun, a savage smile on his face. "But now I'm not using a stick anymore. I'm using a gun." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang X and Tick-Tock had easily taken care of 2 giant monsters. At this moment, only one last skinny monster was left, trembling in fear. In return, Kwang Ich growled in a threatening voice, "Next, I don't have time, hurry up." This made the monster even more scared, its face pale, its whole body silent and rigid like a statue. Suddenly, from the distance, a loud noise rang out, immediately attracting Wang X's attention. Seeing the splatter of blood before his eyes, he immediately became annoyed and shouted, "Wait." Kwang X was now filled with murderous intent, growling as he turned back. "Hey." He immediately revealed a look of indignation, scolding the monster, "If my toy is broken, you're done for." At the same time, the scene shifted to the other side. The flycam was now hovering in the hot sky. Taking the drone down slowly, the young soldier at this moment couldn't help but wonder, "Manager, something must have happened at the base." At this point, he immediately read each line of information displayed on the flycam. The guard post was ambush. It's predicted that there are many invaders. It says so here. Hearing that, Ho Nam was immediately startled. He instantly remembered a conversation with his superior at that time. Ho Nam proactively suggested, "John Ki Nam hasn't finished adapting yet. Are you sure you want to send him on a mission?" Right away, without a moment's hesitation, his teammate just replied decisively and concisely, "Yes, that will help him adapt faster." He momentarily raised his coffee cup, but his face was resolute, affirming, "And this is not the time to rest. The staff here have been working hard. They're complaining over there." Out of options, Ho Nam could only question loudly, "How long is a shift? At which guard post? Isn't this too dangerous? He hasn't even adapted yet," which made his superior annoyed, and he said, "What's this? Why are you so worried? Are you his parent or something? In a flash, Honam's face was filled with murderous intent as he suggested, please answer me. This made the other person also feel helpless and agree. Alright, you're really troublesome. Back to the present, Honam was now intently watching the clock, silently guessing. Guard post number 2. Shift at 8:30 p.m. Immediately, he rushed off, to the astonishment of the entire group manager. Noticing Honam's unusual silence, the two teammates could only helplessly urge each other. Let's go. It seems it's true, huh? A person suddenly spoke up to explain. I heard that manager Trong Honam is very concerned about his younger brother. A moment later, the scene shifted to a room filled with corpses. Honam stood there stunned for a long time, which made his teammate a little confused, and he wondered, Manager, why are you here? Looking at the monsters lying dead on the ground, Honam was momentarily astonished and said to himself, giant trolls. It takes at least 5 fully equipped superhumans to deal with one. Don't tell me these 3 killed these giant trolls. At the same time, from the distance, Wang X suddenly appeared and spoke, Manager Trong Honam, you came here to provide support. In response to him, Honam was immediately flustered and turned his back. Actually, I was about to go back. In a flash, the scene before his eyes had captured Wang Yik's attention. Kinham, though severely injured, still asked Han Daeun, can you stand up? In response to him, Daeun couldn't help but groan in pain, I'm going to die. In contrast to them, Wang Ik, seeing this, unconsciously burst out laughing. They're all still alive. Very quickly, the two of them had already approached and asked in unison, are they okay? We're so sorry, we received an order to go to guard post number 3 first. To these words, Honam at that time just said with a serious face, the situation has been resolved, everyone is fine. Witnessing the desolate scene before them, the group was immediately terrified and kept asking each other, did an army of shapeshifters pass through here? How could they have killed all these invaders? A soldier heard that and was immediately terrified. He stammered, I don't think the manager killed them as soon as he got here. I didn't see any reinforcements either. What happened to this? T-Song confidently replied concisely, this friend of mine took care of everything himself. He immediately looked at Kwang Ich and said, the blood on him, the wounds and the weapon he's holding, you can tell just by looking, can't you? Then Tessin very quickly took the initiative to approach and start a conversation. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lee Tessin. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang X also replied with great joy, I am Zhu Wang X level 1 employee. Hearing that, he immediately interrupted. Alright, I'll hear the report later. Without further ado, Tessin immediately gave the order in a loud voice. Let's move the injured for treatment first. You look fine, don't you? You can help out too. This made Kwang X's face turn pale, and he blurted out, I'm a patient too. Lying on one side, Ayan Su at this moment suddenly showed some movement. Her whole body ached, and she groaned incessantly, which made Kwang Ich momentarily worried, and he asked, hey, are you okay? Holding Yansu in his arms, Wang Yik gently comforted her, you're seriously injured, just rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Ayansu immediately sat up abruptly, which made Wang X jump in surprise. What the hell are you doing? Without a moment's hesitation, Ayansu puckered her lips decisively. My wish, smooch smooch. Griffinvum. Dong Xian thought about this time's goal, and was silently determined this time. I have to beat Wang X no matter what. He took out his phone. Well, there are many ways. It seems like Kwang X has never dated anyone. He also leaned down curiously to look at the phone. Dong Qian thought about using a honey trap. I wonder if my daughter would agree. But maybe if I lure him with a date. He was unexpectedly splashed with cold water. Oh, this is your son. He has the look of a general. Wang X calmly turned away, not seeing him gritting his teeth and looking at him. This bastard. He held his head and slammed the table, started an emergency meeting about the invasion. And that's how the meeting began. The room began to buzz with lively discussion about the recent battle. Senior manager Kim Daeun, John Keenam, and another team member killed a giant troll. 3 against 1. Impressive. The reinforcements this time seemed different. Dong Chaion delivered the good news. And finally, team member Hong Ich killed all the remaining invaders. A few people seemed disappointed even though they already knew he was the one who wiped out the whole group. Just him. I knew it, damn it, not again. It's starting to look more like a place of worship than a meeting room. Everyone had the same question. How on earth did you train? Kwang X was already a genius. What do you want me to say? You should probably say something. His two hands punched out, making everyone in the meeting room momentarily stunned. Wang X casually made up a reasonable-sounding excuse. Left-hand training. An ambidextrous person can master any situation. They were a little surprised, but from his expression, it seemed they believed it was true. left hand. The next day, so Wang X's casual words became a way of life. Expedition team began to practice with their left hands. I can't tell the truth either. It's too embarrassing. I only say these things in my head. On second thought, he himself felt that it wasn't wrong. Mastering the basics is also very important. He looked at the menu board, BBQ bento menu, but not everything can be done with the left hand. Someone walked up and called out. He turned around. Hey, Hongich. Kinham started to speak a little shyly. Are you free? 10 minutes ago. Before that, Kinham had revealed that he wanted to participate in this mission. Please let me join this expedition mission. I will prove my worth. But with his current condition, gain Ho Nam's approval was a difficult task. Right now, you've lost one arm. How do you plan to do it? Don't talk nonsense like that anymore. Get out of here. But Ki Nam was still determined to join. I want to join the mission, please agree. Ho Nam didn't care. Don't be so foolish. He still tried to convince him by all means. There's no one else more suitable for this mission than me. He turned his face inward. No, I'll take care of this myself. Ki Nam stubbornly explained. You can't be both the commander and the attacker at the same time. Ho Nam also maintained his decision. I don't want to repeat myself, get out. Kinham seemed to have reached his limit, spitting out words that angered Ho Nam. If I keep this up, I'll never get my family to recognize my skills. I want all of them to shut up and not be able to spread rumors about us anymore. As expected, it was true. He turned and reminded with a warning tone, watch your mouth. There are many eyes and ears here. He retracted his previous expression. I'm sorry. Ho Nam had another solution. If you insist on this, then convince this person. His direction was to tell Ki Nam to go talk to Wang X. Prove that you are useful to the team and have him come see me. Then I will consider it. Hearing the two words Hong X, his two eyes widened. Ki Nam said loudly as if he really didn't want to follow this path. Don't drag him into this. Instead, I will convince Deputy CEO Kim Dongqian. But Ho Nam on the contrary, no. You need to convince Homich. Ho Nam forced him to follow his path. If you can't do it, then give up. That's what I'm saying. Wang X's extremely condescending tone. What a favor. When Nam was angered by him to the point of trembling from holding back his emotions, he still maintained that tone. Me. Why me? Temporarily. He explained, I carry the purebred bloodline. There's no one more suitable for this mission than me. He finally took it seriously. Oh, I see. But we have Director Trong Hon. You know how to deal with giant trolls. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, of course. Ki Nam remembered the battle that took his arm. If you cut them into more than 30 pieces, it will prevent their regeneration process. That's what we were trained to do. Wang X covered his mouth and chuckled. You knew that and still lost an arm. That's why I told you to try harder. When Nam looked down, he seemed very regretful. I know. He really doesn't know. But I have to try. To what extent? This look made Kwang X very surprised. What's wrong with him? He doesn't look like a normal person. I can't say it out loud because I'm half shapeshifter. Wang X also didn't understand these things clearly, but he could give some basic advice. Be patient. Invest time and try your best. Ki Nam hung his head as much as possible. I understand. Today. He was so strange that Kwang X had to ask himself, what's wrong with him? I can't understand. Ki Nam shyly raised his head. So, will you agree to help me? Kwang's jaws clenched tightly. He turned away and shouted back, lift your head up. Don't look at the ground when you're talking to me, and don't ask me for help. But it's not like there are no other options instead. He turned back with a sinister expression. Let's negotiate. The two sat down to talk. Hun Am was surprised. What? Wang X decided to agree. I want to bring Ki Nam on the mission. He thought differently from Ho Nam. He might be useful. He couldn't believe his ears. What the hell are you talking about? Hun Nam tried to explain Ki Nam's condition to him. Do you really think he can carry out a mission with just one arm? Are you kidding me? Wang Ich also had his own reasons. He retorted, we don't need both hands. What we need in an expedition is a commander, an attacker, an infiltrator, and a sniper. He turned and squeezed Ki Nam's face, making him glance over uncomfortably. Even if Ki Nam doesn't have one arm, he has eyes, a hand, and a brain. Who could perform the role of an infiltrator better than him? Despite Ho Nam's firm opposition with an angry face, Kwang Ich did not change his decision. So I will take him with me, okay? He turned away helplessly. It's up to you. They sat down together. Before starting the expedition mission, we have to hold a meeting. The expedition team's meeting room. Something caught his attention. Kim Il-mi leisurely took out a bottle of wine and took a few sips. Kwang asked, is it okay to drink while working? This person is the expedition team number for commander. Kim Il-mi, nicknamed Alcohol God. Zhuan Sang was calm because he was already used to such things. she's like that. It's okay. It's not okay. Expedition team no. For senior manager Li Juan sang. Kim Yumi handed the empty bottle to Kwang X with a teasing expression. Want a drink? No? She chuckled. You're really funny. Have a girlfriend yet? He also answered honestly, not yet. Suddenly, the conversation delved deeper into the topic of love. How do you feel about women younger than you? Kwang X couldn't understand why he was so attractive. What's going on? How can I steal the hearts of every woman I meet? Juan Sang wordly reminded Kwang X, be careful, she's a virgin killer. But he was the one who took the hit. Kim Yumi warned Shun Sang, shut up, then turned back with her sparkling eyes and said softly to Wang X, I'm not that kind of person. But he was having a headache. Why are there no normal people? A voice echoed into the room. That's enough joking around. Ho Nam walked in to remind them of this mission. This is a serious case. Can my -wu-me was serious. Understood. Let's start the meeting. A blue circle of light shone down on the room. The mission is called Exploring the Ant Nest. We will thoroughly investigate this area. There is a special invading species, so we must try to avoid collision. While everyone was listening seriously to the meeting, Kinam was having trouble with his half arm. Any objections? Kim Yumi put her arm around Kwang Ich and raised her hand. No, Honam looked over. Then please gather at the entrance of the shelter in 10 minutes. Then he turned to look at Kinam with a scary look and said, and Don Kinam, come see me. Even though he was sweating from fear, he still had to obey. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the green beasts were sneaking past. On the cut surface, their footprints were left behind. Not just a few, but a whole herd came. The fully equipped group walked on the desert sand. The enemy is at a 45-degree angle to the right from all directions. Turn left. Kinem turned back to say something, but Kwang X was only paying attention to. He adapts quickly. Zhuan Sang took off his outer shirt. There's nothing to worry about. As long as we don't touch the Red Thunder, it's all thanks to the employee in Kinim. Wang X was curious about one thing, but why haven't we encountered any invaders? Kim Il-mi explained, even the invading army has to avoid sandstorms and red lightning. Besides the sandstorms in the desert, they also risk encountering red lightning. Red lightning. It's a weather phenomenon in another world. Most living creatures will be zapped to ashes by this high-temperature electric current. The places struck by red lightning will all turn into flint, and the lightning itself is what helps create new materials. Red lightning appeared in the distant sky. Even the invaders had to be wary of this natural disaster, which means they usually hide in safe places. Kim Ayumi looked at him. That's why we're moving to the ant nest. Something flew out of the cave in the desert in large numbers. This grotesque creature is called a hell fairy. Everyone on the side was observing. Shun Sang was intently watching the situation. We don't know what kind of creature will appear in there. Let's observe first. Let's set up camp here. We will proceed with the mission as soon as we have identified what kind of monster is inside. Someone was eating noodles deliciously. Everyone was happily camping in the middle of the sand. Wang X, with a mouth full of noodles, could still talk. That's right, Kinam. He was only worried that Kinam wouldn't be able to handle it. Just signal if you find it too difficult. I'll take you back. His expression still showed no cause for concern. It's okay. Wang X asked again, and if the giant trolls appear, can you still handle one? I'll take care of the rest. The species is like a rescue dog and his wound, which made him satisfied. That's right. That's the reaction I wanted to see. Someone's voice came, startling him. All right, I'll take care of one. He wondered to himself. Did he eat something? A familiar figure approached him, employee Duan Hongich. Honam looked annoyed. Why don't you shut your mouth? Looking at this reaction, Wang X could easily tell. It seems he really wants to physically assault me. He was stern. Last warning. That's enough small talk. Go inside and sleep. He replied calmly, yes. Sir. At night, the green beast came in a swarm, leaving their 5-fingered footprints in the sand. They seemed to be smart, signaling to each other not to make any noise. A light flashed. A few of the green beasts in front had already met their end. The bullet grazed past the beast face. Each of them attacked them. They must have been planning to ambush us with reflective stones. This trap caused them to lose quite a few of their kind. The rest who hadn't fallen were still fighting the big fire. We've learned our lesson from last time. Reflective stones can be countered with an oblique attack. Even the biggest one couldn't escape. Sorry, but you guys don't stand a chance. The people who ambushed us from a distance, how could they have won? Fully equipped with a guaranteed terrain advantage, Hunam contacted everyone with modern equipment, a communication system that helps to predetermine the enemy's position. Most importantly, we were prepared. Sun Sang asked Honam while he was still focused. They're almost dead. Can we go back now? He thought to himself. Well, our original goal was just to scout the area. Maybe we can go back. Then he suddenly called out a name. Donkey Nam. Ho Nam stared straight ahead. Get ready. We're going to find the special individuals. But it might be different. Well, or not. He closed his eyes and shut off all his senses, focusing only on his hearing. Everything around Ho Nam was silent. As expected, when he focused only on his hearing, he was able to sense the position of the green beast. He opened his eyes wide, found it, have identified the special individual OGRE. Then he ordered Zhuang Kang to prepare the sniper rifle, and he got into a ready-to-fight stance. Understood, Your Highness. The huge beast approached. Ho Nam hurriedly, wait, it's coming. The fat monster let out a terrifying scream. Everyone was affected by this scream. It's not just loud, it's fear. It's a scream that awakens subconscious fear, causing the whole body to freeze. Wang X stood in front while two monsters were running towards him. Even so, he was about to throw a punch. He charged forward with his sword. It's never been anything to me. It's not even a fraction of my master's killing intent. A slash grazed past the monsters. He took out the gun he was carrying, pulled the trigger, and shot them. The monster opened its mouth wide and ran behind him. Its whole body exploded. Its round belly was just a bloody mess. Kwang X turned back in amazement. An optical weapon. Wait, the one who fired that shot was Ho Nam. It was Ho Nam's equipment. He gave the order. Start the hunt for the special individual now. Still maintaining his posture, he continued to shoot. The two snipers also provided support. Everyone shoot. Each bullet hit the monsters with pinpoint accuracy. They all formed a formation according to Ho Nam's instructions, cornering them into the formation. When Nam called, Commander, Ho Nam looked over. Just lie down. His face was worried. I didn't mean it that way. The green beasts continued to pour out of the cave. More of them are coming. Kimayumi stopped. Oh my god, they're like ants. Zhuan Sang said loudly, we're almost out of time. We have to retreat. The monsters kept pouring out like a swarm of ants fleeing. This situation was very disadvantageous for them. The battlefield is not looking good. We've reached our limit. Are they trying to push us back to the base? Sun Sang turned to ask Ho Nam, do you think we can stop them if we gather our forces at the base? Ho Nam didn't think so. No. Many people will die before we even reach the white hole. Ho Nam's eyes widened. There are so many of them, and if we retreat, many people will die. And that thing over there too. The huge monster was approaching from behind. It can summon other invaders. That's the most serious problem, because it can control other invaders. It must have awakened such an ability. Kim Yumai shouted, I'm out of ammo. The situation became even worse. Everyone's face was pale as a ghost. The green beast parted to let their leader pass. This ugly and fat monster is their leader. The alpha beast laughed menacingly. Ho Nam frowned tightly and thought to himself, that bastard knows we can't deal with them from a distance. Is he provoking us to shoot them? His hand was still gripping the gun tightly, constantly telling himself, I have to calm down. Right now, we are in a dilemma, and they are still out of range of this gun. Hun Nam knew the situation well. There are too many of them for us to fight in close combat. The monsters kept coming. He considered every possibility that could save them at this moment, requesting reinforcements. The sandstorm and red lightning will prevent them from arriving in time. If we retreat now, the base will be completely destroyed. Sweat was already trickling down Ho Nam's cheeks. He was deep in thought. I have to kill them all right here. I have to find a way to defeat all of them. The monster closed its mouth. Then he laughed loudly. Suddenly, a bullet flew and hit it right between the foreheads. Everyone looked at Wang X. In his hand, he held a gun and asked innocently, can we retreat now? So they all returned safely, 5 of them, and as they walked, they discussed. The rest are all small fry once their leader is down. Invaders have emotions too. They must have been shocked when their leader died so quickly. Kim Yumi looked at Wang X without hesitation. I think I'm in love with you. Come to my room tonight. In his heart, he thought, she hasn't changed. Wang X immediately refused. I have plans. Ho Nam looked over and said to him, a newbie with a quick mind. Wang X was narcissistic. Don't love me anymore. He wondered, what kind of weapon are you using? He looked down at the red gem on his arm. This. Wang X explained the origin of this stone. The researchers of the expedition team gave it to me. It seems to be a weapon worn on the hand made of parasitic stone. He held out his hand. A drop of color will help change its shape. The way it's reloaded is also very different. It drops to reload, and when I press my thumb, the bullet flew out. It will fire a bullet faster than the speed of sound. Hearing this, Ho Nam praised. You have an impressive weapon. What about that pistol? Kwang Ich pointed to the gold gun tucked in his belt. Hunnam took it out. It's a combination of a pure weapon and magic, called a six-shooter. It can fire 3 types of bullets: fire, bomb, and light orb. Looking closer at this gun, he realized. So it's also a top-grade weapon. If the invaders come here, they'll die anyway. That special invader species must have been shot in the head by the six-shooter. Wang X guessed it was a custom-made item. He also revealed, if you don't have magical talent, you won't be able to use it. Hearing that, he was a little confused. He thought to himself, magic. Honam looked at the gun in his hand. Neither of them noticed that Nam behind them was very angry. He thought to himself, I've heard that hidden mages around the world are gradually revealing themselves, but I've never actually seen one. Honam at this moment spoke up. I only learned the basics enough to take advantage of the ability of this six-shooter. I'm not good enough to be called a mage yet. Kwang X clapped his chest. Let's be friends, when Nam gritted his teeth and reminded him, hey, don't cross the line. He continued to walk and didn't forget to answer Kwang X, yeah, okay, outside of work is fine. He tried to stop him. Director, he heard Ki Nam kept interrupting and got annoyed and reminded him. Don't interrupt our conversation. That's our business. Honam went ahead because he had something to take care of. I need to report to the expedition team leader. You guys go inside first. You all did a great job. She replied happily. All right, Zhuan Sang praised. You did a great job too. Kwang X immediately put his arm around him and said, let's go eat. When Nam closed his eyes, he reluctantly said, get your hands off me. He liked this aspect of him. He hasn't changed at all. That's why I like him. Kim Yumi frowned at Wang X. You don't like men, do you? He heard that and immediately explained. I like women. My dream is to be president. She heard Wang X say that and didn't understand. What does that have to do with liking women? With a serious face, he said, when I become president, I will legalize polygamy, and then I will have 15 wives. Zhuan Sang found this number unbelievable. 15. Kim Yumi was also speechless. Sometimes you look like a psycho, and Kwang X was already used to these kinds of comments. Well, I hear that so often that I don't feel hurt anymore. Hun Nam went to the captain's room and said sternly, mission report. If it weren't for employee Kwang X, 80% of us would have died out there. The blue-haired officer standing next to him guessed the situation at that time. You mean the reconnaissance team would have failed then? He replied, no. Honam's face was serious, and the entire base. Remembering the critical situation at that time, luckily Kwang X acted in time. It was just a few short seconds, but if he had been a few seconds slower, the entire invading army would have surrounded and protected that ogre, and we wouldn't have been able to kill it with just one shot. Every move of X made him very surprised. He even predicted that a sandstorm would appear and become a shield to protect us. I didn't say anything during the retreat, but it was as if Wang X already knew everything. It's hard to believe that he doesn't have any combat experience in another world. Not to mention that he's only been working with us for a year. Thinking back, Honam still felt it was a bit hard to believe. His quick judgment and decisive actions. He acted as if he already knew what my next order would be. He remembered Wang X's friendly face, immortal bloodline, the ability to judge one step ahead, and the incredible ability to befriend others. That is all. The blue-haired officer gave a forced smile. If that had happened, it would have been very bad. But luckily he handled it well. I'm really proud of you. He imagined his younger sister, Kim Il-mi, dating Wang X if he dates my younger sister. Thinking of this, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, he's 21, right? Or 22? His priority now must be women? Who knows, will he succeed in pairing them up? Dong Cheon's face darkened as he pondered. This bastard, he's gone too far. Before transferring him to Team 4, he had a plan. He's too difficult to be my subordinate. So I planned to tame him by sending him to Expedition Team 4. All plans seemed to have fallen through, and yet the plan failed. I was going to protect him from Trong Honam's anger to try and build trust first. His whole body trembled with suppressed anger. But not only did he do a good job of protecting his teammates, he also punched a hole in the head of a special invader during a reconnaissance mission. If this arrow isn't fired successfully, it could very well come back and hit him. I can't even cancel this mission. The report will soon reach headquarters. If the commander hears about this, my plan is ruined. After the mission, security was tightened for a few days. Many girls came to give flowers and gifts to Kwang X. I had the opportunity to get to know many more people during that time, and even received confessions from women from the research team. The engineer who gave me the parasitic stone arm also came to visit me. The engineer was eagerly curious about his equipment. I heard you tried that thing. What did you think? Kwang X heard him ask and immediately praised it. Excellent. This sentence made the engineer's whole body tingle. Really? This is the perfect stepping stone for Kwang X. I met a completely normal engineer, And this is also a good opportunity to get to know other people. He remembered his wish with Ionsu. I still haven't been able to fulfill this woman's wish. The two hugged each other tightly. Wang X asked about her health. Are you feeling better? Ionsu replied, I had a dream about you. In his heart, he wondered. But this is okay for now. It seems the situation has improved. Hun Nam no longer glares at me. Hun Nam was more open than before, and even instructed Kwang Ich, treat Ki Nam well. Now looking at him, he finally understood. I understand why people say he's very protective of his younger brother. Everyone happily said goodbye to Wang X. I have become the main character of the guard post invasion, the hero who killed the special invader. He also waved back, and the members of the special immortal force who protected the base safely. Wang X opened his phone. So many notifications. Messages from a person with an English name kept coming in. After reading the messages, he couldn't believe his eyes. Does he have multiple personalities? What is he texting? Well, I guess I'll just reply that I'm busy with the mission. Kwang X was surprised. Another message. He immediately recognized it was his mother. Why didn't you answer my call? Why didn't you pick up? Remember to call back quickly. I'm disowning you. When Homage called, the person on the other end of the line answered, Who is this? He replied nervously, Mom, it's your terrible son calling. His mother heard his voice and replied, So, you're still alive. Wang X explained, I'm sorry, I had to go abroad for work, so I didn't have a signal. On this side, his mother was diligently working out. She was a little angry. I see. So both father and son are working abroad now, huh? I see. He said sincerely, I have committed a great sin. I am truly sorry, Mom. She was worried about Kwang X, so are you injured? Why did you go abroad? He gave a forced smile, unable to tell her the truth. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. It's just that my work is a mess. Things will be easier later on. Kwang. He told himself, now in the future, it won't be strange for me to go on business trips anymore. I still haven't seen Marie since I left her with my mother. He wanted to know about Marie, so he asked, Mom, what about Marie? She didn't answer right away. Do you miss her? Kwang X had to keep his promise. I told Marie's father that I would let him see her. His mother replied, All right, bring him over. He's her biological father. He guessed, probably not. She didn't say anything more. She just told Kwang X, all right, when you arrive, just text me. He looked at his phone. Am I imagining things or was Mom just angry? Well, I already promised him that I would let him see Marie. So I'll ask about it once my vacation is over. Kwang X was overjoyed to have eaten his fill. After that, I got a today break. Training is good, but eating without having to work is even better. He did things that seemed normal but were a luxury for Kwang X. I also played games continuously for 8 hours straight. Then it was time for weightlifting and bodybuilding. I went to the gym for a bit when my body got stiff. He enjoyed this free time and even watched the news. Ki Nam has gone to the hospital, so I was completely alone for those 2 days. I got a good rest before going back to work. The next day, Kwang X looked fresher than ever. Hello, good morning, everyone. But Kim Han was like a corpse just risen from the coffin, which scared people. You're finally here. He replied, Yeah, that's right, I'm done resting. Dong Hun came and patted his shoulder. Oh, it's you? It's so good to see you. Kwang looked blankly at Dong Hun, who was more haggard than before. Why are everyone's dark circles so much darker than usual? Dong Bong also had dark circles under his eyes. Too late. You should have come back to work sooner. He didn't pay attention to him. His head was still spinning. Even that bastard, the team manager, has dark circles. In the end, only Wang X was noisy. It seems like a lot has happened while I was healing. While I was away, there was a black hole incident. A black hole with tens of thousands of monsters coming out of it. A black hole incident. He continued to say that. When the number of black holes increased and appeared overlapping, the number of invaders also increased, so more people were needed to close the holes. As night fell, everyone was exhausted with dark circles under their eyes. Long Yan Sane Warim. The Special Task Force, the Special Immortal Force, even the freelancers. Excursi's private military company also had to join forces. They had to work non-stop day and night. That's why the department head and assistant Panda's eyes are so dark. An image of Ma Jun holding a sign with his name, his face scrunched up in annoyance. But there's still another culprit behind Dying A's dark circles. On the sign, the words 01837 to for Ma Jun, the leader of the immortal faith, has escaped from prison. At a place where a truck's back door was open. The prison transport convoy had been ambushed and a black hole had appeared right in front of the truck carrying him. At that very moment, Ma Jun had escaped from prison. A pair of handcuffs had been broken, and around it were fresh bloodstains. Although he had been fitted with a tracking device and injected with a power-suppressing drug, he still managed to escape. He had dealt with all the tracking devices, so he must have been helped by someone. Donna took off her gloves. She was preparing to follow the remaining clues. Prometheus is the most likely suspect. Dang stayed up all night to track them down. Back at the office, Kwang X smiled and greeted, "Everyone has worked hard." Dong Hun tiredly rubbed his head. "I was just about to ask if you enjoyed this leisure time." Saying that, he sat down and typed furiously on the keyboard. "Expedition Team 4 said that your achievements will be included in our team's report. So I took a look. And it." On the screen, a series of information appeared. Security Team 3 performance report to 170 billion to 100,500,329. 500,000. 189.6 million. 1.09 billion. He turned to him. That's a whole year's work for someone else. Kwang X was also surprised by his own achievement. Really? I was just doing what I had to do. But this department head, hearing him call, Dung Bong looked at him. What? He began to present. Have you heard? The department head wondered. Huh? He began to repeat. It's like a year's worth of work. Hearing that, he began to get annoyed, his veins popping on his forehead. So what? Hongich still continued to do a year's worth of work. Rung Bong cursed angrily, damn it. On this side, Dong Hyun also annoyedly suggested, stop it. He still happily pointed at himself and boasted about his achievements. But only one employee was able to complete the whole year's quota. Seeing him keep talking, the department head had to speak up. Alright, you did a great job. To great, now you want me to bow down to you or something? Kwang X looked at him and answered arrogantly, if you want to, I won't stop you. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. He turned around and saw that it was Dong A. What's wrong? She handed him a piece of paper. There's a note for you. He looked at the paper in her hand. A note from who? She just answered quickly. But Jun, on that piece of paper is a picture. Taken of words written in blood. Dear Kwang X, I remember your face. After reading those words, he just thought to himself, he's seriously obsessed. He handed the piece of paper back to her. His face was bewildered. He must have a criminal record, right? I think this guy must have been arrested for illegal stalking or something. While he was asking Dong A, on the side, a group of people were also excitedly discussing. A man with an earring had a scowl on his face. Yeah, that's right. The girl with short hair also added with an angry tone. He even escaped from prison. The brown-haired young man was also indignant. That's right. What a piece of trash. The other girl also cursed. That bastard Ma Jun. They just cursed that guy a lot. That damn dog. Seeing this, Kwang X curiously asked in a low voice, Wrong A. Why are they reacting so negatively? She explained to him. Those people were the backup forces for the guard duty mission the other day. Their performance report for this year is therefore also ruined. He also showed his sympathy for the three of them. If it were me, I would be furious too. Now, Dong Hun raised his dark-circled eyes and asked him, Are you injured anywhere? I heard the other world is very chaotic. He also smiled happily at him. It's okay, who am I? He looked at him. At this rate, you'll be promoted to assistant department head soon. Then he asked strange questions again. If it's true, can I speak to you without honorifics? Dong Hun refused. Please go. Although he was teasing, today he said something that made everyone in the office happy. Anyway, let's go eat BBQ for lunch, my treat. I just got a 50 million won bonus. Hearing that, Dong Hun looked at him in surprise. 50 million. A Bong laughed evenly as if teasing him. Hey, I only eat Korean beef. Then he thought happily. Sometimes he's so cute, Wangich, casually. Of course, top grade always. Can we go now? On the road, cars were racing each other. Inside a car, Mr. Ong Jun looked at Kwangich. Is Murray still safe? He was focused on driving. I guess so. You know the rules, right? He looked at him and thought, I don't think he'll cause any trouble. He's wearing 35 tracking devices and even a self-destruct device. If he happens to say a few forbidden words. His white car was parked neatly in the parking lot. He got out of the car. Wait a minute, I'll go in first. The doctor also accepted. Alright. Wang X walked into the cafe, carrying a designer bag. He placed the designer items on Sanhai's table. Mom's son is here. One bag after another was placed on the table. A pair of shoes was opened and placed down. Now she began to ask, Long time no see. Why are your cheeks so hollow? She worriedly instructed her son, You should eat more. Your salary seems to be quite good lately. He sat down and looked at his mother politely. Yes, I'm doing well, so I got a bonus. Saying that, Kwang X turned and waved. Hello, Marie. She also bowed her head obediently. Hello, sir. Are you well? Marie looked up and smiled. He looked closely at the girl and thought to himself, she seems to have changed a lot. She'll probably be the next valedictorian. Now he remembered that Mr. Ong Jun was standing outside. He was just standing there looking through the glass door like a lizard. He turned his face towards him and thought, I guess I don't need to worry about the doctor's safety anymore. The doctor seemed to have seen his daughter and rushed through the door, running towards her, Marie. As soon as someone called her name, Marie also looked in that direction as a natural reflex. Mr. Ong Jun, crying with 2 streams of tears, wanted to rush over and hug his daughter, and Marie also walked towards him. But she pushed his hand away, which made him a little surprised. Mr. Ong was surprised. Marie, her eyes were serious as she asked him, who are you? Remembering when Kwang X called his mother, what about Marie? I told her father that I would arrange for them to meet. His mother was sitting in the gym. She said over the phone, all right, just bring him here. It should be fine. Is he her biological father? He hesitated. I don't think so. She replied, I know. Let me know when you get here. Seon-hai looked at her phone and thought, when the kid first brought that child here, I just wanted to help her live a normal life. When it's time to go, I'll let her go. Marie tied her hair up and trained hard. Looking at her at times like these, she thought, but she exceeded my expectations. Seon-hai was drinking her can of water when she saw her lifting weights, looking like it was difficult. Is it too heavy? She continued to lift but didn't forget to answer, no. As she stuck the straw into the can of water, she asked, I heard you used to have a father. Do you remember anything about him? Marie replied, no. I don't remember anyone who looked like a father. She continued with that topic. You want to meet your biological parents? The poor girl replied, not really. Before the memories of the lab, I don't know anything else. So, I don't remember them much. Saying that, she brightened up, put her hand on her chest. I like being with you more. I don't want to go back to that place. Seon-hai handed her the can of water. Dad wants to see you. Marie took the can of water. My biological dad. She was also straightforward, not for now. She brought the can of water to her mouth and asked innocently, so why do you call him dad? Back to the present, the 4 of them sat opposite each other. Marie looked straight at Byung-zoon. She began to speak. I have something to ask. I was told that you are not my biological father, which means you and I are not related by blood. She was serious, and you can't say that you raised me either, because I used to live in prison. The words Marie was about to say really shocked him. Why should I call you father when you didn't give birth to me or raise me? She placed her hand on the table, stood up. People call you doctor. So, you must have picked me up from the lab, but just because of that, I won't call you father. All right. Marie bowed to the man. Thank you for everything you've done for me until now, Mr. Park. Mr. Ong Jun looked at the girl like that and was shocked, speechless. He seemed to have been stunned by what had just happened. After stepping outside, he cried to Kwang X, please take good care of Marie for me. He could only pat his shoulder and comfort him. The girl is growing up well. Why are you crying? From behind, the secretary also approached. If the girl needs anything, please help her. He smiled. Of course, seeing him, Kwang X also thought to himself, I know the secretary has been following me since earlier. The doctor might cause trouble in many different ways. He must not be at ease leaving me in charge alone. He glanced at Kwang X. I will ask you one last question. What does your mother do? How can she change that child like that? Although Kwang X already had a thought in his mind. I can't say that my mother is a shapeshifter. He still just looked at him as a fitness fairy. He was serious. My mother transforms whenever she is in danger. The secretary was also confused when he heard the answer to the question. A fairy? He was confused. She looks at least 40. Kwang X was also vague. Age is just a number. It's the spirit of a young girl. At his own home, Kwang X was eating chicken and drinking beer with his father. It's nice to be able to sit and drink with my dad like this. Eunho asked, how's your work? He politely smiled at his father. It's fun. I had a lot of difficulties at first, but now I'm enjoying it. Kwang X began to get serious. Dad, you know what department I'm in, right? He closed his eyes and raised his beer can. The Special Immortal Force. But I don't know the specific job. Each organization has a different operating system. He looked at him. That means you've never joined the Special Immortal Force. He replied, yeah. Yano began to recall some things. Son, I remember every dream job you had. In elementary school, you wanted to be a firefighter, then a police officer, then a bodyguard, then a marine. He began to analyze for his son. It sounds like you have a different dream every year. But there's still one common point. Your goal is to fight against the invading species. Then he confessed to him, if there's something you want and must do, I hope you at least start in a safe place. Kwang X listened and thought, it feels like there's a thorn in my heart. It's obvious that my dad would be worried. Every word he says shows it. Ian-ho continued to talk with him. So, I'm curious what you've learned. He smiled, his cheeks flushed from the beer. Try to attack me. Let's see how much you've improved. Wang Yik narrowed his eyes. He gritted his teeth and hesitated, observing the surrounding situation, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, he slammed the beer can down on the table, making a loud noise. Wang Yik quickly flew up and used his fastest speed to attack Ian-ho. He witnessed his fluid movements and was stunned for a moment. Then he was surprised and assessed the situation. The kid hid all his aura, used fake tracks and split them to deceive me. Wang X at this moment was also extremely tense, creating an illusion and moving his muscles. I'll use this method to distract my father. In the meantime, I have to be highly focused. Ian-ho was still leisurely drinking beer just now. As long as I react, I can predict his direction of movement. Before Kwang X could continue thinking, Ian-ho gently touched his forehead, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Oh. Seeing his reaction like that, Mr. Ian-ho smiled gently and teased, "Are you surprised?" Kwang was stunned. He unconsciously stepped back and wondered, "How see?" So Mr. Ian-ho smiled. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts is 3. You're too focused. If you only focus on one thing, you won't know what's happening right in front of you. Right after his father's words, Wang X seemed to have been enlightened. A halo emanated from him, as if he was about to ascend. I went to the temple, but didn't know who to pray to. I realized that to feel someone's presence, I have to be able to read their thoughts. If you focus on observing a flying butterfly, you can even count the number of times it flaps its wings. But what I was focusing on was the bee flying on the white butterfly. Instinctively, I was wary of the dangers from it. I focused all my attention on the bee instead of the butterfly right in front of me. In other words, I also simultaneously removed the butterfly's movement from my mind. That's called reversing the trace. Ian Holman pointed at him, then continued to explain. Conceal your own presence, deceive the enemy, release the illusion, and then retract it. Well done, you've improved a lot. Yano patted Wang X's head and praised him. You'll go even further. He lowered his face with determination, seeing that. Yanho burst out laughing. Of course, you're my son. I'm going to take a shower. Yanho immediately stood up and left. Wang X observed his retreating back and silently assessed. Dad is more gentle than usual today. Usually he just lets me figure things out on my own. Elsewhere, countless bags of things were placed on the ground. Suddenly a voice rang out beside them. Yui. Do you think my son's job is very suspicious? Maybe he works for some politicians or something like that. A middle-aged woman sitting in front of Doogie asked worriedly. Seeing this, Doogie crossed her arms and asked back, "Are you showing off to me?" The woman was still worried. It's very suspicious. He brought back a test subject who was a shapeshifter. She glanced over at the blonde girl who was diligently training. Could it be that he's involved in some illegal organization and is trying to hide it with a government official's position? To the woman's ridiculous question, Zuhui shook her head and sighed. I don't think so. A talented child like him choosing that path. There's no way I wouldn't have heard of him. Besides, you said that job was suggested by your husband. The woman was still gloomy and held her head. Yeah, I believe he's a civil servant. So I'm worried he's making dirty money. Du-hai found it hard to understand. What's wrong with dirty money? It's better than being exposed. The woman became more and more worried. She took out her phone and hesitated to ask. So, should I ask you, Wang? Dewey's eyes widened in surprise. You're crazy? Your brother? If you ask those things, he'll just take you back home. The woman immediately put her phone down on the table. She sulked and covered her face in thought. Her face darkened. I don't need to worry. Wang X is very good. I raised him myself. At this moment, the young girl beside her suddenly spoke up, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. I'm done warming up. Du-hai immediately smiled. Then let's start. The woman also spoke up. I'll do it. From a corner, observing the woman and the young girl, Doogie crossed her arms. A son born from her own flesh and blood, so it's natural for her to be worried. But if that kid used his shape-shifting ability to do shady things, I would have known long ago. Just to be sure, Doogie took out his phone and silently checked to reassure her a little. Looking at the data on the screen, Dewey wanted to curse these damn black holes. In the dead of night, when all space was silent, only a few faint lights from the street lamps remained. Hey, long time no see. A voice broke the silence round, startling Hai-min, who looked in the direction of the sound. You're still as stubborn as ever, huh? Wang X said sarcastically, teasing Hai-min. Hearing such nonsense, Hai-min raised her chin and didn't even look at Wang X. She just wanted to punch him, without missing a beat. What nonsense are you talking about? You have to kiss me first. Then you can say whatever you want. Wang X's legs stiffened. Are we close enough to joke like that? He said with difficulty. I don't remember us having that kind of relationship. Him and seemed very interested. She suggested, let's try it now. I'm ready. Kwang X sighed, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts is 3. You haven't changed at all. But how did you know I was back? Did you install a camera? Hyman feigned shyness. I met my in-laws earlier, as if she had just heard some big gossip. Kwang X didn't know who I was. Kwang X turned to look at her. Your nosiness is flaring up again. In-laws, are you married? Wow. People get married so easily these days. Hyman angrily turned to glare at Kwang X with a look like a bullet. Damn you. You idiot, it's your parents. After a few seconds of being stunned, Wang looked at Hyman with a sympathetic gaze. I thought you were just bad at studying. I didn't expect you to be so clueless about common sense. The term in-laws is only used for your husband's family. Hyman turned her face away and gritted her teeth in anger. You're so annoying. After that, Hyman suddenly and quickly turned to ask him, but do you have a girlfriend yet? Are you dating anyone? Is anyone at work flirting with you? Wang Yix immediately threw her a scornful look. I change girlfriends every day, and there are 2 people from 2 different departments flirting with me. Wang X Shitsu. Actually, Manager Choi Min asked me out to dinner. But I don't like flirtatious people. Even someone as indifferent as Jong Ki Nam knows how to be flirtatious. When Min looked at Wang Ich, what? Are you kidding? He sighed. I don't have a girlfriend. My standards are too high. Hearing the answer she wanted, Ki Min pouted and feigned sulking. I know. That's good then. Don't talk to anyone else. Wang X immediately turned to tease her with a very punchable face. What's it to you? And what about your graduation exam results? I was your tutor, so I'm very curious. Hitting a sore spot, Hyman immediately drooped. Don't ask anymore. Mom almost killed me. That's why I had to run away from home for a week. Hearing that, Kwang X couldn't help, but burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he couldn't stop. Well, health is the most important thing, right? What are grades? Don't tell anyone I used to tutor you. Hyman immediately got angry and ran away. You bastard. You're so annoying. After she left, Kwang X stood silently looking up at the night sky. It's so peaceful. Life is still beautiful. The next morning, Wang X appeared at the office on time. Good morning, he wondered. I'm earlier than usual, but I don't see anyone in the room. Good morning. Wang X greeted a colleague he passed by. The colleague seemed a little surprised. You're here early, he thought to himself. He came after me. Are you happy about something? Wang X immediately asked Donggon as he passed by. He didn't seem to pay much attention and continued to play on his phone. Last night I got lucky with the gacha. The manager also came. Why are you guys here so early? Be on time for work. No one's paying you for overtime. Dongbong, 3 parts arrogant, 7 parts cold, slung his briefcase over his back and raised his chin. The department head is the last to arrive. Dongbong frowned and looked at Kwang, gritting his teeth. Then he approached Wang X, who immediately became wary and looked up. Kwang X suddenly rushed towards Dongbong and threw a punch. He frowned. It's a new day. You dog. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yik rushed over and sat down on the chair next to him. No punch as he had imagined. Rungbong instinctively dodged and lost his balance, falling backward. Seeing this, Dong Hun and Dong A were both astonished. Their mouths agape. This bastard, Dongbong was furious, and Kwang Ich was stunned. In his heart he praised himself for the experiment he had just conducted. Reversing the trace is effective. Dongbong started to laugh in a way that surpassed pickleball. Hearing this, Dong Hun broke out in a sweat and advised Quanks, run away quickly. He asked back in astonishment. Why? You little brat. Dongbong jumped up and shouted, his hand holding a knife as if he wanted to stab him. He continued to shout, all right, let's go to hell together. I'll kill you and then write a resignation letter. After that, Kwang X and Dongbong played a chaotic game of chase throughout the office. The colleagues saw this and shouted, hey, it's only the first day. A typical Monday had begun like that. A moment later, Kwang X continued to play this game with his colleague. Yumiho looked at him in astonishment and put her hand on his forehead, asking, what are you doing? I've also tried it with Yumiho. While Manager Kang wasn't paying attention, Wang X stepped on his foot. Manager Kang angrily questioned Wang X what's wrong. He maintained his innocent attitude. It was an accident. And Manager Kang too. This is the end. Please comment yik below if you want next part.